One more, you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto Amoonguss. Is that enough? It is! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcast where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Good morning, trainers, and welcome back to the 2025 Portland Regional Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang and Wolf Glick to start off our day 2 strong. And what a time to be here, the final North American Regional of the season, and we're moments away from crowning a new champion, it feels like.
Yeah, final regionals, and we're up to a final round of Swiss as well. So round 10, I believe, is about to start, and afterwards, players who are 8-2 or better will advance on. And this is a little bit of a smaller tournament than some of the other ones we've had this season, so I think the final top cut will be just around 16, maybe slightly larger. But a lot of players have actually punched their ticket into top cut already, and now there will be a couple players who are at that 7-2 record looking to solidify their slot.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this last round, it can add a lot of pressure when you're on the bubble. And if you don't, I mean, for many players, it's going to be make or break, not only for the tournament, but potentially for their seasons.
Well, I'm really excited to jump into the action in just a couple of moments. But before we do that, let's take a look back at what happened in day number 1. Starting with round 4, we had Zach Emerzian versus Logan Mazer. And this was a wild match.
Oh.
Mom, I want Landorus-Therian. We have Landorus-Therian at home. Mom, I want Thundurus. We have Thundurus at home.
You might not like it, but this is what peak VGC looks like. Oh my goodness, Mom, we have Thundurus at home.
This was a highlight, I think, because of course Solgaleo is a Pokemon that has basically seen no play in this format. It was one of my favorite Pokemon in VGC 2022, but that was in a Dynamax format. So poor Calyrex, you know, the paralysis just comes out. Yeah, of course, Logan using a Terrapagos team, which I think is often prone to a little bit of bad luck. And we saw multiple Terrapagos teams really face some unfortunate luck on stream throughout the course of this tournament, both in that round 4 and that final round 8. But yeah, Solgaleo had that weakness policy, had the Calyrex Shadow Rider to Bulldoze and activated, but then Grimmsnarl spreading those Thunder Waves, Solgaleo clicking Rock Slide. It was a nightmare for Logan to go up against.
You know, it's funny because when I thought about, like, yeah, what would it take to make Solgaleo good, I wasn't thinking, like, Rock Slide Solgaleo plus Thunder Wave Grimmsnarl. But, you know, I think it's what makes Pokemon such a cool game is that you can never expect what's going to happen.
Talking to Zach, too, he only locked into this team because he said, well, it was really good in Sword and Shield, and I know what it did there, so maybe I could just translate it.
He was a big Solgaleo believer, yeah.
Yeah.
But Solgaleo felt a little better when you could Dynamax after activating your weakness policy. That was a little bit of
the same thing.
Yeah, so, but who knows? Maybe he'll inspire some other Solgaleo gamers.
I'm feeling inspired already after all of the joyous laughter I've heard on stream so far. We got to now look at round number 7, though. Of course, we have Brendan Zhang, who did just an amazing job with this Kyogre. Aaron, I know you got a chance to talk to him after that, and you must be so proud of your brother.
Yeah, it was really cool. I think he was a big believer in Kyogre in the previous regulation. This clip, for some context, like, Dylan in game 2 figured out, wow, like Ogerpon is actually really good because it can just wood hammer everything. And Brendan had previously brought Scarf Urshifu and Grimmsnarl, so it's like there was never a free switch into wood hammer on that slot, but then Brendan adjusts, brings the Chimpao instead, is able to actually tank on with that Focus Sash, eliminates the Ogerpon, and it was like a really masterful adjustment. But yeah, this Kyogre Calyrex Ice Rider combination was really cool, and I believe it's actually already secured a slot in Top Cut under Carrie specifically, who's using it with Iron Jugulus, which I think is really, really cool. But yeah, I think that's a restricted duel that not a lot of people have explored right now. But of course, Kyogre is really nice because it gets rid of kind of the fire type weakness that you normally face with the Calyrex Ice Rider, and then you can use. Brendan's team actually had a lot of Pokemon that are actually quite weak to fire type damage, but Kyogre kind of just mitigates that.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting just to see Kyogre continuing to do well in this dual restricted format, because it's for a while it was one of the best 3, sometimes even at times the best 1 restricted Pokemon. Maybe never the best one. I forgot about Xerneas for a second there. But it was always one of the best restricted Pokemon. And here, this is the first format that I've ever played personally where Kyogre hasn't felt like one of the top 3 restricted Pokemon. And so it's cool that even though it's not necessarily the most popular pick, it is still seeing use, and it clearly is still good and can get some wins.
Well, what if I told you it's not just Kyogre?
Isn't there another Pokemon that Kyogre doesn't have the best relationship with?
Oh, Rayquaza, right?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's
Rosemary, show me
suited.
Rayquaza.
Show me Groudon!
Oh.
Junshi Zoo did get to day number 2 with a Groudon and Jump Love team. And this was a really fun match to watch because I feel like that was another one where I've been so desperate to make Groudon work, and now seeing Junshi do it, I was like, well, maybe I can. Maybe I can, but also I'm not built like Junshi is in terms of a VGC player, so okay, maybe I can't.
This game was absolutely wild. Wolf and I got to commentate. It was the final round, final game, and Benny had built up this huge lead. He went for a Spore with the Mungus onto the Jump Love slot, which hard switched into Chi-Yu, put it to sleep, and he got 2 Calm Minds with Terapagos. Felt like he was in full control. That clip that you saw earlier, able to bring Junshi kind of back into this game, and then this endgame was just so crazy. Terapagos survives just with a sliver of HP from the Heat Crash, but Moonblast previously had dropped Terapagos' special attack, so Terra Starstorm comes out. It's able to knock out the Flutter Mane, but the Groudon hangs on with 15 HP, giving Junshi a slot into 7-1. Both Benny and Junshi, of course, made it to day 2 here, but getting a win here meant today would be a lot easier for Junshi. But it was really cool to see Groudon actually put on a big performance there.
Yeah, it was a really, really great match. And here, as we jump into our next segment here, we can see the players who are currently in day 2, and that number next to them is not their ranking in day 2 overall today, but it's their ranking in the overall championship point standings. And as a reminder, top 75 is needed in order to qualify for the World Championships in North America this year. So you can see there's a lot of players who are between we see 62, 61, 60, 54, so many of the players here who are in day 2 are really fighting for some of those spots. And we also see a couple players who are maybe a little bit outside. We have Emilio there who's ranked 972, Jesse who's ranked 779, but as a reminder,
I've definitely got my eyes on Emilio. He is really one of the most talented players in VGC, of course, getting second in the World Championships, top 16 at the World Championships, multiple regional titles under his belt. He hasn't really been playing that much, but he, I believe, already has punched a ticket into Top Cut. We saw him on stream where he took a loss in the beginning of the tournament. He basically just won out every game afterwards. And so I think if there's anyone that can pull off the I have no points, but I'm going to qualify for Worlds by winning a tournament, it's him, honestly. And then Gavin Michaels, another player I have my eye out on, also very, very winning player in VGC, having won internationals, US national championships, I think 3 regional titles as well. And he actually got top 8 at EUIC, but because he's barely been playing this season, he doesn't actually have that many points. He's not reached his BFL for the season. And so I think Emilio and Gavin are the 2 players I really have my eye out on for those that can potentially win the whole thing and automatically qualify for Worlds as a result.
Yeah, and taking a look at how many championship points are on the line today, this is kind of going to give you an idea of what these players are fighting for. If you win, you've got that automatic invite like you were saying, Wolf, but you also get 350 points. And I think that can also really start to shake up the standings in terms of how many players actually move the needle in that regard.
Yeah.
But we also do have a best finish limit. There's only a certain number of events that are going to count towards the number of championship points that you have. So who knows, if your best finish limits are already filled out, if you actually had a top 32 that you're replacing with a top 4, you're only getting 175 points.
Quick math. Nice job, y'all.
Yeah, which does actually sound like a lot now that I use that as the example.
But it's not the full 300, right?
Yes, exactly.
So it definitely changes things. Understanding how many events players have already attended influences how we understand what they need to do here in order to, advance even further up the standings.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that a lot of those players who are in the top 50 to 75 range have finished their BFL, but some of those BFLs might be a top 64 finish or a top 128 finish. So what that means is like, if you look at the jump from top 64 to top 32, that's actually only 25 points. That's not a lot, right? Whereas if you look at, like, where the big jump in this tournament is, it's making it to that top 8. You get so many more points, right? Even if you have a top 64 finish, replacing with 180 extra points, I think surely guarantees you, honestly, the invite for Worlds if you're in that range. And so there's a lot on the line for players that have maybe gotten a lot of top 64s, top 128s, and they're looking to replace it with, ideally, what I think top 8 will be.
I know this season has been particularly tricky for our trainers to figure out exactly how many championship points they need. There's been a couple of fan-made simulations running around to show you just how many points. But if you're sitting at 9-0 Montana Mott, congratulations, you're in top cut already. Everybody else that's going to be at 8-1, you're also in top cut. So maybe you can start thinking about, well, not even just getting the championship points, but winning the whole thing.
Yeah, it's exciting to see the players who have already secured a slot. Montana, of course, won the Los Angeles Regional Championships just around this time. I think that may have been the last regionals before NAIC last year.
Yeah.
And so, congratulations. Yeah, absolutely incredible run. I've been talking about Carey a lot, but I think he is definitely one of the quickest rising superstars in North American VGC. I don't think we've gotten to see him a ton on stream, but he's gotten like top 16, top 32 at so many majors, top cut EUIC earlier this year as well. And I think he's really due for a big like top 4 or championship victory. And he only started playing VGC relatively recently as well, so definitely one of the biggest names to pay attention to. We've got Aaron Brock here, who of course finished top 32 at the World Championships back in 2023. Jonathan's actually a name I don't recognize, so really cool to see him up here. I'm eager to see more of his performance throughout this tournament. Olivia, I think, was actually just on the cusp off that top 75 for the World Championship qualification, so obviously a really, really great run by them to, potentially secure a lot more points. And Jungshi, we were talking about earlier, Jeremy Parson, a player that also I think got top 32 at Worlds last year, Emilio, player that we were just talking about, so many incredible players here.
What I'm hearing is it's stacked.
It's stacked.
It's going to be so stacked.
I also want to give a specific shout out to Junshi because he hasn't been playing for that long. Like and he's not
number
only
6, I think,
he's
in
6th
North American
overall in championship points
Yep.
before any points he earns this weekend.
Yep.
And so it's pretty incredible to have such a strong season after not. I don't know exactly when he started, but I would be surprised if it was much before Scarlet and Violet, and it might have been even a little bit after. And he's just had a really I would say a quietly incredible season. I don't think he's been getting as much praise as he deserves.
Yeah, I honestly wonder if he even has secured championship points by qualifying.
He
for
might
top
have so
cut.
many good runs.
Yeah, it's like one of those players where it's like you're so consistently top 16, top 32 that like you might actually even need to win a round just to get some points. But
Well, I know
like
that
20
even
points.
just looking at the first couple of regionals of the season, I was kind of going over Junshi's report cards. He got a top 8 at Louisville, like a top 16 at Baltimore, a top 8 at Birmingham. So I think you're right. It needs a little bit more than that in Top Cut to actually get something out of it. But today, at the end of the day, we're going to fill out this final Pikachu shadow with the final North American Regional Champion of the Year. But Wolf, while we have you, can you like recreate your player photo that you did here
let's
for
bring the camera over here to me. To be honest, I thought this was gonna look really stupid when I did it. Hold these for me, please. Thank you. I can't see without my glasses. So am I
oh
doing
my
it?
god, yeah, you're right. I can't see it.
Oh, I thought you were telling me my pose looked good. Yeah, I am. I feel like growling right now because if you asked me to hit some moves. Where's the target over there? Yeah. Anyway, thanks, man. That's it for me. Anyway, feels good to have your picture taken. Feels it's nice to be up here. Nice to see yourself. And I'm sure there's a lot of players out there and competing right now who would love to be filling in that final Pikachu silhouette.
I think this season's actually been awesome from the standpoint where it's like half of these are veteran/ex-champions, right? So we have Wolf, Justin, Andrew, and Carson, all who have won major tournaments before. But then you have Andrew Zhang, Nicholas Morales, Bezod, and Daniel Yu, all who had, I think, really had their first big tournament breakout win. Andrew, of course, getting second at Indianapolis last year. Nicholas, this was really his first full season competing. He's been absolutely amazing. Definitely one of also the biggest rising stars in North American VGC. Daniel got top 32 at Worlds last year, but has really just been continuing his career after winning regionals. And then Bezod, I think, player that hadn't really been able to get his name on the biggest stage yet and came into Vancouver and won with a really unique team. And so I'm always excited to see, is whoever winning a tournament going to be a veteran or is it going to be someone new? And right now in Portland, we have a good mix of both of those.
Aaron, actually, we're 4-4.
4-4, yeah. Who's going to be the tiebreaker?
It's a tiebreaker, and it's fitting, right? Because in a way, this is the past versus the future, right? So it's like a little bit of Scarlet and Violet theming,
Okay.
versus me right on. I don't know. We'll have to see if it's a veteran or if it's a rising star.
I love it.
Here.
We're going to answer the question at the end of the day, and I'm also going to have to figure out a way to tie break you all because we had two of you you that actually picked the exact same 4 Pokemon for your fantasy draft, which we will revisit at the end of today. But as a reminder, you can play along with us. 10-point budget. At this point, I guess you can cheat and look at the day 1 stats since those counted as points. But I tallied up your day 2 points that you already got for the Pokemon appearing today, and we'll tally them up as they enter into Top Cut. But make sure that you also follow along on Pokemon.com/broadcast. You'll get all of your info that you need in order to stay up to date with what's going to be coming up next for your broadcasts here on the Pokemon side of things. So check out the link, Pokemon.com/broadcasts. Yeah, I should do that actually. I don't think I know what actually is on this website.
Oh.
So someone tell us.
Somebody, maybe if you go to the website right now and you take a look, you can tell us, because we might not know. Someone should inform us, and the only way you can inform us is to go to Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Bookmark it, save it,
favorite it,
check
add
it
to
every
your
day.
home screen.
That's
Check
right.
it right now. Check it tomorrow. Check
Copy
it 10
the link,
minutes.
put it on a notepad,
Text
and
it to your crush.
upload
You
it
could
to your...
make it your home page.
You could
imagine you open your browser.
And
What
it's
do you
just
have there right now?
Pokemon.com/broadcast.
Nothing important.
right,
Yeah,
exactly,
Could
yeah.
be Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? You could
Gotta
be
get
better.
out there.
We could be better.
We definitely could be
Groudon
better.
could be better.
I was about to say Groudon could be
no.
better. I was literally thinking it, but yeah.
What did you just say? We gotta get you out of here. Go and follow the channels for Twitch and YouTube as
Follow!
well.
What are you doing? You're
And
watching
like,
already.
subscribe.
Just click follow. Subscribe. Come
Let's
on.
go to the
me,
casters.
like an
easy.
Please,
Like
please go
Patricio.
to the casters.
Please. Please, if we don't get enough follows, we...
Rabble. Welcome to the Portland Regional Championships. We have saved you from the chaos in our lounge, and the safety and serenity of the desk, myself, and the dulcet tones of Yuki. Yuki, welcome back. It's day 2 here in Portland. Beautiful day out, very cold, very overcast, my ideal Portland morning, and I am getting really excited for my ideal Pokemon games coming up.
Me too, Evan. This morning, I was looking at the Solgaleo and reminiscing over our fun times yesterday. I was like, I'm already starting off the day with a laugh. Like, this is so funny. And then, everyone in that lounge just like, they had such a great time, and we were just laughing this entire time. So I feel really loose. I feel really comfortable. Like, it's gonna be a good day of Pokemon.
It will be a good day of Pokemon, and let's take a quick look at our format video so you can see exactly what you've got in store for you as you stay tuned to our Pokemon Championships.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
That's right, our players will be competing in their final round of Swiss on stream here in just a moment, and then into Top Cut, where they will compete for these fabulous prizes in addition to those all-important championship points for qualification to the World Championships in Anaheim. But if you're wondering why someone like Jinshi Zhu, who is already number 6 in championship points, would still be here competing before the World Championships, it's for these prizes and for the glory of being a regional champion, which is something that only a very select few people in the history of VGC get to call themselves.
Yep, that's a lot of dollars right there. Maybe you can go to the Pokemon and go to the the 10 Pokeball threshold and get that Premier Ball. That's a lot of dollars right there. But I think maybe a lot of players may not be as fortunate of a position as like Junshi, where yeah, like the championship points is a little bit more incremental. Like there's a lot of players who are really looking to make their mark and just secure that big Worlds invite before NAIC so that they can just go into it as more of a Worlds preparation, not is this going to be the season on my line.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at some of our notable matches here in our final round of Swiss before Top Cut. Some incredible matchups out there in the field. We will be seeing Ethan Matos versus Christopher Hahn here in our final round of Swiss. This will be a win and in into our Top Cut. But you can also see some of the other incredible players who are competing for a chance to join those top 10 players we've already seen in the Top Cut here in Portland.
Yep, so a lot of notable matches, but I want to point out Aditya Subramanian versus Jonathan Zuniga. You know, Adi has been using a similar kind of team. It had a ride on it, which was very notable to me. You know, kind of taking on the torch from Michael Zhang, who's using that a couple weeks ago. And yeah, unfortunately, Michael got knocked out yesterday, but sort of seeing it go all the way so close to getting Top Cut if he can finish the job. Really exciting to see. And yeah, we see Arath Alejandro Van versus Glenn Duel, who is, you know, right on the number 75. Yep. So we'll see if that number can go up from here. But here are players.
Yeah, that definitely means that the number 75 barrier is going up, and Ethan Matos and Christopher Hahn would like an opportunity to make it in there into the World Championships. And I was not expecting to come into a Zacian Mirror in Swiss Round 10 for a win and in.
And I didn't expect to have a Wochian live reaction, so we'll be doing a lot of reactions for you folks today.
Yeah, really interesting matchup here. Of course, Ethan will be using one of the most rogue teams we've seen in the tournament that's getting a lot of success here. That is the Zacian, Wochian, Grimmsnarl, Incineroar, Miraidon, and the Annihilate, also another Pokemon that we haven't seen a whole lot of in this new 2 restricted meta, the GS Cup. That will be the Choice Scarf, so has the threat of a Choice Scarf Final Gambit to just delete something off of the field, as well as coaching to boost the stats of the other Pokemon.
Yeah, and it makes me so happy to see Parabolic Charge Miraidon come into the fray, potentially making it into the Top Cut. I think there's a really cool story behind this Pokemon, Evan, because in the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet era, there was a tournament called the Paldea Beginning, where you were allowed to use either Miraidon or Koraidon, one Pokemon, and then the rest of the Pokemon that were available back then. And one of the top performing teams that many of the top players used in that special tournament was Parabolic Charge Miraidon. It was just so good to get that spread damage and to heal yourself up. It was a bit of a slower format because not all the Pokemon were unlocked yet. And even like the world champion for 2023 was streaming with this kind of team, which is just so, it's just so exciting to see it make it into the competitive fray in the official VGC format. And I think it's looking like a really good matchup here. So I'm excited to see how far it can go against Christopher.
Absolutely, and the combination of Miraidon and Wochian, I know, was something that players were really excited about at the very start of Scarlet and Violet. I remember a Czech player, David Kutesh, known for some very rogue teams himself, was hyping that up at the very start of Scarlet and Violet. But we'll have to go up against Christopher Hahn, who has graduated from the Seniors Division and is taking the Masters Division by storm with the much more standard Zacian comp. Standard as far as Zacian comps go here in 2025 with the Kyogre as a pair.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool team. Like Swords Dance Zacian, something that maybe you saw more in the Sword and Shield era. Like these days, you want to have you really want to have 3 like coverage moves to make Zacian as effective as possible in all the matchups. But here you see the Swords Dance set, and you have the Roaring Moon to support with the speed control. Same with Raging Bolt with the Snarls and Amoonguss. So yeah, it's really exciting to see this kind of Zacian come up, but I'm curious to see how it will match up into the Miraidon here, because it's both setup Pokemon. Swords Dance, you know, boosting your stage by 2, whereas Miraidon can only do by 1 with Calm Mind. The big difference here, though, is that the Miraidon has the Covert Cloak item, so you can't slow it down with Snarl. You can't slow down with Intimidate, of course, because it's a special attacking Pokemon. Whereas Zacian, yes, you get the 2 stages bump every time, but we have Intimidate over on Ethan's end. We have the Wochian live reaction to, you know, yeah, lower the attacks, and of course the Grimmsnarl. So it seems like Ethan has a bit more tools into the setup of Christopher's end. So it'll be a battle setup, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, well, that's going to be the classic Kyogre and Zacian lead coming out from Christopher immediately, while Ethan is going for very much a positional and a defensive lead here with the Incineroar and Grimmsnarl. So Incineroar will be able to intimidate the Zacian, which means it does not have that attack boost back to neutral. And the Grimmsnarl, of course, threatens Reflect and Light Screen.
Yeah, this is a lead that's like very reminiscent of VGC 2022 to me, where like even at the World Championships, I feel like I saw this lead so many times, like Zacian, Kyogre threatening a Dynamax, and Grimmsnarl and Incineroar just there to, you know, fend off some damage, get some screens up, and I think that's exactly what Ethan's trying to go for here.
Yeah, and going for the fake out onto Kyogre, setting the Reflect with Grimmsnarl, trying to set up a situation where that Grimmsnarl can get both Reflect and Light Screen up, but we'll have to take this Behemoth Blade from the Zacian. With the Reflect, with the Intimidate, Grimmsnarl is able to survive that, so Christopher did lead 2 different types of damage, but it looks like Ethan's going to be able to get both screens up.
Yeah, that's a great lead from Ethan's end, knowing that the Intimidate is mandatory for the Grimmsnarl to make it through the turn, even taking that super effective damage. And yeah, now the next turn, it's really on Ethan's to react and say, okay, these 2 Pokemon are probably going to get blown up by Water Spout. I need to switch and pivot to have a Pokemon that can take that damage. However, the reason that Zacian and Kyogre are such good friends is because they have great type coverage into this Dragon type, for example. So if the Play Rough goes into that slot, Evan, it could be pretty disastrous for Ethan. So definitely a risk.
Ooh, but no risk here as Zacian just goes for a Protect here, trying to stall out this turn, see what Ethan's going to do. Of course, Ethan did switch out the Incineroar for the Miraidon, and there is that Water Spout you mentioned in the rain with the Light Screen, only dealing a pittance to Miraidon, but will finally pick up the KO on Grimmsnarl. But this is what Grimmsnarl does. It sets screens, and then it gets knocked out and gives you a free switch.
Yep, so I get like what both players were thinking on that turn. So Christopher is thinking, okay, my Zacian's really important to get damage to Miraidon. My Kyogre is definitely restricted Pokemon, but just from a typing perspective, just not that good to Miraidon, especially if Miraidon gets some Calm Minds up. So my Zacian cannot afford to get paralyzed. Like, I cannot let it be slower. I cannot risk the full paralysis. So I'm going to protect it and take down the Grimmsnarl before it can do that. On Ethan's said, okay, I know my opponent really knows how important the Zacian is, so I'm just going to get both screens up to make sure that Miraidon just doesn't take that much damage. Get my free switch into both the Incineroar and the Miraidon, and this way I can set up for success and get some Calm Minds going.
All right, well, Ethan will go ahead and Terrasilize into that electric typing. Does make it a little bit worse against the Kyogre, but better into the Zacian. So removing the Dragon typing there, just going pure electric, and Incineroar will again fake out the Kyogre, while Zacian will go for a Swords Dance here, trying to negate those Intimidate drops from the Incineroar, but Miraidon will also go ahead and boost itself. That is a Calm Mind. So both players now at +1 on their attacking stats for the Zacian and the Miraidon.
Yeah, so Electric Terra, not a Terra that is easy to punish for Christopher's end, doesn't have any ground type attacks, which is the only type that can have super effective damage into electric types. As you mentioned, not as good into the Kyogre, but with the Miraidon naturally being typically faster than Kyogre, able to stop the Calm Mind before it can attack. So yeah, it makes sense to me why the fake out went into the Zacian's end. And now we're talking about that race of setting up that we talked about earlier. The Zacian gets that +2 boost, but it's been hindered by Intimidate, it's been hindered by Reflect, and even though Miraidon's only getting 1 boost at a time, it's still slowly ticking up, and there's no way to take it back. There's no screens on Christopher's end, and there is no special attack Intimidate. Yeah,
and there's also Wo-Chien here to further drop the attacking stat of the opposing Zacian. That's going to be Wo-Chien switching in here as Terrasalization will come out on Christopher's side. That will be Kyogre going for the Terrasalization into the Grass typing. Knows that it does not want to take a Parabolic Charge at +1, because that would both deal devastating damage and heal Miraidon all the way back up. There's the Play Rough, but after those Intimidates and the Reflect and Wo-Chien, not any damage at all.
Here we go.
Ooh, the Parabolic Charge doing good damage even to the Terrasalized Kyogre. And here comes the Health Pack.
Slurp, slurp, juicing up all of that health from the opposing Pokemon, and the allied Pokemon is it going to go to full health?
Yeah, it's all the way back to full.
Yeah.
Oh, two hit points away.
2 hit points away.
There's an Origin Pulse coming out from the Kyogre, bringing it back down and dealing a good amount of damage to Wo-Chien with that critical hit.
Wow, yeah, I mean, look, when you're using Grimmsnarl, when using these screens and setup and everything, like, you're so scared of the critical hits, and I think Ethan also thought, like, oh, that critical hit went on the Wo-Chien, which, you know, already resisted, so it's not as big of a deal. If that had gone to the Miraidon, I think that would have been a one-hit knockout, so yeah, definitely luck was on Ethan's side in that moment, and yeah, looking really well positioned. Like, the Miraidon took such, like, small damage from both of those, like, really powerful attacks by restricted Pokemon, and it was able to heal back all the way up, so Yeah, like really well positioned, and even though Ethan's at a Pokemon deficit, I just don't know what tools Christopher has to, further damage this Miraidon.
Yeah, well, there will be two potential Pokemon that we have not seen yet, and Zacian targeting down the Wo-Chien with that Play Rough will get that Treasure of Ruin off the field, making sure that the Zacian has access to its full attacking set again, but with a Dragon Pulse at +1, Ethan will be able to take Kyogre off the map. So one restricted down for Christopher, and of course we know Ethan only brought the one restricted, the Miraidon, and Ethan now down to just the Incineroar and Miraidon against 3 Pokemon on Chris' side. And here it is, Roaring Moon, the early riser, giving Christopher access to Tailwind and to start outspeeding everything on the field.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, okay, I guess maybe Ethan wants to trade the Wo-Chien for the Zacian here, but it makes sense to me that the Dragon Pulse had gone out instead to KO the Kyogre. The Kyogre a threat to the Incineroar, and also not wanting to take damage later in that turn. And now we have a really, really high value Intimidate, right? Go into both of these physical attackers, and that Miraidon, like, still looking good. Like, I think we ran out of electric terrain. Oh, no, we still have a couple more turns. But yeah, still really well positioned.
All right, and there is the fake out pressure coming out from Incineroar, forcing a double protect on Chris's side, which means that Ethan gets an opportunity to go for a second Calm Mind here on Miraidon. Now it is going to be at +2 special attack and +2 special defense, and that means that all of these attacks are going to start picking up one-hit KOs.
Yep. And yeah, I guess Roaring Moon has the opportunity to get knockoff onto the Miraidon, get rid of that Covert Cloak, but it might be a little too late. So, like, if we have a Raging Bolt in the back, maybe this happened a little bit earlier on, then you can knock off the Covert Cloak and then start to Snarl and get that utility there. But like the Roaring Moon, it just doesn't provide that much value here. Like the Tailwind just doesn't really help too much as we see it going for here, because Zacian's already naturally faster than the Miraidon.
Yeah, will not be too helpful for the Zacian, but this Play Rough is dealing a decent amount of damage. That Miraidon is just going to go for a Parabolic Charge. Wolf, I think you would like to see that. Incineroar taking about half its health damage from that Parabolic Charge. The Grimmsnarl's Light Screen doing a lot of work here on Ethan's side as his Miraidon is targeting his own Pokemon. The Parabolic Charge does pick up the KO on the Zacian, does not pick up the KO on the Roaring Moon, however, which did get the Tailwind up, but will then take a Will-O-Wisp from Incineroar, completely neutering the damage out of that Pokemon, and it will come down to what the final Pokemon is for Christopher. And if it is something like that Urshifu, the Tailwind could be really big here to break through the Reflect and prevent that Miraidon from recovering even more damage.
Yeah, that's a great call, and just as you called out, it's the Urshifu able to ignore the screens, of course not affected by Intimidate, and yeah, like this, I wonder if this is going to be enough damage. Like, we had the knockoff coming out. Oh, that's not that much, but we do see a Mystic Water on Urshifu, so it is stronger than normal. Is it going to be enough?
Oh, that's 43 damage, not quite enough. With the rain, it would have been able, but the Kyogre unfortunately went down so early that not enough turns of rain were left for the Urshifu. Misses out on that KO with the Surging Strikes, and here comes another Parabolic Charge. Ooh, one-hit KO on the Urshifu, good damage to the Roaring Moon, and another health pack from Incineroar.
Wow, it's just so, like, satisfying to see, like, an OHKO come out onto the Urshifu, and then to see it come all the way back to full health. Oh, we're still close by 13 HP. But yeah, wow. Like, I really thought, like, Ethan might be in trouble, because as you pointed out, like, you know, you can't even protect away from the Urshifu's attacks, and you're in Tailwind. But yeah, like the staggering was like just right where the rain had to run out, and then the Urshifu came in, just couldn't finish the job. And yeah, like, I think this is gonna be Ethan taking the game here. The Roaring Moon just doesn't have the health or the firepower to muscle through the Miraidon or even the Incineroar, frankly, and we see the surrender come out.
Absolutely, a couple big things there. The Will-O-Wisp hitting there on the Roaring Moon meant that the knockoff was not dealing enough damage into the Miraidon. If that Will-O-Wisp had missed, potentially that would have been enough damage coming out from the Roaring Moon. Again, the rain running out at the perfect time for Ethan, meaning that that Urshifu was not able to get in and deal big damage to that terastallized Miraidon. But you can see the plan that Chris was going for there, trying to force a terastallization onto Miraidon into the electric typing, setting up the Tailwind for the Urshifu to start blowing through it. But This Miraidon was immortal all game, picking up health packs from Wo-Chien, dealing big damage into the Zacian and into the Kyogre and into the Urshifu and into the Roaring Moon and just recovering all of that damage right back.
I just wish like the game could tell you like, oh yeah, like, you know, you have like those like stats you can get after like being a game that says like, oh yeah, you know, you took out this many foes or something. It's like, oh, like Miraidon has like recovered itself like 500% of the health or something. Like it took so many attacks out of it. Like it was like really at like, you know, yellow, red HP so often, and it healed it all the way back up, and I think it ended the game in green. So yeah, I think like one of the ways you can beat these kind of teams who are a bit more on the longevity end of setup is that you KO its partners before the Pokemon setting up can fully take advantage of its setup. But I think it's a little bit hard for Christopher because the offensive like capabilities into like Incineroar, Grimmsnarl, Wo-Chien, like they match up like, I guess like especially the Wo-Chien matches up really well into like the Kyogre, and so does the Miraidon. So you really have to rely so much on the Zacian to do that, and it also wants to do some setup, right? So I think the next game is really going to be about like, you know, can Christopher like pivot a little bit more to focus down on the partners of Miraidon, because it just doesn't feel good, right, to do damage into Miraidon just for it to heal back up and it damages your Pokemon. So let's see if we can try to make it a bit more of a 2v1.
All right, well, that's going to be, again, the Zacian and the Kyogre up against now the Incineroar and the Miraidon lead. So dropping the Grimmsnarl from turn 1 here. And if Grimmsnarl's not in play on turn 1, that probably means that Grimmsnarl is left at home this time around. Does open up the opportunity for Ethan to bring their own Zacian as well.
Yeah, Ethan has like 2 flexible options. Like Fake Out into either Pokemon works, but depending on you know, if you want to Terrasilize or not, then you can sacrifice your Incineroar so you can have a bit of your more bulky Pokemon in the back come out to support it immediately. And if you want to conserve the Incineroar, then you can Fake Out the Kyogre and Terrasilize a bit early. Since we talked about how the electric Terrasilization is a little bit hard to punish over on Christopher's end, I think Ethan has the flexibility on both ends. It's just about like making sure that you stick to the plan that you have, because once the Incineroar is down, you can't get it back. You need to be really confident that you don't need it anymore. So it sounds like that's what Ethan's opting for.
Yeah, it looks like Ethan is just opting to go for the Fake Out on to the Zacian to make up a space for Miraidon to go for this Calm Mind, getting that +1 to special attack and +1 to special defense. That means that Kyogre is able to fire an Ice Beam into that Miraidon, but with that Calm Mind, only dealing about 40% damage onto that Pokemon. Now, that being said, the Zacian is still able to deal big damage and force a Terrasalization here, but we've already seen Ethan with that +1, that single Calm Mind, can just start recovering all this health right back.
Yeah, and it's good to know, at least from Ethan's, you know, mental well-being, there's no Ice Beam freeze chance thanks to the Covert Cloak, so it's just about the potential critical hits that can happen. And I'm actually pretty surprised how much the Ice Beam did. It's not there's no same type attack bonus, and it still did 40% through Calm Mind, but we see the Wo-Chien here to do more live reactions and mitigate the damage output from Zacian, and Ethan trying to mitigate even further by Terrasilizing and getting out of that fairy weakness.
Yeah, the Intimidate and the Wo-Chien now means that Zacian has less than it started with at the beginning of the game. Went back to 0 after the Intimidate, and now the Tablets of Ruin lowering its attack even further. Double Terrasalization here. That's the Electric type on Ethan, and again, the Grass Terra on Kyogre. Pretty risky to not have Terrasilized on turn 1 with that.
Yep.
But Christopher was able to save it for turn 2 at least, and now we'll be able to resist the Parabolic Charges. Here's the Play Rough, no Reflect. That dealt pretty good damage here, but again, the Parabolic Charge will go before the Kyogre, which means that... Wow! Oh, Zacian! That hurt. Big damage onto Zacian, big healing onto the Miraidon as well, with a little bit into Wo-Chien and into Kyogre.
Wow, it's just draining all this HP just one by one, going back. Oh my goodness. I was thinking, okay, like it didn't heal back that much, you know, like I thought it already like gone for the Zacian, but I guess the order in which it absorbs the HP is different, and just got that big jump at the very end. And yeah, thanks to the Terra Grass, the Kyogre is able to get a Water Spout off that's relatively close to full. It's probably close to an Origin Pulse in terms of the damage output. But yeah, the Miraidon is like just set up for success. We saw how little the Play Rough did through the Intimidate, through the Tablets of Ruin, and yeah, like I guess Christopher is thinking like, I'm going to double down on my strategy from game one. I know I'm going to be able to do enough damage with my Zacian, my Kyogre. You can have as much support as you want. I'm just going to keep targeting it down. And I guess we'll see how it goes. Like, we continue to see the physical attack prowess go down on Christopher's end with the cycling of the Intimidates. And yeah, I mean, the Miraidon, maybe it can knock out the Kyogre with the Dragon Pulse. Oh no, that's a big
It's even worse
miss.
if you miss. That Dragon Pulse, though, connects onto Kyogre. Kyogre holds on this time, a little bit of health remaining, and fires back with an Origin Pulse. That is huge damage. Miraidon and Incineroar go down. Double KO from the Kyogre. Lands both Origin Pulses, and down goes Ethan's only source of damage in this game.
Wow. That was a roller coaster of emotions on that turn, Evan, because we started out with the play rough missing, being like, oh wow, like Ethan got super lucky, like they're gonna close out this game.
I was so ready for Miraidon to survive with like 10 hit points there.
Right. Yeah, and like Origin Pulse, like you just don't typically think of, you know, as strong of an attack, especially have a Calm Mind boost going, but yeah, like with the Ice Beam damage earlier, I was thinking like, wow, I guess Christopher probably trained their Kyogre to be really offensive. And in retrospect, it doesn't really surprise me that it did this much damage. However, Ethan's not giving up, and Christopher does have both the restricted Pokemon out with really low health. So even though both of the Pokemon Ethan has left is support, it might be able to close it out. We'll have to see.
They are both supportive Pokemon, but they are supportive Pokemon that do also have attacks. Grimmsnarl, though, almost goes down to the Origin Pulse, but gets the paralysis on to Zacian. There's the Pollen Puff coming out from Wo-Chien, which will pick up the Kyogre. So Wo-Chien takes down Kyogre with a critical hit. Big crit there. Zacian, unfortunately paralyzed, not going to be able to knock out either the Grimmsnarl or the Wo-Chien. But Christopher still has 2 Pokemon remaining in the back, which if it's like game 1, that means the Roaring Moon and the Urshifu, which should both be able to pretty easily clean up these Pokemon.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, Ethan can sort of bank on maybe Thunder Waves eternally preventing the opponent from attacking. If the Roaring Moon's in the back, though, then it's unaffected by the Thunder Wave.
Yeah.
You can just go for a KO. So I see with the Urshifu, going for the Aqua Jet, able to attack before the Thunder Wave goes off. So yeah, really good heads-up play from Christopher, trying to reduce as much variance as possible in this game.
As much as possible.
As much as possible, asterisk.
The Wo-Chien, though, will not be able to finish off the Zacian there with Foul Play, just barely hanging on there. All of Ethan's abilities, dropping the attack of Zacian, kind of hurting him there, not being able to pick up that KO, but probably still would have been at a very difficult position here as Wo-Chien against 3 Pokemon. I don't know that I see that happening.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this Wo-Chien, it's not as weak to Urshifu as it appears, since the Urshifu doesn't have access to close combat. So yes, the Surging Strikes will come out, probably be able to go through this Protect, but may not do that much damage. Like, we'll see. Oh, it was a taunt. So yeah, it's definitely not going to go through that Protect.
Yeah.
It's still likely not going to be enough for Ethan. Just doesn't have the firepower in Wo-Chien. There's no Giga Drain to hit the Urshifu hard. It's just the Pollen Puff and the Foul Play. So likely just going to end up going to Christopher into Game 3.
Yeah, and I really like this taunt from Christopher, preventing the Wo-Chien from doing any kind of Leech Seed shenanigans, especially with the double water coverage on that Urshifu. But it doesn't matter. Wo-Chien will just dodge everything. Zacian, you finally were not paralyzed, but you got to hit your play roughs, buddy.
Zacian, I think Christopher needs to just give a little bit of pep talk to the Zacian preparation for Game 3 if they plan to bring it into Game 3, which I think they should, since that's their main answer to Miraidon. But yeah, 2 paralysis back-to-back with the Play Rough. I think it missed Play Rough twice this game, right?
Yeah. And there's the Roaring Moon. Fortunately for Christopher, none of those mattered.
None of those mattered.
Roaring Moon now out on the field will be able to threaten an Acrobatics into the Wo-Chien. And without the ability to Leech Seed for recovery, the leftovers just won't be enough, and the combo of Acrobatics and Surging Strike should be able to pick this up as we head into a Game 3. Now, both players have brought the same 4 Pokemon each time, but Ethan switched things up a little bit in this game, too. Instead of leading the Grimmsnarl, had it in the back, presumably to try to stagger those turns of Reflect and Light Screen, but in this game, Ethan was not able to get either of those up, and we saw just how much damage that Origin Pulse did to the Miraidon, even with a special defense boost, without having access to that Light Screen.
Right, and like I love how you called out the potential adaptations that these players can take, because I'm looking at the team sheets here, and I guess on Christopher's end, you know, Amoonguss probably not going to be good enough. Like, it doesn't really slow down the pace. for the game, especially since Spore is, you know, not going to work with electric terrain that Miraidon's going to set up from the first turn. And Raging Bull also, like, you just need to get that knockoff to happen earlier on in the game for that to be effective, and I just don't know if Christopher has that time. Like, I really, it makes sense to me that they want to lead with both the restricted Pokemon to apply as much pressure as possible early on, get rid of the support Pokemon while also doing some damage to the Miraidon. Over on Ethan's end, though, I think the Annihilate is pretty interesting to me. Both of Kyogre and Zacian, if Annihilate and all those Pokemon are, you know, trained to be as bulky as possible in the HP, I think Annihilate can get a one-hit knockout on both of those Pokemon. So I think that is a mix-up that Ethan has. So I think I guess the onus is more on Ethan to do any kind of adjusting. I think Christopher probably wants to stick to their plan. So I'm curious to think, like, you know, what is Ethan thinking? Like, that's what I want to know right now.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that Ethan needed to change anything from game 1. Being able to lead the Incineroar and Grimmsnarl meant that Ethan was pretty safe to get both screens up, which we saw being so important in that first game. And as we've seen over and over again in both games 1 and game 2, Ethan recognizes that the Kyogre is the biggest threat here. He needs to take that Pokemon off the field, not just because it can deal big damage to Miraidon with Origin Pulse in the rain, like we're about to see, but also because if the rain can be reset for the Urshifu in the back after Terrestrialization has been forced onto that Miraidon, that's a huge deal. That would have won game 1 for Christopher.
Yes.
So Ethan is absolutely targeting down this Kyogre appropriately, but needs to be able to have, you know, this turn in particular, no screens up for that.
No screens.
Meant that Ethan could not survive that Origin Pulse even with a calm mind.
That's right. I think the adaptation that Ethan made probably may have been detrimental to them because they were able to get up both screens and get Miraidon just after, so getting maximum value out of those screens as the Miraidon's trying to set up. And yeah, we saw that sacrificing the Grimmsnarl just ended up not being that big of a deal. So Ethan might want to just go back to that and play a little bit more safer.
All right, well, here we go. Game 3 of our Swiss Round 10. This will be the decider of which one of our players, Ethan Matos or Christopher Hahn, will make it into our top cut bracket. And it is a rerun of Game 1. Grimmsnarl and Incineroar out on the field for Ethan, and of course, Zacian and Kyogre once again for Christopher.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything Christopher can do to adapt to this. Like, just gonna have to let the screen go up, as probably the Behemoth Blade will go in. The only variance that can happen here is, the Swords Dance. So trying to power up that Zacian, saying, okay, I don't need to get rid of your Grimmsnarl now. In fact, I could probably just go for a Behemoth Blade right after this and still get the one-hit knockout. So still knock out the Grimmsnarl, but I'm at a higher attack stat.
I really like that Swords Dance there from Zacian, especially with this lead of Grimmsnarl and Incineroar. It makes it so risky for Ethan to try to switch in the Miraidon without sacrificing a Pokemon here. And that means extended turns where Miraidon's not out on the field to take advantage of these screens. Now, Ethan will continue to target down that Kyogre, this time with Thunder Wave to paralyze it. There's the play rough. That's a one-hit KO with a critical hit. Takes the damage from the Rocky Helmet, but Incineroar will go down. And if this had been a rerun of Game 1, that would have been the Miraidon and the paralysis on Kyogre. What was that? Wolfie said, "This is, you may not like it, but this is peak VGC."
Peak VGC right here. Wow, Grimmsnarl just popping off here. Like, yeah, like it looked really bad when that play rough got connected because, yeah, like you're probably at +2 with the play rough, but, you know, Incineroar probably trained to be bulky as possible. Might be able to survive that play rough, but the fact that that Water Spout didn't go off means that Grimmsnarl has the opportunity to either go for a Thunder Wave or set up that light screen and really put Miraidon into a much better position.
Well, here comes the Terrestrialization on Christopher's side. We'll be going ahead and re-terrestrializing that Kyogre all 3 games into the Grass type. You kind of have to when you're playing a Kyogre team up against a Miraidon team. This also means that Christopher is likely going on the offensive here, while Ethan will protect Miraidon this turn. Does not trust the damage from the Zacian and the Kyogre together. Not fully set up quite yet. Zacian will take a paralysis from the Grimmsnarl, another Thunder Wave, and there's another play rough, this time into the protect. So Miraidon protecting from that play rough. The Kyogre not able to move once again because of the paralysis, and this is what Grimmsnarl does.
that was such a big turn. Being able to buy time not only with that Protect from the Miraidon, but also from preventing the Water Spout from coming out from the Kyogre. Now the Grimmsnarl can finally set up the screen, so Grimmsnarl just, you know, having to have its cake and eat it this game, be able to get both paralysis, both Thunder Waves off and both screens. So now the Grimmsnarl can, you know, still have utility, right? Can still Spirit Break into the Kyogre as this Miraidon starts to set up. So really, really good position for Ethan now.
Yeah, huge positioning there for Miraidon, as another Calm Mind will come out for the Miraidon. The first for Game 3 as the light screen goes up, like you mentioned. Grimmsnarl got to do everything. Oh, wow, that Swords Dance dealing so much damage. This is still a powerful Water Spout, not quite enough. 16 hit points on Miraidon, but Grimmsnarl surviving as well means it is able to now switch out for the Wo-Chien in the back. And Miraidon, we have already seen how much it can recover from that, from those parabolic charges, but the damage that Zacian and Kyogre were both putting together, I'm not entirely sure that there's enough recovery here.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Evan. Like, the Kyogre is Terra Grass now, so it's not even neutral. It's going to be able to take the Parabolic Charge much more comfortably, which not only affects how much damage it takes, but also how much the Miraidon can recover. And if the Miraidon can't recover enough and through the Parabolic Charge, then it can get knocked out by the Kyogre. And Christopher can protect the Zacian to prevent it from taking more damage, but we actually see an adjustment here, removing the Kyogre from the field into Roaring Moon. So that's also an interesting adaptation for me as well.
I love this adaptation, retreating the Kyogre so that Christopher does have the option of bringing that Pokemon back in to reset the rain for Urshifu in the back. As Ethan just goes for a Protect here on the Miraidon, protecting itself from any damage Zacian also, but it will fail, meaning that Chris has the option of protecting on this turn as well.
Okay, I'm not sure if Christopher played 3D chess there, but Ethan, like, Christopher knows that Ethan wants to get recovery off. So Ethan knows Christopher wants to go for Protect on the Zacian. So they're going to protect their Miraidon to bait out the Protect from Zacian. However, if Christopher knows that Ethan's going to switch out their Grimmsnarl into their Wo-Chien, and Christopher's going to switch out into their own Roaring Moon, then the last thing that will happen would be Zacian to protect after Miraidon. So since that Protect failed, Zacian can protect again. But they actually go for a switch here, so yeah, maybe this is potentially dangerous if this knockoff is not enough into Miraidon, but
it is.
Yes.
The Wo-Chien and the Reflect not enough to protect that Miraidon, as knockoff just takes the Miraidon off the field, and Christopher still has all 4 of his Pokemon available to him.
Wow, yeah, that was really masterfully played by Christopher, baiting out the Protect coming out from Miraidon and saying, yeah, like, even if you keep the Grimmsnarl, you can't do any kind of Thunder Wave. There's no speed control you can have onto this Roaring Moon, and you're going to be at such low health, I'm just going to be able to KO you very safely.
Absolutely. Incredible big brain play there from Christopher to retreat the Kyogre and protect the Zacian, like you mentioned. Takes so much understanding of, you know, not just skill and board state, but also the mechanics of the game to see that potential option there, as Christopher will bring in the Kyogre once more to set the rain. And that means that this Urshifu will be able to pick up the K. Ooh, actually, Grimmsnarl barely hanging on there with 5 hit points, and will be able to fire back with a Thunder Wave onto that Urshifu. So this does open up the ability for Wo-Chien to start going for things like Leech Seeds to recover health in the future and maybe stall things out just a little bit, but I really struggle to see how Wo-Chien, this happens all the time with Wo-Chien, right? It's the only Pokemon left on the field, and it has Leech Seed and Pollen Puff and Foul Play, and it's not quite enough damage to break through for extremely powerful Pokemon.
Yeah, I totally get why Kyogre was switching from Christopher's end, trying to get that KO onto the Grimmsnarl. Doesn't get it, and I was thinking, yeah, maybe we have the board stand now where Christopher has 2 Pokemon that are fully paralyzed. They could both be fully paralyzed for a really long time, and then you know, the Wo-Chien could side Pollen Puff, it could Leech Seed, and start to get enough health back to claw it back. But yeah, with losing the Grimmsnarl, I'm just not very optimistic that the Wo-Chien can really break through the 4 Pokemon on Christopher's end. Even if there's a lot of paralysis coming out from Christopher's end, and the Wo-Chien is able to keep recovering all this health, Christopher can just run out the timer and win with having a higher Pokemon count.
Yeah, and the Reflect wearing off means that the Roaring Moon in the back with an Acrobatics and the Zacian will both be able to deal full power damage, or as full power as you can get into a Wo-Chien for a physical attacker. And it would take a lot of paralysis and a lot of recovery for this Wo-Chien to be able to tank this one out.
Yep.
But when your tournament's on the line, you kind of have to play all of that out.
Yep, yeah, there's no downside to continue playing out the game. And yeah, we see the Zacian come out. Palm Puff probably going to do
not awful damage.
not awful damage, but yeah, flying back to the Ice Beam.
Yeah, good
I think we
damage
still have
in.
the light screen up, so yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, light screen still up. A decent amount of damage into the Wo-Chien. But the Zacian now, even when it is paralyzed, I believe we saw that it is faster than the Wo-Chien. So we'll be able to start dealing some damage before the Wo-Chien is able to start getting any recovery. But also just sort of playing around, doesn't need to worry about it, can switch around a bunch of different Pokemon, figure out which Pokemon Christopher really wants on the field against this Wo-Chien.
Yeah, Swords Dance makes sense. Especially since you're paralyzed, especially since your play rough is not 100% accurate, you want to make any actual attack that you get off as impactful as possible. But now the Leech Seed's into the Zacian, so it's going to start taking it at its health. And
you don't want to switch away your boosts. And
right.
This Urshifu is just not going to be dealing that much damage with the Surging Strikes into Wo-Chien. Of course, Wo-Chien, one of the only ways of reducing the damage of an Urshifu. But we'll have to see if, this still is a situation where Wo-Chien will be here for a while.
Yeah.
But 4 Pokemon is a really tough sell.
Very tough sell, but I like how Christopher switched out the Zacian here. Even though you have the boost, it feels kind of bad to switch it out. But, the foul play would have done a lot more damage here, and you would have continued to heal with Leech Seed.
There
And
we go.
yeah, we see the taunt coming out onto the Wo-Chien, so can only do damaging moves. Its only ability to heal back health now is through the leftovers. So
Yeah, and critically no Protect either, so no more stalling out for recovery at all.
Yes, that's also huge. So yeah, we might not end up seeing this going to timer. Depends on how limber the Urshifu is feeling, if it can get through this paralysis. Yeah, like the Roaring Moon is not paralyzed, so that's going to be guaranteed to be able to attack, get some super effective acrobatics off here.
And with the light screen fading, that means that it is possible for Pokemon like the Kyogre to start dealing full damage back. It will be the Zacian coming in for Christopher, as knockoff from the Roaring Moon will remove the leftovers, means that Wo-Chien has 0 access to recovery for the rest of this game, at least until that taunt wears off. There's the Pollen Puff that deals decent damage to the Roaring Moon, but Wo-Chien now, without any recovery, is kind of a sitting snail.
Yeah, I really like how Christopher approached this endgame because over in the caster desk we're thinking, yeah, 4v1 is not really possible, but anything is possible in Pokemon, and I think the sign of a true strong player is that they're always trying to optimize and slowly get the win, even if it feels obvious. And yeah, we see the play rough come out doing substantial damage and slowly just picking off at Ethan, right? We have the taunt come out, we see the Leech Seeds being removed by switching out Pokemon. Just really masterful endgame crafting by Christopher.
Yeah, and even small things like that Protect on Roaring Moon just now, a huge deal to make sure that you are getting as many opportunities, maybe play rough misses, maybe you get fully paralyzed over and over again, just maximizing the amount of turns Christopher has. And this is why Christopher Hahn has been one of the biggest threats in the Masters division this year, having graduated from the Seniors division, and now he has made it to another top cut.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see because I know Christopher is using the Kyogre team over in the Atlanta Regionals. We actually had the fortune of playing him in Top Cut. And it really shows how you can transfer your knowledge of Pokemon through different formats, right? Like having that expertise in Kyogre, which is not the biggest, most mainstream pick, and being able to transfer that knowledge into this new regulation where we have 2 restricted Pokemon, and just seeing the offensive prowess of Kyogre, being able to leverage that, which is also a bit more unconventional because we've seen a lot of the more Calm Mind kind of Kyogre sets, and this mix-up from Christopher definitely catching a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, really interesting team here on Christopher's side because it's not just, the Kyogre and the Urshifu. They're both holding, Kyogre has the Splash Plate and Urshifu has the Mystic Water. So they both have the water type boosting items being held, which is a surprising amount of offense. Like we saw with that Origin Pulse that knocked out the Miraidon in Game 2. Just a little bit of extra damage coming out from both of those items. A huge deal for this team. And being able to break through one of the most defensive shells we have seen here in this tournament. you can see the advantage that even just that additional 1.2 times damage can provide.
Right, and I love how you called out the both Mystic Water and Splash Plate, because in VGC you typically don't have any overlaps in what items can do, both because it's against the rules, like you can only have one of each item, but the only exception is these items that can have the ability to up the damage of certain types, and that's because you have both the plates and the Mystic Waters, the Charcoals, the Miracle Seeds, and I would love to see any data enthusiasts back at home. Like, have we had many Pokemon teams in the top cut who have leveraged both and be able to have this overlap? Because not only is it against the rules typically with these items, but also it's not really good to have like overlapping effects on your team. So yeah, I'd be really curious to know that.
Yeah, you're usually looking for, oh, I need some recovery, I need, Assault Vest, I need that additional special defense. Yeah, and we can see we have, Mystic Water, we have Splash Plate, Rocky Helmet, Booster Energy, Rusted Sword, and the Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt. So some of those big items, aren't being used in favor of instead going for the double attack boosting items there. And really cool team construction there from Christopher. I would love to hear a little bit more about some of those choices and making sure that obviously needed the additional damage on both those Pokemon.
Yes, and we focus so much on Christopher right now, but I definitely want to shout out Ethan as well. Like, taking such an interesting, fun
really
concept,
cool
I wouldn't be surprised if Ethan had come up with this team like entirely on their own or within their group, because you just don't have a template out there, right?
Yeah.
Like, I talked about how we had this back from like Paldea beginning, but this is back when we had maybe half the Pokemon count that we do right now. So you can't really reference it back then, just like the power level is so different. And being able to come with the team and take it so far, just so close to the top cut is really, really impressive.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Parabolic Charge Miraidon was not able to repeat at the end of the season as it did at the beginning, but who knows what the NAIC and the World Championships have in store for that Pokemon. And Ethan definitely showing that he is an incredible team builder and player. I thought that Game 1 was really pretty coming out from Ethan.
Yes.
In Game 2 and 3, unfortunately, just was not able to keep up with the damage coming out from Christopher. Christopher made some incredible adaptations in prioritization. And in Game 3 in particular, preserving all of those Pokemon, switching the Kyogre out, dancing around Ethan's team really in that third game. Really exceptionally skillful play from Christopher.
Absolutely, and the game 2 could have been so different. I mean, the Kyogre was left at probably less than 10% health with that Dragon Pulse. Like, I totally get why Ethan went for that, saying like, okay, I'm not going to recover health from this attack, but if I can get rid of the Kyogre, then that means that's one less attack I'm going to take that turn. I don't feel the immediate need to recover my health. So if that, mental damage calculation, or if just how that turn had played out a little bit differently, it could have been a different ballgame. It could have just been a 2-0. So it just shows how thin the margins are in Pokemon.
Absolutely, incredibly razor thin margins here, especially for a win into top cut. We actually have Christopher standing by in the lounge to speak with Aaron Zhang about making it into top cut. Aaron, take it away.
Next version.
How's Brendan doing, by the way?
He's good. Oh. Hello, everybody. I am joined by the victor of that last round, Christopher Hahn, who has now secured another top cut here in Portland. Chris, you've had an amazing season so far. I think you just aged up to Masters as well. So first of all, how are you feeling, dude?
I'm just so excited, honestly. Like, I was going to this day 7-1. I knew I would need to win one of 2 matches to make top cut. And I lost the first one, which is always scary, but it feels really good coming off that win, especially because it was a really hard matchup, and it obviously went to a Game 3. So I'm just really happy to be here, and yeah.
You pulled it off after what looked like a really tough Game 1, right? The Miraidon just like kept healing up and kept going for parabolic charges. So what was going in your head in terms of adjusting in terms of play for Games 2 and 3?
Yeah, definitely. So Game 2, I felt I played a little passive. I felt like I could have punished a couple of plays he made Game 1. So I remember Game 1, he swapped the Incin into Miraidon. I felt like I definitely could have punished that with like a Swords Dance or something. And then I felt like if I positioned my Urshifu a little stronger, maybe I can just catch him off guard with like an early Urshifu switch and try to get like a Terra Water Rain Surging, right? So that was just kind of thinking Game 2. I think Game 2, the Opals happened, Opals turn. That was kind of the main turn. And then Game 3, I was going to try the Urshifu game plan, but then I saw he let Grim Incin, and I was like, oh, I have to play more 50-50s. So I think I got lucky with like the Roaring Moon switch, I didn't get punished for that. And then once I saw like the Miraidon protect that turn, I knew the Miraidon has to die at some point. I basically just locked the game.
Yeah, I love the Roaring Moon play because it felt like the odds of him clicking Dragon Pulse into that slot were a little bit slim, and then as soon as it came out, because his team felt so reliant on Miraidon, it felt like you had the game won on the spot. Of course, we saw the critical hit on Slee and Incineroar.
Right.
Do you think the Zacian would have gotten the KO without the crit?
No, I think the critical hit definitely mattered. Again, I was trying to like catch a Miraidon switch that turn.
Yeah.
I really wasn't expecting like the Thunder Wave Will-O-Wisp play I think he was going for, so definitely a bit lucky to have gotten the crit that turn. So I gotta give credit where credit's due, you know?
Totally, yeah. I mean, with this, you've secured yet another top cut. You and I were talking before starting the interview, but I think this is top cut number 4 already. You are one of the highest ranking players in North America, and you just aged up to Masters as well. So how's that transition been? It's obviously seemed really smooth.
Honestly, it's kind of a fever dream to be going from like these, you know, 20, 30 player senior regionals, and now I'm playing with like hundreds of other people who are a lot older than me too. It's just kind of a lot. I try to take it step by step every day. And honestly, like looking at how I played from Baltimore to even something like, you know, Atlanta or this regional, I definitely felt like I've improved throughout the whole season, which is not really something I expected at the start, but just like, I think my personal growth, like my mental, how I play, how I plan, I think it's been really good this season, so yeah.
It's been honestly super inspirational. I really, enjoy following like your team choices as well. And for this one, you brought Kyogre Zacian, which of course was super dominant back in the day in VGC a few years ago. Not that many people using it right now. So how did you come with this team, and what made you land on it?
Yeah, so of course, like I gotta give credit to my friend Kian. He's the one who we were kind of in voice call the other day, and then I saw him using the team. I was like, hey, this team looks awesome. And he was just so nice. He gave me his spreads, he gave me his EVs, he gave me matchup advice without even like a second thought. So honestly, I'm so lucky to have, friends like that who are willing to just like help me, even though like maybe it would have been better for him to keep it secret, less people know about the team, but he just gave me the team, and I can't ask for a better friend than that,
I love hearing that, man. Of course, you and your brother, one of the most notable sibling duels in competitive VGC, with your brother winning the World Championships last year, and citing you as such a big inspiration and a big part of his success. So what is that experience like, man, competing with each other and helping each other out?
It's really awesome. Like if you ask me my favorite part of my VGC career, I would never mention any of my results. I think my favorite part is sitting in the crowd and watching my brother win the World Championships. I've never been prouder in my life. So yeah, it's awesome to see him grow too, I think like he's made a lot of friends through VGC, and it's really helped him with like his confidence, because you have to be very self-confident to make these reads and plays. So yeah, I mean, it's just amazing to have Kevin with me, and shout outs to him back home. He actually didn't end up coming today because he had like a school event or something, but I'm rooting for you, bro.
I love hearing that, man. Hearing you talk about seeing him win Worlds literally reminds me of watching Brendan win Worlds, like many, many years ago in 2013, and I think I echo a very similar sentiment. So I think Top Cut has already been determined, so I'll give you some time to, prepare for your matchup and take a little bit of time to rest. But before we go, any final words or thank yous?
I just want to shout out all the amazing people I have in my life. I got to shout out my mom. She flew to Portland with me, which is probably not something she expected to do before, we started doing Pokemon events. And then obviously I got to shout out Keen again, for giving me the team. He's amazing. Shout out Momo Nation, shout out Team Z, shout out Church of Tusk. You guys are just all amazing people, and I look forward to talking to you every day. And yeah.
Awesome, man. I have to say, for me, it's really exciting to be able to talk to you. I think seeing you and your brother and the journey that you guys are going through reminds me so much of what me and my brother were going through when we started VGC. And I know this is still the start of your guys' careers, which is awesome. So I can't wait to continue following you, continue following your brother. Hopefully we get to play against each other one day. I think that'd be awesome. But congratulations on securing another top cut, further solidifying your dominance in now the Masters division. And best of luck, man. I'm eager to follow you throughout the rest of the career.
I'm so flattered to hear that. Thank you.
All right, we'll be going to a short break, but don't go anywhere, as we'll be back with the top 32 here in Portland.
All right, gentlemen, welcome to your round. You may begin.
All right. Good luck. Have fun, Chris.
Good luck, have fun.
This was the biggest world championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGCs in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought of. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, bro. Just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number one goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I haven't really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca Ceribelli is your 2024 World Champion.
Welcome in, everybody. This is the Applin Alphabetical Pokedex Challenge. I have 3 very talented trainers joining me today, and we're going to go A to Z naming Pokemon. But there are a couple of rules. The first is that you cannot name 2 Pokemon within the same evolutionary line. You can't say Charmander or Charmeleon, right? Too easy. The second one is that you cannot take too long to respond. If you wait more than just 2 seconds, you have to take a bite of the apple slices that are here on the table in front of us. All right, we're going to start with H. Shira. We're going to have Telegraph Train go second, and then Ilya will be third. Ready, everybody? All right, we're going to go fast. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. A.
Abomasnow.
Arctivex.
Arctozold. B.
Beware.
Bulbasaur.
Beartick. C.
Charmander.
Tarkadet.
All right, bite of the apple slice. All right, letter D.
Dedenne.
Oh.
All right, apple slice, Telegraph. Come on. Ilya.
There's the Dialga plush right there.
I know.
Is that your pick, Ilya? Dialga? Okay. E. H. Shira.
Emolga.
We're just going to go for another apple
Oh,
slice.
another apple slice. Okay. Ilya.
Electabuzz.
All right. F.
Froakie.
For it.
Fennekin.
All right. Close one. G.
Grumpig.
Ghastly.
Gengar.
Oh. All right. H.
Haunter.
Hakumo.
All right. Just take another apple bite. All right. I.
Illumise.
Oh, okay. All right. Ilya, you're up. The letter I.
I have a German name with I, but I don't have an English one.
Okay. All right. Another apple slice. We got to speak English here primarily. J.
Jangmo.
Jellicent.
Oh, good one.
Jellicent.
Oh, Joltik.
Oh, very good. K.
Kartana.
Kangaskhan.
Kadabra.
Oh, could have said Cleavor, right? It's another good one. L.
L.
All right, H. Shira, that's a bite. L. Telegraph.
Litten.
Love this.
Ooh, very, very good. M.
Machop.
Magmar.
Mudbray.
N.
Nickit.
Necrozma.
All right. I feel like Necrozma was also Ilya's choice. We're starting now with O.
Oranguru.
Ooh, all right. Telegraph. All right. Ilya. O.
Origin form Palkia.
Oh my goodness. Chat, are we buying that? All right. Let's move on. P.
P. Pignite.
Palkia.
No.
Good one.
I can't.
All right. Primeape. Nice one. Q.
Quaxley.
Quagsire.
Quaquaval. All right. It's another bite for Ilya. R.
He said Quaxley, so Quaxley.
Oh no! Now I need to take a bite of the apple. All right. Let's go to R. H-Shira.
Rhyhorn.
Rip. Oh. No.
Said rip.
I was trying to say Rhyperior.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, wait, no.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
Rampardos.
Oh, good choice. S.
S. Servine.
Ooh.
Sarmy.
Sandile.
Wow. Very good. T.
Trevenant.
All right. It's a bite. That's a bite. All right. Ilya. Oh, looking for inspiration. Judges? I don't know.
Tepic.
Oh, very good. U.
Uxie.
Ursaring.
Unova Stunfisk.
Wow. Honestly, I didn't think everyone would get you. That was really good. V.
Vileplume.
Venipede.
Is there even more?
Vulpix.
Vaporeon.
Ah, Vaporeon. Very good. All right. W. Almost there.
W. Wailord.
All right. Another apple slice. Ilya.
I can't think of anything.
All right. Apple slice. I think Whimsicott might be a good answer. X.
Oh, no. X. Xerneas.
No.
Xurkitree.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
I don't have it. That was the only one that was coming to my mind.
Yeah. X is
I
tough.
don't know of another X one.
All right. Let's go with Y.
Yveltal.
Ooh.
You mask.
All right. Another apple slice. Young Goose. Okay. Let's go to Z, the last and final letter. H-Shira.
Zarude.
Satian.
Zapdos.
That's it. All right. I don't think I mentioned this in the intro, but whoever has the least amount of apple remaining is going to be the loser of the skit. H-Shira, you took one bite. There's one slice missing for Telegraph. Ilya, please show the camera what's going on here.
I may or may not
Show.
have had to finish most of my apple. But at least I can just eat the rest now.
There you go. All right, everybody.
Or the snack.
Yeah. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this skit. I hope you're typing your answers as well. Thank you so much for watching. Back to the Pokemon action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final North American Regional of the 2025 competitive season. We are here in Portland, Oregon to close out our year strong. And as you see us in the lounge, our players are getting ready for our top cut, and it's here already. I don't know how, but welcome, everybody. Let's
good
talk
to be
about
here.
it a little bit.
Groudon and Kyogre are back, folks. There's a lot of them in Top Cut, and I'm
Yeah.
excited about that.
Is a lot 4 total?
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's not
quite several. Yeah. That's what.
But you're right.
If we end up in a top 16, we end up having what? That's
That could be
a quarter.
25%.
Yeah.
I think with two of the Groudons were at X and 1 last I saw, and so they've secured a spot in top 16 already. Like, I'm impressed. Like, I think this could be the tournament for either of them to win and show that they can contend with the new guys.
And how good is that? Like, I think, Scott, you mentioned yesterday, Kyogre and Groudon are the two most iconic GS Cup Pokemon. Starting back in 2010 when we were playing, it was all about, are you running a Groudon team or are you running a Kyogre team? And now they're still here after all of these generations because their abilities are so powerful. And just as Pokemon, they're just incredibly strong, really well balanced, and they fit in with a lot of different archetypes.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited where I was kind of a hater where I wasn't expecting to see a whole lot of either of them. And I think Kyogre in particular has been pretty impressive on stream. Groudon, I hopefully we'll get a chance to see in the top cut because, yeah, like, ironically, its record has been a little too good and we haven't quite been able to catch the best performing ones. I think for me, the other thing is, yeah, I mean, I don't know what year we're in because I'm kind of surprised to see these old legendary Pokemon proving they still have it. And then, yeah, I mean, I think we've seen 2 matches that seem like they were probably VGC 2011 games. So we got a little bit of everything this weekend.
One of my favorite bits is, Scott, the last time you and I were in London in 2022, I remember we were like, Groudon, what? Everyone's using it, but what is it doing? It's like doing no damage. So I'm hoping Groudon can have a stronger performance at this one, but it might be it. It might be Groudon's time.
Well, what if I told you that after combing through these 26 top cut teams, we have 2 Groudon, 2 Kyogre, we only have 2 Lunala.
Wow.
Surprising.
That is very surprising. Lunala, I thought, was going to be one of the top Pokemon here, just because of how well it fits in on a lot of different cores and a lot of different team styles. Opens up a new way to play, gives you access to Trick Room, but also is a great bruiser on its own with potentially a Calm Mindset or using a Power Meteor Beam set.
I think it's pretty interesting as we get deep in the tournament here where, you know, like how much do you really take from only 2 being able to make it all the way to top cut? Well, we did see quite a few of them on stream throughout the weekend. I think it often looked good. So it's sort of interesting now as players kind of look at this tournament moving forward. Like, well, do you believe that Lunala maybe was a bit of a fraud with only 2 getting a top cut, or is it just, you know, a victim of circumstances and not predictive of future events?
Well, the big winners out of this top cut, we've got 12 Calyrex Shadow Riders and 9 Calyrex Ice.
Wow. I think, you know, Shadow Rider didn't have the best performance over in Milwaukee, the first regionals of this format. And this reminds me of Regulation G, where like there's no Shadow Rider top 8. We're like, this Pokemon is bad. I mean, it's Shadow Rider. It can't be bad. Like, its base speed is crazy. Its ability is crazy. And so we saw Shadow Rider and Zamazenta get second over in Europe pretty recently as well. And I think, like, that was kind of pegged as one of the top restricted duos coming into this format. And so, you know, if you like the numbers, the odds of it winning here are certainly higher than the other restricteds, but it's no surprise. It's like, maybe not the easiest restricted to use despite it being so strong because of its typing. It's a little bit awkward, but you know, if you can pilot it well, this thing can just win you games so quickly.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of that meme where, like, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Like, we keep doing this thing, oh, we're going to underestimate Shadow Rider, and here it is again. Like, maybe just keep those counters on your teams. You know, maybe stop falling for this.
Maybe we'll get there in Generation 12, I think, is we'll finally learn our lesson. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket because we have quite a few players that we want to look at here. And this is just one half. We actually had 26 total players make it into this top cut bracket. And already I'm seeing some pretty standout matches on this first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Olivia versus Len should be an incredible matchup. Joshua versus Ryan I'm looking at as well. And, you know, Gavin Michaels had a great showing at the European International Championships and now has made it into the top cut here. Will need a victory here to qualify for the World Championships. He's so far down on the championship points leaderboard, but keeping that dream alive here up against Benjamin Harlan.
I've been singing Carrie's praises throughout this event, and I really, you know, like, he's been due for, like, a breakout performance. He's gotten on tons of top 16s and top 32s this season. He's top cut EUIC. I think he's such a phenomenal player, and he's relatively new to the scene as well. So I think the first time I remember seeing him is in, maybe like Louisville, where he got top 8, where he had like special Dragapult. It was really cool to see. I think he's really due for a win this season, and so I've got my eye out on him. But Gavin Michaels, one of the winningest players in VGC history. He has an international title, a national championship, and 3 regional championships under his belt. That's 5 majors. It's more than most players throughout.
Just missing a world championship.
That's right. That's right. And then we've got Diego here, actually, who top cut the world championships last year as well, one of the premier Zamazenta users. But a bunch of new names here that I actually don't recognize, which I think is also really exciting. It's a classic mix of veterans and new players.
I'm pretty interested in kind of the psychology of this too. We could have been talking all weekend on these players who just need a few points to kind of qualify for the World Championship. Like some of these players now in this bracket probably feeling a little bit safer. Like that Olivia versus Len match in particular, like both of them really needed to get to this point. I think maybe the pressure's off a little bit more for them. I'm kind of curious, like maybe that'll make the top cut easier for them, or maybe, you know, someone like Gavin who really needs it will kind of just lock in because he has to.
That's a really great point. I feel like now a lot of these players just sigh a little bit of relief knowing that they were able to make that dream. But for some of these other players, especially looking on the other side of the bracket, they still have their work cut out for them. And I know we were talking about this at the top of the day, Aaron, but Emilio Forbes is that player that really stands out. Similar to Gavin Michaels, one of the top players that we would consider in terms of like North American VGC and global VGC, but comes into this event needing a win to make it.
Also, super winning VGC player, right? I remember, I think it was the Secaucus Regionals he won a couple years ago, where it was maybe the most stacked top 8 I'd ever seen in VGC, where it was like the 8 players combined had like 23 regional titles, so something like that, which is nuts. But he was the one to end up on top. Of course, he almost won the World Championships in 2018, finishing second, and then top 16 at Worlds in 2023. And so, you know, he's taken a little bit of time off, hasn't really been playing VGC very much, but, you know, goes to show. I think there was a point where he, like, was like won 24 games in a row in like day one.
Yeah, in Swiss.
Yeah, it was actually, it may have been even more than that, but he had like,
disgusting.
yeah, like, you know, his like win rate in this game is just absurdly high. So we saw him early on in day one. He lost on stream, and I think he basically won out all the way until maybe like the last round here. But definitely have my eye out on him. Lorenzo, another player that really has come up in this last season, getting I think top 32 or top 64 at Worlds last year. But yeah, so many great names here.
Yeah, this bottom quadrant's really scary.
It's really scary.
I was kind of thinking, like, oh man, there's a lot of people I kind of really like to see win this event, all kind of stuck together there. So should have a lot of really good matches. We haven't shouted out Montana too much, but you know, they won a regional championship last year in very similar circumstances. You know, the last regional of the year, because he was playing Shadow Rider while everyone was underestimating it. So you know, the shame that he may run into Amelia right away, or you know, an opponent who's coming off a hat trick having just defeated Amelia, one or the other. Yeah, I think maybe whoever comes out of that bottom quadrant will be the winner of this event.
Yeah, 3 incredible players with buys on that side of the bracket as well. Junshi, Aaron, and Montana all having a buy into top 16. Even if you win your play-in match for that top 16, you are likely going up against one of the top trainers here in the tournament. All 3 of them, I would say, are threats to win this entire tournament from the start, from the jump. Before yesterday, I would have called all 3 of them potential threats. So making it here into the top 16 with buys, extremely powerful for them. And also I have to give a shout out to Christopher Hahn, of course, graduating up, making it into the top cut bracket after that win. So incredible to see for all of them.
Thank you so much for joining me for this Top Cut preview. I'm so excited now to be able to get into our matches in just a couple of moments. So thank you so much, gentlemen. And now let's go ahead and turn it over to our casters to get this Top Cut bracket started.
Go Groudon and Kyogre.
Go Groudon.
Go Miraidon.
Thank you so much, Rosemary, Aaron, Evan, and Scott. I actually was not looking. Welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships. My name is Wolf. I am joined here by my good friend Yuki. Yuki, how you doing?
I'm doing great. It's been like already a pretty exciting tournament of Pokemon. Just seeing like so many like upsets in terms of both the players and the teams, and like Solgaleo. I can't stop thinking about that. It was just
Rock slide.
Yeah, how are you feeling this weekend?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, I mean, it's a very exciting regional. I feel like it's interesting because we are so early on in the format's lifespan, and I feel this especially because we were playing the last format, Regulation G, for quite a while between the two halves of the format that we played, and so it's fun to be here at the beginning where, like, as Rosemary was talking about, like, Lunala didn't have a great performance here, but it won, you know, the first regional, and so it's like, oh, like, is Lunala good? Is it bad? Like, it's so interesting to be at this point in the format where I feel like we don't really know what the good Pokemon are, what the good sets are. Like, we've seen so many different Miraidon sets, Choice Specs, Assault Vest, Choice Scarf, Covert Cloak, Calm Mind.
Yeah.
I'm curious, Yuki, is there anything that's really stood out to you from the sets that we've seen this weekend?
Yeah, I guess talking a bit from like a macro perspective, like it's not like Milwaukee where I don't want to say like messy, but it's like people just hadn't figured out like too much yet. Like it's just so spread out, and now we're still early on in the format where like we probably just haven't seen any kind of like centralization. Yeah. But people are slowly starting to figure out like what's happening, and I think that's like pretty cool. And this is going to be like pretty pivotal moment, I think, for figuring out what the meta will be like for the North American International Championships. So I'm keeping an eye out on a lot of Pokemon. It seems to me like the Koraidon hasn't been as performing as strongly as we've seen in the other formats.
What are they doing? My God, you can't win. No. Koraidon's coming up. Trust it. We'll get there. I stopped talking, but maybe I shouldn't have. Anyways, we jump on to getting a look at our first round of Top Cut here between Len Duel and Olivia Miletsky, I believe. And this is a really exciting matchup, Yuki, because both these players coming into the tournament, they had to have a strong performance in order to make sure that they qualified for the World Championship. They were both kind of either like on the cusp. I believe Len was exactly 75th, and Olivia was, I think, either just inside or just outside as well. And so making it to Top Cut, I believe, has probably solidified both of their Worlds invites at this point. But you know, these are competitors. These are people who are not just here to qualify for Worlds. They want to win it all. And so if there is, you know, we don't know exactly where the final cutoff is going to be. So even though they've made it this far and they're probably safe, sometimes probably isn't good enough. And so there's still more to play for here.
Yeah, I think it's really unique, the format that we're playing in this year compared to past years, or at least in the modern times of VGC, is like, okay, if you hit the certain threshold for the championship points, you know that you're going to be qualified. Whereas in this case, it's always ambiguous. Like maybe 1,100 is not enough. Like you'll just never know, because anything can happen at North American International Championships, right? Like everybody in the 75th to 120th top cut, and then all of a sudden like everyone's in danger. So any kind of margin you can get, any kind of insurance you can get is super helpful. And Len, we saw at number 75, Olivia's at number 61. Like they're both within the range, but like anything can happen in North American International Championships, anything can happen in the Portland Regional Championships. So this is a huge moment for both of them. And like you said, we're not always just trying to, find out like how we can make it to the World Championships. We want to just win. We also want to play the Pokemon. We want to play good Pokemon, and we want to get that glory. So that's probably what is mostly in the heads for both these trainers now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's interesting as well, because normally we have another round before Top Cut. For most other tournaments, we have a third round. And of course, it's nice that you get to jump into Top Cut earlier, but sometimes, like, I don't know, at least for me personally, I feel like I like that extra round to like still finish warming up. Like it's still relatively early here in Portland. Like it's not, the players haven't been playing that much. This is only their third match of the day, and so yeah, like it's going to be interesting to see how they're already in like a do or die situation when it's still relatively early on the second day. As we do take a look at the teams here, we've got Miraidon and Ice Rider against Calyrex Shadow and Terrapagos. So you have one new restricted Pokemon from Generation 9 and one of the Calyrexes from Generation 8 against each other, and kind of I guess Miraidon is not counterpart to Terrapagos, but given how much Miraidon has been struggling, it might end up being that way.
That's right. Yeah, it's interesting to see the profiles of both these players, because we see Olivia having some pretty good accomplishments in the recent years. Definitely an up-and-coming player starting to establish themselves as a threat. Whereas I saw something that said 2009 over in.
Len is a veteran. Yeah. Len has been a great player for a long time.
So we might have some world champions right now who might not have been with us when.
Well, let's not point any fingers here. Come on. I mean, some of us started in 2011. I mean, hey, listen, it's not often that I get called, young relatives. So thank you to Len. As we take a look at Olivia's team here, we can see that they do have that Leech Seed, Ice Rider, Calyrex, and Terra Water, and Leftovers, a set that has exploded in popularity, as well as Choice Specs Miraidon, the classic. We've seen some different Miraidon sets popping up, but it's like, I feel like a good Choice Specs Miraidon is like, it's like a chocolate chip cookie. You know what I mean? Like, it's never going to be bad. As well as this interesting Taunt Landorus Incarnate, Choice Scarf Urshifu, another Pokemon that we've been seeing different sets on recently, but again, the classic, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then a Saltfist Incineroar with a Terra Grass, and Light Clay Grimmsnarl, another Pokemon that has really popped up here in popularity. Anything sticking out to you about this team, Yuki? Anything?
No, I mean, it's quite interesting for me to say, oh wow, this is like more of a standard team, because I think every matchup I've seen, it's like, oh, weakness policy, oh, Ogerpon, Wellspring, like there's always something like new happening, and it gives me some comfort sometimes to see something a little bit more standard, a standard face-off here, but it's only within the context of this regulation, right? Like Taunt on Landorus, Leech Seed on Calyrex, like they definitely existed before, but they just weren't the standard.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a mix-up, and we take a look over on Len's team, and also something similar. We see some adaptations with Ogerpon having knockoff over the Power Whip, wanting to hit the Ghost with Psychic types in Lunala and Calyrex a little bit harder. But I think in this case, it favors Len a little bit to have access to the Power Whip, being able to properly have multiple tools to punish that Terra Water over on the Calyrex on Olivia's end, thanks to the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon.
Yeah, so this matchup is going to be interesting because, like, on the one hand, Len's primary strategy, at least at a glance looking at this team, is to set up Terrapagos with Calm Mind. This is very reminiscent of teams that were similar in Regulation G, where it's, Terrapagos, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, Amoonguss, and typically it was like the Ghost-type Flutter.
Fake out Calm Mind,
Fake out Calm Mind, Protect Switch, Fake out Calm Mind, Protect Switch, Fake out Calm Mind, Protect Switch, and then the opponent bangs their head into the desk and passes out because they're so frustrated. But the thing is that if there's one thing that this strategy doesn't love to see, it's the Leech Seed of Ice Rider. Because Ice Rider's so tanky, it'll heal so much. Terrapagos, especially on these types of teams, is typically trained to be very defensive. It doesn't have that burst damage that you're looking for. And so I'm really curious to see how Len approaches this, because at a glance, it kind of seems like a difficult matchup. As we do start out here with Terrapagos and Rillaboom against Calyrex and Incineroar.
Yeah, so Len leading with Rillaboom, maybe anticipating a Miraidon lead, so being able to immediately take control of the terrain and be able to set up the Terrapagos without feeling any sort of pressure to terrestrialize to get rid of the terrain. But we see the Calyrex Ice Rider come out over on Olivia's end, and thanks to the Incineroar having access to the Flare Blitz, we also have pressure onto the Rillaboom in both perspectives. So a little bit of a hard position from Len, but having access to that fake out is very important.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, one thing we didn't really talk about is that by running this leftovers Calyrex, you are susceptible to Intimidate, and Len does have the beloved by many Pokemon Incineroar on his team, and so if you're Len, not by everybody, of course, but if you're Len, you know, this is an interesting spot because you can trade Fake Outs, but it doesn't necessarily really favor you all that much. You really want to get Calm Minds up safely, so I wonder if we see a switch, perhaps to Incineroar, and maybe just, you know, we talked about it was Fake Out Calm Mind first, but you know, you can start with the Protected Switch.
Yeah.
And if it's Protected Switch, we can go ahead and take a wild guess as to what's going to happen on the next turn.
Yeah, who's counting? You can fix up the order. As long as you just keep the cycle going. Oh, we see the knockout coming onto
No
Terra
Protect.
Shell.
I misspoke. I misguessed. And actually, Yuki, look at this. The Incineroar is faster than Terrapagos. That's quite unusual. So this must be an extremely quick witted Terrapagos here. Very, very clever. As Calm Mind comes out, it does lose the leftovers, but you still have the recovery from the grassy terrain here. Let's see what Calyrex Ice is going to do here. Is it going to be Leech Seed or is it going to be Glacial Lance?
And we do see the Glacial Lance coming out, so good pivot out from Len's end to have the Incineroar take it instead of the Rillaboom. And yeah, thanks to that Calm Mind, or sorry, thanks to that leftovers being knocked off, the Terrapagos is way, way farther from being able to recover its Terra Shell. So a pretty good heads-up play on Olivia's end. Yeah, like it's quite interesting that Len was willing to give up that that item in exchange for getting that Calm Mind like one turn early.
Yeah, it's especially interesting, I think, because you might have expected Fake Out to come into Terrapagos, in which case, yeah, protecting is kind of safe. But I think Len takes a bit of a weighted gamble. Oh my goodness, again, no Fake Out. There's been 3 Fake Outs available so far this game, and we have used 0 of them. One thing that's really interesting, by the way, is that Olivia doesn't have an easy way of dropping the special attack back down on the Terrapagos here, because the Assault Vest can't use Parting Shot. As we do see Miraidon coming in here, the question is, what is Len going for? And what is Olivia going for as well? Because a Calm Mind here has really high upside. It is now doubled special attack and special defense, but like I feel like the way that this Ice Rider most likely wants to get through this Terrapagos is not with Glacial Lance, but with Leech Seed.
Leech Seed, yeah. So we'll see what it goes for. It does go for Leech Seed and does connect, so yeah, Len, it feels like Len's already on the back foot after 2 turns. Like, yes, they got 2 Calm Mind boosts up, but the
Wow. Will-O-Wisp. Yeah, that W-O-W is coming out here. It's going to cut the attack of Terrapagos in half. Now, normally this would be a massive swing, right? Oh my gosh, like in last regulation, like Calyrex got burnt, like that's half its damage. Of course, I've still seen games where Ice Rider still, despite getting burnt, still does tons of damage.
Yeah.
But here, again, the main thing that Terrapagos is threatening here is Leech Seed. And you know what this makes me wonder, Yuki? I almost wonder if the last Pokemon is not the, nope, this team does not. Oh, it does have a Amoonguss. Is this triple grass type? I didn't even notice. I almost wonder if the last Pokemon is not Shadow Rider, but instead Amoonguss. Because if you're willing to give up this health on your Terrapagos, I wonder if it's because you're willing to. You think you'll be able to heal back with Pollen Puff.
Yeah, but you also have Pollen Puff on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, so we have double Pollen Puff on this team from Len's end. So, but you are right though. We do have an Amoonguss switching in. So we're having a single restricted regulation G bring from Len's end. And here comes the Terastallization coming out from the Terrapagos, so saying, yep, I got my boost enough, I don't have Terra Shell in sight, I'm just going to go ahead and be able to get my spread moves out, which is a pretty reliable compared to other teams that may have wide guard access. So the electricity disappears from the field, reducing Miraidon's damage output. As we see the Volt Switch come out into the Amoonguss, so a pretty good turn from Len from a defensive perspective. The Calyrex being intimidated, probably not going to be able to do too much with Glacial Lance either, so let's see how much damage this Terrapagos is going to be able to dish out. This is the first time Let's going on the offensive.
Yeah, well, I mean, we assume so. In theory, he could Calm Mind again, but I suspect you're right. I suspect this is going to be +2 Terra Stellar, Terra Star Storm. Folks, don't hold your breath. This is a powerful attack, but I mean, the Assault Vest and Incineroar on the Ice Rider are going to take a little bit less than this from this than you might think. I'm hoping it is over 50% of your Len.
Oh.
Well, that's not exactly what I was, yeah. Well, okay, anyway, this is Glacial Lens coming out here, and although it's... Calyrex! Come, buddy, come on! What are that's nothing. Come on. One thing that we didn't actually touch on, Yuki, by the way, part of the reason why Leech Seed is so devastating against Terrapagos specifically is that Terrapagos has such a high HP stat after it terrestrializes that Ice Rider is just going to heal so much. That being said, Olivia's in kind of an awkward position here because Glacial Lance isn't doing any damage, so you'd like to go for, like, I mean, you don't have anything else, whatever. But, like, who's Incineroar going to fake out? Because if you go after Terrapagos, you let Pollen Puff go off. But if you go after Amoonguss, then you take another, potentially another Terra Starstorm or even an Earth Power. The other thing, though, is that because the Incineroar is faster than Amoonguss, I almost wonder if you don't even bother going for Fake Out and instead just go for Flare Blitz into the Amoonguss, trying to knock it out before it can move. I think the speed interaction here is actually making a big difference here, as we do see Olivia considering at least going for that Flare Blitz.
Flare Blitz.
That's a great play from Olivia, and Len's entire team here is built around this Terrapagos. I'm really worried for him if Terrapagos goes down. I feel like it might be too much to recover from without yeah, the healing from Amoonguss, given how much damage the Terrapagos has already taken, and there's no leftovers in play. And Earth Power does come out here, but yeah, it's a little bit too little too late. You'd actually prefer Terra Starstorm.
That's right, and yeah, I guess with the Flare Blitz and the Rocky Helmet recoil, the Terra Starstorm would have been enough and would have gotten some damage out onto the Calyrex, but Calyrex goes for the Leech Seed, and we saw it target into the Amoonguss slot, so maybe Olivia hard predicting that Len would switch back out into the Incineroar, not wanting to take a Glacial Lance. But it ends up being sort of a moot point. We see the Amoonguss being knocked out, and Calyrex is getting close to full health, but luckily the burn is not only mitigates damage output, but also its ability to recover fully.
Yeah, well said. And Olivia still has not terrestrialized yet as well, so it's not like such a big deal right now, but it could play a role later in the game. Now, though, you can see that Olivia has two Pokemon in the back, and she reveals the Scarf Urshifu, that can't protect themselves. And again, this Ice Rider isn't doing that much damage. I expect Rillaboom to come out here. That makes some sense because you want to get a little bit more recovery from grassy terrain. It's not the most recovery of all time, but it's not nothing either. I think this battle's in a really interesting place where, like, this turn you would expect it to be something like Fake Out and Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm, presumably picking up the Urshifu. Next turn, like, you Glacial Lance this turn, and then next turn the question is, like, yeah, like, do you KO Miraidon with +2 Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm? Do you protect and switch to Incineroar? I would give the advantage right now to Olivia, but this game is far from over, especially because Ice Rider's only real way of doing damage is that Leech Seed for the most part. And even against Rillaboom, who is, yeah, like weak to Glacial Lens, it's not going to do as much as you might expect. So Miraidon comes in here. This Miraidon seems to be trained to be very bulky. The question is, how much is it going to take for this Terra Starstorm? I think it's going to survive, Yuki.
I think so too, and I think this is a good play by Olivia, noticing,
Fake Out. What a play from Len.
Wow, so that's a big read from Len, risking his Terrapagos, the only source of damage, and doing I want to say a positive word, but it didn't even do half again.
But no, it's okay, because now Len gets to go into Incineroar and pressure Fake Out one more time. And you know, if the Ice Rider goes down, Rillaboom might be able to close this out on its own. So this game is, I feel like that was the play Len needed to make to bring himself back in. Though for his sake, I do wish that Terra Starstorm had done a little bit more. This is +2. I just, like, I'm like, where's this light screen set up? Did I miss it? Yeah. Glacial Lens coming out here. If it crits, it's a big deal.
Would it be a big deal? I don't know about that one, Wolf. I don't know about that one. Yeah, like it's really interesting to see. I guess for me personally, I've always been interested to see how these Miraidon teams work without for Rigorath, because there's so many Pokemon that are choice locked, right? Like they have the Choice Scarf Urshifu, or they have the Choice Band Urshifu. Miraidon might have the Assault Vest. The point is that there's so many Pokemon that cannot protect on these teams, and they're susceptible to Fake Out. And I feel like Len's doing a really good job of taking advantage of that, because he had that pressure the previous turn, and now he has the same pressure this turn again, where that slot in Miraidon is going to take a Fake Out, and the Calyrex is slower than Terrapagos. Like, this is a big turn for Len, being able to dish out damage with that Terrapagos finally set up.
Yeah, I could not agree more. The Terrapagos is also getting quite low. I mean, it's getting in range of one more. It's not quite in range of one more Leech Seed, but it's going to be in range of Leech Seed plus maybe one of those -2 burnt glacial lances. Is that what it's called? Yes. And Olivia's in an awkward spot here, because you have to, like, presumably now is the time that Len is going to click Fake Out. Like, he's been not using it very much, but like, you really have no downside here, as far as I can tell. I think that, yeah, because here's Protect from Calyrex, so Terrapagos will survive for one more turn, but here, yeah, it really comes down to, he does go for Fake Out. The question is this going to do enough damage? 92, I believe that's in range, but I'm not 100% sure. Miraidon's going to flinch here. Code to come down to a damage roll. We'll have to see Terra Starstorm coming out here. It's going to not hit the Calyrex, which it would have KO'd, but instead hit into this Miraidon. Is it going to do enough damage?
And we get the KO.
We'll never know.
The truth is lost in the dark. Yeah,
I think the first one did 98, so 92 seemed reasonable. But I mean, you never know. Sometimes you do more or less than you would expect.
And I really like how you point out earlier that Olivia had not terrestrialized yet, because I think this is when it becomes a big deal, right?
Yep.
Like we have the Incineroar who can threaten huge damage onto the Calyrex, even with all this Leech Seed coming out. It might still get knocked out by the attack from Len, but with the access to the Terra Water, if the Urshifu is able to knock out the Terapagos, which it is thanks to all the Leech Seed sapping that happened, the Calyrex will be able to survive an attack from Incineroar, be able to set up another Leech Seed, and yeah, I think we'll be likely set up for more success. The only problem, though, is that Len will have access to a terrain in the very end with the Rillaboom switching in. The problem is Rillaboom is not known to be able to one-hit knock out these Urshifus with grassy glides, so Len might have to count on a critical hit happening.
I was gonna say, who does Urshifu target here? Because Terapagos will go down to Leech Seed, and we do see the Urshifu going into the Incineroar here. I think this makes some sense, because if you go after the Terapagos here, Incineroar just parting shots, you get fake out into the Urshifu, Woodhammer into the Urshifu, or double Grassy Glide if you prefer, and then you're down 2 against 1, and your Terapagos is, and whatever, it doesn't matter. The important thing here is that this play makes sense, but Len understands that Terapagos can still cover for this by going for Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm. The double protect fails. This is +2. I've been a bit of a downer, but surely this one picks up a double knockout. Surely, right? Okay, got one of them. That's enough. That's enough because... wait, what's the order? Is it Leech Seed first, or is it Leftovers first? It's Leftovers first. Okay,
Leftovers, Leech Seed, Burn.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
so Calyrex will survive here, but I think the Rillaboom at full HP in the back, I think, will be enough to finish this one out.
Yeah, Len still can go... Oh, yeah, I guess... yeah, the terrestrialization option on Calyrex won't be able to save any kind of... The Fire Terror could have made it a big deal, especially since this Rillaboom doesn't have access to the high horsepower, so... Yeah, but the Calyrex is just so low, I think any attack from Len's end will be to finish it off.
Yeah, I really like that play from both players. Olivia understanding that unless she is a little bit lucky, she probably isn't going to be able to win this one, and so goes for the double protect, maybe banks on Len, trying to save Terapagos, or making some kind of weird defensive play, understanding that Incineroar actually can kind of, especially like knock off the Ice Rider, remove the Leftovers recovery, and that would be really, really bad. And so makes, I think, the right play in that position, but Len also makes the right play, goes for the Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm. I think that was a really interesting match, because typically when we look at these kind of more setup-based games around Terapagos, as we were talking about before the match, they can be a little bit flowcharty, right? Fake out Calm Mind, protect switch, fake out Calm Mind, protect switch. Len didn't follow that script. He went for Calm Mind, no fake out turn, Calm Mind and switch turn 1. And then in front of the Ice Rider, he went for a Will-O-Wisp rather than a fake out, understanding that, hey, if I Will-O-Wisp this thing, yeah, it can Leech Seed me, but like over time, like actually cutting the damage output from Glacial Lance is worth basically like not allowing it to do, like it's worth letting it get a Leech Seed off, basically. And even though Terapagos wasn't doing that much damage on its own, because the Ice Rider couldn't really pressure it back, it was able to, over time, with the help of that fake out, like you called out, because of no Farigiraf, stopping it, just over time, gradually get through these very bulky Pokemon on Olivia's end.
Right, and I think one thing that you have, like a weapon that you can leverage as a player on using a team like Lens, is the variance in the play that you can do. Because if you're playing really prescriptively, fake out, Calm Mind, protect, switch, like, if you just keep doing that, like, your opponent surely can take advantage of it, right? If they have a good enough team that has the tools, you can exploit that. So I think the onus is a bit on Len to be able to be more proactive and make some reads that were pretty aggressive, right? Like left their Terapagos like really exposed, didn't fake out like 2 turns where it could have just ended the game if it had gone their way. But really, I think Len has to respect that Olivia is a very strong player and will make some reads that they have to make to break out of that loop. And that's how Len was able to catch Olivia off guard and got to a certain point in the end game where they can close it out in a more safe way. So let's see how both these players navigate as we see the leads from Rillaboom and Terapagos on Len's end, and Calyrex Ice Rider and Urshifu Rapid Strike on Olivia's end.
This is very interesting, Yuki. There's a lot of dynamics at play here. First of all, the Urshifu is Choice Scarf, and of course you would think it would go for a damaging move, but because Terra Shell is currently active, close combat's not, all moves are not very effective.
Right.
And so perhaps what this Urshifu wants to do is instead try and set up the Ice Rider with coaching. That's one option, and say, hey, you caught my attack last time, this time I don't want that to happen. If you're Len, you have fake out pressure, but you don't have to use it here. Like, you can fake out the Ice Rider, but you turning into the Ice Rider as well, pretty reasonable play. You can go for a U-turn, you can bring in your Incineroar. The thing is, though, that might allow you to have to deal with if you fake out, you might have to deal with Miraidon switching in with a Rillaboom already on the field, which can be an awkward position. So I think both players are in an interesting spot here. There's a lot to consider. The other option, by the way, is you could actually go for close combat if you think Len is going to fake out the Ice Rider and then bring in Miraidon next turn. Doesn't matter. There's a lot of options here. And actually, Yuki, do these Pokemon actually have Fake Out? Because they're seriously been clicking a lot of moves that are not a little clapping emoji.
Yeah, and Olivia's the one who's going to have the rotating door Pokemon exposing themselves to the Incineroar and pivoting into the Rillaboom pretty well positioned here. And we'll likely see the opposing Lens and Pokemon moving here. Maybe going for a pivot. We see the Calm Mind wanting to boost up their damage output. And yeah, we'll see what the Rillaboom goes for. There's probably not much utility going for a damaging attack, so most likely a pivot into the Ice Rider, doing really good damage. That's a big critical hit, especially with a Pokemon that's not that high of an attack or base power. That is going to be a big attack.
Yeah, it's only leftovers and Grassy Terrain
that's
feels all
right,
back,
yeah.
right?
So yeah, I don't think Olivia will be able to fall for the bait of the pivot and go for any kind of Glacial Lance. But they did pop the Terra Shell over on the Terapagos, so yeah, Leech Seed is going to have pretty high impact here.
By the way, one small thing, this was revealed earlier, I just personally missed it, so I'll call it out in case the audience did too, is that the Terapagos on Len's side is faster than his own Rillaboom.
Yes.
But we also saw that the Incineroar on Olivia's side is faster than Len's Terapagos, and via, I believe, the commutative property, it's been a little bit, took a math class. Transitive, perhaps? Anyway, that means that Olivia's Incineroar is so fast that not only outspeeds Len's Terapagos, but also his Rillaboom. So that also might have impacted in the turn 1 of Game 1 why Fake Out didn't go out. Anyway, despite that critical hit, Ice Rider looks like it didn't take a crit here. And yeah, with Leech Seed now on the Terapagos, there is a bit of a timer on this Pokemon as well. But it did get a Calm Mind up in exchange and didn't take that much damage. Big question here is what's in the back, because last time Amoonguss didn't look great. I wonder if Yuki, that Pollen Puff Shadow Rider might be an adjustment, as we do see Ice Rider switching into Miraidon.
Yeah, so taking back control over the terrain, not too relevant right now since the Rillaboom's in the back. Len has some pretty good flexibility in bringing it back in, but we see the Fake Out finally come out using the Pokemon as they were intended, and Terapagos flinching, going for the Will-O-Wisp. So yeah, pretty good turn over for Olivia, having access to electric terrain with Miraidon out. The onus is a bit on Len to switch in the Rillaboom. So yeah, Olivia could go for a punish with maybe doubling into that Incineroar with a Flare Blitz and a Volt Switch. But yeah, Len also has access to that Fake Out, so we'll see.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because this burn, it's not going to look like it's very impactful at the moment, and it might not end up being impactful, but keep in mind that last game, the Terra Starstorm was doing just a little bit under half HP, and so I almost wonder if that burn could be the difference maker.
That's right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, you're exactly right. Like, I think Incineroar, Miraidon, and Calyrex Ice Rider, they all took like 49.9999% damage. So even just the burn, even if it looks so ineffective because it's not actually doing as it's intended, lowering the damage output, it might be pretty impactful.
Yeah, that's right. I think another thing worth noting here is that the Leech Seed is currently on Olivia's right slot. So if she brings Ice Rider back in on that left slot, it actually won't be able to Leech Seed the Terapagos. That Leech Seed has to go into the right slot. So that's something you have to keep in mind, because that recovery was kind of impactful, as we do see the Volt Switch coming out. So whatever comes in will be benefiting from the Leech Seed. Did a lot of damage, actually. Oh, that's a critical hit. There we go.
Good sense of damage over there.
Thanks very much.
Have you been playing this for a long time?
Year. As you see, Volt Switch coming out here. Ice Rider coming back in here. Well, you can see how these games can be a little bit grindy in a sense, right? There's been a lot of switching, the turns have been very impactful, but if you look at just at the damage numbers so far, they aren't looking as memorable as you might expect here. As we do see knockoff again, you can see Olivia's priority here is Leech Seed the Terapagos, get rid of the item, like chip it down over time, and you can see Len's priority as well, which is say, oh, Terapagos, you're so calm, you're so calm, nothing phases you. So we'll have to see how this progresses. The Grassy Terrain is actually offsetting the Leech Seed by quite a bit. It's making it do, instead of an eighth of Terapagos' HP, only a 16th. And so you can see also as well why Olivia is prioritizing regaining that terrain so heavily.
Right, so with the leftovers knocked off, even with the Grassy Terrain, Terapagos is going to lose 1/16
yeah,
of this health, I
believe.
So
net.
Yeah.
Sorry. Get the monkey in my brain took over.
But it's interesting to see like how this grindy of a game it is, and Olivia still has most of their Pokemon at full health, whereas Terapagos gets slowly whittled away. It's pretty interesting. At least I'm realizing now that Calyrex Ice Rider, it feels to me like Leech Seed is something that's really high utility against Zamazenta, doesn't really want to switch out. But Terapagos also a Pokemon that doesn't really want to switch out. Taking a Flare Blitz here, if it's doubled into with the okay.
That's not good if you're a Len fan. It's even calmer, but the HP's getting so low, and I believe there's no reason to go for anything other than a Glacial Lance this turn, unless you want to go for Trick Room. But given how fast Incineroar is, probably not happening. U-turn does good damage here, but I think Len might have let his turtle get a little bit too low this game.
Yeah, so we're going to see a pivot out. It could go into Incineroar, take the Glacial Lance better. Maybe it could be a Calyrex to, have Pollen Puff access, but yeah, it's the Incineroar, so there's no real immediate way to get Tropico's health back up, so it's going to have to start attacking. And the unfortunate part is, as you pointed out, the Incineroar's faster over on Olivia's end, so the Incineroar's gonna have the ability to attack first. The only thing is that this is the one turn where Len has access to the fake out onto the Incineroar, so Terrapagos could be the fastest Pokemon on the field if it wants. So it can get one big attack off before it potentially goes down to Leech Seed, but do you really want to use your Terra for that?
So the Terrapagos is just an interesting Pokemon because when it terastallizes, it changes its form and it gets an HP boost. And so I wonder here if you're Len, if you actually ever go for something like Terra Stellar and Protect and Parting Shot, bring in one of your Pollen Puff users and go from there. This only works if you have Shadow Rider as your Pollen Puff user, though, because then you would get the HP, you would block the attack, and from there, well, we'll have to see, because while Len's HP is very low, and normally this is just the end of Leech Seed, because of Terrapagos' unique mechanic, it actually is technically, it has a little bit more in the tank. Like, you would think that it's out of juice, but it says, hey, there's another turtle in here, and so it gets on top.
I didn't even think about that. That's genius.
Right?
Okay.
So he's gonna get some HP here. We saw it was at like what?
Right.
3%, 4%. Now, well, now it's gonna be lower, but it's still alive. Okay, no fake out here. This is +3 Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm, but we just it's +3 Earth Power.
So
That might pick up the
prioritizing the
KO.
Incineroar, I think it's pretty likely, even through Assault Vest, thanks to that boost from being in Stellar form. And yeah, we see the Incineroar,
No, it's not a Glacial Lance that almost certainly would have done enough without the Grassy turns, the leftovers, but actually, oh my gosh, a Leech Seed comes out, Parting Shot comes out, and so now this Calyrex is at -2, and Len, he's got another chance with his Terrapagos, and importantly, you keep seeing both the remaining Pokemon, nothing can protect on Olivia's side. Whatever's in that other slot is going to be able, it has to take Fake Out if he wants to go into Rillaboom, or maybe it's Amoonguss here?
Oh, bringing back the Amoonguss, interesting.
That is interesting. Feels like you have to go to Miraidon here and click Dazzling Gleam, right? It seems like anything else is just, it's already burned. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, the access to the spread move is big on Olivia's end because, the Amoonguss would have been totally fine if there was no spread move access on Olivia's end, but because there's this Miraidon, I think this Terrapagos, surely there's no way it can survive.
Surely. That's not a conclusion. No, I think you're right. But I think this is interesting because because of the Parting Shot and the Intimidate, the Calyrex is at -2 special attack or physical attack here. And so I almost wonder if what Len intends to do is Spore the Calyrex, switch into Rillaboom, and then U-turn, go into Terrapagos inside Pollen Puff and say, you know what? 3 Calm Minds is nice, but I can try again later. I don't need to do this now. We'll have to see. So this is what's really interesting about bringing both Rillaboom and Amoonguss is that you have both Drain Control and Spore Pressure. Terrapagos switching out. Len has 3 stages of increased special attack and special defense to defend his entire strategy, but he understands here that Terrapagos, it's still useful later in the game. He switches into Rillaboom as Miraidon here is going to get the chance to attack. Let's see here, Olivia is committing her Terrassalization. This is going to be onto the Miraidon, getting a damage boost to the Fairy Terra. We might not have been the only ones who were not so sure that Dazzling Gleam would do enough here. As Miraidon does Terrassalize to Fairy, but Dazzling Gleam is not the best against these 2 Pokemon. They're incredibly tanky, and Amoonguss actually resists Fairy.
Wow, like Len might have just gone for the biggest bait for all of us included. Going for that Dazzling Gleam, not doing too much into the Rillaboom with the Assault Vest. We do see the Glacial Lance coming out into 2 grass types, so that's not good, but Rillaboom crucially survives, and we have the Spore. So excellently played by Len, wanting to get that Spore off and having faith in the Rillaboom surviving this Glacial Lance. And now,
it's so tight. Like okay, this turn, surely you have to you have 2 options, right? You can, you don't really have 2 options. I think this turn you can go for something like Fake Out into Miraidon and side Pollen Puff, but eventually you are going to have to do damage here. And Amoonguss has taken a lot, and as soon as that Ice Rider wakes up, things are going to get kind of scary, I think, if you're Len. So lots going on here. Rillaboom actually just switches out here. This has to be Incineroar or else Terrapagos is going down. Incineroar switches in here. It's still a full HP, so an interesting choice here.
Probably want to get another Spore off into that Miraidon who can't protect.
Yeah, but the Miraidon's burns is the problem. So
that's right.
Earlier actually backfiring here. As Dazzling Gleam comes out, you know what I think Len might be going for here?
You tell me.
Oh my god, that did a lot. That's a crit, right? I think what Len is saying is, hey, I need a 2-turn sleep to win this, and so he wants to make sure that he can Parting Shot and Pollen Puff in the same turn, and go for Parting Shot into Ice Rider, bring in Terrapagos, and side Pollen Puff. I think I mean, it makes sense. I totally see the vision, but the thing is, there's a 1 in 3 chance that Olivia's Ice Rider wakes up and goes for a Glacial Lance. And if that happens, things are getting really, really bad for Len really quickly.
Yeah, and with Incineroar, Incineroar is going to be slower than the Calyrex, so I guess we'll find out as soon as Miraidon attacks, which surely won't be able to knock out the Amoonguss. So as you said, if we can get the Dazzling Gleam, so I guess Elen's in the clear, Olivia not trusting the horse to wake up fast, so this Dazzling Gleam probably going to be not enough in either of these Pokemon, and Len also has the freedom now to switch in the Terapagos to get the Pump-Up into there, so really showing the strength of pivoting mid-turn, being able to have more options of what to do based on what your opponent did.
That's right. If Len had just tried to switch into Terapagos regularly, well, it would have taken a ton of damage. It would have gone down to the Dazzling Gleam, Pollen Puff would have failed, but using the slow pivoting move of Parting Shot allows him to bring Terapagos in after Olivia has already attacked for the turn.
Yes.
Terapagos has such low HP, or Terapagos had such low HP, UK, because if you look at the game in front of you, it's just healed for half of its total HP. And so now Len's very low restricted Pokemon, the only restricted he brought to the battle is back in it, and that Miraidon has already terastallized, making it weak to the Terra Stellar, Terra Star Storm.
And importantly, this Amoonguss is pretty well positioned into both these Pokemon. Like, it's probably going to be able to take... maybe it won't be able to survive a close combat or a U-turn, but the Miraidon is definitely not positioned very well right now. Not having access to his terrain, not being able to damage these Pokemon too meaningfully. So I think we'll have to have some positioning happen on Olivia's end. But with the Calyrex Ice Rider still being asleep, there's a lot of variance that Olivia has to worry about and can't really come up with a surefire game plan. Like, just not knowing when the Calyrex Ice Rider is going to wake up. Has 2 other Pokemon that are going to be choice locked and vulnerable to the fake outs that Len still has access to, 2 of them actually.
That's right, and although Urshifu will not go down to 1 Terra Starstorm, it does have to start worrying about taking 2. And with Amoonguss here, we're using potentially Rage Powder. Amoonguss has really shown his value here. Put the Calyrex Ice Rider to sleep, it healed up the Terapagos, and now it has the option of going for Rage Powder. But Len could also predict that Urshifu's not going to go for close combat, that it's then going to go for U-turn, in which case using Pollen Puff would be better. And so maybe Olivia, understands that this is her way back into the game. But no, Len not taking any chances here. Going to go for a Rage Powder. Excuse me, and this is going to determine whether or not Urshifu goes for close combat, not U-turn. There should be enough to knock on Amoonguss, but Amoonguss is holding Rocky Helmet, and Urshifu is dropping its special defense. Yeah, that being said, I think it'll probably still survive, but you never know. Urshifu taking a little damage to this. Urshifu clearly isn't very tanky, and I think that if Urshifu goes down here, Len is going to gain a massive advantage, because it means he'll win the terrain war if he so wants it. Terra Starstorm comes out here. How much is it going to do? This could really be a crucial moment in the battle. Urshifu, does it hang on? It goes down!
That's a big knockout for Len.
Huge knockout for Len.
And now we have 1 more Pokemon in the back for Olivia who cannot protect, and a Calyrex Ice Rider that is slower than the Terapagos and is still asleep. Has taken only 1 turn of taking.
A little after the healing.
So, yeah, especially since the Rillaboom is going to be slower than the Miraidon, so going to have control of the weather if Len decides to bring the Rillaboom. So between Fake Out and Terra Starstorm, which is going to be super effective into this Miraidon, we can't forget about that. So it might just be a knockout on this turn. Even if it's not, we're going to have access to the Grassy Glide. So it's slowly turning to a 3v1 situation, and the Calyrex Ice Rider needs to wake up fast.
Yeah, there's a 1 in 3 chance right now that the Ice Rider wakes up. But the thing is, if it wakes up, this match could quickly swing in Olivia's favor, because it's going to be able to use that Glacial Lance and pick up a KO on the Rillaboom. And in doing so, it will get an attack boost, and therefore from the Chilling Neigh. And so Len really wants this Calyrex to stay asleep for as long as possible, because as well as Yuki, as you might remember, last game we saw +2 Calm Mind boosted Terra Starstorm into the Miraidon, and it did under half, and that's the same multiplier roughly as super effective.
But we have this Fake Out chip that's coming in, which could be pretty important.
That's right.
And we see the Miraidon flinch. Here comes the big Terra Starstorm. Can it knock out the Miraidon? The only Pokemon left that can be faster than the Terapagos here, and it's not enough.
And Calyrex wakes up, a 1-turn sleep. Olivia gets a Glacial Lance off here, and that's massive damage as Rillaboom goes down and Terapagos loses a not insignificant portion of its remaining health. And so now Olivia gets the attack boost, which is so crucial because it means that Incineroar's Intimidate is not going to be able to put it at -1, but back to neutral. That being said, there is one upside for Len here, which is that he's gotten Fake Out in consecutive turns.
Yes.
With Olivia taking out the KO on Rillaboom there, what this means for Len is that he's able to bring in Incineroar now, and even though Calyrex is healing a bunch, he's not going to have to take an attack from this Miraidon. He can go for another Fake Out and Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm, and KO Miraidon with that attack. Of course, it's not a perfect situation for Len, especially as his Incineroar isn't at full HP, and he might not have the juice left in the tank to get through this Ice Rider, but he's still in this game, and Incineroar still has like a fair bit of his health left.
Yeah, Incineroar typically having a pretty good matchup into the Calyrex, but if it's able to get the Leech Seeds Oz, could outstall Len.
I think it's especially Grassy Terrain actually might be working against Len in this instance.
Agreed, yes. So I think it's pretty clear that Len only has one option. It has to go to Fake Out in the Miraidon and go for Terra Starstorm. Otherwise, risk getting KO'd by this Miraidon. But we see it go into the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Draco Meteor
connects. Going into the Incineroar,
the KO.
It's enough.
I think Len might have been hoping that an attack would go into Terrapagos, maybe hoping he would survive, but I think that might actually end up costing him here, as Terra Starstorm is going to come out here, and it will KO the Miraidon, but the thing is, it's not doing that much to Calyrex Ice Rider. You can see it's not even going to go to yellow, most likely, yeah. And with Leftovers and Grassy Terrain, he has stopped the Leech Seed for one turn, but like in the long run, I don't think that's really going to matter enough, unless there's a big miss on Olivia's end. I just can't imagine that this Ice Rider is going to be able to, or I can't imagine the Terrapagos will be able to get through this Ice Rider, especially with Leftovers only on Olivia's side.
That's right, yeah. This is where it felt like in game one, it wasn't super, I guess it was impactful in terms of how many turns Len had left in the Terrapagos, but was able to ultimately clutch it out, really managing his health bar really well. And now with this end game, it really hurts that Terrapagos doesn't have access to that Leftovers. Not only being able to heal its own health, but just being one-sided with Calyrex being able to heal additionally with the Leech Seed. So I was going to say Len's only real hope is being able to Calm Mind as Olivia protects, but Olivia's saying, yeah, I know that's what you're going to go for, so I'm just going to get the Leech Seeds up as soon as possible, or the Glacial Lance.
Hold on a second, Yuki. How much is it going to do? Because that's a lot. Okay, never mind. Because this battle, I felt like we've been playing for a while, but yeah, each match can only last for 20 minutes, and so that 3-minute warning means that we are getting very close to the end here. And so, yeah, it's possible that with a Leech Seed, maybe Olivia might not have had enough damage. Like, maybe it was possible to Len could win on the timer, but yeah, I think that Olivia has correctly
we also see
identified.
the points on Glacial Lance ticking down, so maybe Len could get a double protect off, stall that all out, and then get a Terra Starstorm out. As Olivia only gets a Leech Seed, that's also true.
Like that's where the timer comes in, right? You can't just play forever. You only have 20 minutes. And so Len taking his time here, he understands that like this next turn is probably going to determine the ending. And yeah, it goes for Calm Mind. This is the right play. It's going to cost him the game here, but you have to understand that even critical hit +1 Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm, extremely unlikely to KO this Calyrex Ice Rider. And so Len basically says, hey, you can protect it like kind of for free here because you know I can't KO you. And if you protect and I get a second Calm Mind up, maybe a critical hit would win. So it might look a little bit like Len didn't even bother going for an attack there, but I think with his understanding of how much damage his Terrapagos was capable of, that actually was the right play here, and really well played from Olivia there. I think both players really showed the depth of this matchup, right? With Len switching out his low HP Terrapagos, Olivia really, I think the big difference maker here was that Ice Rider felt like a restricted Pokemon. Miraidon still didn't really do that much, to be completely honest with you, but Ice Rider actually did feel like a restricted Pokemon this game because she didn't let it get burned and she switched it out of all the Intimidate drops and actually punished Len for bringing 2 Grass-type Pokemon in a way that she wasn't really fully able to do in Game 1.
Yeah, I really like how you called out that like Calyrex Ice Rider felt like a restricted Pokemon because most of the non-restricted Pokemon, you're kind of pigeonholed into 2 roles. Either you're a really stally Pokemon that doesn't have too much offense, but you can be like annoying to your opponent, or you're just full on offense. Whereas Calyrex Ice Rider, it's able to hit those Grass-type Pokemon for super effective with those spread-type attacks, but it also has the option to have Leech Seed. And I think that's that dichotomy there is what really makes Calyrex Ice Rider really, really scary, and Olivia did a really great job of showcasing that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think like that's what really separates Calyrex Ice Rider from just a regular Leech Seed Pokemon. Like if you think about it, like in Game 1, Calyrex Ice Rider could have been Ferrothorn in many ways, right? Like a Ferrothorn that doesn't have Flare Blitz, so yeah, it could have been Ferrothorn in a sense. Just like a Pokemon that sits in the field, is really bulky, it Leech Seeds you over time, but like it can't apply that much immediate pressure. Whereas in Game 2, Olivia was actually able to use the pressure of Glacial Lance. Though there is one thing that we should, mention here, which is that 1-turn sleep. I think if that had been a 2 or a 3-turn sleep, this entire game looks very different. And so if you're Len, you shouldn't feel that bad about it because, like, of course, if that had been a longer sleep, I think you have the resources. Like, if you can get to a 3 versus 1, I do think you have the resources to eventually break through that Ice Rider. And so both players probably have to think about adjustments as we go into Game 3. And as we see the lead from Len's side, we immediately see an adjustment. Ogerpon, a Cornerstone making an appearance next to Terrapagos.
Big adjustment over by Len, and seeing that Olivia, I believe, led these 2 Pokemon both Game 1 and Game 2, and Ogerpon having a really, really good matchup into both of them. So having access to the redirection, valuable for getting Leech Seed, but at the same time, that Glacial Lance is going to do super effective damage. So we'll see what happens, but Olivia thinking about going for that terrestrialization very early on, which is dangerous in general, just having less options later, but also especially in front of this Terapagos, which can take advantage of that.
I want to see a slow play. Len, you've been making some great reads, some very impressive reads. Slow it down. Show me protect and switch. You don't need to play fancy.
Or double protect.
Or double protect. Like, bring it in Incineroar, play it slow. You know what I mean? Like there's Len has really capitalized on that plus tempo play, saying, hey,
yes.
I know that you know about fake out, you're going to cover for it, I'm just going to U-turn, I'm just going to parting shot, right? There is a time for that, and there is a time to, here comes the Terra. Here comes the Terra from Olivia. We'll have to see what the players go for. Something like fake out and Glacial Lands into the Ogerpon could just be game winning. Like, get rid of Ogerpon right away. Ogerpon has the access to Spiky Shield attack. Olivia can go for a U-turn here as well to break the Ogerpon's sturdy ability. Thank you very much. It is just Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon though, so we'll have to see is it a double protect or is it potentially a Calm Mind here, which could be very, very impactful. No, just a safe double protect from Len. And even though this isn't flashy, this actually gives him a very big lead because now Terapagos has Terastallized, which means first of all the Miraidon can't Terastallize. It's lost access to powering up its Dazzling Gleam attack. But on top of that, he also knows that his Terra Starstorms are going to do double damage, and we've seen how dangerous the Terapagos the Calyrex Ice Rider is. But now Len is doing double damage to it for the rest of this battle with his Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm.
Yeah, excellent turn one play by Len, being able to bait out the Terastallization on the Calyrex, so being susceptible to Terapagos, less susceptible to the Ogerpon, and most likely to the Rillaboom in the back. And we're gonna see a switch come out.
Here comes everybody's favorite cat. Ooh, am I a psychic or have I played a lot of VGC? The world may never know.
Could be both. Could be both. I've seen you make some predictions.
I see Calm Mind in your future. Here's a U-turn. Incineroar here. Getting Olivia a free switch into something in the back, but it's not so free because you're not getting that much in exchange. And I mean, you can bring in Miraidon or Urshifu, but both Pokemon, as we mentioned, are susceptible to Terra Starstorm. And Len might not need to go for multiple boosts here because now he's doing double damage to the Calyrex. For context, normally, let's say Len goes for Calm Mind this turn. Actually, Luki, why don't we wait and see? Len, why don't you show us what would your Terapagos like to go for this turn? Perhaps Explosion.
Do some meditation.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, okay. There's Calm Mind. So for context, Calm Mind Terapagos against a regular non-terrestrialized Ice Rider is doing 50% more damage, but you know, when it's a super effective hit, that becomes it's like the equivalent of like +4, right? Because you're doing 1.5 versus like 3 times as much damage. And so this is for specifically the purposes of Calyrex Ice Rider, the Terapagos is effectively at +4 special attack, not +1, when using that move. And so yeah, it's very, very dangerous. And also, unlike last games, Yuki, this Terapagos still has leftovers, which is a pretty big deal.
It's a pretty big deal. And I also want to call out that the fact that Calyrex is already terrestrialized means that it's going to, like you said, it's going to take much more damage. And I think Calyrex, the assumption is that you don't take like critical amounts of damage at one time, right? That's why you can get the Leech Seed to slowly pick you back up. So you can take 60%, but once you take 60%, you're going to go back to 70%. But if you're going to take 90% of your health with this Terra Starstorm that might come out this turn, then the Leech Seed is just not going to be enough. Like Calyrex Ice Rider, it's very slow Pokemon, and it just won't be able to get enough attacks off or recover fast enough. So we'll see what happens in Terraform Zero kicking in to get rid of the Electric Terrain, reducing Miraidon's ability to get damage. We see a Fake Out come to the Pokemon that can protect, so big read from Len, and we see the Volt Switch come out, but just not as strong as what it's known for, thanks to the Calm Mind boost and the lack of Electric Terrain.
Absolutely.
Switching into Urshifu, which we've seen can take a +1 Terra Starstorm if its defenses are not lowered. But here comes this big attack. Let's see how much this does to the Calyrex Ice Rider that is terrestrialized and is susceptible to super effective damage, taking about 70%. Please be impressed with the turtle, please, Mom.
I did a lot. Because you did good. You did a good job. Here's the thing. Yeah, Yuki, I think this is a great play from Olivia, where basically she says, hey, like, of course, Len did a ton of damage that turn. It looks really, really good for Len, but then you think, wait, Incineroar's already in the field, so Intimidate's off the field, off the table here, and Urshifu means that you can't protect. And so, I mean, Len has really built his entire strategy around this Terapagos. We haven't seen it take a close combat this entire set, but Terra Shell is gone. Terraform, like, there's no Intimidate pressure, there's no Fake Out pressure. I think that maybe that while that Fake Out was really great to stop the Calyrex from Leech Seeding, I almost wonder if it might end up backfiring here for Len. And here's close combat. How much is it going to do? Terapagos survives! Terapagos survives! Urshifu drops his defense, and Terapagos is the next Pokemon to move. Here comes Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm, and one wasn't enough, Yuki, but I'm going to tell you something. I might not be able to see the future, but I don't think either of these Pokemon are surviving this one, and hits both opposing Pokemon. Calyrex is down, Urshifu is down, and Len finds himself in the lead with this double KO.
Calyrex and Urshifu don't see a future either, as they both faint to this huge attack, and we just see a huge change from a 4v4 to a 4v2 in favor of Len. Knowing their calculations very well, I was going to say earlier, Wolf, that there's a lot of Terrapagos out there who, maybe not now, but in the past formats, they don't want to be knocked out by Urshifu in a vacuum, so they can even survive the stellar close combats. And I was just thinking, yeah, like, it's about 80%, which would be right outside that range. So if Len was using a similar kind of training on their Terrapagos, it would be able to survive, and yeah, it pays off dividends with how they train their turtle.
Yes, and I think, by the way, this is exactly why Len's Terrapagos wasn't hitting the most impressive damage numbers. It's because he spent a lot of his stat points, a lot of his trained this Terrapagos very heavily in its defensive stat.
Yes.
Because he understands Calm Mind's going to boost the special defense. It already has such high base HP. With investing the training into its physical defense stat, he's able to survive these really impactful hits. And so, yeah, he wasn't able to pick up a KO on the Urshifu at +1. Maybe he wouldn't have been able to do that anyway, because it doesn't. He knows that he's not trying to do it in 1. He's trying to do it in 2 and weather the storm. This game is not over yet. If there's one Pokemon you want to have in your back pocket when you're down, it's Miraidon. But the truth is also, Yuki, if you want one Pokemon you're down, you want a Miraidon that is in electric terrain. As Incineroar switches out here, we haven't seen Len's last Pokemon, but it's probably a Gorilla. Gorilla Boom hits the field and takes away terrain for the rest of the game from Olivia.
So we see the Rillaboom switch and probably being able to take the Miraidon and Incineroar attacks, even if Olivia reads this, goes for a Dazzling Gleam and a Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom. We have access to Fake Out again, which is going to be very important in this scenario where Len has the Pokemon count. But the Fake Out does come out, which is, yeah, not what you want to be attacking with this turn. Another difficulty for Olivia is that now you still have many turns ahead of you, but you're forced to lock into a move now, right? Like, because many of us are not like you, we can't read into the future. We're not psychic. So Olivia only has 45 seconds to think, okay, what move do I want to lock into for the next foreseeable future?
Yeah, and with the Ogerpon in the back, it makes sense to lock into Dazzling Gleam because you know you might have to deal with Follow Me at some point. There was a chance that Len was really willing just to let Incineroar go down there and get the free switch into Ogerpon, so I think the play makes sense, especially without Rillaboom being revealed already. But here, Dazzling Gleam is actually Miraidon's single weakest option in a vacuum, and because of that, you actually see Fake Out not going into Miraidon, but instead into the Incineroar. As Gleam comes out here, Yuki, I think that might actually not even be more than the healing from leftovers and grassy terrain. Len understanding here, by the way, that, hey, I don't need to necessarily hit both Pokemon because my Ogerpon can be this Incineroar in a vacuum, so I just need to get rid of this Miraidon. And yeah, we're really seeing the value here of Terrapagos, of the power of Fake Out and U-turn when you have a lead and when you're not actually threatened by your opponent, because there's nothing that Olivia can do that was going to easily threaten Incineroar and Rillaboom outside of like a Flare Blitz call here. And yeah, like at this point, it's just like, it seems like Len is sprinting towards the finish line.
Right. The only thing, though, is that the training of these Pokemon mean the Incineroar is faster than this Terrapagos. So even if Len pivots and gets a Fake Out in, a critical hit attack from either of these Pokemon could spell disaster. So we'll see what happens here. We see the attack from Len, probably wanting to reposition again, keep his turtle safe as much as possible. Dazzling Gleam not doing very impressive damage onto the Rillaboom. We see the Flare Blitz come in. Enough to take out the Rillaboom, but probably something that Len wanted anyways. Just want to get a safe switch into the Fake Out target. The problem is, this turn, will we get the critical hit or not? As you said, the Ogerpon is primed to have the 1v1 against the Incineroar, so we just need to get rid of this Miraidon with the Terrapagos, and can Len do that this turn?
Oh, I almost wonder, Yuki, because of the sturdy on Ogerpon, I almost wonder if you go into Ogerpon here and just go for an Ivy Cudgel, say, hey, you know what, I don't want to risk a critical hit. Like, it's an option as well. Maybe that's what Len was thinking, but no, it is Incineroar. Normally, Len would have a completely safe win here. He could go for Fake Out into Miraidon, Terra Starstorm or Earth Power into Miraidon, finish it off, and then, yeah, win the game from there. But the problem is that the Incineroar on Olivia's side is faster than Len's Terrapagos, and so he has to fake out only one Pokemon, which means he's guaranteed to take an attack here, whether it's Dazzling Gleam or whether it's Knockoff or Flare Blitz from Incineroar here. So Fake Out actually hits into Incineroar. He's saying, you know what, I think maybe I'll crit Dazzling Gleam rather than crit anything else. But as you can see here, Terrapagos is just so tanky, it does not get the critical hit, and Len not taking any chances here, goes for the Earth Power. I love this play, understanding that with Ogerpon on the back, he doesn't need to go for Terra Starstorm. He can just go for the super effective Earth Power, not risk low damage rolls, not risk any kind of funny business. And now, against the Incineroar that cannot protect itself with 3 Pokemon still left, I think that Len has this one in the bag.
Yeah, I love how you called that out, because I think the sign of a good player is to know, okay, even if I'm 99% sure that something will KO, like, I'm not sure, and I just know that I don't care about this Incineroar. I have something that can 1v1 in the back. it can survive this attack. It's totally fine. I just need to make sure that this Miraidon gets KO'd, and that's exactly what he goes for. Seals up the game, and Len advances into the top 16.
Congratulations to Len. Congratulations as well to Olivia. Really, really great set, honestly. One of my favorite ones that I've watched this weekend. I think we really could see both the adjustments in real time and the players' game plans unfold before us, and I think it was really interesting, especially because that was a matchup that in a vacuum I think looked difficult for Len. The lead sheet Ice Rider puts on so much pressure, but you can see that he's really been very intentional with his Pokemon, right? He has Will-O-Wisp on Incineroar, he also has Will-O-Wisp on Shadow Rider. By the way, Yuki, where was Shadow Rider? Like, it was for a second, like it felt like the Incineroar was the second restricted Pokemon there because we didn't even see Shadow Rider make an appearance. So incredibly impressive from Len. Not only that he was able to win with only one restricted Pokemon, but that he had the foresight, he had the experience to know, that he only needed one. That actually, like his Amoonguss, his Ogerpon, those were actually stronger Pokemon in the matchup than his second restricted Pokemon. So yeah, really masterfully done.
Yeah, I was thinking like an adjustment that Len could make was to have Calyrex, in game 3, because we talked so much about, if only he had a fast Pollen Puff, like the Tropicus has gone so low so often, like, can he like recover much faster? Game 1, game 2 would just been so much easier if he could do that, but Len, not listening to us, thinking, yeah, I know that I want my Ogerpon, I want that redirection option. I want the ability to pressure both the Incineroar and the Calyrex Ice Rider that were giving me so much trouble. And, ultimately, even if it didn't feel super high impact, right? Like, it didn't actually, get like a big Ivy Cudgel off or a big Power Whip off. It was so impactful because it locked that end game up for Len in the very end, where he said, okay, I just need to get rid of the Miraidon. Everything except for the Incineroar, I get it to knock out. And even if it just comes down to my Ogerpon, I can knock out the Incineroar.
Not to mention, even though Ogerpon didn't necessarily, like, attack
once,
per se, even if it didn't spend a turn on the field, per se, it's still pressure. Oh, it spent one. It used Spiky Shield. Good job, Ogerpon. But the thing is that, we're joking, but it was actually super impactful because Ogerpon's pressure pressured Olivia to terrestrialize Ice Rider, and that was the way Ice Rider had been her main way through Len's Terrapagos, and with it terrestrialized, it wasn't able to get those impactful lead sheets off. Like, it didn't even end up getting a single lead sheet off that game because of the pressure from the Ogerpon. And so, I think that even though it didn't necessarily do damage or follow me, or take an attack, it still was very impactful.
Yes. I mean, as much as you joke about it, I think it's really understated in VGC to see like Pokemon that don't actually do anything still applying pressure. Like just having the access to the ability to have Follow Me, to be able to have the strong rock type attack makes a really big impact. And, just like the influence of being able to terrestrialize turn 1, like that was such a big deal. Like if that terrestrialization did not happen, that Terra Starstorm would not have been as strong.
Yes.
Like even if it only did Spiky Shield Wolf, that Ogerpon was, I would say, maybe one of the MVPs of that match.
Absolutely. I mean, what's the expression? Speak softly and carry a big cudgel. Anyway, you don't have to hear from us about the analysis. We can actually hear directly from Len and Rosemary with an interview ready for you now. Maybe.
Thank you so much, Wolf and Yuki. I am here with Len, our very own VG caster, that is also a top competitor. You're already making your way well through Top Cut. And, like, how are you feeling knowing that you've already, you've probably locked 2 Worlds Invade at this point, too, yeah?
I think so. I keep, updating every round, okay, 20 more points, where am I now? I think it's getting to be pretty safe, so I'm feeling great about that.
Wow, and that last set was amazing. I think we were all backstage kind of looking at the state of how your 2 teams matched up against each other, because you both have different setup options, and so I'm kind of thinking, how are you going into that match? Like, what was the first thing that stood out to you about Olivia's team that you were thinking you'd have to play around?
Well, I knew it was going to be very slow, that the Calyrex can easily just stay on the field forever, so the game plan has to be basically wait until it's the end, unless you can force the Terra out, like I managed to in Game 3. Earlier in the week, I played this matchup, and then sent a recording of the game to my friends, and like, if I have to do this all day during the tournament, I'm going to be so exhausted because those games are just so long. It is like a genuine concern with a team playing this slow. I think I've been the last round of the last match of the round, like half the rounds of the tournament, just very slowly making my way through.
Well, that's true this round also. So we won't keep you too long, so you could actually get a chance to catch your breath and take a little bit of a relaxing breather. I don't know. But coming into this event, how much pressure did you really feel knowing that this event was going to count a lot, NAIC as well, as kind of like your last events that you have for the season to qualify.
Yeah, I went into the season thinking I wouldn't really go for the Worlds invite. The LIC run made me want to, so the pressure started to build. I'll be like behind the desk for NAIC, so I won't earn any more points there.
Oh, right.
So it was really
spoilers.
Yeah, I think that's been announced. I think.
Yeah, I know.
So this was really my last chance to get the points, and so the pressure was on. I was so nervous yesterday, and when I got the 6th win, it was like this huge relief. I just immediately felt so different, knowing that at least I'd have some points, even if I didn't control my own fate at NAIC. I'd be able to watch the leaderboard and see if I was going to make it.
Oh, that's so fun, though. I mean, it'll be nice. You kind of get the best of both worlds. We get to see you at NAIC on the casting desk, and you're going to be able to compete at Worlds. So, like, it's really great. And does that, like, I don't know, do you feel good, like, having accomplished that goal this season?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever qualified for Worlds 3 seasons in a row. Like, it feels great to be playing this consistently, with consistent A2s and top cuts. So I'm really happy with my play. And for once doing it without Tyranitar, like having to kind of go out to a different kind of team
weird. Who are
and show
you?
off different skills. So it felt good.
Do you feel any similarities, though, between kind of like the Tyranitar Corviknight stuff and the Terrapagos team you're playing at this event?
Well, it's not a Garchomp anymore, and it's not a Calyrex anymore, but there's something sitting there with leftovers just kind of healing slowly forever. So if I squint my eyes enough, it still feels the same. But getting used to all the double fake out core, right? That was not something I ever did with Tyranitar because the Rillaboom undoes your sand damage. It's like going in the opposite direction. That can have an impact because you're like, time is working in your favor for damage on the other side when you have sand, and now time is working in your favor for healing your own side when you have Rillaboom. So still time is working in your favor, but it kind of in what way shifts.
Yeah, I was going to say that might make the calculations a little bit more challenging when you have a little bit of sliver to account for in either direction. But I know you've been so good about being able to manage that, especially with a lot of the Garchomp cores that you've played. Sandvale as a part of that too. And so when you think about kind of constructing a team for Regulation I, were you thinking any bit about like, okay, how do I actually maximize my probability here for making these turns or these games better for myself?
Yeah, I got some help from friends with this one. This is not something I started from scratch. I had some stuff I was building with Tyranitar that never went anywhere. So I asked for some, the bat signal went up for some other help. And this seemed like a good fit for my play style. I knew that, with the Shift Reg Eye, it seems like you have a split between teams that are using both the restricted Pokemon, kind of like Regulation G, as carries. So it seems like Clear Amulet, Calyrex Ice Rider, and a Specs Marino, like 2 big damage threats. Or teams that have a more supportive one, and then one that's more the focus. And I knew I wanted to be in that second camp. So like the Calyrex on my team, it's got Will-O-Wisp and Pollen Puff. It's there to help Terrapagos win the game, not really win it by itself. And I think it's really interesting to see how players kind of go among that divide.
We've definitely seen a shift in the metagame in terms of how people are using those restricteds, playing a little bit more supportive with some of these bigger threats. And I feel like that's something we've kind of seen over the course of Reg G2, where, if you can have a restricted Pokemon that does both things, because it's not like your Calyrex can't use an Astral Barrage, it really does help your team have a bit more flexibility.
Yeah, if you can kind of use it to be offense in matchups where you need a Band-Aid, use it for support in matchups where you can really push your advantage. And sometimes that means when you have a starting advantage with the restricted Pokemon that you want to focus on, and then now have another restricted to support it too, it can really help push that advantage, make it really hard for your opponent to ever claw back some kind of more competitive match.
Well, Len, I think we are starting to run a bit out of time here. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you more of a platform, but we know we're going to hear from you later and maybe even see you later. But before that, of course, who was helping you with the team and other shout-outs?
Yeah, shout-outs to Anthony, my boyfriend, for sure. He's been very supportive all weekend, helping me get through this tournament, through these long slog of rounds. Thank you to Aaron Trailer, who was out there helping me prepare for the matches between each one. He's always a great support as well.
All right, well, Len, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you later. Or we'll definitely see you later. So now, though, we're going to go ahead and go back to our casters because we've got our next Top Cup match ready to go.
Boy, if it weren't obvious that Scott and I are out of place on our caster team after that match, I think it's pretty clear. We got Wolf, we got Aaron, we got Yuki, and we got Len on the team. Len now making it into top 16. I haven't done that since 2012.
I mean, I don't have player eligibility. What are you doing?
I'm working. Let's take a look at the bracket as it currently exists. Here is side A. You can see some of the results from our top 32 play-in rounds. Ryan Haig and David Huttner have won their matches, as well Gavin Michaels and Jonathan Zuniga are also now in the top 16. So you can see our bracket starting to fill out some really cool matches coming up.
It should be a lot of fun here. Kind of a nice fun mix of a couple of former regional champions here, but kind of having an increasing amount of folks who are maybe looking for that big breakout performance. So should be exciting to see who comes out on top of this one.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the other side of the bracket here. Side B, got Aaron Brock versus Kian Campbell. Kian did defeat Jeremy Parson to make it into the top 16. Giovanni also defeated Blake Silver and will be facing against Junqi Zhu. Steven Stewart defeated Christopher Hahn, who looked really good in the play-ins in the win-in, but fell to Steven Stewart here, who will be going up against Jay Zhang for the top 16 match. And of course, we also have Amelia Forbes and Montana Mott. And actually, Jay Zhang actually won very quickly against Steven and has actually made it into the top 8. So congratulations to Jay.
Yeah, I mean, we got to be pretty impressive here. Where, they were not even into really that round for most players, and already Jay's moved on. So maybe a favorite in this tournament.
Absolutely, and Jay has looked very good over the course of this tournament. Will be exciting to see them in the top 8. But for now, we are actually going to be looking at our next match, which was the bottom match that you saw on that side B of the bracket. It will be Emilio Forbes versus Montana Mott. These are two incredible players. Emilio has a little bit of longevity on Montana, but both of them have proven themselves to be extremely talented. And Montana in particular, turns out at the end of the season, at our regional championships, you don't want to face down him.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun matchup here. Montana looking for the second consecutive final North American Regional Championship. And then, on the other side of the field, you have like probably the best Swiss player of all time. So fun matchup here.
Absolutely, but we are no longer in Swiss. We are in the top cut, and it should be a really fascinating matchup between these two players who are using very similar teams, a very similar archetype, but with some very minor differences that could make a big difference in this matchup.
Yeah, I think this will be a fun one where I'm sure both these players have thought a lot about the relative mirror here. Obviously, there's a little details a little different on everyone's team, and some of that will show up in the team sheet. Some of that maybe they'll have to start figuring out in game 1, early in game 2. But I think both these excellent players are going to have a plan here, and sort of a fun situation too, where we mentioned there's one player who's moved on to the top 8 already. That will be their opponent, the winner of this match's opponent in the next round. So certainly likely to be in the audience here taking some notes.
Absolutely. Well, as our opponents stare each other down, you can see all of their accomplishments here. Of course, Emilio was a finalist at the 2018 World Championships in Nashville, but that's not the only Worlds finish that Emilio has. Most recently, the 2023 Yokohama World's top 16, and of course 2019 in Washington, D.C. was the world's top 32, and has 3 times won a regional championship.
Yeah, one of the more decorated players in this field here. Even that Yokohama run wound up being a little strange. I think there's certainly an alternate reality where Emilio winds up winning that tournament. So one of the players, I think, in that category of most likely to get a future world championship.
Yeah, and that team that Emilio was running in 2023, then the next season became extremely dominant in the early regionals. And you can see here, Emilio will be running the Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider 4, one that everyone thought was going to be extremely strong at the start of this regulation. Key things here to point out, the Ogre Pawn on this team, Cornerstone Mask, that is a difference between Montana's side. So that is going to be really important to see how that impacts this team. But also the Raging Bolt is a little bit different, running the Assault Vest here, which could be very helpful in the matchup against an opposing Calyrex.
Yeah, the Brick Break not likely to be super important for this Chen Pao, but another one of the minor differences between these teams. We'll do our best to help you identify the difference in the options these two players have and what is, very similar takes on what was at one point perceived to be the strongest archetype. So these two, both champions of that team, proving that it is quite powerful indeed.
Absolutely, and I think really interestingly to see the Calyrex, we have the Focus Sash, Astral Barrage, Psychic, and Encore set with the Terra type of Ghost. So Emilio and Montana will both be running that same set, so we'll have the option to go for more offense with that Terra type and have the secondary attacking type of Psychic.
Yeah, on the other side here, you see 5 Pokemon that look quite familiar to what you were just looking at. The difference being the Rillaboom here, who is holding that Assault Vest, which causes Raging Bullet's item to change. Maybe explaining some of the changes, or some of the differences between 2 Dark Attacks and this Qian Pao, and I think one thing to keep in mind in this matchup too, that's that Terra Dark on the Amoonguss, which real bad against the opposing Zamazenta, but real good against the opposing Calyrex. So hey, if Zamazenta goes down early on Emilio's side, maybe that'd be an option for Montana.
Yeah, and the other big difference here, the Raging Bolt on Montana's side is going to be Magnet and Terra Electric compared to Emilio's Assault Vest, Raging Bolt, and Fairy Terra type. So definitely Montana going for a more offensive Raging Bolt has the ability to start blowing things up with Thunderclap or Thunderbolt should he decide that he needs to do that.
Yeah, it should be potentially powerful this matchup. Of course, the downside of having the extra Protect is you have to be a little more wary of that Encore, but I think maybe in front of Calyrex, the Raging Bolt will be happy to go in the offensive.
Absolutely, and of course the other major difference here, the Rillaboom instead of the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Montana will be using the Assault Vest on that Pokemon and will have additional access to Fake Out Pressure compared to Emilio, who will have a secondary Follow Me or Rage Powder user with that Ogerpon. But here we go into game one, and it is going to be the Calyrex and Zamazenta for Montana compared to the Chin Pao and Zamazenta for Emilio. So big difference here in partners for Zamazenta as the Chin Pao immediately threatening Montana's Calyrex Shadow Rider, but feeling extremely afraid of Montana's Zamazenta. That is the Life Orb Chin Pao, not a Focus Sash.
Yeah, so one big blow could be enough. I think another fun thing to keep in mind at this first turn is that Emilio on his side has the Chin Pao, so that its ability is affecting the battlefield. He will be the only one who knows between the two players whether it's actually going to be on the field when this turn plays out or not. So he can kind of play around those damage calculations where Montana's going to have to wonder if it's going to stay on the field or not.
Yeah, and the big question here for me is these two Zamazenta. Zamazenta does not have sort of a standard training. It could be any kind of Zamazenta for either of these players, and the speed interaction could be really critical here going into this turn one.
Emilio taking all the time he can there, but locking in a move. It should be quite a bombastic first turn of the battle.
Yeah, definitely going to be an explosive turn one here and set the stage for this three-game set to make it into the top 8. Again is the big points breakdown. If you are competing for points, Emilio needs to win this tournament to qualify for Worlds. It goes immediately for the Terastallization on his own Zamazenta to protect itself from Montana's. It's actually going to be an Ice Spinner coming out from Emilio's Chin Pao into the Calyrex, which does protect itself, leaving Emilio's Zamazenta going first, free to body press Montana's, dealing good damage to that in the Terastallization, taking much less back from Montana.
Yeah, having to commit the Terastallization in the first turn, but you do see the advantage of it. The Zamazenta the first turn, far less damage, right? And now there's a ton of pressure into this Zamazenta slot. It's going to be tough for Montana to get too much ground with it. We also see the Protect on the Calyrex that previous turn. One of the key differences between the two Chin Paos is that there is no free use Dark type attack for Emilio's. Chin Pao has to use the Sucker Punch or the Ice Spinner to, I guess, guarantee damage if there's no Protect.
Yeah, the big difference being Emilio has Brick Break on Chin Pao and Montana has Crunch and Sucker Punch. So in a situation where Montana brings Chin Pao, will have access to Dark type damage without having to use Sucker Punch. No Sucker Punch coming out right now, just an Astral Barrage. Deals some good damage to Zamazenta and to the Chin Pao, but will take this Ice Spinner in return. Breaks the Focus Sash and takes Calyrex very low. And another Body Press, Emilio's Zamazenta moving first a second time, will pick up the KO on Montana's Zamazenta.
Early lead for Emilio there. He does have to commit the Terastallization to get there, but you feel pretty good, right? You've knocked out one restricted Pokemon. The other, pretty much any attack will finish it off here. So Montana does have some options to get around that. You see the Rillaboom coming in here. Not only will the grassy terrain potentially help heal up this Calyrex a little bit, but the Fake Out Pressure will give it the option of continuing to attack a little while longer here. Also, the threat of a Grassy Glide, maybe helping try to pick up a knockout at one of these two weakened Pokemon in future turns.
Yeah, Fake Out Pressure, Grassy Glide Pressure, as well as just the ability for Rillaboom to be tanky and take some hits from either Pokemon. Of course, Life Orb Ice Spinner, though, does deal a lot of damage to Rillaboom, but if you're attacking Rillaboom, that means you're not Sucker Punching that Calyrex, and another Astral Barrage would be really devastating for Emilio.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Montana does with this Calyrex too, where you get one turn here where you can try to attack if you want to. Because of that, likely to see a passive play from Emilio, so you could have gone for the switch, but it looks like Montana's going to go a different direction.
Super safe play there from Emilio, scouting out and wasting the Fake Out Pressure on the Rillaboom, meaning that it will only have to worry about a Grassy Glide or other attacks from the Rillaboom, not the Fake Out. And of course, also getting a free turn of healing on the grassy terrain that Montana set by switching in the Rillaboom, which could be really big for the Zamazenta, which is water type and weak to grass type damage, but also has a defense buff from its ability.
Yeah, it could be close to a knockout there. And interesting move by Montana. You know, a pretty clear double protect option for Emilio. I don't know if that was what he's expecting or not, but certainly something he would have been considering here. So, you know, hasn't revealed that fourth Pokemon yet. That'll be an option here. That'd be a pretty dangerous turn for him just to double attack here, but, you know, maybe it could pay off too. But yeah, I mean, he's right on the precipice, right? Where Emilio still have a lot of ground here, still have 2 unrevealed Pokemon. Montana really can't afford to make any more mistakes here or he's going to lose this first game.
Yeah, and losing game 1 in an elimination bracket feels real bad. Puts your tournament on the line for the rest of the set. Emilio will retreat Chien-Pao, does not want to risk that Pokemon being knocked out by a Grassy Glide or any other attacks. And also going to retreat the Zamazenta, so a double switch coming out from Emilio, bringing in his own Calyrex and Amoonguss. So Calyrex and Amoonguss, the final 2 Pokemon for Emilio, means that this positioning really needs to get something out of it. Grassy Glide into Amoonguss will take a little bit of damage, more recoil from the Rocky Helmet, and Encore into the Protect means that previous Protect, now Switch, means that Montana is unable to capitalize on that passive play, and Emilia gets both Pokemon in for free.
Yeah, nice play there by Emilio. You know, kind of reading that, you know, that was why Montana was okay with the double protect the previous turn. I'm just not going to play around it. I'm going to encore it. You know, there's not a whole lot of danger immediately in that, but the trade-off now is like, there was Montana's given a lot of resources to end up in a pretty equal field position here. Where now, you know, the 2 Calyrex facing off, one of them has a Focus Sash intact. You know, there's a redirection on Emilia's side, which won't protect from the Rillaboom, but you know, we'll see the protect here to start out the turn.
Yeah, and we have 2 Focus Sash Calyrex staring each other down. Emilio will protect his, and a big Psychic coming out from Montana's, followed up with a U-turn, will knock out the Amoonguss. So Montana, not afraid of potentially risking a speed tie there, just goes for the damage and knocks out that Amoonguss.
Well, that's a fantastic play by Montana. It was starting to look like he was getting played out of this first game, but he really puts himself right back in this one here. Still has to deal with both the 2 restricted Pokemon, but now it'll be much easier to target them without the Amoonguss there to protect them. We see that Montana's final Pokemon is this Raging Bolt, who, you know, could do pretty well here against a bunch of weakened Pokemon who are potentially in range of Thunderclap.
Yeah, and especially with Zamazenta having Terrestrialized into the water typing, it will be very afraid of this Pokemon. And of course, that Chien-Pao is still pretty low at about 50% health. This is where Magnet and other offensive abilities on that Raging Bolt could come up huge for Montana.
Yeah, really fun situation here. So the Calyrex is just protected, so you could try to go for the Encore, but again, the threat of a Speed Tie just getting knocked out is pretty scary. The Chien-Pao could potentially go for a Sucker Punch in that slot, which would make Thunderclap not work if that's the option. So a lot of things the players have to consider here. I think they have a lot of different options that are viable, so it's a little mind games here, right? You know, game 1, you're going to have to see how all these players have figured each other out.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those situations where you're not playing the board state necessarily. You're trying to figure out what your opponent is prioritizing and what they want out of this. And it looks like we're going to see an offensive play here from Emilio. Goes for the Sucker Punch, deals more than 50% damage to that Raging Bolt thanks to the Life Orb. And an Encore comes out from Montana. Montana goes first, encores the Calyrex on Emilio's side, which means that that Pokemon is stuck protecting. And it will fail now, does not get second protect, and a Thunderbolt will just connect onto the Chien-Pao from Raging Bolt. And all of a sudden, everything has gone wrong for Emilio. Calyrex is locked into a protect and locked on the field, and Zamazenta is a water type facing down a Raging Bolt.
Yeah, it's you know, we talk a lot about 50-50s, and I think usually they're not actually 50-50. But in this case, you know, pretty much all Calyrex are trained to be as quick as they can be. You know, the Encore going off there instead of a knockout probably on both of those Pokemon going to be a huge swing of momentum in this first game. And suddenly it looks like Montana, who is just right on the edge of losing that first game, is probably has an unbeatable advantage here in the first match.
Yeah, by a nose, Montana's Calyrex ekes out Emilio's, gets that Encore out, and absolutely flips the entire game on its head. At this point, the Zamazenta, you know, the Calyrex can't do anything, so it's just Zamazenta trying to make something happen against Montana, and as a result, Emilio has to forfeit, and that means that Montana Mott, the Los Angeles regional champion from last season, will go up 1-0 in this top 16 set.
Yeah, really great job by Montana there. It was looking really bad for him, but he did a great job, right? He had that one really great play to delete the Amoonguss, get himself in a position where, you know, as much as, you know, it's a little strange to be like, oh, he did a great job of getting the game to a situation where he'd a 50% chance to win or a 50% chance to lose. When you're in a losing position in a mirror match, I think getting it back even is great. And now he's in a great position going into the second game where, hey, you know, if that happens again in game 2 and game 3, he only has to get the coin flip one more time.
Absolutely. You can see Montana was at such a deficit after his own Zamazenta went down so early on in the game, but this huge play to knock out the Amoonguss, doubling up with the Psychic and the U-turn. Huge for Montana to get himself back in the game, and as you mentioned, set up from a losing position to a 50-50 position to then a win after you won the coin flip.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the awkwardness of this mirror matchup, right? Where I guess one thing perhaps that is caused some players not to play this comp despite feeling like it's super strong, where you know, it's awkward to have a Pokemon that speed ties itself and does so much super effective damage to itself. Especially because you know, neither of these trainers are using a Terra type that would enable them to play around that. I think we saw more of that in the last format when Calyrex Shadow Rider was the only restricted Pokemon on your team, where perhaps now they're kind of thinking, oh, I need this Terra type for different matchups, so I'm just going to hope that I can kind of play around it in the mirror or in matchups where it's not so advantageous. But we really see the nature of a mirror match rearing its ugly head with the 50-50 there. And I think both players, they're going to want to try their best to get in a situation where they can avoid that sort of flip again and kind of win on the merits of a decision they're making. But you know, sometimes it's just what you have to do in a matchup like this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really curious about, you know, Emilio put himself into a fantastic position. It was just that one turn where Montana was able to snipe the Amoonguss off the field without it being able to do anything, while Emilio, I believe, protected the Calyrex that turn, which set up for the encore afterwards. But Emilio played that very well, but you have to imagine does not want to have a repeat of that, does not want to be in a position where it could be a coin flip.
Yeah, I think one thing that was interesting to me about Chu is, you know, I think every time there was an option to Encore, it came out, right? So the pressure of Encore now is very strong. So perhaps in this game, if Montana has an opportunity, maybe you don't go for it because you've shown that you're so willing to.
Very true. And here it is, our Game 2 leads. Emilio will be making an adjustment, saw how good Raging Bolt was for Montana, and was like, oh yeah, I have that Pokemon too. Let me bring it out here. Raging Bolt and Zamazenta up against the Shadow Rider and Zamazenta on Montana's side.
I'll be very interested to see how both trainers choose to play this Zamazenta matchup. Last time, you know, Emilio committing that Terastallization, which wound up hurting a little bit in the end game, but got him a huge advantage early. And like, I think it still really paid off. Where I think if Emilio could just kind of take the first 4 turns or whatever of that game again, he probably would. So I'll be excited, you know, if both trainers are, you know, do the same thing the first time, or if maybe they both try to, you know, get a little bit better initial position this time.
Yeah, and worth noting, the Terra types for the Zamazenta are different. Montana has the Fire Terra type, so is not as afraid of the Raging Bolt as Emilio would be if Montana needed to Terastallize their Zamazenta, but instead it's going to be the Calyrex Terastallizing, getting extra power on the Astral Barrages, as Montana will go for Wide Guard on Zamazenta to protect the Calyrex from any spread damage. Instead of doing the same, Emilio is going to have to tank this Terra Ghost boosted Astral Barrage, about 50% to Zamazenta and a little bit less to the Raging Bolt. Body Press will deal good damage to Zamazenta, but the Electro Web is critically blocked by that Wide Guard. That attempt at speed control is not going to happen.
Oh, such an interesting play by Montana there, where you know, he kind of reads into like, okay, well, you showed me last game that you really value getting the damage of my Zamazenta, so I'm just going to give that to you. I'm going to predict that you're going to do that again and not take the Wide Guard, even though Calyrex is here. Kind of aggressive Terastallization there, but get some big damage out early. And now Emilio is sort of in an awkward position where, you know, you're even more incentivized this time to go for the Wide Guard, which opens up Montana to make some plays maybe. And yeah, I mean, the Electro Up is very attractive there, right? I think that's some of why Montana was able to make that read, where, you know, breaking the Focus Sash and getting the slowdown would have been so good to avoid that speed tie. But for now, this Zamazenta has been frightened into a Protect.
Yep, and there is a Thunderclap from Raging Bolt, not doing a lot of damage to the Calyrex, but will break the Focus Sash. Montana notices that Zamazenta is likely to protect here and instead targets down the Raging Bolt with both the Calyrex and Zamazenta. The double target will knock out the Paradox Pokemon and get it off of the field. And now Emilio has Calyrex out on the field as well. And here's the thing, Calyrex does do super effective damage to opposing Calyrex, but the only way it does super effective damage is with a spread move, Astral Barrage, and both players are showing their Zamazenta that have Wide Guard.
Yeah, very interesting turn here. There's a health advantage for Emilio's side of the field, and critically has broken that focus action to Calyrex, but really needs to get a lot out of this showdown between the restricted Pokemon here, where going to be critical to get like the first knockout and kind of have positive board position, because Montana trades relatively evenly here. Not only does he have 2 Pokemon remaining in the back that are unrevealed, but also has the advantage of kind of getting to position, or he has more control of the positioning because he's getting to make these choices afterward.
All right, here comes the wide guard from Emilio Zamazenta, protecting against an Astral Barrage either by choosing or by forcing. Both players will be wide guarding against Astral Barrages, and again, it will be the Calyrex on Montana's side that moves before the Calyrex on Emilio's side. Deals some damage to the Zamazenta with Psychic, but now is locked into Psychic thanks to that Encore, so is no longer afraid of taking that big Astral Barrage damage.
Yeah, so I mean, there's good and bad there, right? Or at least you don't have to worry about that anymore. I think, certainly on Emilio's side, you're hoping to win that speed tie, so you can encore it into a move you can block indefinitely with the wide guard. Instead, now the Zamazenta being threatened with a knockout, potentially, impending the speed tie again. But by Montana winning it a second time here really gets himself into a nice spot. I think Zamazenta going down would be very bad for Emilio. You're starting to get very predictable. And again, the Zamazenta on Montana's side still just healthy enough where the wide guard is going to be a threat for a little while longer.
Absolutely, and you can see sort of the stress of this with Zamazenta at low health right now. Emilio has been sort of hovering over some very defensive plays here, and will be Emilio now finally winning the speed tie, goes for the encore onto Montana's Zamazenta, which means that it will now be locked in to wide guard as Montana is able to complete the job on the Zamazenta. Another Psychic will knock it out, but now Calyrex gets that Grim Neigh boost, gets a +1 to a special attack, and Zamazenta is now stuck wide guarding, which isn't the worst thing in the world to protect Calyrex against an opposing Calyrex.
Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. The struggle here for Montana now is that both these Pokemon have been encored. So Emilio knows exactly what Montana's going to do. He does not know exactly what 2 Pokemon they're back. So either of these Pokemon could switch and causes some variance here. Also, being locked into Psychic is, great for Calyrex sort of on Emilio's side of the field, but the Amoonguss perhaps going to be less excited about potentially facing down a super effective attack.
Yeah, we already saw how much Psychic did without a Grim Neigh boost before, and Emilio protecting again as Montana keeps both encored Pokemon in, just wide guarding to protect the Calyrex and firing off another Psychic into the Amoonguss with the Grim Neigh boost. That is a one-hit KO. And when a mirror starts going wrong, a mirror starts going real wrong as Emilio is down to the final Pokemon, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and will forfeit the battle at top 16. And Montana Mott moves on to our top 8.
A really well played set by Montana. Kind of a tough set for both of them, right? Where both games we saw a pretty critical speed time between the 2 Calyrex Shadow Riders going Montana's way. But impressed by both players also. I mean, it's tough to get the situation, have your tournament come down to a mirror match. I think they're both pretty poised. They both put themselves in a situation where if they got the rolls, they would have won the game. And it went this way, or Montana's way this time.
Absolutely, and really well played by both competitors. It is just kind of the case with some of these mirror matches that it will come down to, do you get that one speed tie that you really need? And there were some really critical differences in teams and in Pokemon selection that we saw, especially in Game 1. Having that Raging Bolt out and having the Chien-Pao, I think, was a huge difference. We didn't see a whole lot of the Chien-Pao, and the Raging Bolt just offered another offensive threat that was not available to Emilio.
Yeah, and I think, speaking of the difference between the teams, if it had been Montana's Amoonguss on Emilio's team, that game wouldn't have been as over. You could terastallize the Amoonguss, Rage Powder, Psychic into the Dark type, but with the Water type, Terra type instead, not so likely to come back in the game. I think props to Montana in general, too, as we're seeing in the replay here. I thought after that one turn in the first game, he really locked in. You got that great double hit on Amoonguss to knock it out in the first game. Started this game really aggressively as well. Just really kind of, felt like he smelled blood there and really did a great job of pressing the offense.
Yeah, and I think target prioritization for Montana was really smart in both games. You could tell that Emilio was absolutely focusing down Montana's Zamazenta, went for the body press into that both games turn 1. And Montana did not go for the same, was not afraid of the body press, did not use the terastallization on Zamazenta in the way that Emilio did, which gave Montana, Montana had identified a different path to victory than Emilio had, and it really paid off for him, especially in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, in that first game, I think Emilio definitely played it in a way where he had a much higher percentage chance to win the game, and Montana, with one great play and a speed tie win, stole it away. I think in that second game, Montana kind of always had the advantage, and Emilio may well have won that game if his Calyrex had moved first when the two faced off, but I don't think that game was by any means over for Montana the way it would have been in the first game if he'd lost the speed tie. Well played set by both sides, and as much as it feels like we should be at 1-1 maybe, and that's what happens in these matchups, right? You gotta take the advantage you can get. I think Montana could easily have just folded in that first game and not even gotten to the position where you got the chance to flip the coin, and that's just what you got to do, right? You got to take your outs. Really well played set by him to show some resilience there after a tough beginning of that first game.
Absolutely, and that is really critical when you get to these elimination rounds. It is one of those things where, in a Swiss tournament, if you have a bad set, that's okay. You get to keep playing. You get a couple of those over the course of the day. In an elimination, you really do have to lock in and focus on, okay, I now have a 10% chance for victory. What is that 10%? How do I get there, and how do I make that larger?
Yeah, a pretty impressive run by both these trainers, too, kind of if you look at their whole body of work. Like, Montana was our last undefeated player. I think he didn't lose to the very last round of Swiss. Emilio, last time we saw him, unfortunately, he lost, I think, the very first stream game we did in round two yesterday, but then finished the day, I believe, 7-1 rather.
Yeah.
So he had a really great run too, and two really strong players. Unfortunately, when you get to this point in the tournament, their quadrant was pretty stacked. So
it was a tough
top 16
quadrant. Absolutely, but we will have to see how these players are going to continue on for the rest of the season. Of course, Emilio will have one more shot at qualifying for the World Championships with the North American International Championships in just a few weeks in New Orleans. But Montana is going to extend his championship point lead and qualify for the World Championships. Should be locked at this point with that win.
Yeah, great job by him. Hey, the second year in a row, he's really proven that he can come up in the clutch when he needs to. Got him to Worlds last year, and he's still going for the regional win again this year. But even without it, he's put a nice exclamation point on his season, and it'll be exciting to see what he does at the World Championships.
Absolutely. Well, let's hear from him himself. He is in the lounge with Yuki, ready to talk about that big win.
Thank you, Evan and Scott. I'm here with Montana Mott, the winner of the top 16. Montana,
Hello.
how are you feeling?
My heart is still pounding after that battle versus Emilio, but yeah.
It must feel amazing. Like, you secured yourself in the top 8. I believe, like, maybe we were talking a little bit casually a couple weeks ago. Maybe you're a little bit worried about, can I make the Worlds invite? Like, how are you feeling on that front right now?
Yeah, so I think this placement that I just achieved by winning that match might have just locked my Worlds invite. Obviously, the bar moves, but yeah, I think that might have just got me Worlds. So it's exciting. I don't have to stress out about NAIC.
Yes, congratulations. I hope we get some claps in the chat over here, but really, really impressive, and congratulations. It's really. It was really fun to watch her play, but also just to have that, moment of comfort to know, NAIC, no matter what happens, I'm likely going to be able to make Worlds. I think that's really exciting. I definitely want to go back onto that match because there's a lot of exciting moments.
Yeah.
Very exciting for you too, I'm sure, in the moment. The first one that was really pivotal to me was when you focused down the Amoonguss with the U-turn and the Psychic from Calyrex. I think the Calyrex on the opposing end definitely had the freedom to attack too. I want to understand, what made you go for that move?
Yeah, there was definitely some pressure. I was feeling a more passive play from the Shadow Rider, and I knew my Psychic usually it depends on how Amoongusses are trained, but the Psychic usually does not pick up the KO on Amoonguss. At some point on my team, I had Stellar Shadow Rider just to guarantee that knockout. But yeah, so I knew I needed to double and just go for damage in that slot, and I always like to U-turn, being able to pivot into, I think it was Bolt I had in the back at that point. My Bolt coming in there could apply pressure. So yeah, every one of those turns and every turn of those games was there was just so much going on, so many options for both me and Emilio, so many speed ties.
Yes.
It's crazy game.
Yeah, it definitely worked out for you, especially being able to go for that Encore the turn after and just sealing up that first game.
Yeah. Encore is definitely super powerful for sort of punishing protects. Sometimes in the mirrors, it's easy to try to go for opt-out plays or try to delay the speed tie to the next turn or reposition. But Encore is just such a powerful tool for saying, well, if I can win the speed tie to Encore you into the protect, then you're gonna have a really bad time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you made that shine through in the game 1. I want to go into game 2 where I felt like the pivotal moment happened a little bit earlier on in the game. On turn 1, you went for a move that I don't think any of us expected. There's a very small move on that Raging Bolt with Electro Web, which is not that flashy, but you predicted that Electro Web to happen. What gave you that confidence?
Yeah, I mean, I double-checked the team sheet. I was like, yes, it does have Electro Web. But I feel that in these mirrors, it's really, it's very good to try and like, hey, if I can slow down my opponents and not engage in that speed tie. And I had a feeling that, you know, if I had AV Raging Bolt, I would be clicking Electro Web there too. So I was like, I'm gonna wide guard it. And I think if the Bolt ends up going for like a Thunderbolt or a Clap or something else, I was like, I don't think I lose on the spot. And because I was up a game, I was like, I'm willing to just call it all. Wide guard, I know that Electro Web is coming. I don't think wide guard is coming. That would be pretty passive. So, and I needed to Terra Ghost to get like good. Maybe I didn't need a Terra Ghost, but sometimes Terra Ghost can take a knockout with 2 hits onto the Zamazenta. I think that one might have been trained to live it. It just depends. But yeah, I was like, it's time to go for damage and get a huge offset here if I can, because I need an advantage. When you're playing against an opponent as good as Emilio, like you have to try to get any advantage you can.
Absolutely, and I want to comment on the Terra Ghost on that first turn as well, because it was really clear to me that you knew how not only are your Pokemon trained, but also how the opponent's Pokemon are trained, and thinking, oh yeah, I probably can get a true shot with like non-Terra Ghost plus Terra Ghost. Like it has to be both Terra Ghost. Like I need to be able to pressure that so that it feels compelled to go for wide guard. And I think that put you really far into the game.
Yeah, and honestly, I just want to say I switched to Ghost the night before the tournament. I was Stellar before, and
oh wow, night before.
Yeah, Zach Carlson, shout out, thank you so much. Suggested that it should be Ghost instead of Stellar, and I was like, yeah, I agree. And I switched, and I have clicked Ghost Barrage so many times where Stellar would just have, you know, fizzled out after that first one. So I'm so happy I went with
Astro Barrage,
yes.
Grimnay.
Yeah, there's so many 2-hit knockouts on a lot of the restricteds in the format with Terra Ghost Astral.
Yeah,
2
I'm
of them.
sure.
Yeah.
You were mentioning to me just before we jumped into this, that this is like your first time doing like a true mirror match. I guess I don't understand like how much experience do you have into it, and especially if the opposing Zamazenta is faster, because I think you were not happy to see that Emilio's is faster.
Yeah, having the other Zamazenta be faster is not ideal. I did not practice that much into the mirror match, and I did not play them into the, like, in my prior Swiss rounds. I had played some, like, kind of half mirrors that were, like, the Life Orb Dark, Shadow Rider, but nothing that was, like, as close as this mirror was. As far, like, we had some differences. He had Ogerpon Cornerstone, and I had Rillaboom, but yeah, the mirror and the Zamazenta speeds. I know I was taking a gamble by having a slower Zamazenta in general into the field, but I was really happy with the, you know, you get some more bulk. If you're going to be a little slower, you can afford some more investment. So yeah, it's tricky in the mirror, and I was not happy to see that I'd be playing the mirror. It's a lot of coin flips, but it worked out.
Absolutely, yeah. It's so surprising to me to hear that you hadn't gotten that much practice into the mirror, like the focus sash kind of mirror, because I'm sure it's really different to navigate like the Life Orb ones, right? Like because if they just don't use their Terra, if they already use their Terra and you have your focus sash intact, like you can kind of just blow them up.
Yeah, it's very different, and a lot of for the sash mirrors, like you want to chip them down to low health so that you can potentially get off a priority attack onto the Shadow Rider to finish off. I think that's why Emilio had brought Amoonguss, but you know, redirectors like that can keep away those priority attacks from at least the Chienpao and the Raging Bolts. But yeah, there's just, the mirror is the mirror.
Right. I think the game felt high level, even though it was really quick, like the game still felt high level because like both of you really knew like what the win condition was, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like you can't get rid of that sash so easy, can't give it up for, you know, very low value. And I guess I was a little bit worried because you lost your sash like pretty early on in the first game, but it like really worked out for you with that hard read.
Yeah, it ended up working out. Also, what I realized is there were a lot of times where the opposing Chienpao was like threatening a sucker onto my Shadow Rider to KO, but if I had other priority moves like the Thunderclap on the, so there was a lot of stuff where, you know, I had other ways, or, you know, I'd fake out on Rillaboom one turn. There's just a lot of ways, or I could Encore to not get suckered and then chuck another attack into the Chienpao. So yeah, there's a lot of ways the mirror can go.
That's right. Yeah, I was wondering, like, I guess when I was watching your match, I was thinking, oh, like, after the Double Protect, like, it's so obvious you're going to go for Encore Grassy Glide. Like, Emilio probably has to double switch to not get punished by that. And, like, were you ever tempted to just rip Astral Barrage?
Yeah, that was in the game 1 where he did the double switch.
Yes.
Yeah. I knew that play was pretty predictable and like I think it was the obvious best play on my part, but I honestly did not consider like how much the double switch could put me back. I didn't see it worth the risk. I was like, if he double switches, like I can still play. I was not happy to see the double switch.
Yeah.
I was like,
and the grassy glide went to the wrong slot,
yeah,
right?
That's exactly what he needed to do. He found the best play there. But I was still able to claw back from there. I was like, I don't think it's auto losing. So I was like, I just have to go. Sometimes you switch between making the obvious play, making the less obvious play. So that they can't get a read on which one you're going to do.
I love how you brought that up because I was just going to comment that like you went for like the really safe play, right? Grassy glide and encore, no risk of sucker punch. Like you can't lose that turn if you did that.
Yeah.
The following turn you did something completely 180 different where you would have lost if you got that wrong.
Yeah.
And I think Emilio was not used to that because you went for that safer option the previous turn.
Yeah.
So that mix-up was really impressive to me.
It's just vibes, and honestly, when choosing between the safe play or the risky play, that is another form of luck too. Like you know, it looked really good that I got the right one.
Yeah.
But you know, the game could have gone totally differently. It's like there's just yeah. So I was happy to find the correct one.
I'm sure. Yeah, I think the intuition is like very strong. Like you say, it was luck, but you know, you have experience with a lot of experience using Calyx Shadow Rider, especially you know the pressure that you're exerting onto your opponent. So it makes sense to me that you were able to really lean in onto that intuition with that psychic U-turn double up.
Yeah, I've clicked Astral Barrage a lot over the past year, so I've got a lot of intuition with Shadow Rider.
I guess I'm curious, like, you know, looking forward into the rest of the season, like you still have, you know, I assume you're going to be playing North American International Championships.
Yep.
You're probably going to be in the World Championships. Like, how are you thinking about Calyx Shadow Rider? Like, what kind of things do you want to play with?
It goes in waves as far as like when it's good or when it's not good. Sometimes it's more respected in the meta. I think at Milwaukee, it was not the correct time for Shadow Rider. And, you know, I took Shadow Rider there and I did not do well. But also, like, I think we had the wrong builds of Shadow Rider. Like, if you notice on this build, there's no Urshifu. And there's just like a lot of evolutions of the build of Shadow Rider. And I think this tournament was, you know, I've seen it before where it's the last regional before NAIC and Shadow Rider. People are saying it's disrespected.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm like, hey, it's my time to bring it there. Happened with LA last year. It's happening here again. Hopefully, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Shadow Rider goes in waves. Maybe it'll be respected and not good after this. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, we know what happens when Montana Mott goes on the fray with Calyx Shadow at the end of the season. So we're looking forward to your next matches. Before we go, any shout-outs that you want to give?
Yeah, you know, I have a lot of different friend groups who just constantly give me support, and shout out to all of them. Shout out to my friends in Seattle. Shout out to my chicken nugget friends. Shout out to all my, there's so many different groups, and the biggest shout out to Zachary Carlson, of course, for always supporting me and always being there, and also giving me some really good terrestrialization advice the night before the tournament. So thank you, Zach, for everything.
Thank you, Zach, for Astro Barrage, Grimnay. Well, thanks so much for that interview. We'll let you get ready for your next match, but we'll be bringing it right back to the casters.
Awesome.
Calyx Shadow comes in waves, and the tide is in right now for Montana Mott, making it through to the top 8, I believe. Yes, that's correct. We were in round 16 there, as Montana now advancing to the top 8. That's a huge championship points boost, which will put Montana even further ahead, and as we heard, completely locking him up for the World Championships, which is very exciting for Montana to repeat at the World Championships coming up.
A lot of other players here, they'll be attending the World Championships or just on the edge of being able to do so. And now, as you see the bracket getting updated here, quite a few players have got to see over the course of the weekend, and you know, got some big names remaining, as well as some, well, mostly just big names remaining, honestly.
Yeah, it's going to be, we still have the results from Jonathan Zuniga and Justin Wan to be concluded in top 16, but the 3 other top 8 matches have now been set. Len Duel did defeat David Huttner in the top 16 match as well. Kerry d'Ortona did defeat Ryan Haig in their top 16 match, so they will be facing off against each other. At the bottom of the bracket, of course, Montana, having defeated Emilio, will advance to top 8 to face down Jay Zhang, who defeated Steven Stewart in the top 16 round. But our next matchup here Top 8, Aaron Brock versus Giovanni Shishke, who Aaron Brock defeated Kian Campbell and Giovanni defeated Junji Zhu. Two incredible players, Kian and Junji, who both Aaron and Giovanni took down to make it into the top 8, and that should be an extremely exciting matchup.
Yeah, I'm really eager to see what these strategies these trainers are using here, where, yeah, I mean, I feel like the pretty strong top 16 in general, where, you know, there's not like a ton of like former regional champion level players. It's, you know, people we get to see on stream a lot who consistently play really well. So I think getting to this point in the tournament, these trainers have really proved they're locked in. They have a good pulse on where the metagame is right now, and you know, maybe we'll get to see some Pokemon we haven't seen a whole lot of yet this weekend.
Yeah, it should be very exciting, this next matchup. And I do also want to give a shout out to Gavin Michaels, who has made it into the top 8. Along with Emilio Forbes, Gavin is one of our players who absolutely needs to win this tournament to qualify for the World Championships. And now in the top 8, only has 3 more wins to go to actually get that championship and qualify. Let's take a look at all of the things that y'all are talking about at home. Look at this, classic. This is true. We didn't get it in February 17th of 2024, but now, today, in May of 2025, I understand, David.
I was laughing so hard when I saw I retweeted it. I do remember him posting this tweet originally. I'm like, yeah, okay. But hey, he hit it. Yeah, props to him.
Yeah, he got hit by the dodgeball of prophecy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, what a strange combination of 2 Pokemon to nail, too. We're like, yeah, props to him.
Yeah, this is that's David's whole thing. That's Kutesh's whole thing. He was one of the innovators of Orthworm back in the day, and definitely one of the most creative team builders out there. So no surprise that he identified this combo.
Yeah, I guess we should shout him out while we've got one of his tweets pulled up for, I think, being one of the biggest contributors to both of our team builders.
Yes, absolutely. I love playing his teams. They are just stupid enough to work. And speaking of Len Duel with his Garchomp after having been intimidated by Incineroar after being parting shot, and then Incineroar came back again. 1 leg remaining on that Garchomp, and just look how sad that face is. Poor guy.
Yeah, I think that's about where the Calyrex he was fighting against wound up too, with its 87 intimidates and burns.
Yeah, we need an update for the Calyrex when we get the new Calyrex figures available. Remember, you can use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to have your posts featured. And Lynn, of course, is still in the tournament, now in top 8, and continuing on with a top 8 finish, has also locked his Worlds invite. Lorenzo Arce, who is one of our top players here, finished in the top 32. I was watching this team to see the classic Clefairy style. Again, another Wo-Chien. Big tournament for Wo-Chien today.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime we've unironically mentioned Wo-Chien, it's a great tournament for Wo-Chien compared to its average. But yeah, I think kind of all of that group of legendary Pokemon proving to be really powerful in this format. You know, this tends to be, this GS Cup format where you have 2 restricted Pokemon tends to be, you know, you're really looking for a lot of like supportive aura sort of effects from your other Pokemon, because, you know, nothing else is going to dish out the same amount of damage as the Calyrexes and Kyogre and, you know, Bikes of the world. And both the Wo-Chien and also the Clefairy, I think, tend to be particularly good in this format. Clefairy may be one of those Pokemon that we underestimated for a number of years, because I feel like we see it in most formats where it's legal a little bit now, but, you know, particularly cool in a format like this one. Very slow, because the advantage of being an unevolved Pokemon is that sometimes having low stats is actually good. Just as a fun utility move. So congratulations to him for doing so well with such an interesting team.
Yeah, we didn't get the pre-evolved Scraggy in our tournament here, but we did get Clefairy. So I absolutely agree with Artorimus on our screen here. Olivia versus Lynn was such a fun game. So incredibly complex, and little tiny adjustments in positioning made a huge difference in that matchup.
There was a lively discussion backstage and kind of what we thought should happen each turn. And I think it was a lot of fun to watch a matchup like that one, where you can't expect, you know, the players only get, you know, 45 seconds to think of what they're doing, right? They're not going to make the optimal play every time. I thought it was a really well-played set. There weren't a lot of like really clear errors. And yeah, I mean, especially in an elimination match, playing a match like that is so stressful. It's a lot of fun to watch, and you know, I just love those grindy board position games. I don't want them every round, but really fun to get once in a while.
Absolutely, and you can see we have our players getting ready on stage for our next match, which will be our first top 8 match of the tournament. course, it will be Aaron versus Giovanni here, as both players are starting to get set up. I am really excited for this matchup. I think these are both two exceptional players, and I'm really excited to see how these two teams will face down against each other. I think these are two of the archetypes that have seen some success, one of which was a little bit more maligned, but we already just saw is doing very well in this tournament, the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And then we also have the Koraidon and the Lunala combination. And Lunala is a Pokemon we talked about at the start of the day, isn't having a particularly great tournament relative to how much we expected it to.
Yeah, and I think, you know, maybe all the more reason why it's fun to see it here, right? Hey, it doesn't matter how many times you made it to top cut if you win the tournament, right? I think, you know, we all still coming out of that tournament feeling pretty good about Lunala if that's where we end up going. Going to be some challenges here, of course, and I think also this team construction is a little bit fun. We haven't gotten to see some of the kind of Koraidon unique partners so much over the course this weekend. It's kind of been more generic teams kind of just using the powerful Pokemon. So I'll wait till we get maybe to the a little further along. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
We haven't seen the Brute Bonnet a whole lot on the stream yet, and you know, we're talking about Wo-Chien, but it's two of the other members of that quartet that are going to make an appearance in this match.
Yeah, Ting Lu and Chi Yu and the Chien Pao. So everyone but Wo-Chien is here to play in this set, and I am really excited. The Brute Bonnet is something that we've been seeing pop up a little bit on these Koraidon teams, and I'm really excited for that Pokemon. It's a very interesting one we'll talk about in just a little bit. But you can see these are two really incredible players who have made multiple top cut appearances, but do not have a championship to their name. Aaron, of course, has that world's top 32 from 2023 in Yokohama. And of course, Gio has the 2024 Honolulu world's top 128. Both of them are poised to have a huge tournament and add their first championship here.
Yeah, I'm really excited by kind of the similarities in their approaches. I mean, it may not look like it that way. You know, not a whole lot of Pokemon that are in common between the two teams, but I think they're kind of like non-traditional GS Cup teams in the same sort of way. Where you've got the restricted Pokemon usually tends to be like more passive supportive Pokemon, like that Amoonguss, but there's a lot of like offensive attacking Pokemon, and you're Pokemon kind of like a support at least by doing damage with attacking moves, which is not normally how we normally see these formats played.
Yeah, a couple of cool things here though. The Chien Pao with the taunt instead of a third attacking move. That's not something that we see very often on that Pokemon. And just a reminder that most Pokemon can learn taunt, and if you're not prepared for it, you have to watch out. But also we're seeing that Magnet Raging Bolt again that Montana also had in the similar archetype, which I think is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, and I think once again, you know, there's another Pokemon on the team that needs the Assault Vest more, so you kind of, you get Raging Bolt on the team in some way by doing that. Ting Lu's a lot of fun, right? We saw it a lot. I think it was like, what, Regulation C, and then it kind of just fell off the map for a couple of years. I think it's a really cool Pokemon. That Runation move we don't see a whole lot, but powerful in a format like this one where it does damage without using your attacking stats. Sandtombs do the same thing, percent damage. Snarl technically does damage, but basically just breaks focus sashes while lowering the special attack of both of the opposing Pokemon. And then, you know, Stodedge is the one like real attacking move there, kind of fun, where there's a lot of rock weak Pokemon in this format, but not a lot of Pokemon that can use rock type attacks. So if you're not looking to use, you know, Terra Rock, Solgaleo, another way to get some rock type damage on your team.
Well, Aaron will have to go through Giovanni Siski to make it through to top 4. And you can see this is one of those Koraidon Lunala teams that has the Trick Room mode with Ursaluna and Brute Bonnet. And Brute Bonnet, I think, is a really fascinating Pokemon here. Really curious to see what the Photosynthesis boost will be on that Pokemon. It can go for things like a defense boost or a special defense boost and just be an incredible tank on the field in the sun.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things for like aesthetically, I think it's like Amoonguss and the cooler Amoonguss. Brute Bonnet's stat spread's a little bit awkward where it's like less specialized than Amoonguss, right? I think one of the reasons why Amoonguss has been so impressive over the last decade or so is that it's just so good at its job because it's kind of like perfectly tailored to that. Brute Bonnet a little punchier, which is good and bad, right? Where the Sucker Punch will hurt and is actually pretty good in this matchup, I think, against some of the opposing Pokemon. But the exchange for that is that maybe not quite as strong defensively. And in general, this is a sort of team I wish we saw a little bit more. You know, we see a lot of synergy with Koraidon's ability to set the sun here, but with two Photosynthesis Pokemon and then the Fire-type Chi Yu. I think it's sort of like a neat thing where Groudon never really had this sort of partner when it was like the sun-based, you know, archetypical Pokemon. So anything to have now. And then a shout out to the Ursaluna as well, which we kind of came into this weekend thinking that it was one of the primary unrestricted Pokemon in the format, but it's been in hibernation all weekend. Or I don't know if we've seen one on stream yet.
Yeah, Gio's team is more what I expected to see at the top tables. with that Lunala having the Trick Room mode and Ursaluna mode as well. But this is actually kind of a fun matchup because it is kind of a Regulation C throwback. You have both the Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane, that Scarf Chi-Yu and the Focus Sash Fluttermane, classic Regulation C pairing, up against Aaron's Ting Lu, the classic counter to that pairing in Regulation C.
I think it's going to be a delightfully complicated matchup for the trainers to play as well. We have the 3 members of that quartet. Wochien got his fun earlier, couldn't play this round, but that's a lot of different wars you have to consider, right? Like, are these Pokemon in the back? Are they on the field now? If they're on the field now, will they stay on the field now? Where there's a lot of different potential damage calculations the trainers are going to have to worry about, as well as that photosynthesis, right? It's not even just Giovanni, but the Raging Bolt on Aaron's side of the field will be happy to see some sun as well. So a lot
free
of
special
fun.
attack boost, yay.
Yeah, we take those. So it should be a lot of fun here where the order in which the Pokemon come out should be very impactful here. So, the turn 0 is always really important, this team preview turn, just because league disadvantages are perhaps harder to come back from this format than almost any other, but also because, you don't want to set an ability up too early that might be disadvantageous for you.
Yeah, and Giovanni's team is so hard to play against in team preview because it has the 2 different modes. The counters to the Lunala, Ursaluna, Brute Bonnet mode are a little bit different than the counters to the Chi-Yu and Fluttermane mode, right? Like, if you really want to bring Ting Lu to lower the special attacking of Chi-Yu and Fluttermane, you don't want that in front of a Brute Bonnet that actually does significant damage with its Seed Bomb, its attacking attack. Like you mentioned, it's a little bit punchier than a regular Amoonguss.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a fun chaos here where I think I would have a hard time playing this team preview for either side, where there's reasons why almost all the Pokemon in this matchup I feel like are reasonable brings, in part because it's also just awkward, right? Where I think it's different enough on both sides from the kind of copy-paste version of these teams that if you can use the Pokemon that are not as frequently seen on your team archetype, I think it kind of messes with your opponent's lines a little bit more, and I guess even the threat of that Pokemon helps too, right? Where if you can play the standard format perfectly, great. There's nothing wrong with that, but I think having some mix-up just to make things a little bit more difficult, it can prove some dividends, even if it's not immediately obvious that that's why you're getting the reaction from your opponent that you're getting.
Absolutely, and as you see, our players have swapped their team sheets. That means we are headed into that very complicated team preview, as both Aaron Brock and Giovanni Siski are going to be looking at their opponent's teams and deciding which Pokemon to bring. Like you mentioned, this is going to be a very complicated team preview. In this situation, it feels to me like you mostly want to just go with your most stable core, like the 4 Pokemon that you can probably play your way out of most situations.
Yeah, I think I would like to do the same thing. I think it's a 3-game set, right? And we see kind of the danger, especially at this point, how quickly games can go, where you don't want to just scout in the first game, right? You do want to put yourself and your best foot forward, but I think if I'm not super certain what my opponent's going to do, I think something relatively conservative so you can at least get a chance to play the game is probably the way to go. On Aaron's side, I think the Raging Bolt is pretty attractive, where not only is it strong defensively, but since it is likely to get a boost from the Pokemon that Giovanni brings to the field, at least it's going to be a problem to have to deal with, right? You bring that, you probably bring the 2 restricted Pokemon, and then whichever of the remaining Pokemon you're feeling best about based on what you're, Jedi mind tricking, thinking that Giovanni is likely to bring to battle. I think the flip side is more interesting, where Giovanni is more of like a mode-based team. You got to commit to what direction you want to go to. I think we'll likely see both of the restricted Pokemon, but all the others are reasonable, right?
Absolutely, and they are very different if you bring any of the other Pokemon. Really interesting matchup here in that Giovanni has so many different methods of speed control. You have Trick Room, you have the Photosynthesis boost, you have Choice Scarf on the Chi-Yu, Icy Wind on Fluttermane. Aaron has none of that. There is no speed control on Aaron's side, so that whole, if Gio wants to get some kind of speed control, the ball's in his court. Aaron's just going to try to bruise his way through this.
Yeah, he's got a really fast Pokemon, a really slow Pokemon, a bunch of priority moves, right? It's like, hey, you spend your time controlling speed, I'm going to swing.
All right, well, here we go in game 1 of our top 8. Aaron Brock has chosen to lead the Zamazenta and Raging Bolt, whereas Giovanni Siski has led with the Brute Bonnet and the Koraidon. And that's going to be the Photosynthesis boost on Brute Bonnet for defense. And that is actually pretty significant here, as Brute Bonnet can take some pretty big hits with that defense boost.
And it may need to. One of the other key differences between it and Amoonguss is its typing. Instead of resisting the body press, being weak to it is less ideal in this particular matchup. And then all 4 Pokemon actually getting a stat boost for one reason or another as they enter the field here. And that's something you always see.
That is true. Every single Pokemon just got a stat boost by entering the field. Also key to point out here, Geo is running that Life Orb Koraidon and the Close Combat, which means that it will just be able to start picking up some huge damage that Zamazenta is probably still feeling a little bit threatened by that, even with the defense boost that it just got. Well, here we go into our first turn. Geo will retreat the Brute Bonnet, even with the defense boost, does not want to take a body press, instead hoping to bait a fighting type attack into the now ghost type Lunala. Zamazenta will not fall for it, just goes for a Protect here to scout out what Geo is doing. Same for the Raging Bolt. So now Geo just going to have a free turn here, gets the Lunala in for free, but does not get any damage out. So instead it's just going to be the 2 restricteds for Geo and Zamazenta and Raging Bolt for Aaron.
Probably neither side too upset about that, though. I kind of like that if I'm Giovanni, where like, all right, well, pretty tough spot for that Brute Bonnet if you're not going to immediately waste a Terastallization. I think that's a tough thing to do at this point, where to get Lunala in for free, I think it kind of just generally improves the board position and doesn't really reveal any information, because Aaron was going to assume that Lunala was in the back anyway.
Absolutely. And of course, the Terastallization available to Brute Bonnet was Water type, which is very scary to do in front of a Raging Bolt. Same thing for the Zamazenta on Aaron's side, also a Water type, has the Water type available for Terastallization. As we see the ability for Geo to choose exactly how he wants to play this game. Do you want to go Trick Room? Do you want to start Flame Charging and potentially start getting some speed control for the Koraidon? Fast or slow? That will be Geo's decision here, as Calyrex switches in for the Raging Bolt. So that Pokemon will be retreating, and Calyrex Shadow Rider is on the field instead. And here comes the Terastallization coming out onto the Zamazenta, now a Water-type Pokemon.
So we've seen a lot of early Terastallizations for Zamazenta. So far, it hasn't worked out super well. I'll have to see if it's the same or different here.
Ooh, the Close Combat was headed into the Raging Bolt, so Aaron gets what Geo wanted in turn 1 and instead fires back with a big body press. Geo, however, will be able to set up the Trick Room here, which will benefit that Brute Bonnet in the back and probably signals an Ursaluna as the 4th Pokemon.
Yeah, really interesting situation there. Where, a great switch to get the Calyrex in from a type advantage perspective and from a damage trading perspective, but now you have one of the quickest Pokemon in the format stuck dealing with Trick Room here, so Calyrex likely going to need to ride that horse right back out.
Yeah, but crucially, the Zamazenta now sort of being in between speeds here will be able to move before the Koraidon, and we saw the damage that Body Press was able to do, could just pick up that KO.
Yeah, and what are you going to switch in, right? Especially if it's Brute Bonnet and Ursaluna, none of those Pokemon can take a Body Press.
Absolutely not. Fighting type coverage would be huge here as Ting Lu switches in to reduce the special attack of the Lunala. Geo will go ahead and start with a Terastallization here. That is going to be the Lunala will Terastallize into the Water typing again. That Raging Bolt threatening a lot of damage onto this restricted Pokemon if it can get back in front of it. There's the Moongeist Beam coming out from Lunala, will be reduced thanks to Ting Lu, as well as being targeted into the Zamazenta that's able to tank that pretty easily. And there's the Body Press picking up the KO on Koraidon. Like you mentioned, if it is Ursaluna or Brute Bonnet, can't switch into that ever.
Yeah, so I mean, kind of that's just the cost of the Trick Room, right? So Giovanni's going to get 4 more turns of Trick Room, which hopefully he'll be able to make some stronger advantage of. But I think we see some of the neat advantages of Aaron's version of this Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider team. Sometimes you get the speed advantage of that, it's a little easier to blow holes through the team, but with both Raging Bolt and this Ting Lu being pretty bulky, and then Zamazenta kind of naturally being a stronger defensive Pokemon, especially capital D defense with the stat, not going to be so easy just to take care of these Pokemon as, and take advantage of that Trick Room where, if you can survive one, I don't know if Giovanni's going to be able to survive long enough to get like a strong second Trick Room, so not too bad so far for Aaron.
Well, Brute Bonnet will come out here for Geo, threatening Spore Pressure very similarly to the way that Amoonguss, its brother, threatens damage. Threatens non-damage and otherwise status, but also being able to threaten damage onto both the Zamazenta and the Ting Lu, who are now both weak to the Seed Bomb from Brute Bonnet. But still probably not enough offense there to really, break through some holes in this team to make the most of this Trick Room.
Yeah, an awkward position, and maybe this does hint that it's not the Ursaluna, right, which would have been able to come in here for free. Brute Bonet's a decent attacker, but certainly when you're thinking of kind of like premier Trick Room attackers, it probably doesn't quite make the list. But that Spore still is strong, right, and there's no Pokemon that could switch in and take a Spore safely.
Okay, well, Lunala will be switching out in favor of the Ursaluna. Will be available for Geo, trying to get it in for free and also get the burn on the same turn. Ruination coming out from Tinglu will connect onto Brute Bonnet, taking it down to half. And the Spore will mean that the Ursaluna does not have to be afraid of a fighting type attack on the switch in, and instead gets in for free with, I believe, 3 turns of Trick Room left and will be burned right now.
Yeah, I kind of like that where, you get the Spore, which is always great, and it guarantees kind of the Ursula doesn't take a big chunk before it gets going here. You're going to take some residual damage from the burn. And again, with how many turns of Trick Room have already been expired, you're probably going to wind up in a situation where the Ursula's going to have to fight a little bit outside of Trick Room. So if you can keep it healthy enough to at least take 1 attack later in the match, that can make a big difference, especially because, with that Terrestrialization, the Raging Bolt's a big problem that's going to need to be dealt with, and Aaron knows that too, so he's not just going to give it up easily.
Absolutely, and you're really looking for the big breakpoints for Ursaluna are to survive a Psychic from that Calyrex or to survive a Dragon Pulse from that Raging Bolt. That's really what Geo is going to have to be focused on to protect that Pokemon. Otherwise, very easy for Trick Room to end and either of those Pokemon to just take that win.
Yeah, and we're going to see the Earthquake coming in here, throwing caution in the wind. Brute Bonnet takes it like a champ with that Photosynthesis boost, but Tinglu's actually going to trade pretty well with this Ruination right back at it.
Yeah, that's going to make you not healthy enough to take any of those attacks that I just mentioned with that 50% cut to your hit points. And Brute Bonnet does deal a little bit of damage back with that Seed Bomb and does some good damage to the Zamazenta, but now the sun has ended, which means that the defense boost is gone from that Brute Bonnet. Which means it won't take that Earthquake quite as well as before, and the Ruination really has been adding up on both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, sort of a scary spot here too, where now Zamazenta has pretty good odds of waking up and getting that Protect off, surviving another turn, and on Giovanni, so even if you're willing to Earthquake your partner, now it's a little bit scarier, where the odds of it waking up and potentially using a Wide Guard are also a real problem here, where Aaron doesn't really need any more damage, where I think Tinglu's actually done a fantastic job in this game at this point, and really just stalling out the Trick Room safely here would put Aaron in a super advantageous position.
I really like this targeting coming out from Aaron, going for the Sand Tomb on Tinglu, but first and foremost, Zamazenta will actually wake up here and protect itself, so will not take any other damage, but Ursaluna will fire off a Facade into Tinglu, just barely hangs on. Will be stuck in the Sand Tomb here as it has become trapped in the Quicksand, and a Seed Bomb into the protected Zamazenta. And if this Tinglu can make things happen here, that Ursaluna now taking the burn, now taking some residual damage from the Sand Tomb, and being unable to switch out, means that this Ursaluna, a major offensive threat, the major offensive threat remaining for Giovanni, is very, very low and on a clock.
Yeah, this is really scary for Giovanni here, where Zamazenta now free to swing into that Brute Bonnet slot perhaps. Ursaluna just healthy enough now where it can probably get 1 more attack off, and that could be a double KO with the right combination of events here, where I'm not sure if either Snarl or Stone Edge will do quite enough to the opposing Ursaluna, but I think regardless, Aaron's very close to getting that situation when you get Lunala stuck having to fight Raging Bolt and a partner, and I just don't see how that's going to work out for Giovanni.
Yeah, would be very difficult for Geo to do if that is what happens here, but does still have a little bit of Trick Room, wiggle room to make something happen here, and will absolutely need to capitalize on this turn to make anything happen and keep his hopes alive in game 1. Ooh, a big critical hit coming out from the Brute Bonnet will pick up the KO onto Zamazenta, which I think we're starting to see the sequence of events that leads to a double KO here. There's the Snarl, though, coming out onto Brute Bonnet and Ursaluna, so will deal just enough chip damage onto Ursaluna. After this Facade, the Tinglu will go down. That is both KOs onto Aaron's Pokemon.
Actually, a little surprised in retrospect it wasn't the Sand Tomb instead, where I don't think that Snarl's really doing anything for Aaron, where the Ursaluna, I guess, is just barely going to survive, but, that's kind of fine, where I think it's staying on the field here doesn't really provide any value for Geo. Maybe can pick up the double knockout here anyway. Yeah, the key here is just you got to find a way to safely knock out this, I guess really both of these Pokemon, where the damage from Ursaluna is a threat, the Rage Powder from Brute Bonnet protecting Lunala in the future from any scary electric type attacks, the other remaining threat. But 2 perfectly healthy Pokemon coming in now with Trick Room expired, and seeing a second Trick Room here seems like a far cry.
Would be very difficult, and Ursaluna only has 1 turn left. With that burn, it would only have 1 opportunity to go for an attack. It could switch out, could switch back in to have a more advantageous situation, but I really don't see a way for Geo to get that Pokemon back in safely under Trick Room and actually be able to make something happen here. But he's going to try, switches it out for the Lunala, has to come back in here, expecting a double protect coming out from Aaron to just try and stall out that Ursaluna. There's the protect from the Calyrex, and will be another protect coming out from the Raging Bolt as well.
I mean, we're getting closer, right?
We're closer.
Aaron's like one good swing away from locking this one, but didn't get it there.
Yeah.
I really like the spore targeting there, too. I think there was a reasonable chance that Raging Bolt got a little frisky, but instead, with the double protect, we're getting another interesting situation here, where the likely play is just like a Rage Powder Lunala try to do something that may not be enough damage, or do you maybe make a risky switch on one of these Pokemon, expecting a target, sacrifice the Ursaluna, see if you can get a free attack off. I think it's still tricky where Giovanni's mostly pinned, but like where they're starting to be a little light.
Absolutely, and Geo has an opportunity to set Trick Room again here. A Rage Powder would allow the Lunala to avoid an attack from the Raging Bolt, which would be super effective, but can't protect it from the Astral Barrage. And going to be really interested to see how well this Brute Bonnet can tank an Astral Barrage from this Calyrex at that health. Sucker Punch will bring Calyrex down to its Focus Sash, which is very important here. The Calyrex will also, just like the Ursaluna, only have one opportunity to attack before it takes damage. There's the Astral Barrage. Brute Bonnet will survive, so Brute Bonnet does open itself up to an attack from another Pokemon here. No Rage Powder at all. That's going to be the Moongeist Beam to pick up the Calyrex as well. And now it's just Raging Bolt trying to take out this Brute Bonnet and Lunala. That's a big Dragon Pulse. Brute Bonnet goes down, and now it is just Lunala, a Water-type Lunala that critically has its Shadow Shield broken up against this Raging Bolt that is still at full health and has the Magnet. And also there is this Ursaluna that gets an opportunity to switch in here.
Yeah, I mean, critically an opportunity to switch in, but probably not to do anything. Magnet looking a lot better than Assault Vest here because it gives the option just to protect and allow the burn to knock out the Ursaluna, and then you wind up in that 1v1 that Aaron's been looking for what feels like about 20 turns down.
All right, so Geo does have the Meteor Beam available, so to get the +1 on the Lunala here will overflow with Space Power. Does not matter if it connects or not, but that will be used to get the boost here so that hopefully, if you are a Giovanni fan, a critical hit Moongeist Beam at +1 is enough to break through this Raging Bolt. Or you're hoping that Lunala can survive a Thunderbolt.
Yeah, Thunderbolt and likely a Thunderclap, right? Which is the tricky thing here, where if you can't get it done in one shot with Ursaluna, or with Lunala, you have like the awkwardness of trying to use a bunch of non-attacking moves and finding just the right turn where Raging Bolt doesn't go for the Thunderclap, but certainly an awkward win condition, and we see the Thunderclap coming out now, not quite enough for the knockout.
Thunderclap doesn't pick up the knockout. Here comes the Moongeist Beam from the Lunala, connecting onto the Raging Bolt at +1, also not enough to pick up the KO. Been pretty close there. I think that would have picked it up on a critical hit.
Oh yeah. So now we get the awkward thing here where Lunala is going to try and either stall Raging Bolt out of PP for this move or trick it into going for a Thunderbolt, anticipating something like Wide Guard or I guess not Trick Room.
Not Trick Room.
Critically, which would be a loose con here.
All right, let's count them out. That's number 2 on the Thunderclaps.
Uh-oh, but I feel like something's happening here.
Oh no.
Oh,
number
nope,
3 on Thunderclap.
Okay.
5 more turns to go. 5 more opportunities to make a mistake and lose the game here.
I think a lot of trainers kind of think out in advance, like they're going to go so many times and then I'm going to attack. I'll have to see what Giovanni's number is.
Well, here is number 4 for Thunderclaps. For Aaron Brock, that means there are only 4 remaining for Geo to have to stall out here. Gonna have to see. Continues to go for the Wide Guard. That's number 5.
So this is where I think it gets interesting. I think you always kind of just assume a 5 because there's always the chance your opponent didn't use PP ups and then ran out of them. But most trainers are going to be prepared enough here where you're expecting them to be able to continue to do this. I think we see the Protector. I like this a lot where you don't have to commit either direction, really. You're just kind of spending some more time here, feeling out Giovanni a little bit. I guess you could technically try to stall him on a Wide Guard PP, although that's probably not a super realistic situation.
Yeah, and so here's the interesting part for me. When I am sitting across from someone who is making the decision between Thunderclap and Thunderbolt, If they take a while, I start thinking, oh, they might be clicking Thunderbolt now. So we're in some mind games here as another Thunderclap whiffs into the wide guard, and we are now down to 2 remaining Thunderclaps for Aaron.
Get a little spooky, you know, or hey, it feels like there's suddenly a chance.
There is a chance here as Raging Bolt goes for the Protect. Geo on the Lunala also going for the wide guard. Both players being extremely safe here, but 2 shots left on the Thunderclap. This is very, very important.
Aaron not budging here, going for, you know, I guess he's...
Yeah, who's going to blink? Who's blinks?
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, obviously he has all these terms where you could go for it, but you don't want to look silly, especially on stream, especially after all these rounds of back and forth. Neither side budging yet, but only 1 more PP left.
1 more left.
The tension is so strong here.
Okay, so here's what I do if I'm Geo. I expect Aaron to protect, and I go for an attack here.
Yeah, and then go back to
wide guard.
Yeah.
There's the protect from Raging Bolt. There it is. Geo gets it.
Are we all on the same page? Like, so we're team wide guard here, right?
Team wide guard. Team wide guard. This is the most consequential single move for Aaron in this game. Clicking Thunderclap correctly wins the game. Clicking it incorrectly loses the game.
All these poor trainers, there's so much tension here, and this is just fully a mind game. Pokemon has got out the window. Are you picking rock, paper, or scissors?
Rock, rock, rock. Wide guard! Giovanni successfully stalls out all 8 PP of the Raging Bolt and means that it is now free to go for a Moongeist Beam. And from the jaws of defeat, Geo brings it back and takes game 1.
I don't know if this is the weirdest game we've ever cast together, but guys, it's gonna be at least top 5, right?
It's in there. Oh, it's
what is
definitely
going
in there.
on? Giovanni just absolutely dominates a very strange rock, paper, scissors based endgame, and suddenly he's a game away from moving on to the top 4.
Yeah, this will be a game 1 win for Giovanni, and that will mean that Aaron will need to win the next 2 games to advance into the top 4, while Geo just needs 1 more. Wow, what a wild endgame. Congratulations to Giovanni for putting himself in that position. Sort of like what we were talking about with Emilio versus Montana. Geo was at a pretty big deficit for a lot of that game, but identified the outs, identified the way to get to that, you know, Thunderclap mind games end game, and then he just knew.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed there, where I thought maybe the sunlight was a little too harsh and Giovanni had become cooked, but able to battle back in that one. It's like never quite totally out of it. It was just so close for so long there. I think critically did a very good job at the end of the game there as his Trick Room was expiring, just not giving up too many resources where even a little bit more against him would have ended that game, but Aaron was never quite able to finish that one off. I think for me, if I were to provide some criticism going into that second game about the first, is that I think Aaron kind of played a little too passively, where he realized he had a big lead, and instead of playing to win the game, he just kind of tried not to throw it. And unfortunately, he needed to make exactly 1 more decision, wound up in a difficult endgame scenario where that was the he got to the point where no longer he could do it by positioning, had to do it by guessing, and just wasn't able to guess right.
Yeah, and I think we just saw the deciding turn right there when he did go for the Thunderclap before the Moongeist Beam. Trying to cover for, you know, not getting crit out of the game, but the Thunderbolt does have a little bit more base power, may have been just enough additional damage to get Lunala down that turn.
Kind of fascinated too. I don't know if I've ever seen one of these where the player with the priority move actually ran out of PP before, where usually one of the 2 sides will budge and you'll kind of get this sneaky knockout. Hey, you know, it's a lot of fun, right? You know, we've seen a lot of different VGC matches over the years, and that is one way a match can go for sure.
Yeah, mark it off your bingo card. You actually just saw a Sucker Punch mind game that went to 0 PP on the Thunderclap there. So heading into game 2, again, I feel like Geo was at a pretty big disadvantage for most of that game. And like you mentioned, Aaron played not to lose, not to win, and close out the game. Can Geo do that again?
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting here. We're normally kind of talking about the end of the first game. Like, oh, these trainers are thinking about game 2. This situation, they probably weren't.
They weren't.
And I'm pretty interested with Aaron in particular. He locked in really quickly for that second game. For me, if I'm a fan of Aaron, a little concerned, where I think it's real easy to tilt after a game like that one where you had it and you lost it. I would have really liked to see him take the full 45 seconds, but hey, you know, maybe he kind of figured out during that game, like, all right, I realized what I should have done. Like, let's just get through it and lock it in for the rest of his set.
All right, well, here comes the Koraidon and Brute Bonnet leads for Geo once again up against the Zamazenta and Raging Bolt for Aaron's side. So again, having all 4 Pokemon get their stat boosts, and both players thinking that Game 1 went okay from a lead standpoint.
Yeah, it's funny to be back here after what we saw in the previous game.
I forgot about these Pokemon.
Yeah, to remind anyone else who has kind of forgotten about it in the 37 turns of Raging Bolt action that we got there. Both trainers kind of started out the game by trying to bait fighting type attacks into their ghost type Pokemon. I think perhaps in both sides, giving them more decisions they wanted to, which helped contribute to that awkward end game. So I'm curious if either side will play this a little bit more conservatively or maybe even more aggressively, right? To try to bust a hole in the opponent's team earlier and not rely on the sort of end game that they wound up in that first time.
Yeah, we saw in Game 1 that Aaron did just go for a double protect while Geo tried to bait the body press into a Lunala switch in. Definitely playing very conservatively again here with a protect on the Zamazenta and also on the Raging Bolt here. So same thing here for Aaron, but Geo has left the Brute Bonnet in, so has not gone for that switch to the Lunala, has the Brute Bonnet and the Koraidon available to potentially go for Spores, go for big damage with close combats or Flare Blitzes or Flare Charges to get some speed control. Geo, again, has a lot of really good options here.
Yeah, I think this is a lot of fun where, the Giovanni playing a little riskier there and perhaps reading that Aaron's going to continue this trend of conservative play, but risking Brute Bonnet here is a little scary where it wound up being a pretty critical Pokemon at the end of the game, sashing the Calyrex kind of for free, and there kind of are a lot of Pokemon on Geo's team. Unlike a lot of teams like this, all of them deal pretty good damage, but we could get a little bit more action here than we've seen the previous few turns.
Yeah, definitely more action than in the start of the previous game. Zamazenta, though, will go ahead and Terrasilize into the water typing once more, removing its weakness to close combat, but Koraidon again targeting down the Raging Bolt here. No switch into the Calyrex, no switch into the Lunala. This time, the Koraidon is able to deal big damage to that Raging Bolt. Body press from Zamazenta, not able to pick up the KO onto Brute Bonnet thanks to that Photosynthesis boost, but it will be the Dragon Pulse to pick it up at the end.
So a big knockout there for Aaron, and hey, he's ahead once again to see if he can take better advantage of it this time, but only committing the Terrastalization, not taking too serious of damage, although the Raging Bolt is again heavily weakened after almost being the MVP of Game 1.
Yeah, and big difference here is that close combat actually landed on the Raging Bolt this time. It was at full health at the end of the game before starting to take hits from that Lunala, and now it's only at 30 hit points. It is very vulnerable to any attack coming out from any of these Pokemon.
And conversely, too, this Lunala is also in a better position than that previous game. The Terrastalization was necessary at the time, but kind of made things much more difficult for Giovanni. This time facing down the Raging Bolt with type neutrality instead of type disadvantage, which is going to make this quite a bit simpler for him to play out. The Lunala going to an easier time fighting this time, and we'll have to see if Raging Bolt can finally land that Thunderclap.
The Raging Bolt was like, I did this 8 times. Please just give me one Thunderclap connecting on anything, any Pokemon at all. That's all I want. Well, Koraidon is protecting this turn, so no Thunderclaps to target it. Will be safe from any attack coming out. The Thunderclap finally connects onto Lunala. This is what you wanted, Aaron. You got it. And Zamazenta's body press will not connect onto the Koraidon. And Lunala now, having tanked that very easily, fires back a Moongeist beam. And it's like, yep, good work, Raging Bolt. You landed the Thunderclap, now get off my field.
Yeah, the second time in a row, I guess, one of the few times I can remember we see a match where Lunala knocking out Raging Bolts and Lunala knocking out Raging Bolt is 2 of the last 3 knockouts that we saw.
Very interesting here to have Tinglu and Qian Pao as the final 2 Pokemon for Aaron. Did not bring the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which of course does mean that there was no chance to save that Raging Bolt from close combat because neither of those Pokemon wanted to take that close combat.
Yeah, and I kind of really enjoy this from Giovanni's side as well, though, where I think the losing Brute Bonnet felt a lot worse when we were maybe assuming different Pokemon were in the back on Aaron's side. Not looking like such a bad sacrifice now. Certainly you would like Spore into this more passive Pokemon here in Tinglu, but you don't need it, I don't feel like. So, hey, maybe Giovanni looking in a little better spot this time, and at least he doesn't have to worry about a Thunderclap War this time.
Yeah, well, Qian Pao does have Sucker Punch. you know, maybe the thunderclaps weren't working,
not
but
again.
I've got 8 more options of Sucker Punch if we need to.
Yeah, he spent one of the PP for Thunderclap, so
That's
he didn't
true.
need the Raging Bolt anymore. He needs that fully healthy Chien Pao Sucker Punch but I'm sure it'll be an exciting end to this game.
Crucially, Aaron has already used the Terrestrialization, though, which means that this Ting Lu has no opportunity to remove its weakness to the Biting type attack. So this Life Orb Koraidon is just free to fire off close combats into that slot, and Aaron is just kind of hoping against hope that Gio is afraid of a Calyrex switch in here. Looks like Gio is a little bit afraid of that, just trying to get damage down onto Zamazenta. Another close combat drop onto both of its defenses, as well as the Life Orb recoil. There's the body press coming up from Zamazenta, able to pick up that KO after all of those drops. And of course, not targeting the Ting Lu, maybe expecting that that would be another bait, but Ting Lu's Ruination will land onto the Lunala and take it down to just under 50% health as Trick Room is set up for the final Pokemon, Ursaluna.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering where we're going here, but this makes sense. Where Ursaluna's going to come in, get it a little more safely than it did last time, where there's kind of like that switch around to make sure that it didn't take an attack. We'll get the full amount of turns if it wants it this time, although unfortunately it's kind of in a situation where you probably need to protect for that Flame Orb again. But maybe you don't, because that's a really risky move as well. Lunala already heavily weakened, or I don't know if you want to try to fight 1v3 with Lunala here. So even though Giovanni got the Trick Room up, I think he ended up paying maybe a little bit too much for it.
And that Ting Lu actually put a lot of pressure on the Lunala, forcing it to switch into the water typing instead of saving Terra for Ursaluna. That's going to be a headlong rush into the Zamazenta to deal some damage through that defense boost as Ruination connects onto Ursaluna, dealing 50% damage, which will, of course, make it much more difficult to survive more turns of burn. Here comes the Meteor Beam from Lunala, getting the +1 boost to its special attack and hoping to fire off this attack and connect onto Zamazenta, and it does.
You know, I was really hoping you were kidding about the Chien Pao thing, but here we go. You mentioned in the pregame that, you know, one of the factors that makes Aaron seem interested, not really any speed control. You have the exchange that instead you have these priority moves, which leads to these strange pins. So Chien Pao is going to be the quickest Pokemon in the field, which means it will move last under Trick Room. However, if it uses Sucker Punch and connects on a Pokemon using an attacking move, it will go first. You know, with its aura out in the field here, there's a chance it picks up a knockout on something, especially with this Life Orb, with both these Pokemon having been heavily weakened by the Ting Lu. But there's still these 3 turns of Trick Room to stall through as well. And then, again, you know, Ting Lu actually going to be a pretty difficult Pokemon to knock out here. Has great defensive typing to fight Lunala, has its ability and its high stats to fight this Ursaluna. And, well, Ting Lu itself isn't going to do a whole lot more damage here. That Ruination does 50% of your current HP, so going to do a lot less on subsequent blows. You know, Chien Pao kind of just a distraction now, maybe a little bit, while its friend helps get things in Sucker Punch range for some more mind games.
Yeah, well, we do have the remaining 3 turns of Trick Room here, and I think critically, there's one. There's one. Remember that, 7. Everyone. Ting Lu with the Snarl, not going to connect onto Ursaluna, but if it connects onto Lunala, we'll be able to drop that Meteor Beam boost, which is a big deal here, as these are 2 Dark-type Pokemon that will resist this Moongeist Beam from the Lunala. That is the only option for damage that Lunala has, except for a 2-turn Meteor Beam, which would still be resisted by the Ting Lu and can always be protected away by the Chien Pao.
And now another fun turn where you go for the Sucker Punch here with the Chien Pao. You've now learned that you can survive another Moongeist Beam if you need to, so you can try to pin down the Ursaluna. The Protect might be a more common play here, but you still have that additional turn of Trick Room, so that's not like that would give you the speed advantage yet. So another interesting mind game. It's actually the Ursaluna going for the double Protect this time.
2!
Sucker Punch missing once again, and it'll just be Ting Lu and Lunala trading blows this turn. Sandtomb's going to go down, and that's actually pretty devastating on the Lunala side.
That is a huge Sand Tomb connecting onto the Lunala. That's going to deal chip damage at the end of the turn and dealt a significant amount of damage just on its own. Chien Pao will not be able to survive another Moongeist Beam, but crucially, Trick Room will be able to end very soon. But just trying to keep the pressure on that Ursaluna, because you need to Sucker Punch the Ursaluna so that it can't knock out the Ting Lu.
Yeah, I mean, it's an awkward one here too, right? Where you do need like 1 more turn of the Ting Lu being active, and otherwise, yeah, Chien Pao can just take the speed control and not have to play this awkward mind game anymore. But 1 more turn for Aaron. The Sucker Punch lands this time.
It lands a critical hit. The Chien Pao is so frustrated about all of the sucker punches and thunderclaps that have missed. That will be the end of Ursaluna. The Sand Tomb will be the end of Lunala. And Aaron Brock now 1-1, forcing Game 3 here in our first top 8 match of the day.
Yeah, sort of a silly one there, but you see how it can work out, right? Priority move lands, does a bunch of damage, easy win there. And that's kind of just the nature of Aaron's team. He's got a bunch of bulky Pokemon, but yeah, without speed control, you've got to get those pins lined up so they actually need to attack. And that was kind of the missing element. That first game with Lunala didn't have any reason it needed to go, so literally could stall out as long as it wanted to. This time, no choice but to go for the offense because he needed to maintain advantage of that Trick Room and wasn't able to make it quite long enough.
Well, I do think that the Chien-Pao was a very smart adaptation for Aaron. I am just very concerned that it won't work in a Game 3. I think a major part of that Game 2, by bringing both the Ting-Lu and the Chien-Pao, and the Zamazenta for that matter, 3 Pokemon weak to fighting type attacks, only 1 Terra can be used at any given moment. And Aaron kind of relying on the threat of potentially having that Ghost type in the back and showing in Game 2 that he did not bring it at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold play, but maybe it's a great one, right? Because just because he didn't bring it in Game 2 doesn't mean he can't bring it in Game 3. I think on the other side of the field, maybe some of the adjustment for Giovanni now is that, I kind of mentioned, like, oh, yeah, maybe it's not going to be the worst thing in the world to lose the Brute Bonnet because the Calyrex isn't there. But the flip side of that is redirection is the hardest counter to moves like Sucker Punch and Thunderclap that need an attacking Pokemon as a target. Rage Powder just shuts those down entirely, and perhaps just preserving Brute Bonnet a little bit more to avoid that endgame now that we've seen it twice in a row would be an option for Giovanni as well.
Yeah, and I really want to shout out this Ting-Lu on Aaron's team. It has been doing so much work in both of these games. The Ruinations landing and cutting the current hit points by half has been majorly important for Aaron to be able to get all of these Pokemon into Sucker Punch, into Thunderclap range. And also, because of how slow the Ting-Lu is, being able to Sand Tomb or Snarl before Lunala moves means that Aaron is able to, even under Trick Room, control some of the offense that's coming out of Geo.
Yeah, this Ting-Lu's been cracked. I feel like we're probably at the point now where it's done more damage in the first 2 games of this series than any other Pokemon. Certainly not something you expect from a Pokemon with the lower attacking stats, but it's the advantage of not needing them for the damage, right? It's percent-based damage and nearly everything it's doing. That Snarl's actually pretty impactful because it made it much simpler for the Chien-Pao. We see an adjustment here with Giovanni not exposing the Brute Bonnet, if it's even on his roster at all this time, from immediate danger.
Yeah, Geo is now moving forward with the Fluttermane version of the Protosynthesis team. That means that this is now going to be a much speedier version of the team that we have not seen in games 1 and 2. Aaron, however, is just going to stick with the Zamazenta and Raging Bolt lead that has worked very well for him in both games, even though he did drop that first one.
Yeah, now it's another fun, awkward spot where the part of the matchup that stays the same is this Koraidon being out here, potentially forcing Zamazenta into another terrestrialization. Aaron hasn't really needed it later in the game, so it's worked out fine for him, but he continues to need to do this because of the matchup.
Yeah, the Life Orb Koraidon with close combat just could deal so much damage to Zamazenta without the terrestrialization, and you just can't give up your restricted, at least that much health on your, or even if it survives, that much health on your restricted so early. Forces that terrestrialization once again. Fluttermane goes for the Protect here, trying to avoid any damage from either Pokemon, and actually this time it's Geo doing a double Protect to see what Aaron is going to do. There's the Thunderclap, another one misses into the double Protects, and here is a Body Press into the Protect as well.
Yeah, this Raging Bolt now, I think, looks solidly at a 1 for 10 for
1 for 10.
There was that one, though.
There was that one, and that one was important.
And the pressure is important here now, too, where I kind of see the opposite of what we were saying before, where this time the Fluttermane is representing a lot of potential damage here, but difficult to actually use it because it could be 2-tapped by these Pokemon. Koraidon not threatening a 1-hit KO the other direction necessarily, but there's a world where perhaps the Raging Bolt and the Fluttermane can be traded for one another if either or both players find that to be attractive.
Yeah, this Fluttermane also has a Stellar Terra type, so has the ability to boost its special attack, or its attack a little bit more. So being able to boost the power of like a Moonblast or even a Shadow Ball, most likely the Moonblast here, but the Thunderclap actually connecting once again onto Fluttermane, no terrestrialization. Here's the Moonblast coming out onto the Zamazenta, deals a little bit of damage and drops the special attack. While the close combat from Koraidon comes through onto the Zamazenta, not enough to pick up the KO, but drops it very low. But now this Flutter Mane has had its Focus Sash broken and is vulnerable to a second attack. Instead, Koraidon, with the drops from close combat, will just go down to that body press.
Oh, that's a great trade for Aaron. I was kind of assuming it'd just be a double into the Flutter Mane, but I think this is way better. Now you have a weakened Flutter Mane out here with the Focus Sash broken, so it's being pinned by the Thunderclap of Raging Bolt. You know, as successful as that has been so far, but it's the Brute Bonnet. So we were talking about this before. It's a very good counter to this Sucker Punch and Thunderclap-based offense that we've seen so much of from Aaron. Do still have to worry about the attacks from Zamazenta, but you know, Rage Powder and attack into the Zamazenta slot with Flutter Mane would be relatively safe for Giovanni here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Flutter Mane's Moonblast would be plenty to pick up the KO onto that Zamazenta, and of course also threatening big damage onto Raging Bolt if Gio tries to predict or Aaron tries to get a little bit fancy with some of this targeting.
I can see another Protect coming here eventually, and there's really been a trend of that in the series, right? Where so far it's worked. To me, it feels like a little passive, where I think I'd like to see a little more like one Protect, one Switch maybe, and try to get better board position. Where you know, if you can get away with it, maybe you can, right? You already have a lead, so you know, Aaron once again kind of playing in a method where he doesn't want to risk doing anything silly and throwing the game away. But we'll have to see if this plays out like the first game where he played too slowly.
Yeah, the one benefit here is that, again, the Koraidon has been taken out, so this Protect is also stalling out those turns of Sun where Flutter Mane's Photosynthesis would wear off, so if there is the Calyrex in the back, would be able to outspeed that Pokemon once again. Right now, the Flutter Mane would be the fastest thing on the field as you saw those attacks hit those Protects, and we're just going to start over again. Now what?
I think it's a pretty cool attack to have shown during the double Protect turn. I don't know if Giovanni was expecting that or not, but I think if you use the Rage Powder on the last turn, I think Giovanni would have shown his most conservative play. Instead, going with the Spore would have given up the potential for a Thunderclap knockout and going down to 2 Pokemon here. I think this is a little more interesting turn for Aaron, right? We're like, oh, maybe I want that trade. You know, like, maybe I was planning on making a different move, but now.
Well, here is another opportunity for Aaron to maybe make some of those trades, like you mentioned. Gio having to make a very difficult decision here. A Rage Powder would protect the Flutter Mane, but then would just have the ability, potentially could just take additional damage. But going to be the Terastallization coming out instead immediately for Gio. That is going to be the Flutter Mane, the Stellar Terra, getting extra damage available for this Flutter Mane on its Moonblast, Icy Wind, and Shadow Ball options. Gio going on the offensive here, but no Rage Powder. A Terastallization into a Thunderclap, and Aaron's Raging Bolt is raging after that game 1. Picks up a KO, hits 2 in a row on that Flutter Mane.
Oh, it hurt us criticizing it. Now the Body Press is going to come in here. This is going to do a ton of damage too.
It's going to deal a ton of damage, just over 50%, and all for a Seed Bomb from Brute Bonnet. Will be a trade there, so Zamazenta has now finally gone down. It's really going to be about that 4th Pokemon here for Giovanni.
Yeah, I mean, I think you love that if you're Aaron. And again, I was surprised there wasn't a mix-up with Giovanni on the previous turn there, where I feel like, you know, maybe you get away with it if there wasn't a double Protect, but doing it twice in a row is so bold. There's been a lot of mind games this set, though, and like maybe Giovanni felt like he just gained that mental edge, but it's actually Chi-Yu coming out as his final Pokemon here. Played a little bit like the last regulation, only 1 restricted Pokemon Giovanni's side of the field, and with these 2 very offensively oriented Pokemon out, this could be a exciting and quick end to the game.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. The Chi-Yu has 1 more turn, you can see, of the Sunlight here to boost the power of its Fire-type attacks. It is Choice Scarf, so whatever it locks into is what it will stick with.
And another very complicated turn. You know, while Calyrex is the fastest natural Pokemon in the field, there is a threat of an attack from this Choice Scarf Chi-Yu, who will likely be the fastest Pokemon in the field, and a Sucker Punch. So Calyrex could still be knocked out without getting the chance to move here. A fittingly complicated end to this game, given all the priority shenanigans we've seen so far.
Absolutely fitting here, as both of these players now need to make something happen here. A win here advances them into the top 4. A loss here ends their tournament run, and they will have to wait until New Orleans for another opportunity. Sucker Punch actually connects onto Raging Bolt, not the Calyrex. Heat Wave connects onto both Pokemon, burns the Raging Bolt, which could end up being significant, getting a little bit of chip damage as Calyrex goes for the Encore. So now it is Gio who is locked into Sucker Punches, but also critically, this Chi-Yu is still able to go for Heat Waves. It's still the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're probably not too upset about it if you're Giovanni. You lose the Sun here, although getting that first attack off with the Sun active is pretty critical here. The Raging Bolt is like maybe in range here. You probably need a critical hit.
It did 126 with the Sun.
Yeah, at the very least, maybe you're in a situation where like a good roll and a heat wave here and the burn damage could do enough. But the Caler's going to protect for now. Going to hope that that's not the case and that Raging Bolt can help support it for a little while longer.
Yeah, and here's the good thing about a Choice Scarf Pokemon. You do not have to worry about whether or not they're not going to attack. Chiyu is forced to attack here. Heat Wave into both Pokemon, not enough to pick up the KO. Raging Bolt at 36 health after burn drops to 22, and another Thunderclap will be enough to pick up the KO on Chiyu, and that should mean that Aaron Brock will advance to the top 4.
Raging Bolt's faced a lot of trials during the course of this match, but this last Thunderclap could be enough.
It has been a long tournament a long set for that Raging Bolt, and after missing 8 in a row, cleans up Giovanni Siski with a final Thunderclap, and Aaron Brock advances to the top 4.
I think one of the memorable top cut matches that we will ever have in the video game championships there. Really strange matchup. So many mind games, both with whether Pokemon attack and terrestrialize or not, as well as with the more critical mind games of attacking or not with the Thunderclap and with the Sucker Punch. But in the end, Aaron able to take 2 of the 3 games there. Very nearly took the first one as well. So almost a dominant performance there, but hey, it doesn't matter. As long as you get to 2, somehow he's moving on to the next round.
Yeah, all that matters is getting to 2 wins and advancing to the next round, and congratulations to Aaron Brock for doing this. Again, Aaron is one of those trainers who has been sort of just below the cusp of being like a top trainer, and making it here to the top 4 in Portland puts him on path to finally get that championship and really establish himself as one of those top players.
Yeah, and I think he plays a great set here from a mental perspective, right? Where I think that's a really difficult game 1 to come back from. I think it would have been much easier if Giovanni had lost that game instead. I was like, all right, I was kind of playing with house money anyway. I was behind that whole game, whatever.
Oh, I would have tilted off the face of the earth if I were Aaron.
Yeah, I think it's tough where he kind of had that one. He couldn't quite find a way. The ridiculous end game happens, isn't able to get that final attack through, winds up losing, and then plays 2 really good games. Like he's way ahead for both of those those games, especially that third one's never really in doubt. Some great job by him there. And then, I mean, I think it's just like a fun set, right? Where you see with these more offensive teams, again, the way that these teams are different than a lot of what we've seen in GS Cup is that all the Pokemon are dishing out some damage, right? Ting Lu, kind of the offensive MVP of the series.
Ting Lu probably took like 4 health bars worth of damage from Ruination.
Yeah, and then all those priority attacks, right? Where, hey, speed control is great and all when you're using moves at the same priority, but when you've got higher priority, you can almost always guarantee you attack first, assuming you can attack at all.
Absolutely, and I really loved the adaptations that both players made. Switching to Chien Pao and dropping the Calyrex, I think was so smart on Aaron's side, and I also really enjoyed the switch to the Fluttermane and Chiyu mode that Geo did in that final game. Didn't quite work out for him, went for that really aggressive play with the Brute Bonnet to go for a Seed Bomb instead of the Rage Powder to protect the Fluttermane there. But both of those, I think, were extremely smart adaptations based on what we had seen in prior sets.
Yeah, I think it all makes sense, and I respect the players too. I think in general in this format, it's really tough not to bring both of your restricted Pokemon, and I think it's even tougher to identify the situation, be willing to do it, and then be willing to do it on stream, where I feel like this one of those matches where if you lose, your friends are all going to be like, oh, you didn't bring your restricted Pokemon. How are you thinking there?
It's fascinating because we're just coming off of Regulation G, where players were only playing with a single restricted. It feels like the players now are much more comfortable dropping their second restricted. They have figured out, oh, I don't need, I know paths to victory with only my restricted and 3 normal Pokemon, quote unquote normal Pokemon. I don't really need the second restricted. I have lines that I already know and feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting thought, right? Whereas, again, it's one of the differences in coming from this format, having just played the last one, is that the players have a lot more reps playing games with only 1 restricted Pokemon they did before. I think one of the reasons why trainers probably are not inclined to do that typically at the GS Cup format is that you don't normally practice that, right? And that was the whole format for half a year, maybe a little bit more. So a lot of practice, that sort of thing. And in this case, it is a more regulation, or a team that feels more like one from the last regulation, where it's a very Koraidon-based team with its natural synergies. I think the Lunala, in particular, kind of less a part of that and more of a supportive Pokemon. So yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Absolutely. It definitely one of the things that we saw a lot in Regulation G was that Koraidon with the Fluttermane and Chi-Yu mode. And, just being able to add the Lunala, giving it a little bit of extra depth, but not necessarily, a requirement. Really cool to see those players making those adaptations. And same again for Aaron, dropping the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's one of those things I remember in Indianapolis, the first regional that we had with Regulation G. On stream, we had a player, I believe it was against Rajan, who had a Calyrex Shadow Rider team and then didn't bring the Calyrex Shadow Rider because it had such a bad matchup into the Blood Moon Ursaluna and Farigiraf on that team. And it's one of those things where it's just like, oh, no, you're not bringing your restricted Pokemon? But again, it's that comfort level of making sure that everyone now feels a little bit better and understanding of when it makes more sense to drop your restricted, or at least one of them, when you're going into a match like this.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah, there's a puzzle to solve here, right? I think we saw the first game, neither side had quite all the pieces to put together, and then in the end, Aaron was able to find a really great solution to the second and third games. So be excited to hear more from him.
Absolutely. Well, let's go down to the floor where Rose is standing by to speak directly with Aaron Brock, our first semifinalist, right now.
Thank you so much, Scott and Evan. That's right, I'm here with Aaron, who is going to be our first top 4 competitor at the final regional championships here in Portland. So, Aaron, I know we talked yesterday, but how are you feeling making it this far in Top Cut now?
I'm feeling amazing. It's unbelievable. I came here hoping to just get some points to stay on track for my Worlds invite, and now I have gotten not only Top Cut, I've gotten a medal, which is the first one since San Diego. So I'm very, very happy.
Oh, that's so exciting, and especially because now you get to hopefully increase your shelf space. Now for those medals, it'll be fun. But how confident now are you feeling in terms of going to Worlds or getting your Worlds invite from this performance?
I think that it hopefully should have it pretty solidified with this performance. I am still going to NAIC, so I do have another chance to get more points if for some reason it's not enough, but I'm feeling very good.
Well, let's talk about that match a little bit. It was a very tense 3-game set, and especially at that end of that game number 1, you had some mental gymnastics you definitely had to go through there. So what was kind of going through your head when you got to that end game and you have to weigh out the pros and cons of going for something like Thunderclap when you know Geo has that wide guard?
Yeah, I think on the first turn that I Thunderclapped, where it was just short of the knockout, I wasn't sure on the damage calc for +1 Moongeist Beam into Roaring Moon, so I just wanted to get some damage and see what would happen. I'm not sure if Thunderbolt would have KO'd, but it was close. And then the wide guard, I was like, he's not going to do it again, and then he did it again, and he's not going to do it again, and then he did it again. But, it worked out in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because at the end of that game 3, we really got to see also throughout that entire set the power of that Ting Lu. You didn't get a chance to show it off yesterday, so can you tell us a little bit more about how you felt like that Pokemon has performed for you so far this weekend?
Honestly, it's been a bit of a bench warmer because, like I said yesterday, I played a bunch of Kyogres. I played more Ice Rider today, which is not a favorable matchup for Ting Lu, but in the games it comes, it does really, really well against special attackers like Lunala, like Chi-Yu.
Have you looked at the bracket yet? Do you have an idea of who you could potentially face in that top 4 match?
I have not at all. I have no clue.
Well, I can't actually help you with that, sorry. So I was going to ask you who you'd rather face, but I'm going to go ahead and let you just take a breather. Before that, though, any shout-outs you want to add on to from yesterday?
Yeah, shout out Team Z again, shout out API again, shout out my boy Sean, I love you.
Awesome. Aaron, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck in top 4.
Thank you so much.
We're going to go ahead and send it back to our casters for our next Top Cut match.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. What's up, Wolf? Long time no see.
What's going on, Aaron? Welcome back to another episode of Today We're talking about the Portland Regional Champions at the Portland Regional We're in Portland, yes.
We're in Portland, yeah.
Oh, I got fired. Oh, man.
Deep breath, deep breath. It's been some intense sets. That last one, truly one of the craziest end games I've seen in a long time. Of course, with Miraidon, or not even Miraidon, it was Raging Bolt against, of course, Lunala.
Similar type.
Yeah, kind of similar, but here we are. 3 players, of course, have moved on to the top 4, and we will be featuring the final top 8 match between Gavin Michaels and Justin Wan. It's going to be a stacked top 4, and we'll see who will join these players from this final match. Gavin, of course, one of the winningest players in VGC history. 3 regional championships, a U.S. national title back in 2013, and an international championship over in Oceania. He's been playing VGC for over a decade, coming off a top 8 finish from EUIC.
That's right, and Gavin actually is a big proponent of rain-based strategies. We saw him not only get top 8 at EUIC with Kyogre in Regulation G as a single restricted, but actually used, as I'm not so much mistaken, Pelipper actually to win his international championship back in early 2023. And so this is going to be an interesting matchup that we have for us ahead of us here, because it's kind of the classic of rain versus sun.
And Gavin actually did get top 8 at EUIC also using Kyogre.
That's right,
So I think, like you said, Rain is something I feel like he has so much comfort with. But he's actually using a pretty different take on Rain, I think, from a lot of the Kyogre teams we've seen in this event. First of all, he's got Basculegion. That is not the most common Pokemon in this format.
Not in this format.
People were actually using Basculegion in like best of 1, where you would give it a Power Herb and then it'd be able to Phantom Force and then be able to break through Wide Guard, which is like a really, really crazy tech, right? This is not going to be that set. This is a Life Orb set with Wave Crash, Last Respects, Aqua Jet, but of course offers a lot of offense. And Gavin's actually got Fluttermane on his team as well, but I feel like Fluttermane these days I'm kind of used to seeing kind of paired with Chi-Yu, Koraidon, but this is a Rain team.
Yeah, normally you want to use Fluttermane in part if you have the strong Sunlight on your team of Pokemon like Groudon or Koraidon, so that you can run an item like the Focus Sash, maybe Choice Specs Life Orb, whatever, and you can also activate that great ability of Photosynthesis. But Gavin actually just forgoing Photosynthesis activation on his own altogether, so I wonder if we'll see Fluttermane. I wonder if maybe part of the reason it's here is for matchups against these Sun-based teams. Of course, Fluttermane might not be able to activate its ability because on Justin's team, there is also that Galarian Weezing, a Pokemon that is notorious and memorable because of its unique ability to shut down abilities.
I'm really eager to see how this matchup plays out because, first of all, just the Weezing, like, Koraidon combination alone, I think might be a little bit scary for Gavin to deal with because, first of all, you can't change the weather. Koraidon and Sun just so much more powerful. Brute Bonnet doesn't look like the most fun Pokemon to go up against either.
Yeah.
Especially because this Calyrex Ice Rider is not something like the Grass Terra, which you often see, and so it makes you a little bit more vulnerable to the spores from Brute Bonnet. I think Basculegion, honestly, one of its biggest nightmares is probably facing down Brute Bonnet here, where the Brute Bonnet is applying offensive pressure with Sucker Punch as well as Seed Bomb. You resist the attacks as well. So Justin's got a lot of tools at his disposal. He also has this defensive Dondozo. We've seen this throughout the course of this tournament. This is going to be a Grass Terra set with Order Up, Body Press, and Substitute. So it can be really annoying, especially against physically based Pokemon, right? Imagine you're up against Calyrex Ice Rider and you're able to just boost up your defense, set up a Substitute. But once again, quickly taking a look at Gavin's team, he's got that rain-based composition with a couple of unique sets like that Fluttermane we were talking about, Wolf, as well as Grimmsnarl. This Grimmsnarl is actually going to be the Steel Terra, and you've got Sucker Punch rather than something like Thunder Wave, which you normally see on these sets. And triple water attack Kyogre.
Dude, me when I'm at the beach and it's really hot outside and I'm making sure to stay hydrated. By the way, if you're at home, make sure that you stay hydrated. But Kyogre's not the only water type on this team. There's also that Basculegion. And I think Basculegion is kind of filling this role that we've seen a couple Pokemon in this format fill, which is Pokemon that have the damage output to rival some of the restricteds, but don't necessarily have all of the same tools. I would put Ursaluna in this category as well, and so it's cool to see an offensive Pokemon like Basculegion kind of shining here. Basculegion, of course, its Last Respects move getting stronger and stronger the more of Gavin's Pokemon faint. We also have this bulky Ice Rider, so this is kind of a team of two tempos, right? You have this more offensive Kyogre, Basculegion, Fluttermane, but you also have the more slow and defensive style of like Screen's Grimmsnarl. Obviously, Amoonguss, one of the most like infamous, I should say, defensive Pokemon of all time, and now this Leech Seed and Leftovers Ice Rider.
One of the most fascinating things about this Ice Rider is actually the Terra choice. This is going to be Fairy Terra, which people use because it gives you a better matchup into, of course, things like Miraidon as well as Dark Urshifu. Also particularly relevant in this matchup because the Dondozo set is Order Up, Body Press. Those are the two offensive attacks. And you know what's a good defensive typing against that? It's
that, Aaron?
Yeah, you tell me, man.
The one thing about that Fairy Terra, though, is that if you think about it, Koraidon, if it's next to Weezing, there's no way for Gavin to shut off the sunlight. And Terrafire Flare Blitz is extremely powerful, so much so that it will do significant damage to Calyrex Ice. It's not going to pick up a one-hit KO without a boosting damage item like the Life Orb on that Koraidon, but it's still going to do a lot of damage. And there aren't that many Pokemon in Gavin's team that in the Sun want to deal with Terrafire attacks from this Koraidon. Of course, we talked about Dozo. I think also something we haven't really mentioned yet is this Life Orb Shadow Rider. If you're able to weaken Gavin's Pokemon, if you're able to like use Terra on a Pokemon, like bait Terra on a Pokemon that's not the Ice Rider, this Pokemon can do a lot of damage with Astro Barrage, Psychic, and actually Pollen Puff instead of a more setup option like Nasty Plot here.
Yeah, I think one of the most awkward things about being a Grimmsnarl user is when you go up against that Weezing, leading Grimmsnarl can be a huge liability, right? Because Weezing just
saw that
turns
earlier
off.
this tournament,
Exactly, yeah. So like Weezing turns off that Prankster. Imagine you lead Grimmsnarl, you're up against Weezing, Koraidon, Fire Terra, Flare Blitz, Grimmsnarl faints, doesn't get a single attack off. Part of the reason why Weezing has been picking up in popularity is because Grimmsnarl is everywhere right now in the format. So one of my big questions is, will Gavin even bring Grimmsnarl into the game, right? I think if you do, it might actually make more sense to have it in the back. I think like Fluttermane's a Pokemon like could provide a lot of offense, but it also is so frail, go down really, really quickly. And so, yeah, I think my big question is, how does Gavin weather the storm of all these different combinations? You've got Koraidon, Weezing, you've got the Dozo to deal with as well, right? And that's not even mentioning Calyrex, which we just spent some time talking about.
Bonnet.
Exactly, yeah. I think like everything on Justin's team seems pretty scary. So let's see as we get into this game one. It's going to be Rain against Sun. Got all kinds of support Pokemon across the board, some classics, and then the Amoonguss versus Brute Bonnet as well, as the leads come out for both players. And it is going to be Weezing paired with that Calyrex. And it's Amoonguss and Calyrex Ice Rider on the opposing side.
Boy, right away, this is a little bit uncomfortable for Gavin because, you know, Amoonguss is in range of probably Life Orb Psychic from the Shadow Rider, depending on how it's trained, but most of them will go down to this. But of course, Ice Rider doesn't especially want to take a Life Orb Astro Barrage. And Weezing here with Amoonguss on the field is actually free to go for a Toxic Spikes because nothing else on Gavin's team is either immune to the Toxic Spikes or can clear them like the Amoonguss. And so Gavin actually locking in quite quickly here. Seems pretty comfortable with the situation, seems confident in what he wants to do. I think that like while Justin's in the driver's seat here, getting this turn wrong could be really, really challenging. And something we didn't really talk about is the dynamic of Trick Room, where a lot of Justin's Pokemon are actually quite fast paced. And so, yeah, this is an interesting dynamic here, but I don't think that there's like necessarily one clear best move. The onus is on the players to find that.
Yeah, I think the big thing to note here is also Weezing doesn't have Will-O-Wisp. It doesn't have Taunt. And so against those Weezings, this turn one might be a little bit dicier, but by going for this Protect and this Trick Room, it's basically guaranteed because the Weezing here isn't really applying any pressure. This is one of the downsides of Weezing sometimes, where it doesn't have very much damage to offer. By not running Taunt here, you don't even shut down a potential Trick Room. So Justin, if he decides to go for that Psychic, will get nothing off. Even if you go for Astral Barrage, the Calyrex Ice Rider certainly will survive. So Gavin going for a relatively safe play. It is going to be the Astral Barrage, so nice call by Justin there to get some damage onto the Ice Rider. There was an opportunity for Amoonguss there potentially to go for the Spore. This is still going to hurt though, but it actually does less than half, which is pretty impressive bolt from the Ice Rider there. And like you said, Wolf, Toxic Spike's now able to be set up, and Amoonguss can't soak that up immediately, so if Amoonguss switches, whatever's coming in will take that poison. Calyrex now, though, free to Trick Room, and I think Gavin's in a pretty decent spot with Spore and pressure from Ice Rider right now.
Yeah, actually, I completely agree, because you have to figure in the back, probably Koraidon, right? Like, surely Koraidon has come to this battle. It would be really surprising otherwise, and given that Koraidon has probably come to this battle and that Trick Room is up, it's like kind of difficult for Justin to weather the storm of this Trick Room. Even though this is a battle between two weather setters, actually right now it seems like the real thing applying pressure is this Trick Room. Even if it is Dondozo and Tatsugiri in the back, I mean, because Trick Room is up, you have to worry about both Spore but also Leech Seed. And with the Fairy Terror on the Ice Rider, it's not like you can come in and start like order up, body pressing, etc. So overall, I think this is actually quite a difficult situation for Justin. I mean, I would give the initial advantage to him, but yeah, Spore comes out here and Ice Rider falls asleep, and I mean, what is Weezing gonna do here? Like, it can't taunt, it can't burn. I mean, you can go for a Poison Gas, I guess, but Glacial Lance is gonna vastly outpace that.
Glacial Lance coming out to so much damage here, and Poison Gas is going to come out. But it just feels so slow-paced, right? And it even misses the Calyrex, a complete disaster here. I mean, even if it hit, honestly, I don't think it moves the needle that much for Justin. This Calyrex also, with that leftover, is able to heal up consistently. And so Gavin recognizing, hey, like, Trick Room actually looks pretty good in this matchup. I don't see how you deal with the Amoonguss and Calyrex Ice Rider. And this is the classic tale of Weezing in this format. Sometimes it looks like the MVP. It looks like it's shutting down everything. Gavin doesn't even care about his abilities right now. And it doesn't even shut down Ice Rider, right? And so right now, so free to just keep going for Spore and Glacial Lances. Like you said, Wolf, there's nothing really that can switch into this very easily, right? Like, if you have Koraidon in the back, well, that just gets absolutely blown up by the Glacial Lance. And even, like, Dondozo and Tatsu, which feels like it could be solid in this matchup, is really awkward, because if you switch it in, it just gets put to sleep, potentially, and then you don't even really do that much damage, because this is Fairy Terra Calyrex Ice Rider. So, Weezing just going for a Protect, but it's so passive right now. It's, like, soaking up a spot. You want it to do more, but you can't. Spore free to go into that slot, and I mean, this Glacial Lance here will be able to just knock out the Shadow Rider, and Ice Rider is just in so much control right now. This is really tough for Justin.
Yeah, Gavin really has not given Justin a chance to really do anything here.
No.
Like, there hasn't been any, even if Gavin had told Justin his moves before making them,
yeah.
I don't know what Justin was supposed to do outside of a really aggressive switch, like bringing your Karide on turn one the Ice Rider, but like, he might be lying, you know? Can you really trust him? And so, yeah, like it's so hard. Now this Ice Rider is even though it's so defensive with, you know, leftovers, Leech Seed, and Protect and Trigger, it's that +1 attack thanks to that as-1 boost. And there's not really any good Pokemon to bring in here that can handle this thing. I mean, you could have Groupon in the back, which, I mean, weak to Ice. You can go into Koraidon, weak to Ice, also, you know, susceptible to Spore. Or Dondozo Tatsugiri, who, as we said, don't really move the needle here.
Yeah, the Pokemon just choices feel really awkward, right? Where it's like, Weezing is taking up a slot. You don't want to switch that out, though, because as soon as it switches out, you eat up a Glacial Lance or a Spore. It's going to be that Brute Bonnet, but, I mean, Brute Bonnet is facing down a lot of scary threats right now. There's no offensive pressure from the opposing side. The Brute Bonnet, of course, can go for a Water Tera, but then if you Water Tera, you could just get Spored by the Amoonguss, right?
Yeah.
And so, what is this combo going to do right now? It feels like the Weezing is just not offering anything. Yes, Poison Gas missed, but at the end of the day, it only gets a little bit of chip damage onto the Ice Rider, and so Justin, if he wants to pull off a comeback, will need to find a way to get some value out of this Brute Bonnet, but it's also really tricky when this Amoonguss is free to Spore, or even has Pollen Puff, which actually does meaningful damage into the Brute Bonnet, right?
That's
and so this lead combo, I think Justin may have not been prepared for. He's got to go back to the drawing board a little bit. But right now, if you want to win from his perspective, you've got to try to style out this Trick Room, but no Terra Spore just comes out.
Oh, Aaron, yeah.
Who's going to move first between Ice Rider and Brute Bonnet?
Oh, no.
Ice Rider.
Oh, Lord. I don't
Is this
think
a double KO?
It must be, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Brute Bonnet survives.
Hangs on.
Okay.
It's got a little bit of fight left in it.
Yeah, but with Weezing gone now, I mean, it feels like the Weather War has been won by Gavin, and like, I understand why you don't Terra there. You might want to save it for your Koraidon. Also, you might, like, it's somewhat safe for Gavin to actually Spore into Brute Bonnet there, and Glacial Lance, you know, Justin clearly knows that his Brute Bonnet is extremely tanky, very, very bulky. And you have, like, now you have neutralized the threat of this Ice Rider, but, like, I just fear it's too little too late.
It is.
With Trick Room, if Trick Room had ended this turn, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, very, 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 you know, like not a good chance, but it's, you know, a chance still. But with Trick Room still being up, I mean, Brute Bonnet can't protect itself. Pollen Puff is a KO at this point. I don't even think Terra Water would save you from that Pollen Puff. And then we haven't even seen Gavin's back Pokemon, let alone, you know, dealt with the ones on the field yet.
This was clinical. Like, I think this feels like Gavin was like, look, I actually think this lead combo, you actually don't have that many answers into.
Yeah.
And I think part of it is just the awkwardness of Weezing. I think Weezing not only didn't contribute any in this game, it took up a slot, right?
Yeah.
Like, that could be an attacker instead, right? Imagine if you have, like, Calyrex and Koraidon as the lead immediately. You have way more offensive pressure. Instead, Weezing was just there clicking Toxic Spikes and Poison Gas, not really able to accomplish very much. And by the way, yeah, the awkward thing here is this Brute Bonnet doesn't have Protect either, right? So it's super low. Trick Room is still up. You're vulnerable to eating up, obviously, Glacial Lance or the Pollen Puff here. Very easy to just target Brute Bonnet. And then Koraidon, you know, there's still this Kyogre presumably waiting in the back to just change the weather. So I think it just felt like Justin was behind from turn one, from the leads. And quite honestly, like you said, Wolf, even if Justin knew every play Gavin was going to go for, his team, truly, with the 4 that he picked and the lead, I just feel like there were no resources to actually handle this combo and the strategy.
Yeah, I think that with certain strategies, especially ones based around Weezing, you need to kind of start the battle off on the front foot.
Yes.
And by starting it off on the back foot here, I guess technically Justin was in a good position on the first turn, but Gavin found the play that would neutralize that position. And once the position got neutralized, because there was no defense, it was just so difficult to turn it around. So we do see terrestrialization here. I think this makes sense. It's kind of a last-ditch effort from Justin. Like, maybe if Kyogre's not in the back, you can turn this around. The Toxic Spikes are up. You know, that's something. I just don't feel like it's going to be enough here, as we do see Sucker Punch come out into the Amoonguss. Going to pick up the KO on the Brute Bonnet, actually, with the Rocky Helmet. So, I mean, it's better than taking a Pollen Puff, I guess. But, yeah, like, now down 1 against 4 with, you know, 200 build Pokemon in the back. I don't know, maybe he left Kyogre behind. You never know, right?
You never know, right?
Sleep, the Toxic Spikes are up, but yeah, Calyrex burning his first turn of sleep here. I think it's just so difficult. I really do think that Justin needs to go back to the drawing board and think about either, is it worth you, like, relying on Weezing? And if so, like, do you actually need Weezing to win in this matchup?
Yeah.
If so, do you need it in the lead? And if so, how are you going to stop what Gavin did here? Because I do think that Weezing helps to really mitigate a lot of the pressure from like Kyogre-based strategies. But I mean, as we see, this is a dual restricted format. Kyogre is not the only weapon in Gavin's arsenal.
Yeah, I can see why Justin may have felt hesitant to bring the Dondozo. And we actually see the back two. It's Kyogre and Grimmsnarl.
So unusual.
Back Grimmsnarl was really interesting, but I think Justin's probably like, wow, okay, wait, you have two Fairy types in your team, in the Grimmsnarl and the Fluttermane, and you have Fairy, Terra, Calyrex, Ice Rider. So my Dondozo actually doesn't get a ton of value, right? Because you can like pin in this position where you have two Fairy types out. Well, order up, good luck, have fun with that, right? And then you're just doing body press for very minimal damage. And so this strategy makes a lot of sense because I think at first when I was looking at the matchup, I was like, okay, Dondozo looks pretty good, right? It can keep boosting up its defense. The answer is actually no if you have two Fairy types out on the field. And so it's actually a really clever solution here. So then the question is, if you're not bringing Dondozo into a matchup, I think it's got to be a different lead. I don't think Weezing contributed anything, right? And so the question is, what do you go for, right? Is it potentially leading Brute Bonnet to pressure a Spore immediately? Is it maybe going something really offensive like Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Koraidon right from the get-go?
What about Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Brute Bonnet? Not to, backseat a little bit. But I think part of what made this difficult is that there wasn't a good play for the Terra Fairy Protect play.
Right.
Terra Fairy Ice Rider and Protect the Amoonguss play. As we see Kyogre protecting here, we can watch this turn play out. Collision Course comes out. If Gavin wakes up right now, the game is over. As soon as Trick Room goes up, this game is likely won for him. And he actually, I want to actually compliment Gavin on what I think is an extremely smart macro play here, which is that what he's likely realized is that, hey, if I get Kyogre inside a Trick Room, I win. So he goes into Kyogre, he protects. He gives Calyrex Ice Rider a chance to wake up. Now, if he wants to, he can switch to Grimmsnarl and go for another Trick Room, understanding that Koraidon can't break with Ice Rider. And even if Grimmsnarl were to go down, never mind. It was a dumb idea anyway. But well, yeah, I think like understanding basically that, Koraidon, like he still has +2 Ice Rider, right?
Yeah.
I think it's +2. I've lost track.
At this point, it's like you've got the Grimmsnarl in the back waiting to come out and dish out all this damage as well. Collision Course does a lot, but you can see why like you really value the Sun or the Life Orb. Origin Pulse hits, but quite frankly, even if it missed, like Koraidon just did not have enough in the tank.
Yeah, critical hit. Who could say whether in the rain, Terrifier, Koraidon. Yeah, but I think it was really clinical from Gavin.
It's full control. Like it felt like every turn, Gavin could make what I would consider a safe play. And it didn't even feel like there was anything Justin could do, even if you like predicted the play.
I agree. Yeah. So I think that's a sign, not necessarily that the matchup is unwinnable, but that the approach that Justin took needs to be rethought.
Absolutely.
I think that like a couple things stand out to me. Like I said, I think Brute Bonnet in the lead to ignore Rage Powder to pressure Spore on the Ice Rider immediately is pretty good. Brute Bonnet plus Calyrex, like just offering that offensive pressure between super effective Astral Barrage and super effective Psychic right away, forcing Gavin to potentially Terra. I also do think that there is a case for Dondozo to come here because although like Dondozo isn't great on paper, I do think that with Grass, Terra, and a couple defense boosts, if you're able to get an order up off at like before Ice Rider starts attacking, I think given that these Ice Riders tend to be pretty tanky and that Dondozo is extremely physically bulky, it might be possible to have Dondozo's substitute not be broken after a Glacial Lance. And I think if you do that with Grass Terra, you're immune to Spore, you're immune to Leech Seed. I think that there are other ways through this battle. That being said, it's really scary to go down against a team like Gavin's in game one because like there's so many, Gavin can just mix up and lead Kyogre if he thinks no Weezing, right? Like there's so many ways that Gavin can adjust here, and I think like the onus is on Justin to figure it out, but I think Gavin is actually the one who going into this game too kind of has nothing to lose.
Yeah, I think Gavin has the ability to mix things up, but it also felt so dominant here, and he's probably had a lot of time to think about this matchup before coming into the game as well. And so, like, we suggested a couple of things here that Justin could consider, right? Like leading Brute Bonnet with Calyrex, Shadow Rider, maybe leading both of your restricteds. I think there's also the mix-up of, like, you can lead with Dondozo with one of the restricteds, which, like, creates this mind game of, like, do you switch the restricted out into your Tatsugiri immediately? And honestly, Dondozo here, even before switching out into Tatsugiri, can still have some value, right? Like let's say you're up against Amoonguss and the Calyrex Ice Rider, you can set up a substitute in front of them, which I think is
you're not threatened at
really
all.
Interesting. And so I think, it feels like leading Weezing, that's definitely not it, right? And it felt like Justin, by leading it really just set him behind immediately in that first game. There's a lot of different mix-ups that he could go for, so we'll have to see. But honestly, even with the ones we suggested, like none of those feel like a very clear path where it's like, oh, I know exactly what you do into the Ice Rider, into Amoonguss on turn 1, into turn 2.
Yeah. There's just a lot of pressure that's being exerted here as the players consider what to do. And we didn't even talk about Koraidon as an option as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting because sometimes Tatsugiri will actually run Taunt, and so maybe like a Tatsugiri lead could have made sense, but this Tatsugiri is 3 attacks and protect.
That's right.
That's not an option here. I totally understand why Justin wanted to use the Weezing, by the way, because if the Toxic Spikes were actually applying a lot of pressure, if he could have just gotten through the lead.
Exactly.
That just proved harder than we might have anticipated from the get-go. But players kind of taking a deep breath here as we jump into game 2, and it's the same lead from both players.
Well, I'm eager to see what Justin has come up with because this felt so difficult for him in the previous game, right? Like, I think Gavin could honestly just lock the exact same moves once again. So the question is, okay, if you are expecting the same play of Protect, Fairy, Terra, Trick Room, what do you do here? Is it a potential switch into the Brute Bonnet immediately to hit the field? You can see Gavin's actually hovering that Spore as well. He was like, well, you didn't Psychic last time, so you know what?
You're not gonna do it.
It is interesting though, because what if Psychic comes out this time? If you get rid of the Amoonguss, at least you do not have to worry about the sleep pressure as much. And so Gavin going for a mix-up here because he was like, yeah, last time I was, vulnerable, didn't take it. Now, like, what if I just catch you off guard and put you to sleep? But I do think it's a little risky. Like, I'm not sure he needed to go for it.
It probably wasn't needed, but also he's up a game, right?
Yeah, why not, right?
You say, like, okay, I'm up a game. If I get this play right, I might just win the game on the spot. Of course, there is the option of, like, yeah, like you said, Brute Bonnet coming in, but it's just so risky. So it feels so scary to switch in. Well, what if it's Koraidon, though? Let's see here. It's Dondozo.
But
oh, my goodness.
Gavin, you can see he's feeling it. This tournament is so important for Gavin Michaels. He is one of the winningest players in North American VGC history, but he has not played much this season, and he needs a first-place finish here to qualify for the World Championships, and he knows he is one step closer after making a phenomenal turn one, and oh my goodness, I mean, how do you come back from this if Dondozo falls asleep immediately?
Yeah, I think that these next couple turns are going to be really crucial because the one advantage that Justin has is that it's not very easy for Ice Rider to get through the Dondozo quickly.
That's right.
Right? And even the Weezing, it's like, it's not so easy. Like, you're kind of, it's an interesting spot because you want to click Leech Seed here probably, right?
Yeah.
But like, if you're doing Leech Seed, that like just gives, it's not applying that much pressure immediately. Of course, if Dondozo does end up getting Leech Seeded, then like it becomes pretty difficult. Spore plus Leech Seed this turn is very, very safe. There's kind of nothing that Justin can easily do to punish it. But I mean, like, you only have so many turns of Trick Room. And also we have to keep in mind that once this Amoonguss, or once this Trick Room ends, that Shadow Rider is still waiting in the back. The question to me, though, is, like, is it Tatsugiri in the back?
Because, it must be, right?
Well, what about Koraidon? Because this is still a Kyogre team, right?
Yeah.
And, like, I don't think it's impossible that Koraidon could be the final Pokemon or here, and just, like, you're trying to use Dondozo as a sponge here to, like, stall through the Trick Room. Weezing's pretty tanky. Not able to eat that Citrus Berry just yet, but who knows, maybe eventually. Dondozo takes his first turn of sleep here. We'll have to see if Weezing goes for a Protect or not, as Amoonguss just puts it to sleep, but I think this is okay, because, now both Pokemon. Hang on a second. Did Dondozo move before the Amoonguss? I almost wonder if it's slow. Maybe it was going for Protect. Anyway, Leech Seed connects. A big win for Gavin on this turn, I think.
Yeah, I think it is stressful because the difference between it hitting and it missing, it's just an extra turn that you have to spend, right? And so I can see Justin's approach right now, right? And if Gavin had gone for the same Protect play on turn one, it's like Dondozo even gets to come in for free. And Wolf, I totally agree with you. Actually, totally could be Koraidon as the fourth. I'm very curious to see if it is, right? This is just awkward for Justin because he is not putting on any offensive pressure right now. So the question is, can you weather the storm of Trick Room right now, of Glacial Lance coming out every turn, right? If you don't have Tatsugiri in the back, you have to switch your Calyrex or Koraidon into a Glacial Lance and Spore combo. That doesn't feel good either. And so I think Gavin making a really, really nice play on turn one to already put him up ahead. He's got that Leech Seed, which is so valuable into Dondozo, and he's got so much pressure right now. Justin does have a good defense core to kind of weather these next couple of turns at least, but we'll have to see. Like, I think he's in a better spot than he was in game one, but game one, it felt like he could do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think what's really interesting here, by the way, is that is the Weezing. Oh, it's probably going to Protect, yeah. I'm sorry, the speed tiers are a little bit interesting and they'll determine a lot. But actually, Polymorph does a decent chunk of damage, and yeah, Glacial Lens comes out again. These Pokemon are better at surviving, and that is really important. I don't want to downplay that. At the same time, though, surviving kind of isn't enough. Like, you need to do damage, right? Like, because at the moment, it looks like the Trick Room is going to end, and it's like Gavin's just going to get a second one for free, and then you're just the same situation, but actually just significantly worse. Even if by some miracle you don't end up with any as one boost, any Chilling Day boosts, like, yeah, it's like you have to do something. You have to do damage. Gavin's sitting at full HP on both his Pokemon. Justin has lost half his HP on two of his Pokemon, and they're both asleep. And there's still 2 turns of Trick Room left, and only a 50% chance that either mon will wake up.
And it's awkward because it's like, if these Pokemon are out on the field as Trick Room is about to end, Gavin can just say, I'm going to set up Trick Room again.
There's no pressure.
If a second Trick Room goes up and you've got Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Koraidon in the back, the game surely feels over right now, right?
Yeah.
So Gavin, in some ways, might not actually feel that bad saying, look, I'm not knocking out your Pokemon immediately. And these sleeps are, of course, absolutely brutal for Justin right now as well. Not able to potentially wake up. And I think the lack of Tatsugiri switching in really makes me think, okay, he actually doesn't have Tatsu in the back, but just another Glacial Lance coming out. Pokemon getting so low. Weezing wakes up, and it's able to get a Poison Gas off.
Next this time.
Okay.
So you've done a little bit of damage, but that little bit of damage is being surely canceled out by the leftovers from the Leech Seed.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Amoonguss is still at full HP. This is just looking so brutal, Aaron. It's really hard for me. I think actually it might be in your best interest to let both your Pokemon go down here.
Yeah, and just get your free switch in.
Get your free switch in and go from there. Yeah. Although again, if it is Toxicity in the back and not Koraidon, like you still have to attack into this Amoonguss before, and you know, like Rage Powder is an option as well. There's no clear way through the Calyrex.
Yeah.
So it's not over, but it's certainly not looking very easy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, what is the path to coming back if you are Justin, right? You need to, and Trick Room's about to end, right? So it's like Trick Room ends, you get your two powerful attackers position. The problem is if you go down Pokemon count early, like let's say you lose both of your Pokemon right now, well, then you lose the Weather War.
Yeah.
And that's really, really scary, right?
There's one way through.
Okay.
It kind of sucks.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't work. Never mind. I was gonna say Brute Bonnet comes in with Calyrex at the last. Like it's the Hail Mary pick because you've poisoned the Ice Rider. Like you can't even spore it.
You know what's also wild, Wolf? This Grimmsnarl, Spirit Break, and Sucker Punch. Do you know what that's good into? Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Koraidon. Like, congrats, you can Terra one of the two, but the other one just gets one hit KO'd. So this is the other reason for back Grimmsnarl. Normally we think about back Grimmsnarl, and Dondozo does finally manage to wake up.
There's Protect.
It's gonna get a Protect up, but I don't even know if you want it out on the field right now. Like, you might want it to just feint so you get your more powerful attackers out. Okay, Weezing protects, but like where do we go from here, right?
I think, yeah, like, it's so tough. If you're Justin, there's no clear path forward. I think that turn one just went so badly that, like, yeah, it was really, really difficult to recover from. But at the same time, like, you know, actually, there was the possibility of a switch there that turn. Because he got one for Leech Seed rather than Glacial Lance. And if you're wondering why, it's because he didn't want to take any KOs this turn. He wants to ensure he can get a second Trick Room up. And by going for Leech Seed there, he says, hey, what are you going to do? Body press me for 5% that I heal off? Like, look at how much it's healing, right? It took poison damage. It's already basically back to the full HP. It could have even taken a little bit more damage and really no difference here. So, yeah, Weezing not having a poison type attack even to do super effective damage here. It only has the very weak Dazzling Gleam. Calyrex, you know, it's canceling out this poison damage. It's just, it's so difficult for Justin here. The Switch Dimension end while Justin has no way to punish it.
Exactly, and now it's like you are potentially able to set up that second Trick Room. Like, what is this offensive duo or defensive duo going to do, right? Like, Dondozo and Weezing are just staying on the field. By the way, a huge difference maker is if the Weezing had Taunt. Taunt completely changes the dynamic of this matchup. But Gavin knows you do not have a way to really reliably shut down Trick Room, right? And part of what makes the Calyrex Ice Rider Amoonguss combination so good, I mean, we've seen this throughout Regulation G as well, is that, hey, the only way for you to really get around Spore is Dondozo finally switches, but, you know, there's nothing stopping this second Trick Room from coming out. It was Tatsugiri in the back. Wow.
Another layer of Toxic Spikes.
Yeah, so Toxic Spikes comes out, but once again, it's not going to be relevant if you never actually switch out. And Gavin going for that Pollen Puff, this is just absolutely clinical. Calyrex is able to set up that second Trick Room, and now you just get to click Pollen Puff, Glacial Lance, and, you know, Calyrex Shadow Rider is just so sad here. And Dondozo just took so much damage from these Glacial Lances and these Leech Seeds, and this feels all but over.
Yeah, like, I'm trying to think about any way through. You just have the Terra available, right? So with Grass Terra, you can make yourself immune to Spore. If Dondozo was healthier, I think there was a case to be made here, right? Like, if you have a healthier Dondozo, maybe you can, like, bring it in. You can just accept you're going to take some Glacial Lenses, but you'll heal off a lot from there. It's not, like, necessarily, like, so bad. And because of Dondozo's ability, which is unaware, it's actually able to ignore any Glacial Lance boosts. So it's not like, there was a path forward here, and it's not over yet. It's just, like, so hard for me to imagine ever breaking through this duo, because
like, it's been on the field for how many turns, right? Like 6 turns, and it like no damage has been done, and Justin has given up so much health as well.
Oh boy,
Tatsugiri goes for the Protect, but that means it will not be able to accomplish any damage. Spore onto the Weezing slot, of course, covers for any potential switch outs. I mean, Tatsugiri maybe had the opportunity to go for a Muddy Water here. I think Justin may be worried about Pollen Puff, Glacial Lance doubling up into that slot, or Spore going into that slot, but with the Protect now, the Weezing will just faint. Calyrex Ice Rider will get a nice attack boost to boot, and...
You know, it's not necessarily... All
right, let's hear it.
Like, you can go into Shadow Rider here, but it's +1 on the Ice Rider.
Yes.
Oh man, it's just, I'm really trying to find a way through.
I was like, oh, Shadow Rider, Protect, Muddy Water, double accuracy drop.
Yeah. Go to Weezing, or go to Dondozo.
But the thing is, like, Dondozo's just taking too much damage, right?
It's
the problem.
Low. It's like below substitute range.
Oh. But I think, like, Gavin really recognized, like, this is when you're like, look, I think I have a team advantage. If I just execute that team advantage, I'm in great shape,
And
right?
we missed it, by the way. Let's just say, like, we thought that, like, I mean, I'll say for myself, I thought that the advantage was on Justin's side.
Before this, I was like, yeah, I think I'd rather be in Justin's shoes. Like, Dondozo looks great here, but it's like, turns out Fairy, Terra, plus back Grimstar, plus Amoonguss makes this Dondozo actually so difficult to execute properly.
Yeah.
This is also the difference, by the way, when you do not have a third attacking move on Dondozo. There isn't something like that Earthquake. And I actually think like Pollen Puff Amoonguss also just makes this so tricky because it's like, oh, Dondozo normally can chip things away and heal back, but then you're dealing with Leech Seed, you're dealing with Pollen Puff as well. And you just never do enough damage, right? And so Dondozo finally hits the field, but I've never seen Dozo, I think, like hit the field and have 10% of its health.
Yeah, this is not the position you want to be in as the Dondozo player. And Gavin correctly finding the perfect play, by the way. He uses Spore to cover for if Dondozo doesn't Terra, and he uses Glacial Lens to cover for if it does. And so because normally this would only be partially effective because Dondozo is so like naturally tanky, but it doesn't matter how tanky you are when you're down to 12% of your health.
I'm just trying to think, what could Justin even do, honestly, in this matchup?
This turn, you take the Spore. You don't Terra.
Okay.
Glacial Lens is very little, okay?
Yeah.
Next turn, there's 2 turns of Trickle left. Next turn, you get the 1 turn Wake Up, okay? And
then you body press for like 30 damage.
You protect. It might be tough, Aaron.
Well, I did just see the PP of Glacial Lance, and I was like, it's getting low.
Wait a second.
It's getting low.
You might be, you're right, there's only 4 left.
Yeah?
Does Dondozo learn Spite? No. Also, this one doesn't have it. You could go for the double protect here. I do think that, like, the thing is that, like, it's not so easy for Gavin to actually damage Dondozo outside of Leech Seed. So maybe if you correctly call when it's Leech Seed and when it's Glacial Lance, like, it's so tough, Aaron. I'm really trying. I
know,
really am.
you're doing your, okay,
oh,
the
no,
Terra
it's
comes
turned
out.
too soon. I mean, you need Gavin to make a mistake. I don't blame Justin at all. Like, it's so difficult here. And Grass Terra does make you immune to Spore, which is good, but the problem is that it makes you weak to Glacial Lance. I don't think.
And he tries the double.
Yeah, I think it was tough. It's just so hard when you like just don't have any options left, right? You know, Aaron, actually, it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, here's the thing. Muddy Water, and I believe this is the last turn of Trick Room. Okay?
Okay.
So Calyrex comes in, you can protect it. Okay. And then you have Muddy Water.
Okay.
And maybe Gavin doesn't Pollen Puff this turn. Let's just let me have my moment, okay?
I'll give it to you.
And maybe I think it's doomed.
You know, it's just wild because I'm like, hey, Wolf, there's actually still a Grimsnarl in the back as well, waiting to just go Sucker
and
Punch.
Terra's used. Okay,
and then Spirit Break.
Oh, Aaron, I'm really trying. Justin, like, I really respect that he's trying.
He's trying his best, but truthfully, it just felt like
from turn 1.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like this felt like a unwinnable matchup based on how Gavin played this and how the leads came out. And I think
he's giving him no room back into it. Like,
absolutely none. And you know, we are in like what, turn 9, turn 10 of the game, and right now both of these Pokemon I think are almost at full HP.
Pollen Puff is is threatening to heal Calyrex and Shredder back to full HP. There might be something. Like there might be something. There is 2 layers of Toxic Spikes up, I think.
Yeah,
I think it's 2.
You know, unfortunately, I think the defense pieces to take value out of the poison are no longer around in the game, and so it's just really, really tough.
You know,
here.
where there's a Muddy Water, there's a way. Maybe Muddy Water accurate. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, It's not.
Toxic Gear is always one of those like potential miracle Pokemon, right?
But no! You needed to protect this turn.
Calyrex ending the game almost basically at full HP once again. Glacial Lance comes out, no protects. Glacial Lance one-shots the Calyrex, and it was basically a flawless set played by Gavin Michaels here. This was truly just clinical.
I could not agree more. I mean, if you watch this, sometimes, you know, even after you win, you want to watch your sets back. You want to be like, where could I have made better moves? If you're Gavin watching this one back, like, you're gonna find nothing.
No, literally nothing.
Like you're like, oh, like yeah, maybe there's like some tiny optimization. There was a way. There was a way. There was a way. There was a way. It wasn't over. We just needed to protect the Muddy Water, but you can't blame Justin because, like Aaron said, we haven't actually seen the Pokemon in the back here, but kind of regardless of what they are, like it's just so hard to imagine a world in which Justin can turn this one around. But you never know. But yeah, I mean, I just think really, really well played by Gavin, and yeah, I like poor little Toxic Gear with the 20 HP.
Oh,
Muddy Water connecting them both. You know, like maybe. Okay, and Amoonguss actually taking the final KO, robbing it from Ice Rider here.
So you know, I like huge credits to Gavin. He really figured out that matchup. Like you said, like we were talking about this matchup, I didn't see like the immediate like Calyrex, Ice Rider, Moongus, and back Grimmsnarl. Just so smart. Like Justin, he's just put in such an impossible position, right? When like you're up against such an incredible player and they figured it out. It's like we couldn't even think of a lead combo that easily beats what Gavin was going for, right? Yeah. Which sometimes goes to say, like, I just did not have the resources to beat the opposing team, right? Yeah. And Gavin is actually running a fairly unique team as well, right? First of all, Fairy Terra, not very common on the Calyrex Ice Rider. You know, Justin also had to plan for Fluttermane. Like, I actually thought Fluttermane was really good in this matchup from an offensive standpoint. Gavin went a completely different POV. And then this, like, double offense Spirit Break, Sucker Punch, Grimmsnarl is actually probably the worst Pokemon to go up against from, like, a non-restricted standpoint, because it one-shots potentially your restricted Pokemon on Justin's end, right? Yeah. And so I think it's easy to watch a game look like at this and be like, wow, he just, like, got completely dominated. But Pokemon is a game where sometimes matchups make a big difference. And if you are up against a player that knows how to execute their good matchup, it can look like this.
Yeah. I think also this is a really important learning about the format in general and many dual restricted formats, which is that in these formats where the Pokemon are so powerful, and especially where the snowball potential is so high, like getting a Glacial Lance boost, or getting a Chilling Day boost, or a Grim Day boost, letting Koraidon get a Flame Charge boost, or Miraidon pick up a key KO. In these types of formats, in many dual restricted formats, the margin for error is so low. You can really afford so few mistakes, especially in matchups that are difficult. And I think, you know, it's hard to say like which, you know, if there were any explicit mistakes, but I think we really saw how challenging leading Weezing was in this game. It just put Justin on the back foot because it wasn't able to do anything. Like, you set up 2 layers of Toxic Spikes in game 2, and they never activated because you never got through the leads. And like, I've played games like this where like, from the leads, I'm like, oh my god, like it doesn't matter how good I play.
Like, even if you play perfectly every turn, you're like,
I'm so far behind.
I'm playing from behind. Even if I predicted my opponent every turn, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Both of those games honestly kind of felt like that because of Weezing. Like you said, Weezing is a Pokemon that often really needs to be ahead in order to gain that advantage. And when it's ahead, it looks incredible.
It feels incredible.
It looks like it may be the best Pokemon in the format, right? But Weezing sat on the field for so many turns throughout the course of both games, didn't really accomplish anything. And I was thinking, you know, in a world where you had Koraidon instead of the Weezing, like that's part of the idea behind suggesting like Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Koraidon lead. At least you have a little bit more offense. I think the Brute Mana idea you came up with, I think also really clever. And then I was also wondering, if you just lead Dozo immediately, it can at least give you that defense that you need while you can have something like a Calyrex or Koraidon next to it.
Yeah, like Psychic plus Substitute, for example.
Exactly. But honestly, I'm like, well, we listed all these options, and none of them are like, that's the clear answer. And that goes to show how difficult it is, right? Gavin has a lead combo and a safe turn 1 that honestly does not feel punishable, no matter what Justin does, and that speaks to the difference in this matchup, but also it speaks to Gavin figuring that out. Like, I think, you know, if you're in Gavin's position, it's very tempting to maybe think about leading something like a Fluttermane in this matchup, which has Taunt, which you can use to shut down Weezing, and has good offense here. But he figured it out. He's like, it's Ice Rider or Moongus, and what are you going to do to stop it? You have to prove to me you can stop it, and there was just no answer.
Yeah, I mean, just like we've said it before, but I think part of the reason that set looks so one-sided is because Gavin really made no mistakes. And in Pokemon, that's very difficult to do, but he found the right play at every turn, even in game 2 when he made a different play than game 1. He understood how Justin wanted to make some kind of adjustment. Most likely was not going to go for Psychic into the Amoonguss in that turn 1 of game 2, and by doing that, like, just perfectly catapulted himself into the lead.
All right, well, Gavin now moves on to the top 4, so he is 2 sets away from taking a 4th regional championship title and, of course, securing a ticket to Worlds. But let's hear from him and Rosemary and hear about how he came up with that victory.
Like, how do normal people sit?
Hello, Gavin. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back, of course.
Yeah, good to be here.
Yeah, been a little bit, but yeah, how you feeling moving into top 4?
Feeling good, hoping that I can win it all, obviously, at this point. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fun to be here. You know, I think I had an expectation coming in of I thought I'd top cut but not win. So there's a chance I'm right, but I hope I'm not.
Oh, but you're kind of like, but wow, you know, I'm here. I made it to the next step. And now is it that you get one foot in front of the other, you're starting to run a little bit, and maybe you can make it to the end.
Yeah, it's true. Although I do have a general rule of like, I just don't think about well, I don't think in general, but I don't think about the match ahead of the one I'm going to, just because like, if you do that, then it's like, I don't know, you're trying to win 3 games at once. No one can do that.
That's a
Someone probably
good
can. I
point.
can't.
No, it's a good point to look at it that way, though, and I think it's a very healthy mentality that a lot of players have attributed some of their tournament success to. And I'm really interested to pick your brain about it because you're a 3-time regional champion already. You're an IC champion, and now kind of looking towards the next step in your Pokemon career. Where do you feel like that's going to be? Is it just another regional champion win? Obviously, you'd love to win Worlds, but kind of like, what do you think is the realistic next step here?
I think that right now I kind of see it as I am collecting memories. You know?
I love that.
Like, I've done so much that now it's just a matter of like, can I just have another thing that like I remembered like I won and like I played games that are high pressure and everyone. I just want situations where I'm trying as hard as I can and my opponent's trying as hard as they can and I win, of course. But like, I don't like that's what I'm here for. I can't, I'm too old to care about like the Pokemon accolades. I have a job now. I can't care about like all esports rankings or whatever, you know? So.
Oh, I mean, that's fair though. And I'm glad we get a chance to actually talk about this a little bit because you have been playing VGC for a long time, but it's been amazing to see you come back and just enjoy your time being here. And so I love to hear that from you in terms of the memories that you've had. Yeah. Now, kind of thinking back to maybe a more recent memory, what actually sticks out in your mind is something that you're like, wow, that was a great set. Like, I just played great Pokemon.
Ooh, okay. That's a good question. Honestly, the first thing that comes to mind for me in terms of like that level of pressure was all the way back in 2019 Worlds. I played a set in day 1 of Swiss that ended up being streamed versus someone who was top 4. And I just remember thinking like, I've never played better and I'm glad that that was recorded. There's like a couple of moments like that where it's like you can feel yourself like really let loose. And yeah. That's kind of why I've been trying to, like, as a matter of, like, team building and playing, just trying to let myself be a bit more aggressive and go for the jugular a bit more because I think that's when, like, some really spectacular Pokemon happens as opposed to, like, playing conservatively. I think my time away has sort of given me a perspective of not having an expectation of winning, which has made me less afraid of losing and then more willing to go for it, which in turn makes me more likely to win, which is messed up if you think about it, but yeah.
But in a weird way of looking at things, I think it makes some sense. Can you?
You gotta risk it for the biscuit.
Absolutely. I love that. Or the way that Adam Doricott likes to say, you gotta buy a ticket to win the raffle. I think is one of his favorite phrases. You know, but Gavin, you come into this event having taken a bit of a break, looking at the leaderboards for North America, you're not in the top 75 right now, but if you were to win this event, you would qualify to the World Championships. So is that something that would you go? Would you compete?
It's like a 30-minute drive. It'd be crazy if I didn't.
That's a good point.
Like, I live in Los Angeles. If I didn't go, I don't know, if I didn't qualify and I didn't go, I think people would be like, oh, that's weird. He should at least, like, show up and all your friends are here. No, of course I'd go, but, like,
It's not on the mind right now.
Yeah, I haven't paid attention to the leaderboard stuff at all. Just because, like, I don't know. My ultimate goal is to, like, if I play at Worlds, I want to do well at Worlds. And I feel like you're not going to do well at Worlds if like you're scratching and clawing and barely making your way in to qualify. It's like, no, like I want to be good enough to do well at Worlds, and that means showing up to, I don't know, give myself a rule. If I'm only going to show up to 5 events, the finishes are the finishes, and if that's enough, that's enough, and if not, oh well, wasn't good enough, you know?
Got it. Well, this event, it looks like it's working out pretty well so far, and you're bringing Kyogre, which has been a favorite for you, I think, over the last couple of years. So how'd you land on that for this event?
I love Rain. I love Rain. I think I realized that after EUIC that I really think that with the Terra formats, like let's just group them as is the generation, this one, I think I'm the best Rain player. I think it is intuitive to me and it makes sense, and I thought that I owed myself a chance to make Rain and Kyogre work and to go all in on it. So I was going all in on how do I make Kyogre work and what justifies it. I think that leads to like, well, you either have to use Urshifu Rapid Strike or Bascu Legion. Otherwise, it's like, well, what's the point of using Kyogre? Why not just use like one of the other like stronger restricteds? And it's like, I ended up going with Bascu Legion because I really appreciate its versatility. It looks cool.
True.
And in a way, maybe it's a bit of a revenge for me for 2023 Worlds, you know?
Good point. I mean, that's kind of an interesting take on things, though, too, because I think this tournament in particular looking at how Regulation I has started to develop from Milwaukee and then the last couple of events that happened around the world last weekend, Kyogre actually has done quite well now relative to what we saw at the beginning. So where do you kind of attribute the success for Kyogre in the current meta?
I think it comes to none of the teams right now, including my own, are particularly strong or refined, right? This isn't like Reg G, where we had a really established like best team heading into Worlds and then it won it. All the teams are a little bad right now, and what that means is that when everyone has a target on it, those teams are going to get taken down. Like we saw that Miraidon Ice Rider team do really well, and obviously the Miraidon Lunala do really well in Milwaukee. But I think it's just the thing, like they all have a target on its back, and it's really hard to succeed with that. So I think that Kyogre succeeded almost not from being anti-meta, but from being anti-anti-meta.
Okay, a couple steps ahead of the game.
Yeah, it's a couple steps ahead of the game, and you only get a couple steps ahead of the game by not playing the game. So I saw that Miraidon did really well in Milwaukee, and I said, awesome, I'm going to bring Kyogre.
Great.
That's not a smart decision if you think you're going to see Miraidon, but it's like things have a way of like just working out like that, so I ain't stressed.
Good point. But when you actually take a look at the top cut, there were only 26 players, and 2 Lunala made it in.
Yeah.
Does that surprise you in terms of the number of Lunala that converted over to top cut?
I don't know what its conversion rate was from like how many made it into day 2 or how many were brought to the tournament, so it's hard for me to say. I'm not too surprised. I don't know. I like Lunala, but again, that is a big reason why I think Kyogre did so well, was that people stopped bringing Lunala, right? And in terms of like what I'm using double spread, right? I think my next top 4 opponent also using double spread move, right? Calyrex, Kyogre. The reason that you're able to get away with that is because people aren't running wide guard right now. Eventually, after this tournament, I have a feeling people are going to start to run a lot more wide guard. And like, this isn't like going to be able to stay forever. But for right now, it's an incredible meta call because people stopped running Lunala, so the only wide guard mon is Zamazenta. And it's like, do you know that Zamazenta can't hit Bascu Legion? Because I know that one.
That is a good calculation to have in terms of the type matchups.
Yeah.
I was going to say, well, now this is Pelipper's chance to shine.
Oh, God. Yeah, no, I do think that Pelipper is going to be good again. You know, that's a good point. I got to get back on that.
All right. Well, you got to get cooking, and you also have to get back to your top cut performance. So we're going to let you do that. But before you go, any shout-outs?
Yeah, I'd really like to give a big shout-out to my incredible fiancée, Madhu, for all of her support this weekend and for always. And as always, to Angel Miranda, may his memory be a blessing.
Yeah, absolutely. Gavin, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you later.
Thank you, Rosemary.
All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to our casters because we've got another top cut match. So let's see who is going to be moving forward in our top 4.
Thank you, guys. So great to hear from Gavin, one of the oldest VGC veterans that we've got in this scene. He is looking to claim his 4th regional championship and Auto Punch's invite to the World Championships this year. But I'm back here with Yuki, and we are here to close out some remaining games in the tournament. Of course, taking a look at the quick bracket, we are down to our final 4 players. We've got Carrie versus Gavin. That one's going to be a fun one because it's actually Kyogre versus Kyogre. And down here, we've got Aaron Brock versus Jejong, which is the next match we'll be featuring.
Yeah, really exciting to hear Gavin's confidence in himself as a Kyogre player.
Yeah,
like it really makes sense. Like we didn't really see Kyogre too much in that battle, but he loves Rain so much, and just to see him bring that masterclass to this regional is really, really exciting. But over here, we're gonna be turning the sun up. It's about to become sunny in Portland over here, and we might have a sun versus rain, very typical rivalry come out in the finals. But we'll have Aaron Brock seeing if we can fend that off.
Aaron, of course, using that Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta core, which people were talking so much about going into this format. He had a really breakout season in 2023, getting top 32 at the World Championships. He's come close to winning regionals before getting top 8 in Orlando back in 2024, as well as 25 in Sacramento. And one Pokemon, of course, that stands out on his team is Ting-Lu. That's not a Pokemon that a lot of people are opting into right now. Jejong was one of the most dominant players in the 2022 season, winning Milwaukee Regionals, and then just a couple weekends after that, top 8 at NAIC. He's been in a lot of day 2s, but this is a player that's won it all before, and he's really hungry, I know, for another title.
Yep, and Aaron Brock, on the other hand, you know, had that very high placement at Worlds, as you alluded to, but hasn't gone farther than top 8 in a regional, so this is definitely his best placement in regionals. And yeah, I guess everyone has their different, you know, ideas of, you know, like X placement at regionals compared to Y placement at Worlds, but this is definitely, you know, undoubtedly his best finish from a regional perspective, and just trying to make that further. And we can see the team that he's been using that we've seen on stream a few times already: Raging Bull, Qianpao, Calyrex Shadow Rider, Tinglu, Amoonguss, and Zamazenta. A lot of these picks feel a bit more standard, but we have a little bit of tune-ups, you know, like the Taunt on the Qianpao, the Terra Normal on the Calyrex. Typically, they run Terra Ghost to have a bit more offensive options, since you already have the Focus Sash, but this is clearly to make the matchup better into Calyrex Shadow Rider, which he is facing into, so it could be relevant. And of course, this Tinglu, which, you know, feels, I'm not sure if it's going to be the star of the show of this one. It definitely gives him options, but it's really cool to see nonetheless.
Yeah, Tinglu, I think, is not the easiest Pokemon to use, but was actually very instrumental for Aaron's victory in the previous round. It's not a Pokemon that feels like it does a ton of damage. Like, Ruination feels incredible when you're taking something from 100 to 50%, but then otherwise, you know, you've got Snarl, which is valuable to disrupt your opponent, isn't going to do the most amount of damage, but obviously very good into opposing Calyrex Shadow Riders. And hey, you know what's on the opposing side? There is actually a Calyrex Shadow Rider. There's also a Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu is a Pokemon that actually is really annoying for Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta as a duo, and so Tinglu, obviously, as a Pokemon, gives you options into those as well. But basically, when I talk about Tinglu, I'm like, it can feel really good, but it also often is not getting those one-hit knockouts, obviously, that you might be used to. And Jeh here using a really cool team, of course. We've seen Weezing a bunch on stream already. Really valuable when paired with that Crydon, and you've got a lot of Pokemon that love the Sun here on his team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every Pokemon on this team, except for the Calyrex and the Weezing, but, you know, 4 out of the 6 just really love being in that Sun. And yeah, I'm curious to see if the Weezing is what's going to come here, because we've seen in some past games where the Weezing just really doesn't do anything into the Zamazenta. You know, the Play Rough doesn't do any damage. Poison Gas, immune for the Zamazenta. Taunt, I guess you can prevent with the Wide Guard, but that's really about it. And yeah, both the restricted Pokemon on Aaron's end, you know, don't really feel like it's instrumental for them to have their abilities, right? Like Calyrex Shadow Rider, completely immune. The Zamazenta doesn't get the defense boost, but if you just get the defense boost once, then, you know, Weezing can come in and it doesn't really matter. So I think the only Pokemon that you really want it for is the Amoonguss. And the Amoonguss you can kind of take care of with the Fire-type Pokemon. So it feels to me like Jay really wants to lead into that Sun mode. Yeah. And I'm curious to see what the game plan is going to be on his end.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is if you set up that Sun and the Raging Bolt comes out from the opposing side, you do give it a Photosynthesis boost, and this is a lot of multipliers. Photosynthesis plus Magnet plus Electric Terra suddenly makes these Electric-type attacks that much scarier. So let's see. The leads are going to come out from Jeh's end. It is going to be the Crydon and the Brute Bonnet. Sun activated, and Raging Bolt hits the field as well, and so we're going to see a bunch of Photosynthesis boosts to start this game.
Yeah, so just as you alluded to, we see Aaron free ride onto the Sun with the Photosynthesis boost on the Raging Bolt, making it even more of a powerhouse than it already is. And yeah, it's kind of an interesting turn where it seems like both players can get a lot of leverage if they make the reads correct. You know, you can get a Spore off onto either Pokemon on Aaron's end, and for Jay, he has to really worry about a double up into the Brute Bonnet slot. So it doesn't seem like either player has like a super safe play to make, but definitely Aaron can go for a double protect to scout out any Terrasilizations that might come out on Jay's end.
Yeah, I think getting a Terra out is actually a big deal here, right? Like Brute Bonnet, of course, is going to be weak to that fighting type damage from Zamazenta, and then the Crydon obviously has to worry a little bit about the super effective hits from the Raging Bolt, Dragon Pulse specifically, and so one of the things I was curious about is, like, you got this defense boost on the Brute Bonnet, right? So if Brute Bonnet went like Fire Terra, can it survive a Dragon Pulse plus a Body Press combination? No Terras to start turn 1, though. It's just going to be both Pokemon from Aaron's end protecting, and so Aaron may be hoping to bait it out a Terra, like you said, on turn 1. It's not going to be the Terra. It's actually going to be the Sucker Punch play, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was, you know, Sucker Punch Collision Course trying to just snipe off the Raging Bolt immediately. Now, Raging Bolt has protected, so it is vulnerable to the same play the subsequent turn.
I'm a little bit curious if that, even if that had succeeded for Jay's end, if that would have been enough.
Knockout, right?
We've seen, like, you know, Life Orb, Close Combat get really close to Raging Bolt, and Sucker Punch isn't that strong, right? So it's just, like, you know, shave off the top, so to speak, of the Raging Bolt. So with Collision Course, no Life Orb, it's definitely a lot less strong than the Close Combat Life Orb. So if he goes for that again, and
you don't get the
knockout, it's going to be in trouble. So yeah, I wonder if Jay will realize that, but yeah, might be forced to Terra now with that Brute Bonnet if it doesn't want to, be taken down by the Body Press and the Dragon Pulse combination.
Yeah, exactly. And, the Zamazenta here, kind of just a safe Terra. You're not really facing too much damage from the opposing side, and you never really want to get hit by a collision course, of course, by the Zamazenta if you haven't Terra'd. And so I think this is really safe. Aaron, turn one, maybe would have liked to see a Terra come out, but he's like, okay, that's the play you're going to commit to. I have the same question as you, Yuki. Okay, it's not even a Sucker Punch or a Rage Powder, so Collision Course comes out, but is Brute Bonnet going to be, and yeah, you can see that's definitely not going to be enough. And so Body Press comes out into the Bonnet. I think Dragon Pulse really should get the knockout here, and if it does, I think Aaron's honestly off to a really strong start in this game.
And we see the Dragon Pulse pick up the knockout as you talked about, so able to evade any spores for the rest of the game on Aaron's end. And yeah, going for that Terrastellation on water, which is not that easy to punish from Jay's end, just not having any kind of coverage from an electric or grass type perspective, except for that Brute Bonnet that just fainted. And yeah, I guess it makes sense to me that the Collision Course went into the Raging Bolt, wanting to become like fodder for this Calyrex to go with the Grim Nade boost through either a Psychic or through an Astral Barrage. So yeah, we'll see if they're able to capitalize off of that. It's still going to be a bit of a mind game with the Wide Guard, and you could get a bit more leverage with the Astral Barrage. And the advantage, though, is that Jay has 2 faster Pokemon, so now it's on Aaron's end to react, where it didn't feel like that earlier on.
Yeah, this is one of the scary things about setting up that Sundo. Like, now you've got Thunderclap with Photosynthesis and Magnet. Like, that actually does a really reasonable amount of damage to the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and I think this is the scary thing about bringing Calyrex Shadow Rider out against Zamazenta, right? It's like, well, if Wide Guard comes out, I can just get completely wasted for a turn if I click that Astral Barrage, right? And then so your other option, of course, on this Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be Psychic. It's pretty powerful, but, not the strongest, but Thunderclap is going to come out. Look how much that does to the Calyrex, and it is Astral Barrage! Threat of Wide Guard. He does not care. That's going to come out. That's going to get a knockout onto Raging Bolt. This could, of course, swing a lot of momentum into Jay's favor. Rhydon can, of course, go for that Collision Course as well, but it is a +1 defense on the Zamazenta. Not super effective. I would expect it to survive, and it definitely does.
Yeah, we can tell your experience coming well into here with the Body Press, finishing off the turn, going into the Koraidon. So now Koraidon definitely in range of the Astral Barrage, and compared to the other Calyrex Shadow Rise we've seen, typically this one has Spooky Plate on Jay's end, so definitely going to be knocked out by an attack from the Calyrex on Aaron's end. And yeah, I guess since Jay has not committed any Terastallization, they have the defensive option of going for that Dark Terastallization. But yeah, I guess it feels like the tide keeps swinging back and forth.
Totally, yeah. And we see the 2 Pokemon and Aaron's deciding to bring between right now. And it's not the most obvious, right? Like you pointed out earlier, Yuki, you've got the speed advantage if you're Jen, so that's kind of scary. Chim-Hao, of course, can get outsped. And so it's going to actually be the Calyrex committed to here. But like you said, there is that Dark Terror on the opposing side, right? Dark Terror obviously allows you to potentially survive that Astral Barrage. So right now, we are already dealing with potential speed ties, of course, between the Calyrexes. And then Jet still has the ability to go for a Terra. There's always the threat of Wide Guard, of course, from Aaron's end as well. You do have to be a little bit careful about something like a Flame Charge coming out from the Koraidon, getting a speed boost, because then the Calyrex will definitely get outpaced the subsequent turn. Calyrex, of course, on Aaron's end has the ability to just maybe launch a Psychic into the opposing Koraidon, for example. But yeah, this is definitely kind of awkward right now.
Yeah, I think it all depends on whether the Koraidon's in range of an Astral Barrage or not, because then we know that the Calyrex is going to be faster than the Koraidon, and you don't even have to worry about that Flame Charge. And the only defensive play they could make is Dark Pulse, but also they can switch.
Who's coming in?
What is coming in?
Could you imagine a Chi-Yu? Oh, okay, it's Walking Wake.
So that's an interesting switch to me, since, it has the Assault Vest item, so able to take the special attacks from this Calyrex much better, but it's not a resisted hit. So I guess Jay probably knows how they train their Pokemon the best. They probably know that they can survive 2 hits, and that's probably what they want to be banking on. But at the same time, if they are able to outspeed with that speed booster in the sun, then they can retaliate pretty well. So, all right, we see the Wide Guard come out from the Zamazenta, definitely not wanting to allow the Focus Sash to be broken and to lose the Zamazenta from Astral Barrage. But reading through that, from Jay's end, the Psychic going to Zamazenta, getting that knockout and getting that Grim Nade boost. But I'm almost wondering, is this going to be a huge Astral Barrage coming out from Aaron's end?
Yeah, as the Dark Calyrex, of course, really good defensively, gets that special attack boost. It is going to be that Psychic, and so Walking Wake, a nice switch in here. Actually, still takes a lot of damage. I always am like, okay, Walking Wake, it's got the Assault Vest. It, should be able to take special attacks fairly well. Even with the Assault Vest, it does take a lot. Chien-Pao's going to be the final lock in here. And so this is interesting because from Jez end, like Chi-Yu actually would have been incredible there.
Yeah,
right? You
that's what I was
switch in
thinking. They
Chi-Yu.
switching in. I was like,
Yeah,
is it Chi-Yu
exactly.
coming in?
Yeah. But the reason you may not feel the most confident with Chi-Yu in this matchup is because you are up against Water, Terra, Zamazenta, and you know there's the threat of Ting Lu from Aaron's end. And so this is actually something both players are probably already thinking about in their head, which is, wow, okay, like Chi-Yu could be an adjustment for me. But right now, of course, the game is still going on. You've got Chien-Pao applying pressure right now. I'm curious. I mean, Life Orb Sucker Punch, it's pretty strong. I don't know if it's enough to get a knockout onto either here, though.
It is a pretty strong move. You do have Sword of Ruin. Oh, we see the Aqua Jet, which is one way to get through the Sucker Punch. So Sucker Punch fails from Aaron's end. Which Calyrex is going to go first?
Who moves first? Aaron's does move
that's-
first. Okay, but is it going to deal enough to knock out either Pokemon here? It's not going to. Calyrex gets to respond now with a Nostro Barrage of its own with that Aqua Jet. Such a nice way to get around that Sucker Punch. Imagine if Chien-Pao went for Sucker Punch onto the Calyrex slot instead. That would have completely turned the tides, but this turned so critical. Sucker Punch just outwardly fails. Aaron hoping for the Walking Wake to go for a more offensive attack, like did not have priority, like that Hydro Steam, that Draco Meteor, or that Snarl, but that turn wins Jed the game.
It's incredible. I almost wonder if Aaron like noticed that Aqua Jet was on that Walking Wave, because I think we keep talking like even on the casters, and you know when we can see these teams and we've seen it all day, it's like we still forget like, oh, this thing that looks like Suicune actually has a priority move. Like we've never seen Suicune have any priority moves. So totally catching Aaron off guard potentially, and yeah, winning that like potential 50-50 even if Aaron knew about it. So yeah, like especially after seeing that, like maybe it didn't have to be Chi-Yu. Like the priority move to get that sash over and to evade the Sucker Punch was all Jay needed.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, Aaron had a huge advantage early on, it felt like, because you were able to, like, eliminate the group on it.
Yeah.
But then I think the Calyrex eating up so much damage then felt like a little bit scary for Jay. So, like, yeah, it felt like he had, like, decent control, but then it all kind of just went away when the Calyrex is able to just, like, Psychic, you know, like, Zamazenta felt kind of forced the wide guard there.
Yeah.
Psychic gets the knockout, and suddenly, you know, Aaron's actually not in the best of positions. And yeah, I think like this Dark Terror is so pivotal in Calyrex Shadow Rider because otherwise it's threatened by so many one-hit knockouts, whether it be Sucker Punch from Chien-Pao or the Astral Barrage from Calyrex Shadow Rider. But yeah, I think being able to bait out the Terror early and then Jet conserves the Ghost, Dark Terror, I should say, and then that one turn, I mean, man, if it was just Sucker Punch into the Calyrex Shadow Rider slot instead, how different would that game have looked?
Yeah, and it felt interesting how the back and forth there was where both players felt like they were trying to set up their own Calyrex Shadow Rider for success.
Exactly.
Like, on Aaron's end, you had the Raging Bolt that was at, you know, maybe 40% health or something, and then the Zamazenta was chipped, you know, two Pokemon that are very susceptible to being KO'd by the opposing Calyrex, and then maybe a turn later, it felt like the opposite where Jay just had this Koraidon that was just below half health, ready to get knocked out by a Psychic or an Astral Barrage. So it feels like Aaron has that advantage in terms of not letting Jay get their way entirely with the Calyrex thanks to the wide guard access, whereas Aaron doesn't have to worry about that, right? He can just collect Astral Barrage if he wants to. So it's really impressive to me that Jay clawed that back thanks to that Aqua Jet getting through that pin that Chien-Pao was imposing.
Yeah, and it's just such a unique interaction, right? It's also, you get that speed boost from that photosynthesis, and so being able to move to deny the priority is such a big deal, right? If the sun isn't up there, then the Sucker Punch guaranteed goes off unless you switch out that Walking Wake, and so you know, one of the questions always as you lose a game, if you're from Aaron's perspective, is do I really feel the need to change the Pokemon? The Pokemon actually felt pretty good there. Like, I think Amoonguss obviously feels really clunky to bring here. It does have that Water Terra, so, like, that's a possibility, but it just doesn't feel great because you give up a lot of offense for it. Ting Lu, actually on paper, you would think looks pretty good here, and I think that's a potential mix-up, but, you know, would it have solved the problem from that previous game is, you know, the question. And
that's right.
It's bringable. It's just hard, right? Because you're staring down so much aggressive offense.
Right, and I think Aaron's big goal should be to see if they can get Terra out on Jay's end, because as soon as the Terra is gone, then the Calyrex Shadow Rider cannot Terra into Dark, and then your Calyrex Shadow Rider can go through much better. But we see the leads come out from Jay's end. It's going to be the Koraidon Brute Bonnet versus the Raging Bolt and the Zamazenta, so I believe these are the exact same leads as Game 1.
And I think that's a really good call, Yuki, because I think if, you know, when we were looking at the beginning of Game 1, I was like, well, for Bonnet going for Terra here, going for a Spore probably makes some sense. But when you are running no Focus Sash on Calyrex Shadow Rider, and your opponent has Focus Sash, and you're facing down Wide Guard.
Huge liability.
Exactly, yeah. It feels like you actually almost need to conserve that Dark Terra, so that's a really, really good call out. And I think Jed, you know, feeling maybe confident, saying, you know what, I'm happy to just go with the same lead once again. I think from Aaron's perspective, like if you don't Terra your Zamazenta, it can just get one-shot by the collision course. That feels really bad. So once again, just going for what is a relatively safe Terra here to start the game.
Yep, so we see the Terastallization come out over from Aaron's end. The very hard to punish Terra Water, so makes a lot of sense to us. And let's see if Jay ends up going for that Terastallization. It seems like Aaron feels more comfortable going for that double into the Brute Bonnet because they know that, yeah, Jay just can't afford to use a Terra early on.
Yeah.
So Collision Course coming into the Raging Bull just like game 1, doing a bit over half. Body Press going into the Brute Bonnet, doing a little bit more damage than game 1. And yeah, if we see this Dragon Pulse come out, then it's a pretty similar scenario as game 1.
Yep, and so Brute Bonnet now traded. Of course, there was the ability to maybe Dragon Pulse into the Koraidon slot there, get a knockout. Yeah, but then it's like something gets put to sleep, and yeah, maybe that puts you in an awkward spot, right? But so, pretty similar position. And you know, last time I was like, it felt like Aaron actually may have had like the slight advantage coming out of this turn 1, right? Like, and the Thunderclap did so much damage into the Shadow Rider as well, but you know, a big part of this is just the speed interaction. I'm also really curious if Jid considered bringing Chi-Yu over Walking Lake this time as the 4th, because that can switch into Psychic, obviously can take Astro Barrage. And Aaron already showed that he wasn't willing to bring Ting Lu into game 1, and it's like, hey, if you eliminate Raging Bolt, like Chi-Yu could be really scary to deal with. But Zamazenta obviously can body press into Chi-Yu. That's something else to think about. And so, yeah, I mean, the scary thing here is, like, Calyrex could theoretically, like, protect, for example, in front of a Thunderclap, and then if you Collision Course, just knock out the Raging Bolt. Now you've got full HP Calyrex coming out of it. That could be a little bit scarier as well. And so we'll see what both players want to opt into right now.
Yeah, and it's also worth to know that Jay also has access to Encore, which is another way to get through Thunderclap.
Yeah.
So they have multiple tools to gain through the Thunderclap, and it's quite obvious that that's what Aaron wants to go for, to put them more into Astral Barrage range. So we'll see if they go for it, but Thunderclap does come out, does similar damage as game 1. So probably Terra
No
Dart.
Wide Guard once again.
Wow, so getting that pickup on Raging Bull, and yeah, wow, this really feels like a replay of game 1 where
It does.
exact same thing happens. Likely another Collision Course coming out from the Koraidon. Oh, it's a Flame Charge. Okay, so knowing that, okay, I'm not going to be able to KO the Zamazenta. I don't know if it matters for me to get that extra kind of damage, so I'm just going to make sure I can outspeed your Calyrex or your Qianpao.
Oh, we are trading so aggressively in this game, Yuki. Every turn, it's like 50% onto something, 50% onto something. A Pokemon faints, and so you can see Aaron's final 2 Pokemon. It is going to be Calyrex and Qianpao once again in the back, so my head is spinning, and I'm wondering, I wonder if there's a Chi-Yu waiting in the back here. If it is Chi-Yu, you're able to knock out the Zamazenta. Well, this is no fighting type attack on the Qianpao, right? It's Ice Spin or Sucker Punch Taunt. Calyrex Astro Barrage Psychic. Like, Chi-Yu would really, really love being in that position. But either way, a little bit of a mix-up. Flame Charge was something we were talking about at the end of game 1, right? So you do get that speed boost, meaning that you will outpace the Calyrex, and that's scary because, of course, it means that you can just launch a Flare Blitz into that spot, bring it down to Focus Sash immediately. And then if you win the speed tie, if you're on Jezen, you're just in fantastic shape, right? So now the question I have is, does Aaron want to consider maybe protecting the Calyrex and hoping that, like, it's a double up into the Calyrex and you get a knockout with Behemoth Dash or Body Press? Alternatively, you could protect your Zamazenta, try to get an Astro Barrage off with your Calyrex. I think the Dark Terra conserved still probably makes a little bit sense to launch in this position.
Yes, and I love the adaptation from Jay. Like, you always think, like, oh, if I'm the player that lost, I need to be the one adapting. But no, Jay went one step ahead with that Flame Charge, making sure that now there's so much more pressure on Aaron, right? Like, you're no longer pinned to, like, you know, lose out to that Astro Barrage that's coming out on Aaron's head. You get to launch one attack first, which is so valuable. You might be able to get a knockout on Zamazenta, probably not, but you're going to be able to get that sash off of of Aaron's Calyrex Shadow Rider, and that could put it into range of the Aqua Jet in the back. We see the Protect come out.
Whoa, is it a double up into the slot? Does he call it? Okay, it's going to be Shadow Rider just protecting. The Koraidon is going to be launching an attack. It's going to be Flame Charge into the Protect. Aaron baits out the attack. Of course, Zamazenta was left exposed there. Body Press comes out, and yeah, you got the speed boost, but you didn't get to do anything with it.
So Aaron's still not out of the woods yet,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Like, he does have the Sash intact, he does still have Zamazenta, but he is facing down 1.5 Pokemon that is faster than all of his Pokemon. So
it is Walking Wake still.
Really does depend on which Calyrex can move first, right? Like, if Aaron's able to move first, it's still maybe not that big of a deal since, yeah, like with the Terra Dark access on Jay's end, probably able to survive the Astral Barrage. However, if Jay wins the speed tie, then Calyrex, who had just protected, is very vulnerable and will likely faint to 2 attacks coming out from both the Walking Wake and the Calyrex Strider on Jay's end.
It's fascinating because the format has gotten to a point where everyone's just kind of back to using like max speed, Calyrex Shadow Rider. So
Yes.
speed ties really make a big difference right now. So a wide guard here, obviously going to be a nice move to get around the potential Astral Barrage, but you could go Dark Terra Psychic, like Hydro Steam / Draco Meteor, double up into the Calyrex here on Aaron's end. And so it's going to be Dark Terra. I think this is always the Terra that you kind of have to go for, right?
Yes.
Otherwise you get just absolutely demolished by an Astral Barrage. Yeah, there was actually the ability, I guess, to like Water Terra Walking Wake to increase your damage output, but Zamazenta goes for Wide Guard. So question number 1, does Calyrex Shadow Rider on the opposing side go for Astral Barrage?
Versus Hydro Stream coming out from Jay's end.
Ooh, that's actually not a lot of damage, honestly.
So,
and it is Astral, the Wide
big
Guard
call.
works out here, and it's generally pretty safe, especially seeing how much Hydro Steam did.
Yes.
I was thinking if you're on Jez end, you go for the 50-50 speed tie, Water Terra, Hydro Stream, Psychic. Instead, it's Astral Barrage coming out now from Aaron's end. It's going to be able to dish out a lot of damage, but not a knockout onto either. This is still quite tense.
Right. The problem is that because the Hydro Steam did not do enough damage and that it was not a Psychic that went into the Calyrex, it's definitely out of range of an Aqua Jet. So, yeah, I guess they don't have to go for Aqua Jet because the sun is still up.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it makes me wonder. Yeah, I guess it would be in range of another Hydro Steam. But we have a Chimp House in the back.
Yeah, we're seeing the Protect here. I mean, Aaron right now definitely wants to stall out the Sun, get that Chimp out in the late game so it can outpace both. But it is Hydro Steam into the Protect. That being said, Calyrex can pretty safely go for Psychic here onto the Zamazenta, which it is. Should really get the knockout here onto Zamazenta, as it will.
Yep.
Now we are down to the end game.
And based on the Sucker Punch, oh, that's right, the Sucker Punch didn't even go into the Walking Wake in game 1
Because of the Aqua Jet, yeah.
So now it's another mind game. It's so...
But the sun is faded, so now there is no more speed booster on that Walking Wake, so Chimpa will be able to come out. You are going to be slower with Walking Wake now.
So Jay's Calyrex is a little bit stronger than the Calyrex on Aaron's end, has a Spooky Plate, does have the +1 from the Grim Nay boost, but probably not going to be able to knock out the Qian Pao, right? So I think Aaron, pretty safe to ignore the Calyrex for now. Make sure that they can just get that KO with the Ice Spinner onto the Walking Wake.
Yep.
That seems kind of safe to me. Is there a way that Jay can get out of this?
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, you know, Aaron has to find that play first. Well, yeah, you can see he's going for, Sucker Punch here. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Sucker Punch, Astral Barrage. I think it's probably still okay for him here. First of all, does it get the knockout? It does. Okay, just eliminates it there immediately. Walking Wake actually not really the bulkiest of Pokemon there. So it will faint, and yeah, this Calyrex Shadow Rider really doesn't have enough. Gets an Encore off, but will that be enough? Probably not when you're staring down this Chien-Pao. The Calyrex now, at least though, is locked into Protect, so you needed to win that speed tie just to kind of stay in it. But you are staring down Chien-Pao now.
So we have seen a lot of Sucker Punch mind games come out recently.
Especially from Aaron in this tournament.
Yes, yes, and I don't know if they have to go for it. Like, I guess Jay can evade it by going for, you know, an Encore, but like if Aaron has trust that the Chien-Pao can, you know, survive the attack coming out from Calyrex on the opposing end, they don't have to go for it, but let's see what they lock into.
Let's Protect,
Chien-Pao
though.
goes for
Okay.
Protect.
It's a little bit awkward, right? Because now you get awkward into your Protect.
Wait, how does this work? So there is an Encore that went into the Calyrex, so Calyrex has one more
turn
of Encore
left, yep.
Chien-Pao can get Encored now, so...
You have to Encore the Chien-Pao, you would think, right?
You would have to, right? And the Sucker Punch don't do anything, so now it's just going to be a matter of...
He could just say, you know what? I'm going to Astral Barrage. Why is Aaron always ending up in these end games with Sucker Punch and Thunderclap, man? This is...
But there's no real point for Jay to go for an Astral Barrage, right? Because it's not going to KO the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, okay, goes for Sucker Punch. Now you're going to get Encored into the Sucker Punch. I think it's, okay, because now Encore ends on Calyrex Shadow Rider, so you have to face Sucker Punch plus Astral Barrage. I mean, like, surely Aaron wins this. There's just no way Jay can win this, right?
Is that true? So you got Encored into Protect, so now Jay wants to Astral Barrage.
Yes. Yeah.
Jay wants to Astral Barrage, I guess.
Oh, but if you Astral Barrage, you just faint to a Sucker Punch, right? So I think Aaron's like, you can't Encore, like, and... Yeah, like, if you Astral Barrage, you obviously faint, so you have to click Encore here. If you lose the speed tie, I then just KO you. Okay, yeah, just like, I'm not even going to try.
Interesting. I think they still had a way through, maybe not.
It seems crazy, right?
Yeah,
Because I was like,
yeah.
surely it's over, but like Encore always can add some shenanigans, but it's like,
Right,
how
right.
are you ever able to handle both of the Pokemon at
That's
once?
right, yeah. So it's still hard for me to wrap my head around what happened in that end game there, but it did feel like Aaron like played their way through a little bit better in this game too.
I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, it feels like just taking traits pretty aggressively in this early game, right? And I think like part of it is Koraidon, it gets a flame charge off, great, you get a speed boost, but then you just attack into Calyrex. Calyrex baits that attack out. If the Calyrex that turn, you know, it protected, if it was a double up into the Zamazenta slot, you eliminate Zamazenta, now, you know, the Calyrex is just free to click Astral Barrage. I think like part of it is this Calyrex Shadow Rider is taking 60% from these Thunderclaps, right? So I don't know if I love Koraidon plus Brute Bonnet as a lead personally. Like, it feels okay, but you're like forced to take this trade, and that trade doesn't actually seem incredible. And part of it is I think this Wake is able to just like pressure with a lot of damage early on. And so Chi-Yu is a Pokemon I keep talking about, but I'm like, I don't know, if you like get into the right endgame, it can be so phenomenal, right? Because it's like if Zamazenta was eliminated, then Chi-Yu into late game Chien-Pao Shadow Rider, I feel like is so good. So that's the Pokemon I have my eye out on as an adjustment in the back. And then I also think maybe you just lead something differently. Like Koraidon, Brute Bonnet doesn't feel like it's been incredible.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I feel like in both games, what made what would have won Jay in potentially both games was having a Pokemon in the back that was A, faster than Calyrex, and B, resist Sucker Punch, and that's Chi-Yu, right? Like you didn't need to rely on the Sun for the Chi-Yu to be faster. Yeah. So I was thinking, okay, like an adaptation that you can make in Game 3 is also, you know, go for Double Protect turn 1 to stall out one more turn of Sun, but if Chi-Yu is in the back, then it doesn't even matter. Like, you're always going to be faster. So maybe Jay can just go for the same plan, but just have that mix up on the 4th.
Exactly, yeah. And the way you adjusted that if you're Aaron is you say, you know what, you're finally bringing out Chi-Yu. You haven't showed me it yet, but I think it's time for you to make an adjustment.
Big call out.
So then you bring your Ting Lu to get rid of the Chi-Yu from the opposing side. Ting Lu, a scary Pokemon to bring into this matchup, right? It on paper looks great into Chi-Yu and Shadow Rider. It's going to be very, very weak, though, of course, to that collision course. If you're bringing Ting Lu and Zamazenta, only one of those can Terra. But here is a mix-up. It's going to be the Shadow Rider hitting the field immediately. This means now no photosynthesis boosts across the board, but the Shadow Rider right now, of course, protected by that Brute Bonnet, having that Rage Powder support.
I guess I'm trying to intuit, like, what is the adaptation from Jay's end to bring the Calyrex here? Because like Calyrex felt like really important in the end game, having the access to that Terra Dark, having these Pokemon that can resist the Ghost type attacks coming out from Aaron's end, but this further signals to me, oh, maybe there is a Chi-Yu in the back, because you need that double layer protection, right? You need to like be able to have something in the front like this Brute Bonnet that can take those dark type, the Ghost type attacks, but also in the back. But we see the Astral Barrage come straight out.
Astral Barrage, no Wide Guard, no Terra whatsoever. There's a lot of damage. Body Press comes out, and this time Brute Bonnet, of course, takes even more damage. Rocky Helmet comes out. It's a really aggressive turn one once again. There was a part of me that was like, oh, I wonder if Jever like decides I'm going to actually Terra the Brute Bonnet this time just to get a Spore off.
Right.
He's fine just letting the Brute Bonnet kind of be a sacrificial piece, but with no Wide Guard coming out, able to threaten so much damage with Astral Barrage. And I like it because it's saying, look, if you Wide Guard, I'm going to put you to sleep.
That's
so,
true.
You know,
Much
you
better
can't
trade.
cover for the combination of that. So Jet right now, this time has really done a lot of damage immediately start the game. Now, the Sun is set up, so once again, you give that Photosynthesis boost over to the Raging Bolt. So then once again, I have this mind game of like, oh, like, do you ever protect your Calyrex Shadow Rider and just go for Collision Course onto the Raging Bolt this time around? But I do like the adjustment here. I think Shadow Rider able to do a lot more damage to both Pokemon, whereas previously it was like Koraidon does about 50% to Raging Bolt, but then Zamazenta is at full HP still.
Yeah, and like the speed interaction feels completely different for me, especially compared to like game 1 where the Flame Charge didn't go off. Like, it felt like Aaron always had the faster Pokemon, but now we have 2 Pokemon that are faster than both of Aaron's Pokemon, so they're really on the front foot here, and Aaron's forced to react. Finally goes for the Wide Guard.
Wide Guard, no Terras,
going
no
for
protects.
it.
Okay.
What is the Calyrex going for? Oh, okay. Hiding that Wide Guard, paying off dividends for Aaron.
Is it Collision Course though into Raging Bolt?
That's true. If it's going into the Raging Bolt, then it'll be all for nothing. What does the Koraidon go for? Oh, it's going for the Collision Course. Is it going to get
Is it going to be enough? Raging Bolt is going to go low, and it does get the knockout. We saw the Dragon Pulse lock into the Koraidon, so it gets right even with 1 HP. It's a really positive trade, but the Wide Guard doesn't really get that much, and it's Ting Lu in the back. Okay, there's no Chien-Pao this time around. Calyrex Shadow Rider thinking about coming out. I mean, if you bring Ting Lu out, suddenly you have 2 Pokemon that are weak to the collision course, right? That feels really bad. So Aaron's saying, you know what? I need to save this Ting Lu. I'm going to try to knock out one more of your Pokemon, get this Ting Lu out into the endgame. If you knock out the Koraidon, Ting Lu can be very, very good potentially, of course, into the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the potential Chi-Yu in the back. But like you said, the speeds are still a little bit awkward to deal with right now.
And the difference this time, though, is that the Koraidon is not chipped whatsoever.
Exactly.
So we don't have any kind of Astral Barrage pinning it, even though it is slower than the Calyrex this time. And the synergy between Zamazenta and Calyrex, again, is that any Pokemon that resists these Ghost-type attacks is super effective with the Fighting-type attacks, but Aaron's Zamazenta is just a little bit too low to take advantage of that. Even if the Calyrex is going to Terrasalize on Jay's end with the Dark Terra, Body Crash probably not going to be able to come out, but
it's the Wide Guard Encore lock this turn, though, so Aaron is not going for any damage here. His goal is to lock the Koraidon into that collision course so that it cannot go for any damage onto the Shadow Rider. Here we go. It's going to be Wide Guard coming out. Dark Terror from the opposing Shadow Rider now, but we know Aaron's not going for damage here. Encore now into the Koraidon slot. It's going to be locked, of course, into that collision course. First of all, Shadow Rider does go for the Astro Barrage. Okay. And of course, we know what's coming out from the Koraidon.
Which slot is it coming into?
Is it going to target? Oh, this is so huge. It's collision course into the Shadow Rider.
I was going to say, if the Jay had predicted this to come, they could have clicked Collision Course preemptively, target the Zamazenta to guarantee that even if they get Encored, it is going to go into the Zamazenta slot. But clearly they had gone for something like Flame Charge, wanting to proc the Sash on Calyrex, and losing that 50-50 coin flip is paying. They could have gotten the game here for Aaron. Now that we still have the Sash intact on the Calyrex, and yeah, but I guess the Zamazenta is still being threatened by the Collision Course.
Yeah, exactly. And so Aaron's considering another defensive play, which is like Wide Guard Encore again, right? So then I Encore you. But then if you Zamazenta feints the Collision Course, then well, you can't Wide Guard anymore.
The speed tie.
Exactly, yeah. And so just going for Astral Barrage now, it's not going to do the most amount of damage, right? Like you'll get decent damage up, but there's no multipliers here on the Shadow Rider. So Wide Guard coming out. We know what Koraidon has to go for. It's going to be the Astral Barrage once again. So how many Astral Barrages has this Wide Guard blocked? It's already felt like 4 or 5. Protecting Aaron. Feels like he absolutely has to go for this. But now, Astral Barrage comes out from Aaron's, and how much does it do to the Koraidon? Is it over 50%? It's not even, but of course you can Psychic into that slot. Collision Course now comes out and should finish off the Zamazenta. And we know what's in the back for Aaron. It's going to be that Ting Lu.
I guess this is where I really am concerned about Ting Lu's damage output, because Calyrex on Aaron's end does not have anything meaningful really to hit Jay's Calyrex, and I don't think Ting Lu does either. Like, it's just going to have Sand Tomb, and yeah, you can chip at it, but I just don't think you're going to have enough time like that. So
you've got Psychic on Calyrex, right? So it's like it feels like you need to knock out Koraidon, otherwise it's going to Collision Course you. Terra is still available. That's true. That's true. Oh my goodness. Could you imagine a Chi-Yu switching right now?
It'd be perfect, right? I mean, like Ting Lu and doing Sand Tomb super effective damage, what, 30% or something?
Exactly. Like, and oh my goodness, like I like the Ting Lu adjustment. It's going to be the normal Terra lock in here as well. And so that makes a lot of sense. But can you imagine Chi-Yu switching in right now? If it's a Chi-Yu, Calyrex's Terra, Chi-Yu can go for fire type damage.
Oh, this is definitely the Chi-Yu.
Chi-Yu! We told you all.
What an excellent adjustment from Jay, just noticing, yeah, like the Walking Wake, they had its cool one with Aqua Jet, but I need that Dark type, I need something that's faster all the time, and this is perfect for Jay. I just don't see how Aaron can break through Jay here. Even though he has such offensive Pokemon, defensively they're so perfect in this exact situation. As we see the Psychic whiff right into the Chi-Yu, and we see an Astral Barrage come out from Jay's end. Yeah, it's probably not going to do much damage onto the Ting Lu, but I mean, what is the Ting Lu going to do in return?
Yeah, Ting Lu here going to be able to get the Sand Tomb off into the Chi-Yu. So it actually does fairly reasonable damage here. And of course now, let's see, actually, because I'm wondering now you can like protect your Calyrex, go for another Sand Tomb into the Chi-Yu, right? Like Ting Lu was the adjustment meant for Chi-Yu.
Right.
It was a big, like, I really like that double up there, right? You know, it's like, okay, I either knock out your Koraidon and then Sand Tomb goes off into your Calyrex, or if you switch out, it's guaranteed damage into whatever is coming in. And so from Jezen, it actually may have been better if he like sacrificed the Koraidon, gets the free switch in, right, into the Chi-Yu, and then Chi-Yu can like launch its attacks. But now it's awkward because you can just go for the protect and knock out the Chi-Yu. So will Chi-Yu be the missing piece for Aaron, or for Aaron to deal with here? Okay, it's going to be protect from Calyrex Shadow Rider. Ting Lu holding up so well here.
It's going to be Heat Wave boosted by the sun, but of course, you've also got the ability from Ting Lu. Heat Wave does not do a lot of damage there.
Oh, we see the Encore come out from Calyrex into the Calyrex on Aaron's end, so still gonna have to worry about that for the next turn.
Oh my goodness, Sandtomb, it misses!
That's a huge miss. That likely would have been a KO based on the residual damage we've been seeing, plus the initial damage. So now there's one more turn that this Calyrex has to fend off from this Chi-Yu. And especially if the Encore comes out from Jay's end first, this might be locked.
Exactly, yeah. I was going to say, even if Chi-Yu fainted there, Koraidon comes in, you have Collision Course plus Encores. If you win the 50-50 speed tie, Encore into Calyrex, you're locked into Protect, Collision Course, Ting Lu KO'd. And so that was the other thing I was thinking about. Like, do you ever maybe save your Terra for Ting Lu instead, right? Because by not tearing, knowing there's a Koraidon in the back, that's going to be a guaranteed knockout onto Ting Lu if you don't win that speed tie. And so crucial miss though, and this is one of the biggest downsides of Ting Lu. Its moves are not accurate. Like, every move that it's using can miss, and so crucially missing. Heatwave comes out, it is going to connect on both. Not the most amount of damage here.
Oh, gets Astro Barrage first, so not getting locked or into the Encore, but doesn't get the knockout on either Pokemon here. They actually end up going for the Psychic, going to break the Sash.
That's not enough! That's huge! Oh, but it's Sandtomb. Okay, into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So I'm like, does this all just come down to a speed tie between the Calyrexes at the end of the day?
I guess so, because you need the Koraidon to be able to attack to finish off the Ting Lu, but you have the Calyrex on Aaron's end to do that, and there's no double protect option on Aaron's end.
Yep. Whoa.
It's all coming down to this 50-50 Aaron, I think. I don't know if there's any
whoever's
other
Calyrex
way.
boosters. I'm just trying to think, is there any way for either player to get around the speed tie, right? But I don't know. Like, it's not like another Sandtomb.
Jay can protect the Koraidon, maybe, predicting that the Psychic would go into
the slot.
Koraidon.
That's right, yeah.
Then the Calyrex on Jay's end could go for, an attack to finish off.
But I think Aaron's always clicking Astral Barrage. Oh, is he actually, is the question, right? Is he going for Psychic instead? Yeah, okay, so this is it. Yeah, if it's Protect. Oh my gosh, it's not Protect, but it's Psychic. Psychic into the Shadow Rider. It gets the knockout, but it's just going to be Collision Course, and I think that should be it. Jay's going to move on to the finals.
Oh my god, it's like we had so much back and forth. Like, it felt like Jay just had it locked at one point, but it just turned into all this 50-50. Oh, Flame Charge. Okay,
but I think it's still okay.
That can do to.
And the Sandtomb miss, but wouldn't be enough anyway because you just faint to the Collision Course anyway.
Right.
I think he went for Flame Charge there, likely also targeting the Calyrex slot, I'm thinking. Or maybe he was saying if you predict or protect the Calyrex, I Flame Charge you, then I guarantee outpace you next turn. But either way, this was a crazy semifinal.
Yeah, I'm still, my head is still spinning
yeah.
Everything that went on, but excellent adaptation from Jay's end, and congratulations to him to make it into the finals. Wow, that Chi-Yu bring in game 4, game 3, like, it was not maybe as impactful as we had anticipated, but like, it was still a big deal.
I think to your point, Yuki, you were like, I'm worried about the damage output that this Ting Lu is going to do, and one of the other things awkwardly is that Ting Lu, of course, is going to decrease your damage output with your own Shadow Rider as well. So Ting Lu made a lot of sense, but when you go down too many resources too quickly and you're locked into the field with it with Shadow Rider, it feels a lot more awkward. This matchup was also crazy because it's like, oh, Shadow Rider versus Shadow Rider, but then you have Dark Terra, and then you have Encore as well, right?
Yes.
And it just like adds these layers of complexity to the game, and so, you know, the Sandtomb comes in. I was just wondering, I think the game always just kind of boils down to whoever wins that speed tie between the Calyrexes in that end game.
I think the interesting nuance is, like, before it was historically like, okay, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, they can just blow each other with the Astral Barrage, so that's why the speed tie matters. Now there's like another level of intricacy because they're running Terra Nova, because they're running Focus Sash. Like, it's not just Astral Barrage, it's like, oh, Encore. Like, I can get Encored into like an Astral Barrage I don't want to do. I can get Encored into Protect. So there's like so many more like pivotal 50-50 speed ties in these Calyrex Shadow Riders, and it's a lot of variance you have to account for.
Oh my goodness, so intense there, and it's just, so funny to me because it feels like in Regulation G, we started with people using like really offensive Shadow Rider, and then we got moved to like really defensive Shadow Rider. People were dropping the speed so much to the point where it'd be slower than like Miraidon and Koraidon, for example. But now we're in Regulation I. You get another restricted Pokemon, so you're, you know what, I'm just gonna go back to max speed. And in the end, this pivotal speed tie between the Shadow Riders really coming into play. But it was cool. We talked about the Chi-Yu adjustment, we talked about the Ting Lu adjustment. Both players kind of followed suit. And then of course this crucial survival here on the Shadow Rider. Rider, but in the end, it was all about who Shadow Rider would be able to get that attack off first, and in the end, it's going to be just Shadow Rider.
It makes me wonder, like, do you think if that Sand Tube had connected onto that Chiyu, like, would that have taken Aaron to finals?
Well, then Koraidon comes out, right? And then so
Right.
it's like a similar position where it's like, okay, if my Shadow Rider moves first, I target down the Koraidon slot. It's the awkward thing because I think from Aaron's end, you also have to decide, do I lock into Psychic or do I lock into Astral Barrage, right?
Right.
Because like you called out, Psychic could go into Koraidon then could protect, and then even if you win the speed tie there, well, then you get blown up by a Psychic and then you just lose the game on the spot. So it's like
that's right,
50-50 speed tie, and you have to make the call of whether or not you go for Psychic or Astral Barrage.
And because Jay didn't crucially go protect on Koraidon on that turn,
yeah,
Aaron was just a 50-50 away
Exactly,
in the finals.
exactly,
So,
yeah.
Wow, like, I guess like maybe like while a lot of players need to think about going into like North American International Championships, the World Championships is like, how can I get myself out of these 50-50 situations,
exactly.
right? Like I don't want to plan my game around like winning the speed tie. I also don't want to account for losing the speed tie because like the extremities of the situations that happen is just so wide that it's so hard to plan for like each event. So you want to have like a middle term play where you say, okay, regardless of which one happens, or I just don't have to think about it at all.
Yeah. But in the end, that's what it boiled down to. And that's such a stressful position. You're like playing this chess game and it all comes down to that. But that is going to be it for our very first top 4 game. And I just want to give a big thank you to Yuki, who is joining us here on the cast for the first time. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you, man. And I am so grateful that you are here on the team. So thanks for joining us. And let's throw it over to Rose, who will be talking to Je, our very first regional finalist.
Thank you, Yuki and Aaron. I'm here with Ja, our first finalist here at the Portland Regional Championships. Ja, I know it's been a bit since you've been in this position, but how are you feeling knowing you have this opportunity now?
Well, I just feel so tired right now because I've experienced such a tough match.
3 games.
Yeah.
So, you know, how... we heard the commentators talk about this, but in those final moments where you're thinking about how your Calyrex interact with each other, how do you navigate those final couple turns?
Well, actually, during the whole build 3, I'm consistent work hard to try to avoid the speed tie during the between the 2 characters, Shadow Riders, but. Actually, I think the Terra Normal Sash CSR is one of the most terrible matchup. I don't want to meet it anymore. Actually, I have to put my hope on the speed tie of the CSR, and actually my CSR just won only 1 speed tie during the day 1.
Oh.
Yeah, I experienced 5 times and only won one of them. But it's quite lucky that my Shadow Rider just gave it back to me today.
Yeah, you get a little bit of luck going your way today, and that could be super stressful. For sure, so I can hear that the matches have been hard for you today.
Yeah.
But looking forward to your potential grand finals, who would you rather face, Gavin or Carrie?
Well, both of the 2 players. I also I just get along with them and know them for a long time. Carrie. He was the opponent of my Louisville top cut match in top 32, and he's such an impressive player. And I just lost to him because I didn't bring the dazzling gleam on my Ninetale at that time, so I cannot reach out. I cannot reach out his Tauros at that time, and. I know this was a big season for him, and I think he's such impressive. And Galvin, Gavin is Galvin. Yeah, he just won so many achievements in the past. I think whether of them go to the grand final, that will be a tough match for me. But I will try my best to make the grand final fantastic enough.
Well, that would be great. And I know we're all looking forward to seeing you play. We got a chance to hear your shout outs yesterday, but anyone else you'd like to shout out today?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to Liu Genting a second time, because it's him who is the original builder of this team, and I will try my best to bring his team to make the higher achievement in the grand finals. And I also want to shout out to Lin Longyu, and he's also the player I mentioned yesterday. I appreciate him so much because he just helped me work out all the day 2 matchups last night. So I think he is the true hero for me.
Yeah, you have some great friends in your corner. Zha, I know the New England community is going to be behind you as well heading into the grand finals. So thank you so much for your time and good luck. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
From now, casters, we go back to you to see who Zha is going to play. Is it going to be Gavin or Carrie?
Yeah, whoever it's going to be an incredibly difficult match because of the quality of both Carrie and Gavin, and I am so excited to take us through our final top 4 match of the day with my good friend Scott Glaza. Only 2 matches left of our final regional championships of the season. You can see the bracket since the top 8 and how our competitors have gotten here.
Yeah, it's been a fun journey to watch them along. It's some really exciting matches, some really complicated and exciting end games as well, where I think it's been a very chaotic weekend in a way. So hopefully that continues and we see some more doubt at who's going to win these games as we get close to the end of each of them.
Absolutely. It looks like we actually did have all of the 2-1 sets on our top 8 here from Aaron Brock, who won over Gio Siski. Zhe Zhang did defeat Montana Mott in top 8, and then of course Zhe did just defeat Aaron Brock in 3 to make it to the finals, but Carrie of course defeated Len Duel, and Gavin defeated Justin Wan on stream earlier. Both of these players running very similar style of teams, but with major differences between them, and I don't think either of us really expected to be sitting here about to cast a Kyogre mirror.
Yeah, I mean, I think even in some past seasons that would have been a little surprising at this point in the tournament, let alone this year where I think Kyogre has been perhaps a little underestimated, right? I mean, it's guaranteed to make it to the finals because one of these players is going to win. Or maybe Wolf is the special guest. You know, he's going to knock them both out and be the real finalist. But it should be a lot of fun. But yeah, I think I'm eager to see kind of both their takes on it, right? I think kind of some of these other teams, especially like seen a lot of the Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider team, like a little better established because just, you know, the innovated a little bit further this weekend. I think the Kyogre team was a lot less clear, had been interpreted as being less powerful, but clearly not so much.
Clearly not too underpowered relative to the field, as we have 2 very strong trainers who are both piloting Rain teams. And this is actually pretty scary if you're Carrie, because Gavin is extremely well known for using Rain. That 2023 Melbourne OCIC Championship was one of the first uses of Pelipper and Palafin way back in the day. Of course, he also has 3 regional championships to his name, as well as earlier in the season. Gavin, of course, has started the season late and needs to win or place very high in multiple tournaments to qualify for the World Championships. Had a top 8 at the European International Championships earlier in the season, but a championship here would lock him for Worlds. Now, Carrie on the other side does not have a championship to his name, but here in top 4, he was undefeated for much of Swiss. I believe went down to 9-1 total in the Swiss rounds, and of course is undefeated here in the top cut bracket. So no slouch at all, as you can see by these placements.
Yeah, I think his only losses to Montana, who he no longer has to worry about. So maybe it's a clear path for him to the end.
As these players are getting ready to set up and get into game, let's take a look at Carrie's team. That is going to be the Kyogre and Calyrex core with a couple of really cool techs on there. We haven't been seeing a lot of Kyogre with Thunder. A lot of players have been dropping that. And looks like Calyrex has the wrong seed move.
is this a team sheet error? Yeah, I think it's pretty cool in this matchup, right? I think obviously the nature of rain, a lot of water type Pokemon, and there's a lot of water type hate on this team. The Seed Bomb, this Calyrex not going to sit here and make us watch lead seed animations for several turns. Instead, going to simply try to knock out Pokemon. The Thunder on Kyogre, similarly, something that's very impactful here. As you'll see in a second, Gavin's Kyogre does not have that Thunder, which could be impactful for forcing Terrastalizations in this matchup. And then speaking of Terrastalizations, I think interesting to kind of take a look at this team where there's a lot of the Fire, Water, Grass Core sort of Pokemon who can become a different member of the Fire, Water, Grass Core after Terrastalizing. It tends to be a lot of really strong defensive typing that way, kind of like the classic way to use Terrastalization.
And of course, we can't ignore the Iron Jugulus in the room. This was a Pokemon that we saw be very powerful on rain teams in the past. And here, Carrie is bringing it back out, and it makes a lot of sense. Offers really good tailwind support for the team, as well as access to Snarl, which if we are seeing a bunch of Calyrex Shadow Riders like we have been, I imagine that has been very important for Carrie over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, that Tailwind could be really critical, both Tailwind and Trick Room on that team, so sort of a tricky team preview to play against where, you know, even though you get the open team sheet, sometimes it's like fake information. Like, well, I know he has a fast mode and a slow mode, so basically all of the Pokemon could be either direction, potentially in the way that their speed was trained.
Well, here is Gavin's team on your screen as well. This is our final Grimmsnarl left in the tournament. After being very prevalent throughout our Swiss rounds here in Top Cut, it is just Gavin with the Grimmsnarl. And actually a little bit of an interesting set there, has the Sucker Punch option instead of the Thunder Wave that we've been seeing. As well, have to shout out the Basculegion that Gavin is running as a Swift Swim user, as opposed to the Urshifu on the other hand on Carrie's side. Both filling kind of the same sort of niche there, but offering more ghost type coverage and just more raw power out of Wave Crash.
It could be critical this matchup. You assume with two Kyogre, pretty much always going to have Rain active, and you know, there's not a whole lot differentiating Gavin. Like that Sucker Punch you mentioned, the Grimmsnarl, kind of good in other matchups, probably not so much in this one. So we'll have to see what he has for opposing Kyogre teams.
Well, here is the two Kyogre out on the field as appropriate as possible for the Pacific Northwest. It is a Kyogre and a Grass type right next to it. Gavin will protect his Kyogre from any damage coming out from Carrie's side. Actually, both Amoonguss and Kyogre will be protecting, just to waste this fake out pressure and sort of see and scout out what Carrie wants to do here.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen an awful lot of first turn double protects today, but this one makes a lot of sense, right? Where there's not really any advantage to trying to predict the fake out when you can just go for the double protect here. You know, Water Spout, dangerous, but both these Pokemon resisting water type attacks. So now in the second turn, it's a little bit more interesting. You have the option of trying to go for a Thunder if you're Carrie. I think that'd be a little bold with Amoonguss there and the opposing Kyogre otherwise in a decent position. But we see a Terrastalization right off the bat.
Yep, that is going to be the first Kyogre Terrastalizing into a Grass type. Of course, both of these Kyogre have that available to them. The classic Terrastalization for this Pokemon. That will be Gavin's, which will move first and go for a Water Spout and deal good damage to both the Rillaboom and the Kyogre on Carrie's side. Carrie is also going to fire back with a Water Spout that deals significantly less damage after taking the damage from the first Water Spout. This Woodhammer, though, will even things up and a little bit more onto the Kyogre, while Amoonguss will just heal all of that damage right back up and bring that Kyogre almost at full.
Yeah, it's going to get Water Spout nearer back to its maximum damage. You see huge difference in the trade there because the Kyogre on Carrie's side had already taken damage. You may have already noticed that we didn't call it out when it happened, but it was Gavin's Kyogre that activated the Drizzle ability, indicating that it's probably faster after also moving first that previous turn. So an advantage here. You know, Carrie may be going to need speed control a little bit more than Gavin, who naturally has the advantage even though his Grass-type Pokemon is slower.
And we are in a really interesting situation here where neither of these Kyogre can hit the other for super effective damage anymore with that Terrastalization. No one has an Ice Beam here. It's Thunder on Carrie's side, and then only Water type attacks for Gavin. But Gavin doesn't need type coverage. He just needs to be able to fire off these Water Spouts and heal back up with Pollen Puff. And Rillaboom, after taking 2 Water Spouts and recoil damage, is down to 23 hit points before the recoil damage from this Woodhammer will just knock it right out.
Awkward there, where Rillaboom getting some potentially good damage now, but if there's another Pollen Puff, that's going to be irrelevant. But no, just a Spore. So not so bad for Carrie then. Now at least gets the HP advantage with his own Kyogre, able to make a free switch. I guess free may be in air quotes there, since you didn't lose a Pokemon to do it, but it would have been very low health anyway, so not the worst thing in the world, perhaps.
Right, we see our final Pokemon for Carry are going to be Calyrex and Urshifu. So bringing the Calyrex out here will love to face down against two now grass-type Pokemon. Of course, we also know that Carry has the ability to turn that Calyrex into a grass-type as well and continue to resist the water-type damage coming out from Gavin's.
It could be a very critical Pokemon matchup with the Calyrex. Tricker may be less appealing with the Amoonguss on the other side of the field, but yeah, I mean, you've got two water-type attackers into a rain team, which is known for mostly using water-type Pokemon, so may struggle a little bit with the type. Your Calyrex is going to need to get some work done.
Yeah, here is the Terastallization for Carry's Calyrex. We'll go ahead and Terastallize into that grass type. And now that the Calyrex has Terastallized, it's really only the opposing Calyrex that can hit that for super effective damage. Well, that and of course Amoonguss with Pollen Puff, but Amoonguss won't be going on the offensive, will just be protecting here to protect itself from a Glacial Lance, while Kyogre on Gavin's side fires off an Origin Pulse and deals decent damage, but the Terra, the critical hit helping a lot on that Kyogre, and the Terra really protecting Calyrex from having to take any kind of real damage from that Origin Pulse. Here's a kind of mediocre Water Spout, just tickling Kyogre there, watering the flower on its head, but this Glacial Lance will freeze those roots and knock that Pokemon right out and give a give a boost to the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Taking the Chilling Nape boost or turning Kyogre perhaps into Ice Water. You have very bulky Pokemon, much more so on the special side than the physical side, and I think we're probably going to see a lot of these two Terastallizations. Both these restricted Pokemon kind of forced to pay the tax in order to gain resistances necessary to duke it out in this matchup. And that would be Gavin who gets the not quite so free switch there. Hurts a little bit more losing your restricted Pokemon, but it certainly got a lot of damage out there, I think, in a matchup like this one where it seemed like Gavin's Kyogre was kind of being threatened a little bit more by the opposing team composition. You're probably pretty happy with the amount of damage it winds up doing there, even though, in a perfect world, you would have gotten the Pollen Puff off and at least they had a chance of surviving Calyrex, perhaps.
Absolutely, but it's now Calyrex on Gavin's side that has the type advantage because Carry did Terastallize into that grass typing. That means that Gavin would be able to hit it for super effective damage with his own Glacial Lance. And at low health, Kyogre on Carry's side really can't rely on that Water Spout for any kind of significant damage. We'll have to be going for Origin Pulses or Thunders in the rain, but Amoonguss will just redirect any damage coming out towards that Calyrex. The Hydro Pump, is actually the choice for Carry. Will connect onto the Amoonguss, and with the follow-up of the Glacial Lance, knock that Pokemon right out as well. That is another Chilling Neigh boost for Carry's Calyrex, but will have to survive a Glacial Lance coming out from Gavin's Calyrex. Crucially, though, Carry's Calyrex did move first here, so that means that in the future, potentially that Calyrex will be able to keep firing off those Glacial Lances as both Kyogre and Calyrex survive even after another critical hit.
Yeah, Carry's Pokemon both saying nay there as Calyrex whiffs on the boost. But yeah, this poor Kyogre's been hit with two different critical hits still on the field, really showing the natural bulk of that Pokemon. And one of the advantages to it, right? You've seen a lot of other restricted Pokemon. Most of them, I guess, other than Ice Rider Calyrex itself, tend to be a little bit on the frailer side. And even that healing from the grassy terrain, the difference between being still on the field and being knocked out for the Kyogre.
All right, well, Gavin has lost two Pokemon, and usually that's not a great place to be, but when you have a Basculegion in the back, that is just boosting the power of Last Respects. Now at 150 base power for this attack, we'll be able to easily knock out either of these Pokemon and very much threaten whatever the final Pokemon Carry has in the back. You can see that Carry has to protect Kyogre here, does not want to take any damage from the Basculegion just yet, and Gavin neither wants to get damage dealt to that Pokemon as well. It's actually just going to be protects all around. 3 protects, Gavin, is it going to be 4? No, it's a free Trick Room here for Gavin, and without Rain, the Basculegion does not have Swift Swim active, and that could be very interesting. Importantly, that means that Gavin's Calyrex is likely the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, I was going to say there's kind of a weird speed sandwich here with the way the speeds have been set up, but I think it's a really great free Trick Room. I don't know if that's what Gavin was expecting to happen, but both these Pokemon are pinned now. We're going to see probably a double protect.
Yeah, just one protect there onto the Kyogre, which did fail, and that is a double KO for that Glacial Lance, which means that a +2 buff will be going towards that Calyrex Ice Rider, and Basculegion is also there.
hanging out, you know, providing moral support. Sort of an awkward battle for it. We're no longer going to have any potential of getting the rain, which I guess might hurt it more than help in this situation. But with 2 chilling Nay boosts and a 2v1 advantage, Gavin's looking really great in this first game of this set. Sort of an awkward matchup with the way that the speeds are playing out, but perhaps both players getting some great information here, although I kind of wonder if both of them didn't already know some of this information. They're both playing really quickly compared to some of the other matches we've seen, and I don't think this is like a particularly simple matchup for either side, so I think they've probably both thought about this one a little bit.
All right, and Carey is done with game 1. We'll just go ahead and retreat here. Recognizes that Urshifu cannot pull anything off here in front of both the Basculegion and a full health Calyrex. That means Gavin Michaels is 1 game away from making it into the finals here in Portland. Carey is going to need to win 2 in a row to keep his tournament dreams and the dreams of a championship alive. And really interesting, like you mentioned, this is not a super straightforward matchup, but these players are moving so quickly. They definitely have been coming into this with a game plan, but Carey's going to need to go back to the drawing board after that game 1.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to guess both of them, you know, maybe they thought through game 2 and game 3 already as well, where they do get some information that, you know, if they didn't already have it, you know, one player has a faster Kyogre, the other player has a faster Calyrex, so it's going to be a little awkward where maybe it'll change how both of the trainers want to prioritize the order they try to score knockouts in. You know, we do have the Amoonguss for both players as well, making the Trick Room angle a little bit scarier. But hey, you know, it seems like half the Pokemon in this game have a Grass-type Terastallization to use to try to gain that Spore immunity. And one thing I didn't get a chance to call out with how quick the game was going, but boy, I haven't seen a Hydro Pump from Kyogre in a while. That did a lot to the Amoonguss.
Yeah, that's actually going to be the Hydro Pump, Water Spout, and Thunder for Carey's Kyogre, which, you know, it's kind of risky, but when it hits, it hits.
Yeah, I guess it's a problem because, as you said, once you've been weakened a little bit, you no longer have any reliable attacks, right? Where Thunderbolt's a little limited from a type chart perspective. Also, if it's not raining, not very accurate. Hydro Pump, you know, famously the most reliable move of the game. But we're getting the second set here, and we're seeing a little bit adjustment where one side we have a Kyogre-based game plan, and it's the Calyrex-based game plan on the other side.
I think this is an excellent lead here for Carey, having the Calyrex and Rillaboom immediately on the field, the ability to threaten that Grass Terra on Calyrex and neuter the Spore, as well as force a Terra on Gavin's Kyogre with Woodhammer.
Yeah, I really like the combination of attacks here because, yeah, there's kind of attacks that Gavin seems to need to pay with the Kyogre Terastallizing against Grass, and then, yeah, Calyrex can exploit that, right? I think having both of those out at the same time makes things a little bit more difficult. Probably going to be a protect and a switch for Gavin so that he gets in a position where he can punish a double into Kyogre a little bit better.
Well, there's the first part of that. That's a switch from the Amoonguss into Calyrex, as we do know that Carey will be going for this Terastallization on Calyrex, turning that Pokemon into a Grass type. So we'll be weak to the Calyrex on Gavin's side, but for now, we'll just be able to resist and tank any attacks coming out from that Kyogre, which, like you called out, is going for a protect right now. This means that Carey has the opportunity to go for big attacks like a Woodhammer into what was Amoonguss. Now Calyrex deals a lot of damage in the grassy terrain, and this Glacial Lance will put it as well under 50% and likely in range of another Woodhammer.
Oh, it makes this position much more difficult.
So awkward.
Yeah, because Gavin's going to have to make a read. You know, Rillaboom is going to get a ton of damage on a Woodhammer if it connects with one of these 2 Pokemon. So what's it going to go after? And then in response, do you Terastallize one or both of, or not both of them, one of them, or, you know, go for another Protect, Switch play something. But yeah, I mean, these are 2 Pokemon that are dealing a lot of damage, so it's pretty tough to ignore them.
Yeah, but this Calyrex on Gavin's side does have leftovers and grassy terrain recovery. Has the opportunity to potentially stall out if Carey tunnels a little bit too much on that Pokemon, which, of course, you would want to because you are showing 2 grass types.
Yeah, and I think that's the scary thing here. There's also the option on Carey's side, you know, if you want to go for a potential Trick Room, but we're going to see a Protect from Gavin's Calyrex.
That's a Protect, avoiding any damage from Carey's side. And speaking of avoiding, Origin Pulse will miss Rillaboom. Rillaboom dodges that, goes for the Woodhammer right into the Calyrex again, but because of the Protect, does not deal any damage. Likewise, Carey goes for the Glacial Lance and will not do any damage to Gavin's Calyrex, but will connect and do a little bit of chip onto that Kyogre.
Yeah, it's going to at least reduce the damage of a powerful jeez.
It's a little bit
Potential
more than a
water
little bit,
spell, yeah, these resisted hits are still feeling pretty painful here, and that will significantly reduce the damage of water spout if Kyogre goes for it. Gavin did not there, perhaps expecting a grassy glide into that slot, which would have really damaged the potential of any water spouts, but winds up being a relatively safe trade in both directions, except for, we've changed the protect positioning.
Here's a water spout from Gavin's Kyogre, which, like you mentioned, because it took a little bit more damage than expected, doesn't deal as much to Carrie's Pokemon. U-turn into Calyrex from Rillaboom will deal super effective damage and take away the recovery from the grassy terrain and leftovers as Rillaboom pivots out in favor of Kyogre on Carrie's own. That Pokemon now out on the field, and the Seed Bomb boosted by the grassy terrain and the Terrassalization targeting down into the Calyrex. Not quite enough. Calyrex just barely hanging on with one tick of grassy terrain and or leftovers. Fires right back with a Glacial Lance, super effective damage onto Carrie's Calyrex, and that Pokemon is now down.
Yeah, that's potentially a huge knockout there. Not only getting rid of a restricted Pokemon, but critically a Pokemon that had gained resistance to those water-type attacks that are so prevalent on Gavin's team. If once again that final Pokemon is Basculegion, it's a pretty convenient Pokemon to remove. One thing to keep in mind too, both Kyogre on the field now. If again it is the Basculegion is the final Pokemon, I think unlikely Gavin's going to want to go a Trick Room direction of this game, given how weakened this Calyrex is already. So may want to look for an option where you can try to cycle the Kyogre in and out and reset that Drizzle. Not infinite like it was in our day.
Well, Rillaboom will come out to replace the Calyrex, and really importantly, Carrie has now lost his type advantage into a Grass Terrassalization. The Calyrex going down means we'll not be able to hit the Kyogre for super effective damage except for with U-turn if it Terrassalizes. And that could be really huge for Gavin on a defensive level.
Yeah, pretty tense position here where I think Gavin is still a couple switches away from really being able to push the advantage he got from knocking at that Calyrex. It's still big to get the knockout, but choosing to protect the Kyogre here, it's going to have a little more work to do compared to last game, and protect the Calyrex as well. So just scouting this out, again, lots of double protect today, it feels like.
Yeah, another turn of fake out pressure, just wasted with a double protect on the opposing side. And again, another turn of grassy terrain recovery, another turn of leftovers recovery for that Calyrex, which will help a little bit, but we'll probably need a little bit more to survive even a weakened water spout from Carrie.
And I think critically, another turn for all these field effects, they get closer to expiring. They do all kind of make a big difference here, right? I think Carrie's offense is quite a bit weaker once these field effects expire. Both have to worry about the rain expiring and losing the thunder accuracy and the boosted water power, as well as losing the increased priority on Grassy Glide, which could make a big difference here if Kyogre is on the field a turn from now.
Yeah, if the Kyogre stays on the field and does not Terrassalize, would be at risk of getting Grassy Glide. But the Kyogre and Rillaboom on Carrie's side are just trying to figure out a way to bust through the damage that they need to knock this Calyrex out. But Gavin's not going to let that happen. We'll just switch out to Amoonguss. So Basculegion not out yet. The Amoonguss that we saw at the very beginning right back out on the field and now safe because Calyrex is off the field. Here is our Grass Terrassalization on Gavin's Kyogre. Again, very safe to go for the Grass Terrassalization now without a Calyrex on the opposite side, setting up for a very safe ability to tank this Grassy Glide, just take a little bit of damage from it, and then fire back with another Water Spout. The chip damage is adding up onto both of Carrie's Pokemon, even though the Water Spout has been weakened.
Yeah, it's right on the edge, too, of a point where maybe the Kyogre could endure these attacks well enough to try to get another Pollen Puff off. But yeah, unfortunately for Gavin, you saw that missed Origin Pulse early in the game. I think without that, the Rillaboom would be pinned here. Because that didn't happen, I think it's just healthy enough that he'll be able to get one more attack off, potentially knock out a Kyogre with help from the ally Kyogre before it can be Pollen Puffed. Looks like Carrie's looking for some different plays, however. Both sides going to play this a little bit carefully. I think another thing to keep in mind here is that on Carrie's side of the field, you want to be careful not to allow too many free turns. Even if you pick up the Kyogre, that low HP Calyrex is still in the back. We've seen some crazy Pollen Puff plays to get today already. You don't want to have one of those kind of no pressure turns where Amoonguss gets a cheeky heal on a Pokemon that's basically knocked out and you have to deal with it all over again.
Absolutely, and Carrie has to retreat Rillaboom here under threat of a potential Basculegion in the back. Does not want Gavin to be able to reset Rain and bring that Pokemon in without the ability to Grassy Glide it. Instead, another Origin Pulse will be fired off, misses the Kyogre, but will connect onto Carrie's Amoonguss, while Carrie fires right back with a Water Spout, dealing more chip damage to both Kyogre and Amoonguss. Now, Amoonguss gets to fire off a Spore, but targeted into the Amoonguss, which was a Rillaboom. No Terastallization or anything there, just going for the Spore.
And so I got some good information for Gavin. Clearly expecting a different Pokemon back, and is firing away with some more Origin Pulses now.
Yeah, hitting both the Origin Pulses this time around, which means that the Water Spout gets a little bit weaker once again onto both Amoonguss and the Kyogre. And here we go. It looks like Regulation C just replaced Kyogre with Palafin as Amoonguss spores, Amoonguss pollen puffs, and everyone feels healthy and fine and well rested.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? But we gotta be careful here. Now we're in that situation I was talking about before where the Kyogre got healed and Carrie said it's great, but because it got put to sleep, there's only offensive pressure for this Amoonguss now. That Calyrex is really weak, but it could be at a point where it could be healed. Instead, the Kyogre to go the offense for now and probably get Amoonguss right at the point where one more Origin Pulse would do it.
Yeah, that looks like just enough damage to knock out the Amoonguss one more time, but Amoonguss will go for the Pollen Puff onto Gavin's Kyogre and knock it out. That's going to mean that Kyogre is off the field, but does potentially open up a free switch into the Calyrex with potential for Carrie's Kyogre to stay asleep for one more turn.
Yeah, and also potential not to, right? So some scary flux here where neither side are going to know for sure if this Kyogre is going to be able to attack in the final turn. And I think on Gavin's side, I'm curious what this final Pokemon is. It's kind of interesting that we didn't come out sooner. You'd think it was Basculegion he would have wanted to reset the rain, but no, we do see Basculegion coming in. So will not have that Swift Swim boost that it might prefer, but hey, you know, it's water type attacks aren't going to be super powerful anyway, and there's a decent chance it's already the fastest Pokemon regardless.
Yeah, it is very possible for Basculegion to be faster than all of the Pokemon on the field, but this may be a situation where there is some still hidden information in terms of the speeds of all of these Pokemon. Gavin and Carrie are both redirecting single target attacks their way to the Amoonguss. Kyogre is faster and wakes up. The Thunder, though, connects onto Amoonguss, does knock out that Pokemon with a critical hit, but did not connect onto the Basculegion. This means that Basculegion will be able to fire off an attack into that Amoonguss. That's the last respects. Both Amoonguss and Kyogre down. Easy knockout there.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a nice knockout for Gavin, but now what, right? Where the Rillaboom's going to come right back out in the field. The fake-out pressure not going to do a whole lot here, but the Grassy Glide pressure is a little bit scarier. This Basculegion does have the ability to protect. You know, in the past we saw some Choice Band Basculegion, this one holding a Life Orb, so maybe some mind games here, but this Calyrex is still pretty weakened. It could be in danger of being knocked out by pretty much any attack available now. Perhaps except for the Grassy Glide.
Yeah, it is weakened, and the Kyogre, having taken that Pollen Puff, would probably be able to knock it out even after some turns of leftovers and grassy terrain recovery, but Gavin is going to try to give himself as many hit points as possible to tank these attacks. A double protect here, just healing up on both of his Pokemon.
Yeah, it really does need to avoid that fake out too, where it's just kind of exclusively bad for his side. The Grassy Glide goes into the Basculegion slot, and if you don't think that Basculegion is going to survive that, which seems fairly likely, it's not the most defensively sturdy of Pokemon. You're going to need Calyrex to somehow survive this, and didn't seem super great earlier. At least there's no rain active now, but Kyogre is getting healthier and healthier as well.
Yeah, and that is just increasing the damage of Water Spout, and we already saw that Kyogre moved before the Basculegion, so we'll be able to fire off a very strong Water Spout without being targeted by any other damage. The only option that Gavin would have would be to Aqua Jet the Kyogre, and that's just not going to do enough damage to make that Water Spout more insignificant.
Yeah, that's true. I think Gavin really needed either like to get Trick Room up sooner or to get a heal onto that Calyrex, but now it may be too late for Game 2, but it survives the Grassy Glide. Interesting.
Just barely, but it will not survive this Water Spout, and neither will the Calyrex on Gavin's side, and that means that Carrie D'Ortona is forcing a Game 3 here. We are going to have to play one more game to see who will be joining Zhejiang in the finals here in Portland.
Really fun second game there. Close back and forth there, but Gavin just not able to find enough hit points to be able to survive those final attacks. These Water Spouts from the Kyogre are pretty devastating, and really excited to see how this game plays out. You know, I think both sides are kind of stuck where they sort of need to terastallize a specific Pokemon, so maybe don't have a lot of options to mix things up there, but I'm sure I think both sides kind of like one Pokemon slot maybe they can play with a little bit, as well as the order in which they send out Pokemon.
Absolutely, and I think the 4 Pokemon that Carrie brought here is a great adaptation. The Urshifu was not offering anything from Game 1. The Amoonguss was offering protection from that Basculegion that Gavin showed that he really wanted to set up to use here in the end game. And really critically here, Carey was the player who was able to sneak in a Pollen Puff and regain all of that health on his Kyogre, versus Gavin was unable to do so, wasn't able to protect his own Kyogre, was not able to re-heal all of the damage onto that Calyrex, and just that extra 50% damage powering up this Water Spout. Huge for Carey to be able to take that game.
Yeah, and now that Gavin's the one who needs to adjust, I'm kind of curious what you do, where like, I think the Basculegion did not look very good in either game 1 or game 2, but the options to replace it aren't super great. You know, Grimmsnarl typically, if you want to bring it, usually it comes out in the lead, and that really changes your game plan. The problem for Gavin is like, the beginning of the game is pretty much going well, right? Where I think, you know, even as it was, he's maybe a Pollen Puff away, but you know, you try out the Flutter Mane maybe. I think it's probably going to need to be a gameplay-based adjustment for Gavin instead.
Well, it will be a Calyrex Kyogre lead for Gavin, and the Rillaboom and Calyrex for Carey. Again, I really like this Rillaboom and Calyrex lead for Carey. It definitely double threatens that Kyogre, makes it so that the Terastallization into the grass type is not safe at all, and because of the Seed Bomb, is able to deal good damage with the grassy terrain into that Calyrex as well. Both Pokemon threatened on Gavin's side.
Sort of interesting switch up here for Carey, not going for the fake out. We'll have to see if this pays off or not. We're not going to get a double protect from Gavin, so maybe it will.
Yeah, the first time we're not seeing a double protect in front of fake out pressure. Here is the Origin Pulse coming out from the Kyogre, lands this time on the Rillaboom, dealing some decent damage there, as Rillaboom will go ahead and U-turn into the Calyrex and switch right back out. Does not want to take a Glacial Lance that's super effective into that Pokemon, and instead will bring in Carey's own Kyogre here.
Sort of a serious spot, because yeah, is it Glacial Lance or is it Trick Room?
That's going to be the Glacial Lance coming out from Calyrex, and will deal a little bit of damage to Carey's Kyogre here, but resisted damage, and like you mentioned, did not take the opportunity to set the Trick Room here, potentially also leading you to infer some of the things about the other two Pokemon remaining for Gavin.
On the plus side, you know, there's going to be a little healing for the Calyrex on Gavin's side, as well as the Kyogre on Carey's, so neither of them really being too impacted will slightly weaken the power of any Water Spouts, but because there was no speed control, we do know the quickest Pokemon here is going to be Gavin's Kyogre, so he is at least threatening some splash damage with the Water Spout onto both Pokemon, although, and we know that's not going to knock out either, so these Pokemon have been slugging it out for 2 games, why not do it again in the 3rd?
Oh, well, that's what slugs love, the rain and the nice grassy texture of the terrain here. Gavin will go ahead and fire off a huge Water Spout into Kyogre, brings it down with a critical hit to red health, and that is going to make this Water Spout pathetic. Very little damage dealt to Calyrex or Kyogre after that critical hit, even with a critical hit of his own. But that Seed Bomb with the Terastallization in the grassy terrain, we've seen how much damage this does. It is not enough to pick up the KO. May have been really close if that Water Spout had been able to deal a little bit more. And Carey actually survives with 1 hit point on Kyogre, but Calyrex goes down to the Glacial Lance.
I might go straight to the PC and release this Kyogre after this game if I'm Carey. He could not have been trolled more. Not only does it get critical hit there to reduce its own damage, I guess the critical hit for it was kind of helpful, or you know, at least the opposing Kyogre gets it at full health now, but I think he would have been way better off if this Kyogre had been knocked out here, whereas now kind of a sitting duck for the opposing Kyogre, and things are looking really bleak for Carey here. This poor Kyogre's been a critical hit magnet. That's 3 times already.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Carey to have this Kyogre stuck out on the field, especially since we know that Gavin's Kyogre is faster than it. The hope here is that Rillaboom will be able to buy some time with either a Fake Out or a Grassy Glide, or Carey has decided he does not want to play this out, and instead will send Gavin to the finals to face Zhejiang.
Oh, it's a tough way for the 3rd game to go, but a really exciting set by both players. Again, we've seen a lot of mirror matches in the top cut, and it's hard to come back when something like that happens. You can't afford a trade like that one, but I think a really expertly played set in the first 2 games by both players. A lot of fun there. Unfortunate the bracket played out the way it did. I think it would have been more fun maybe if I think probably both the Kyogre players and the Shadow Rider players would have preferred to face off against one another and see which archetype reigns supreme instead of playing all these mirrors. But a lot of fun match there, and kind of props to both players. I feel like we've seen some really slow grinding sets, and that was completely the other direction, where a lot of fun the whole way through there. So thanks to both the players for such an entertaining match to get to watch.
Absolutely, and that means that we will have Sun versus Rain in the finals here of Portland, with, of course, Jay with that Koraidon team and the Kyogre on Gavin's side. And this is the dream for Gavin. He came into the European International Championships and the Portland Regional Championships needing to either place in the top 4 at the internationals or win this tournament. And Gavin is now 1 game away from winning here in Portland, and even after only starting his season at EUIC, qualifying for the World Championships.
Hey, that's the dream, right? And I think whether he does it or not, it proves you shouldn't give up on your season. That's why these automatic qualifications for regional championships exist. If you prove you're good enough, you can qualify at any point in the season. Gavin's certainly one of the strongest North American players ever in showing why here. And it's sort of fun to watch him again. Kind of on his trademark team, right? He's had so many great runs with rain-based teams and showing his mastery of it here. I think, especially that first game, the way he got that pollen puff off was just such great positioning. Really fun to watch.
Absolutely. Incredibly fun games to watch there from both Carrie and Gavin. Congratulations to Gavin for making it into the finals, but incredible run there from Carrie as well, who has been an extremely strong young trainer here in the circuit. Very excited to see what else Carrie has in store. I'm not sure if we'll be seeing Carrie in the North American International Championships, but if we do, definitely establishing themselves as a player to watch for that tournament.
Yeah, just one of those players who always seems to be on the bracket slide, right? Like, all right. There he is again.
There's Carrie.
Yeah, and played really well, right? Again, he certainly wasn't his decisions that caused Kyogre to be crit 3 times in 2 games, right? It's unfortunate. Sometimes it's the way things play out, and especially with it's a particularly volatile matchup, right? Where you need high HP, not just to be on the board in order to be effective. That trade is really rough, and I think it's also sort of like some interesting insight into this matchup, right? Where unlike the Shadow Rider Calyrex we've been watching, where all of them are maximum speed and they're kind of just flipping coins, in this case at least it is more tactical, right? Like, we knew the Kyogre on Gavin's side was faster. I think he did a really good job of pushing that advantage.
Definitely.
On Carrie's side, he never really had a window to use his own speed control to try to change things up there, and maybe that would have been an option, maybe that would have been even worse. But Gavin's solution in the mirror match worked, so props to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seemed like after that first game, it sort of scared Carrie off from feeling like he needed to bring the Amoonguss, that Amoonguss was now a requirement for that matchup, which maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but it did remove the ability for Carrie to go for the Tailwind section of his team. And when you have these sort of Tailwind and Trick Room combo teams, you do end up falling in those weird middling speed tiers like we were talking about ahead of the game. And, when Gavin has a team that is not really as focused on that, clearly the Kyogre on this team is set up to be the fast mode, and that just means it will always outspeed the mid-speed Kyogre on Carrie's side.
Yeah, well, obviously props to Carrie for getting here at that sort of team too. I really think that those teams are kind of the most difficult ones to pilot, where if you want to be fast, if you want to be slow, I think it makes your lines a lot simpler. I think these are very stressful teams to play, where you've really got to figure out your opponent's team and the way they've trained their Pokemon quickly in order to kind of avoid trolling yourself by putting yourself in bad spots. I think getting to top 4 with a team like this really shows how skilled he is as a trainer. So, unfortunate that things ended the way they did this time, but I'm really impressed by him as a competitor.
Absolutely, and Gavin Michaels' Cinderella run continues into the finals up against Jay Zhang in just a moment. We are going to take a quick break to get our players settled and get everything ready for this incredibly exciting grand finals. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back to conclude the Portland Regional Championships. Stay tuned.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Finally show the world today. Legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you. Here's to you. Oh, the ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you. Here's to you. The ones who came before.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships. We are about to crown a brand new regional champion, but not really so brand new because both of these players in the finals have actually won regional championships before. And my name is Aaron Cybertron Zang, and I'm joined by my good friend, Wolf Glick.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships, where we have just one final match for you between, as Aaron mentioned, two former regional champions looking to reclaim their throne and potentially guarantee an invite to the Pokemon World Championships, as well as win a ton of prize money. As we look back on our top 8 bracket, we can see there's a number of strong trainers here who these trainers have had to get through in order to make it here so far.
Some really exhilarating semifinal sets, both going to 3 games, but in the end, it was Gavin Michaels and Jae Jong who are going to meet each other in the finals. This is a huge tournament for Gavin. He has not played very much this season. A win here would propel him automatically to the World Championships. Out of all the players in VGC World's history, Gavin is one of the most qualified players in terms of number of qualifications. Jay coming into this event was looking to really solidify his position in terms of the championship point rankings. He certainly has done that in this event, and I think this should definitely qualify him for Worlds regardless of whether or not he wins. But both of these players don't just care about Worlds. They want the title as well.
That's right. There's a lot of glory at regionals and a lot of prize money on the line as well. And so these players are still have a lot to play for. And you figure you made it this far, may as well try and bring it home, right?
And it's going to be an exciting one because Gavin Michaels, a 3-time regional champion, he won 2 in the 2017 season over out in California and then 1 in Vancouver, which was the last time we had a dual restricted format back in 2022. Jay actually also won one of those dual restricted formats in 2022 over in Milwaukee. So both of these players have experience playing with restricted Pokemon. If you take a look at their accomplishments here, Gavin, of course, also winning OCIC in 2023, just came off a top 8 finish from London, EUIC in 2025, and not even listed here, he was the 2013 US National Champion.
That's right, yeah, a very different format. I believe he used was it Rhyperior and Mischievous who got second, right?
That's right.
He had one of Landorus Incarnate's original wins, as I recall, back in the day. But yeah, some really interesting choices here on both sides. We actually see a rather unorthodox water-type Pokemon on both sides, with Basculegion being used by Gavin and Walking Wake being used by Ja.
And I am really eager to see how this matchup plays out because it's the classic tale of weather. On one hand, you look at Gavin's team. He's got that Kyogre, of course, setting up the rain. So powerful. And this Kyogre does not care about using attacks of any other types other than water-type attacks. And so it's really designed to hit as hard as possible. And of course, we've seen that Amoonguss with that Pollen Puff to consistently heal Kyogre back up so that it can keep going for Hydro Pumps. Grimmsnarl here, of course, running a unique set, having Spirit Break and Sucker Punch as well. Gavin has actually already played against a team that features Weezing as well as Koraidon previously, and he showed that he's really willing to bring Grimmsnarl in the back because, first of all, if you can get rid of the Weezing, Grimmsnarl then, of course, has the Prankster turn back on, and Spirit Break and Sucker Punch actually do really meaningful damage, of course, against Pokemon like Shadow Rider as well as Koraidon in this matchup.
Absolutely. Hey, if I'm a Kyogre, I know a Gastrodon hate to see me coming, you know what I mean? But yeah,
no Gastrodon here, though.
No Gastrodon here, that's right. Although Walking Wake with the quadruple resistance to water moves is, well, not exactly the same thing, but might be able to put on a little Gastrodon hat, the blue one, of course. Another interesting thing about this team is that the Ice Rider is using that Leech Seed set. It's like a newer innovation when it comes to Ice Rider, I'd say, or I would say it's newer that it's reached more mainstream popularity. And we previously had seen the set primarily used with Miraidon and some of the burst option that Miraidon offers, but being used here with a totally different restricted Pokemon in that Kyogre.
And of course, if we take a quick look at Jay's team, we've got the Galarian Weezing, of course, being able to shut down abilities paired with that Koraidon. Walking Wake, like you mentioned, well, probably one of the most unique elements of this team. And I think, honestly, I'd be shocked to see it not come out in this matchup. Like, I feel like it can just soak up the damage from Kyogre so well, especially when Kyogre has no other attacks other than water-type attacks. And so that's going to be one Pokemon to definitely pay attention to. Of course, the Weezing here does have Taunt. We saw Gavin dismantle a Galarian Weezing team earlier in this tournament, but the Weezing he went up against did not have Taunt. Taunt, of course, can be really disruptive against Amoonguss, against the Grimmsnarl, against the Calyrex Ice Rider as well. You've got really strong offense from things like the Chi-Yu, the Calyrex, and the Koraidon. And of course, Brute Bonnet is kind of the glue that can hold it all together, being able to put things to sleep and also redirect attacks away in this matchup.
Yeah, you know, every time I've seen Brute Bonnet on stream today, Aaron, it feels like it's kind of going down in one turn without doing anything. So I'm hopeful that this will be the exception, right? But it is really scary, I think, if you're Jay, because you do have to watch out for 2 Pokemon on Gavin's side that hit both of your restricted Pokemon for quadruple the damage, with Fluttermane having Ghost to hit the Shadow Rider and Fairy to hit the Koraidon, and then of course the Grimmsnarl, like you mentioned, having Fairy and Dark and that Spirit Break and Sucker Punch combo. So as we jump into the battle here, we'll have to see it's Koraidon and Weezing out in the start against Fluttermane and Kyogre. Very interesting.
So Fluttermane, like you were just talking about, Wolf, is a Pokemon that applies a ton of offensive pressure against all of Jay's Pokemon, right? And so now you immediately have the pressure of going for Moonblast, for example, into the Koraidon. If Koraidon wants to get around the Moonblast, well, then you'd have to Fire Terra. If you Fire Terra, hey, you see this? Gavin's like, well, I think you're going to Fire Terra. So you know what can take advantage of that Fire Terra? I'll just hit you with a Water-type attack. Water Spout, of course, being able to hit Koraidon for super effective damage here. So the first question from Jay's end is, do you consider Terraing here? Do you maybe switch into that Walking Wake? That would be a risky switch, of course, because it could eat up a Moonblast from the Fluttermane. And so right now, this is the classic problem with Weezing. Weezing doesn't really have too much to offer against these 2 Pokemon right now.
Yeah, a Poison Gas and Protect would be a great play to get rid of that Focus Sash, but of course that could easily be punished by a Taunt, and Dazzling Gleam isn't doing that much damage. And oh boy, here comes a Terra. Let's have to see. Gavin nodding. If it is the Koraidon, he's going to be feeling really good. And it is the Koraidon here, turning into a fire type, turning off that quadruple weakness to a fairy, but instead gaining a weakness to water. And of course, it depends on how these Pokemon are trained, but it's entirely possible that Fluttermane is faster. It is here. Fluttermane using Icy Wind could not do too much damage, Aaron, but it's not being used for the damage here. It's instead being used to drop Koraidon's speed.
How much will Water Spout do is the question. Let's see. Okay.
Oh, okay. You know, that's not so bad.
Not
you know
too
what I
bad,
mean?
yeah.
That's not so bad. Flame Charge coming out here, so it's going to undo that speed drop here. And the question is, what's Weezing going for? Is it Dazzling Gleam? Is it a Poison Gas? You really want to make sure that you're clearing this Fluttermane, but I mean, it doesn't feel that great to trade your Koraidon for their Fluttermane, honestly.
It is going to be the Poison Gas, of course. That move can miss.
Both.
Able to connect on both. So, I jinxed it!
Oh my goodness, Aaron, what are we doing here?
The animation makes it look like it targets both. You would think that it had connected on both, but no. Fluttermane dodges it. That's so crucial because now there's nothing stopping another Icy Wind and a Water Spout.
Yeah, there's really nothing that Jay can do here. Like, of course, you're gonna have to let something go down. I think unfortunately that's the only thing that I can say about it.
It could be like Protect Koraidon, switch Walking Wake into the Weezing slot, and then you have Aqua Jet on the Walking Wake.
Oh, interesting.
So that's what I got to offer you.
That's a great play, Aaron. I think it's a little tricky, but of course his Walking Wake in the back. What I was thinking is maybe Protect Weezing, let Koraidon go down, and then bring in your Shadow Rider in the sun with Weezing active. It is Koraidon here going for Protect. I mean, I don't think Weezing can survive a Water Spout. What do you think, Aaron? Oh, never mind. Just have to protect from both Pokemon. Just getting another turn of Poison Chip here on the Kyogre. This, I mean, it does help this turn, but like
next turn is really scary, right?
Like, what happens after, you know?
Because now neither Pokemon can protect easily. Of course, you can try your odds for a double protect, but the odds of that aren't going to be fantastic. And so Icy Wind plus Water Spout, really, really free here. You're gonna have to make some switches, right? You probably give up one Pokemon, maybe switching the Walking Wake for the other. Now, Gavin has the ability to potentially predict that, though. Let's say you think Walking Wake's coming in. You could actually go for a Moonblast.
Yeah.
Icy Wind plus Water Spout, I think, is always safe here. And so it's really on Jay's end to basically respond to it.
Yeah, it's just, you can see the power of these offensive Pokemon, of this high-powered Water Spout. That is taking a little more damage from the Poison and will lower the base power, but, I mean, yeah, like, Icy Wind plus Water Spout is just so oppressive, and even in the sunlight, you can see it doing so much damage. Even a Weezing, who's not even weak to the combination attack. One thing worth noting here, by the way, Aaron, is that we don't know for sure that Koraidon isn't as fast as possible.
That's right.
Actually, Koraidon and Fluttermane have the same natural speed stat if they were trained to be as fast as possible. So, yeah, I think that we do see here a switch out of the Koraidon. I think this play makes a lot of sense. The question is, who is coming in here?
It's going to be the Brute Bonnet. Okay.
My friend, you've shown up. Oh, and it's a Shadow Ball, actually. Not a Moonblast, predicting maybe a Shadow Rider coming in to take these hits, but no, Brute Bonnet takes it quite well. No special defense drop. Here's Water Spout. It should pick up the KO, probably.
Oh!
Weezing holds on! Weezing! Oh, it's Play Rough, not Dazzling Gleam. I do apologize. I missed that. And actually, Aaron, that did
a lot of damage.
Non-trivial. I would describe that as supremely non-trivial damage.
Wow, okay, so Brute Bonnet manages to come in. It's a great defensive pivot, right? And actually, if it was that Icy Wind that came out, that would have been the extra little bit of damage that you needed on the Weezing to get the knockout. But the Shadow Ball there, of course, covers for a potential Icy Wind miss. Also, if you switch into that Shadow Rider, like you mentioned, Wolf, you get to nail it, but it's going to be Brute Bonnet coming out. So Kyogre now pivoting out, but that's a really key play rough. I mean, Kyogre does not like taking so much damage, and it is going to be the Amoonguss pivoting in, staring down Brute Bonnet on the opposing side. Sucker Punch here is going to fail as Taunt comes out from the Fluttermane, putting Brute Bonnet in a fairly awkward position now.
Yeah, like, of course, Brute Bonnet it's nice here in some regards, but Play Rough into the Amoonguss here. That is the Rocky Helmet Amoonguss. Weezing is going to knock itself out here and re-give control of the abilities over to the opponent's side of the field. Although, honestly, Aaron, this is still a little bit awkward, right? Because that Brute Bonnet is still pressuring that Fluttermane, and of course, Koraidon could come in and pressure the Amoonguss, or potentially a Shadow Rider come in and start being much scarier in terms of the threat.
Yeah, it's interesting because you know the Brute Bonnet is taunted, right? And the Brute Bonnet does have offensive attacks in Sucker Punch and Seed Bomb, but you are staring down the Amoonguss from the opposing side, so Amoonguss obviously can Rage Powder. Brute Bonnet doesn't love going up against that. One of the other things to think about here is Gavin, you know, having the sun up right now, not necessarily bad for him, but then you'll want to eventually change the weather into your favor, right? And so Photosynthesis activating on Fluttermane here, going to be that speed boost. It's going to be the fastest Pokemon. Photosynthesis on the opposing side, going to be that defense boost that you typically see. So now the question is, okay, do you expect a Sucker Punch? If you do, there is that potential switch out. Ooh, okay, so I wonder if it's like ever side Pollen Pup, but that's probably entirely too risky here.
Yeah, I think that it's there seems to be a very an obvious safe play here, which is to switch Flutter Mane into Kyogre and go for Spore into the Koraidon. It's pretty difficult to punish that. Brutbonnet can only go for like Seed Bomb, and a worst case scenario, it can't do that much. But of course, if you want to be a little bit risky, you could just stay in here and attack. You could go for a Moonblast into either slot basically, or Shadow Ball. And so Gavin basically understanding like, hey, my move is somewhat telegraphed here. And actually no protects from Jay. I'm shocked by this. Let's see what Brutbonnet goes for. It is just a Shadow Ball.
That could have been
a Shadow Ball, a Moonblast or a Shadow Ball into Koraidon. Shadow Ball here instead, hitting into Brutbonnet. Flare Blitz. I'm really surprised to see that, Aaron, because if Kyogre had come in, I can't imagine that would have KO'd unless, I mean, I could be wrong here. And Seed Bomb here will finally take out the Flutter Mane. So overall, this is a good turn for Jay, but he's not out of the woods yet because there's still Ice Rider and Kyogre in the back.
Yeah, and I think the explanation behind that turn is, okay, Sucker Punch onto your Flutter Mane feels so obvious. Gavin actually really could have gotten a little bit more, given like he got an attack off that turn, but now at least does get the free switch into Calyrex Ice Rider, right? And the Brutbonnet here is left really exposed. You do threaten with something just like a Rage Powder plus Glacial Lance, and so how does Jay get around this, right? Like, you probably have Shadow Rider in the back. That doesn't feel very good to switch into a Glacial Lance here. And so from Jay's end, you got to really be thinking, okay, like, how am I going to close out this game? Brutbonnet, of course, could go for a Sucker Punch onto the Ice Rider. So you can see Gavin going for that Fairy Terra to get around a potential super effective hit. But Calyrex Ice Rider right now feels really, really well positioned.
Yeah, it's like the thing is that Jay's Koraidon has just taken so much damage already, and that makes it really difficult to find a way through this Amoongus's Rocky Helmet, because your best move is Flare Blitz. That's going to do a lot of recoil damage. It seems like Gavin is actually kind of not bothering to regain control of the weather, understanding that Koraidon will knock himself out. But Jay has to be aware of it. If you go for a Flare Blitz and it's simply Kyogre switching in, I mean, you're not going to be thrilled with that. I almost wonder if maybe the last Pokemon is something that we aren't expecting here, as we do see the turn begin. And it is going to be the Terrestrialization. I believe that's going to be onto the Ice Rider here. Doesn't want to go down to any Strike Fire moves. Also doesn't want to take super effective Sucker Punch. Wants to keep that HP high. The weather is still going to be in favor of Jay, but I mean, it feels like this turn is likely going to swing in Gavin's favor. Here's Rage Powder coming out from Amoongus, forcing Koraidon and Brutbonnet, well, Koraidon at least, to target into Amoongus. And here's the Flare Blitz.
You would think both Pokemon go down now, right? And so, yeah, Flare Blitz comes out, targets down the Amoongus, but it's going to be a trade for a trade here. Critical hit.
Just critical hit. I'm going to say that one probably didn't matter.
I think you're right there on that one, Wolf. But Rocky Helmet, of course, comes out, and then you take all the recoil damage here as well. And so Koraidon will go down. The Fairy Terra here, though, so nice. It's just a great defensive Terra that Jay really can't punish very much, right? And the Brutbonnet being taunted also puts it in this awkward position. So yes, it gets a Seed Bomb off. Yes, you get a little bit of damage off, but
not much.
That's really not enough. And Glacial Lance now single target in return, gets the knockout onto Brutbonnet. So it's going to be a 2v1. You would think it's going to be that Calyrex Shadow Rider. If it's Calyrex Shadow Rider, Kyogre comes out, you can just protect Trick Room and then double up into the Shadow Rider. So could it be something more surprising, like a Walking Wake, for example?
I just don't see any way to turn this around with the +1 attack boost now onto the Ice Rider here. It's going to be tough. I mean, the Kyogre is low HP, but yeah, I think with the threat of Trick Room, it's just going to be too much. It is that final Pokemon from Jay, and it is that Shadow Rider. So, you know, Aaron, I feel like if somehow the Brutbonnet had survived for the turn, I think it might have been doable, because you would have Spore Pressure, you would have threatening multiple Glacial or Astral Barrages. But here, with the Brutbonnet going down and now being in 2-against-1, like you said, there's kind of no easy counterplay to protect a Trick Room, and I think Gavin has spotted that exactly. I think he's done a great job over the course of this tournament of identifying when plays are ambiguous and when they are just like impossible to punish.
Exactly, yeah. And you know, what you're basically hoping for in Jay's perspective is maybe a critical hit. I'm not even sure a critical hit does it, to be honest. It's
I really don't think so.
Yeah, this isn't even a Choice Specs Calyrex Shadow Rider, so Gavin opting for the safe plate that we've talked about, and Fairy Terra, just such a nice defensive Terra that Gavin has utilized on his Calyrex Ice Rider so much throughout the course of the tournament. So here we go, Astral Barrage from Shadow Rider. How much will it do? It's just not enough. And you can see even with a critical hit, that would not have been enough. And now Gavin gets to freely use both of his restricted Pokemon under Trick Room. And we'll see him take the game basically in a turn or two.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, no, I mean, yeah, it's probably over, right? The only thing that's keeping Jay in the game here is that after 2 more turns of Poison, that Kyogre will go down. So something like a double protect, and then I don't know if you survive a Glacial Lance. I truthfully don't think you do, but it's not necessarily over. So, well, okay, Jay disagrees with me, and probably understands that +1 Glacial Lance is going to KO there. That's, you know, we don't know exactly these Pokemon are trained, so that's something in our mind. But yeah, honestly, a pretty convincing victory for Gavin. I feel like early game got a pretty big lead with that turn 1 play, just went for Icy Wind and Water Spout.
Yeah,
Jay wasn't able to punish it. It is worth noting that the miss of the poison
it was huge, right? Because I think Flutter Mane actually had so much more value in that game, where it then pressured with another Icy Wind. Shadow Ball chipped away a little bit at the Brute Bonnet, and crucially, Fluttermane was able to taunt the Brute Bonnet.
Yeah.
That Brute Bonnet, if it's not taunted, suddenly it opens the door for what it can do. It can spore potentially, of course, into the Calyrex Ice Rider, for example. And so the thing is, yeah, if you're Jay, like, do you feel comfortable running it back? Because, like, the turn one wasn't awful. I think if, like, Koraidon just fainted immediately, that would have been really bad.
Yeah.
But this is the downside of Poison Gas. I was like, oh, it can miss. Ah, we're good. Wait, what? It still missed. It's kind of bizarre, actually, I think, to see the animation come out and then see a miss afterwards.
Yeah, normally, I don't know if that's actually, that might be, I feel like normally it's missed before animation.
Exactly.
But yeah, Pokemon keeps us guessing, right? It keeps us on our toes. So, yeah, I do think that once that, the Fluttermane just caused so many problems. And of course, like, Jay was able to manage it somewhat. Like, he did end up switching Brute Bonnet into a Shadow Ball and then took another Shadow Ball later on.
Yeah.
And so it was like, it could have done more work, but it also could have done less if that Poison Gas had just connected. And unfortunately, there is no 100% accurate option on Weezing. It was Play Rough as the other option, which can also miss. And has the same accuracy, if I'm not much mistaken. I'm not such a Poison Gas
enthusiast.
Exactly. Thank you.
So one thing I want to talk to you, Wolf, is like the Pokemon that didn't come out in that last game, because I thought like Grimmsnarl actually makes sense for Gavin to bring. It's a little bit awkward to weave in, but the fact that it can hold its own offensively in a Calyrex and Koraidon, I think makes a compelling argument.
Yeah.
And then from Jay's end, we did not see the Walking Wake, which I was really surprised about, because I was like, well, Walking Wake just completely walls the Kyogre, but I think maybe the fear is, well, Fluttermane does apply so much offensive pressure into me, you know, it's not like even with the Terra, like I'm still taking decent damage from Moonblast, and Jay's also probably thinking, well, if I set up the Sun, it's not great, because then, yeah, like, it doesn't feel very, very powerful for Wake to go up against some of Gavin's Pokemon. And so those are Pokemon that I think could come out as a mix-up potentially from both sides, but Jay might also be like, you know what, I missed that Poison Gas. If I hit it, it's a different game.
Yeah, I think also Chi-Yu has a case to be brought here, actually, because there's no ground-type move on the Calyrex, and so if you have Weezing and Koraidon for weather control.
There it is!
And well, okay, you know, like, it's, everyone gets lucky sometimes, but actually, this is a very different lead, so a great adjustment, and frankly, a bit of a risky one. I feel like if Kyogre was in the lead, you start to get kind of scared kind of quickly. But here, I think Jay actually identifying a weakness of Gavin's Fluttermane, which is that it doesn't have the booster energy, which means it can't outspeed his horse or his Chi-Yu, and it also doesn't have Protect. And so it's kind of, if it had been the lead, it would have been forced to be a little bit defensive here. But yeah, I think overall, this is a really, really scary offensive lead, and I mean, it's kind of up to Gavin to find a way to neutralize it. That being said, I mean, having Trick Room and a defensive Terra is kind of
as good as it gets.
Like, you can't really do much better than that, right? The only question is how much is Beads of Ruin boosted? How much are Beads of Ruin boosted attacks going to do here? Because I mean, yeah, like there can be pretty strong.
The only other thing here, Dark Pulse Flinch. Imagine if it's Dark Pulse in a Calyrex Rider. You go for Dark Pulse, you go for Astral Barrage. Kyogre is going to switch in right now. It's going to take a lot of damage, right? I think the Calyrex Ice Rider here probably can survive any combo of attacks. It's also not overheat on the Chi-Yu, right?
Yeah.
And so you don't get to like really snipe off the Calyrex Ice Rider. So Fairy Terra, once again, such a good neutral defensive Terra here. But you're going to be eating up a lot of damage. That damage is okay to take if you set up Trick Room. If Trick Room goes up, you suddenly have Glacial Lance plus Origin Pulse Pressure. That's the key question. Okay, it's just Heat Wave. That's not a lot of damage.
See if there's any burns. No burns. Here's Astral Barrage being boosted by Beads of Ruin, being boosted by this spooky plate, but it's certainly not going to be enough for a KO. And actually does a lot of damage, not only to Calyrex, but also to Kyogre. Now, though, the thing is that, yeah, like, you got a ton of damage down, but you're kind of in trouble,
You're in
right?
danger.
You're in a lot of danger because you can't easily, like, you would like to just Koraidon in, right? Turn off the rain.
Yep.
Get, you know, like, get your Sun up, reduce the power of Kyogre's moves. But if you do that, you're very likely taking a Glacial Lance, and Chi-Yu can't protect itself here. And so I almost wonder if you try and sacrifice Koraidon, bring in your
Brute Bonnet maybe, and then you have Spore Pressure.
Yeah, or like hope that you can take, like, again, I don't know how much moves these take, damage these Pokemon take, but actually just gonna sacrifice Chi-Yu. I think this is actually a really clever play here, where you basically say, hey, like, it's not great, but Chi-Yu has kind of done his job in that it forced you to switch. And now, like, I'm willing to sacrifice it, but I don't give you an attack boost, and then I can save one of my other Pokemon. So really great macro awareness here, I think, from Jay. They really want to connect this. Jay really wants this to connect, otherwise they're in huge trouble.
Oh my goodness!
That's actually terrible for Jay.
So good for Gavin.
Yeah, and Heat Wave comes out and actually, okay, missing Kyogre isn't as big a deal, but that is absolutely the worst case scenario for Jay. They wanted Chi-Yu to go down there, and by having it stay alive, they're now in a really awkward spot because they wanted to sacrifice Chi-Yu.
Yeah, the logic is Chi-Yu goes down, you get something that can suddenly put on more pressure. Gavin, you can see how quickly he locked his moves, and he's like, thank you, like,
yeah,
I'll take that miss. Because now bold slots are left vulnerable to Origin Pulse plus Glacial Lance. You look at Jay's team, there is nothing, absolutely nothing that can take the combination of those. Maybe Walking Away can switch in and survive that. Koraidon, of course, could change the weather, but that doesn't feel great when you're eating up a super effective Glacial Lance, and so a terrible, terrible miss for Jay in this position. And now he is really, really playing from behind. do you ever go for a double protect here with Shadow Rider? Do you feel like you're behind enough to go for it? Is the
I think I
question,
switch to
Wolf.
Koraidon and just hope that either Origin Pulse misses or, you know, the moves do less than, because most Calyrex Ice that have Leaf Seed are trained to be a little bit more bulky.
That's right.
I think for me, I say, you know what, if I, like, in a best case scenario, I get both your restricted here.
Oh, here's the switch,
Calyrex switches.
Okay.
Oh, that's not good, no matter what it is.
Koraidon coming into that slot, like you said, Wolf? It is, but is that going to be good? Gavin, you say goes what?
Oh, man.
Will it be able to survive this turn? Glacial Lands comes out. This is already going to be super effective, targeting into both. Okay.
Oh, man. It looks like Koraidon will survive. Now's where you want the Origin Pulse to miss if you are Jay, but it does not miss. The worst possible timing.
But
at least Koraidon
survives.
Yeah, it could be worse. And you have dealt a ton of damage, but you've also taken a ton of damage.
That's right.
And, like, yeah, the only kind of saving grace here is that with both restricted Pokemon so low, it's possible that maybe your Shadow Rider in the late game can clean up, but you still have to get through this Trick Room, Aaron.
Yeah. Okay, so Jay's like weathered the storm a little bit, but it's not over yet, right? Like Trick Room is still up. You know, the upside, like you said, is you got a lot of damage off early. We still don't know what the final Pokemon is, right? So I was wondering if Brute Bonnet would be considered into this matchup, and there it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Our buddy, Brute Bonnet. I mean, it's not a bad Pokemon to have here, but you also have to keep in mind there's still that Amoonguss in the back, right, Aaron?
That's right.
Like, and you don't have that much for it. I mean, it's still at full HP. Like, yeah.
And back Grimmsnarl there as well.
There's just no reason to not click Glacial Lance here.
Exactly.
Which is out. I think you actually might want to consider just sacrificing Koraidon here. We have what, 2 turns of Trick Room left, I think. I've lost count. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, you're good.
We have at least one more. Only that much. Yeah, Koraidon actually just going down here. Jay, I think correctly identifying that, like, yeah. Oh my God, that did nothing.
Nothing to Brute Bonnet. So the defense boost really paying dividends. Also, once again, like you said, Wolf, Ice Rider's attack stat, maybe not the highest here, still enough to get the knockout onto the Koraidon. Okay, so Calyrex Ice Rider now has fallen asleep. The position that Jay's really looking for is his Shadow Rider being able to, you know, click Astral Barrage into everything. We know what Gavin has in the back. It actually is a mix-up. It's going to be that Grimmsnarl. And Grimmsnarl actually a fairly good defensive tool and offensive tool with that super effective Spirit Break. So Shadow Rider now finally hits the field, but of course has to watch out for a Spore from the opposing Amoonguss.
There's also the threat of Pollen Puff. I think that if Jay wants to win this, he has to correctly call whether or not this turn is Spore or Pollen Puff.
Yeah.
Both moves make a ton of sense here. It's kind of a guessing game, but it's a guessing game favored in Gavin's favor. So, well, I guess that is a little redundant. But anyway. Yeah, if Shadow Rider guesses correctly here and protects in front of Spore, that's quite good and kind of bring Jay back into the game. But if he guesses wrong, it's a lot more awkward. Jay does still have Terra available, but that's not super helpful just yet. It could come up in a little bit. We'll have to see here whether or not this turn is Protect or whether or not it is an attack here.
All right, it is Protect. Okay, so you can see Gavin react a little bit to that. He knew, okay, that could have been a potential Pollen Puff. Calyrex Shadow Rider is one of the best Pokemon, maybe the absolute best Pokemon in terms of comebacks in competitive VGC in this format because of its ability to snowball, of course. And so here we go. It's going to be a Seed Bomb actually into the Amoonguss slot to do 13 damage, chip away a little bit at it. That, of course, now might put it in KO range from a Psychic from the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the opposing side.
That's not going to look like very impressive damage. Maybe it looked like Jay was predicting a switch out, but you have to understand that Psychic is not likely to pick up a one-hit KO here. And so knowing that, Jay is thinking like, okay, like I just need to get a little bit of chip down, and that little bit of chip could be the difference maker.
But you saw that play, right? It's Grimmsnarl coming in, and so this is a big turn. If you're able to get the Psychic into the Grimmsnarl slot, Grim also now applies so much offensive pressure. Where will Jay target this turn? Will he go for Psychic into the Amoonguss slot? Will he go for an Astral Barrage instead?
Let's see. It is the Psychic. He called it correctly.
The back Grimmsnarl comes in clutch.
Boy. Here's Seed Bomb again into the Grimmsnarl. Understands that the Amoonguss is a huge threat, but a critical hit. Let's see. It's a 1 in 3 chance. Calyrex stays asleep. Oh boy, that's pretty big. It's now a 50% chance for Calyrex to wake up. Grimmsnarl has a couple options here. It can go for Sucker Punch, it can go for Spirit Break, or it can go for Light Screen. All moves make sense. And the thing is, you know, Aaron, if there is a way to get through this this Ice Rider, if Jay is able to KO the Calyrex, all of a sudden there aren't that many great options at stopping Jay's Calyrex.
Exactly, It can just Astral Barrage, Astral Barrage, Astral Barrage, and so the thing is, Gavin has taken a good amount of damage on his Pokemon as well. This is the slight snowball potential. Oh my goodness, it could have been a Sucker Punch this turn. It could have been, but
here's Astral Barrage. How much does this do? I don't think it's going to do anywhere close to a KO.
Oh my goodness.
This is going to come down to a 50-50, I fear. Whether or not Calyrex Ice Rider wakes up here.
Does it wake up right now? Oh, it's asleep. Oh my goodness, will Shadow Rider now be able to pull this off? You have the ability to continue redirecting with Rage Powder and go for Astral Barrage.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I mean, if Jay's gonna bring it back, this is what it looks like. The Light Screen being up is very massive though here. It's a huge, huge deal. It's gonna reduce the damage from Astral Barrage for the rest of this game, from Psychic for the rest of this game.
Do you Spirit Break and Protect here is the question? Do you just attack? Yeah, I think Protect here, you get the leftovers recovery. Why not, right?
Yeah.
And so Calyrex finally wakes up. Oh my goodness, the lack of Terra is so wild.
Oh my goodness, this Brute Bond is actually Rocky Helmet. So Jay goes for Rage Powder here, redirecting the Spirit Break, but I think that the Rocky Helmet damage is going to finish off the Grimmsnarl, denying Jay the boost from Grimnay. This is actually really, really difficult if the Grimmsnarl survives here, which I feel like it should.
It should.
Yeah, just barely.
Oh my goodness.
Spirit Break comes out. It's the Brute Bonnet. Does a lot of damage.
Close to the knockout.
Oh boy. This is suddenly, I mean, it's like the 3-turn sleep definitely allowed Jay to keep himself in it, but I mean here you can't KO Amoonguss in one hit. There's no other way to say it. There's nothing you can do.
Really smart of Gavin to go for that Light Screen rather than get baited into a Sucker Punch or a Spirit Break. He knew that Light Screen was guaranteed. Amoonguss now comes back at full HP. This is why Jay was trying to chip away at the Amoonguss early. He already knew Psychic might not be a one-hit knockout onto you. Let me get some additional damage. But now it's tricky because Light Screen is set up, and so you can't redirect that Spore away. Gavin's just going for a Spore plus Glacial Lance. I know he can taste this win right now. He's so close to the finish line.
He's so close, but he's not there yet. If this Ice Rider goes down, it's possible that Sucker Punch from Brute Bonnet would do enough. The Kyogre's taking quite a bit of damage. I don't remember exactly how much it has left, but I mean, it is quite a powerful move, and I think Gavin's Kyogre is also quite speedy, and so this game is certainly not over. As Astral Barrage comes out here, this is the right move.
Is it going to do enough damage into the Ice Rider? Oh,
no,
it doesn't. That might be enough.
But Seed Bomb will pick up the KO, so it's not ideal, but it's not horrible either. You are still in this if you are Jay, because if you can just get down to a 1-against-1 of the Amoonguss versus your Shadow Rider, you certainly can win this. However, that's going to be a little bit difficult because now your Shadow Rider is taking a nap.
So Shadow Rider will be put to sleep. You still got Amoonguss. You still got Kyogre waiting in the back as well. And with Kyogre, I feel like Kyogre here should be able to just click Water Spout and then you can Pollen Puff yourself.
Oh, you're right,
So
Aaron.
what
That's
stops
a great
that?
call. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, you can, if you go for Protect, you're risking a Wake Up. It's going to come down to whether or not Brute Bonnet can take a Water Spout, but also...
Oh, Gavin's worried!
Oh my gosh.
He's worried Water Spout won't do enough. He's going for Origin Pulse, but Origin Pulse Wolf, it can miss!
Gavin is willing to bet this game because he's up a game. He's willing to bet the entire tournament on an Origin Pulse. 2 HP, it survives! Calyrex takes its first turn of sleep. If Origin Pulse connects on both, this game is very likely over. It connects on both! And does tons of damage to Shadow Rider. Oh, Gavin is at the finish line with the healing from Pollen Puff Amoonguss, with the Light Screen that Grimmsnarl set up. Anything outside of a 1-turn Wake Up into a double Astral Barrage critical hit likely will mean that he's the winner. This is astronomical odds that Gavin will win here. Goes for a Spore here and a Water Spout, understands that he's so close to victory. The odds are so far in his favor. This is almost certainly the final turn of the match. Calyrex Shadow Rider versus the old head Kyogre. There's almost no chance, but there is still a chance, Aaron.
Regional Championship number 4 for Gavin Michaels. A World Championship invitation for Gavin Michaels. He's done it once again, coming off a top 8 finish from EUIC, and he is going to be your Portland Regional Champion.
Very, very well played. I think we saw a lot of the strengths of this team featured on stream. We saw just how powerful that super tanky Ice Rider was. We saw the healing from Amoonguss be so impactful. We saw the strength of Trick Room in general, even with his faster Kyogre against that Chi-Yu and Astral Barrage Shadow Rider lead. Just really, really well played across the board.
Yeah, and the Sucker Punch wasn't even something we had talked about in that endgame because it was so tense. Of course, do you really want to click a Sucker Punch in front of an Amoonguss with Rage Powder? But he does, and if you had gotten that knockout, that would have been it.
2 HP, it could have been a roll. Like, there was no guarantee there, but Gavin understands that, hey, like, this is my highest odds play. Didn't really have a way around the Sucker Punch, to be honest. At least there weren't really clear paths forward. And so I think understanding that the odds were in his favor with Sucker Punch, with Origin Pulse connecting, with Pollen Puff into himself, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think a very deserved regional victory.
Yeah, I was wondering if you ever like protect Kyogre and then go for the Pollen Puff into Brute Bonnet.
But then you're risking the 1-turn Wake Up.
Yeah,
so
like
I think
not be able to redirect the Sucker Punch just puts it in this like awkward position. And so yeah, instead I was thinking, oh, it's like, oh wow, he's Water Spout, but it makes sense. You have to click Origin Pulse there. because of the threat of Sucker Punch specifically. So I think in the end game, it's like you either bet like the Protect and then hope for a 2-turn sleep, or you just hope to survive the Sucker Punch outright, and that's what ended up happening with Kyogre.
Yeah, and I think this match was really interesting. We actually saw a really, really impactful miss on in both game 1 and game 2. But it's funny because there was both misses favored Gavin, but like one of the misses came from Gavin's own Kyogre. I think it was a really smart understanding to try and sacrifice the Chi-Yu in the game 2. But I mean, Origin Pulse giveth and Origin Pulse take it away. And normally when Origin Pulse giveth, it's when it connects, but here it was when it missed.
And the back Grimmsnarl as well, you know, kind of a rare pick generally because it's generally not going to be able to do the most amount of damage, right? But in this matchup, first of all, actually is able to do a lot of damage. It can Spirit Break Brute Bonnet, it can Spirit Break Koraidon, it can Sucker Punch into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. That mid game, by the way, was kind of wild because it was like there was the threat of Grimmsnarl targeting Calyrex at any given point. Calyrex was like, I don't want to Terra. If I Dark Terra, I suddenly become weak to Spirit Break, right? So that's a big problem. And if I go for the, like, are you really going to Sucker Punch in front of a Brute Bonnet, basically? Is like
Brute Bonnet and a Dark Terra.
Right,
so,
exactly.
So Jay, I think, made a lot of really, really good plays there. And like certainly made it difficult for Gavin. But like overall, I think that the lead was just pretty significant after that early game, after Koraidon was kind of forced to sacrifice himself. So really well managed, but I think we just saw some of the weakness of having a team with a lot of really fast Pokemon is that against a super tanky Ice Rider, it can be kind of difficult.
I'm so curious how that game would have played out because I think what Jay was hoping for is, okay, you knock out my Chi-Yu, Brute Bonnet comes in for free, and then imagine Brute Bonnet under Trick Room. Now you pressure Spore onto a Kyogre slot. I think it's a completely different game from that angle, right? Because then your Calyrex is also able to survive the turn, potentially get an Astral Barrage off as well. And so that miss onto Chi-Yu in this second game, so crucial. And that Poison Gas miss in the beginning of the game, also so crucial. But at the end of this game, if Brute Bonnet was able to get that knockout with Sucker Punch, that also may have been it.
Absolutely, Brute Bonnet really did its best, but sometimes that's not enough. You know, each battle is between 4 Pokemon on each side.
That's right.
Even the brutest of Bonnets might struggle on its own there. So really well fought from Jay. I think it was a 2-0, but it felt like a close 2-0. It felt like a 2-0 that could have gone either way. As we take a look at our final standings here, and Aaron, I mean, first of all, maybe it's just because it's so vibrant, but I see 3 Brute Bonnets here in the top 8, so a big performance for the Paradox version of Amoonguss. But a lot of diversity here and a lot of teams that you and I weren't necessarily expecting.
Wolf, every team has an Amoonguss or a Brute Bonnet.
Oh my goodness.
And there's no Miraidon either.
There's a fungus among us, I guess you could say.
Actually kind of shocking to see. Oh, well, I was like, hold on, does Len have 2 Amoongusses on his team? But of course, one of those is supposed to be an Incineroar. But every team having one of the 2 mushrooms, I think actually really shocking to see. Miraidon has been the talk of the town as the #1 restricted, I feel like, for the first couple of events.
Where is it?
I don't see it, Wolf.
Aaron, where is it?
I don't see it.
Wait, actually, where is it? I was kidding, but like...
No, it's not there. I wasn't kidding.
And it's certainly not on the teams of our 2 finalists here. Gavin Michaels with his Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider, as well as, hey, Basculegion. You know, we saw it in Regulation H, and we thought we were saying goodbye to Basculegion. Wasn't expecting Basculegion to pick up another regional championship victory.
Nope.
2 formats later, now back in Regulation I. And of course, Walking Wake almost winning another tournament. This team very reminiscent that Jay is using to the team that won in Oceania Regional, I think in Melbourne, if I'm not mistaken. And Weezing having a great performance as well. Weezing across the board felt like it did quite well this weekend. So congratulations to both finalists. Congratulations to Gavin for qualifying for the World Championships. And Jay, I think we can feel comfortable saying that Jay has certainly locked it up if he wasn't already locked up before.
Yeah, and Gavin's first major victory was the U.S. National Championships in 2013.
That's right.
12 years later, he has claimed yet another championship. That's 4 regional wins now, a national championship, and an international title. And Gavin gave us a really awesome interview where he was like, look, if I want to play at Worlds, I want to be contending for the title. I don't want to just go to Worlds and have a mediocre performance. And so he came into this tournament with very few championship points. So he actually had accumulated a good bit because he got top 8 at EUIC, but that was it, right? And so top 8 EUIC, regional champion now, punches his ticket to Worlds, and it'll be another invite for him. I cannot wait to see what he brings to Worlds. He called himself the best Rain player, and I think he certainly solidified himself as so. But Jay gave us an incredible performance throughout this entire tournament using the Sun team, and what a battle it was here in the end. But oh my goodness, Wolf, this was just so crazy.
It really was, Aaron. Yeah, and you were talking about like, oh, I wonder what he'll bring to Worlds. I'm gonna guess probably Kyogre or maybe Pelipper. You never know. But yeah, no, it was a great tournament. I feel like we saw a lot of different restricted Pokemon. I think this format is really interesting because it just feels so open. Like there are so many Pokemon. We saw Solgaleo on stream. We saw like listen, Groudon actually had a very quietly very good performance across the tournament. So I think there were as many Groudon in Top Cut as Lunala. and Lunala is a regional champion from the first regional in North America this season. And so it feels like we're still learning a lot about this format, and I think that's really fun.
It absolutely does. Well, we have now crowned 3 new champions. Of course, you just watched Gavin Michaels in the Masters division, but we got to hear from the senior division and the junior division champions from this tournament a little bit earlier today. So let's go throw it to that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rosemary, and I'm here with the winner of the seniors division, Liam Soroka. Congratulations on your regional championship win. How you feeling?
I'm pretty good, as this is my last region as a senior, and I'm happy I was able to close it out like that.
You ended up bringing a team of Miraidon and Lunala. So how did you come up with this composition?
Well, the team composition was originally made by my friend Kuhn, and he used it to top 8 Utrecht, and I just asked for it since I didn't have many practice for this regional. And he just gave me it, and I had some lines for it, and I was able to just use it to get to the win here.
So you had some great prep, but I also see you have some good friends. You've got your Whimsicott and your Skiploom plush. Are these some of your favorite Pokemon?
Yeah, I brought Whimsicott to this event, and Skiploom's a champion Pokemon, as it was brought by like Luca Ceribelli and James Evans.
So you have some good support here from your friends, but also from your Pokemon. Now, walk me through these games of the grand finals you had versus Declan Gary. Did you have lines prepared for this Lunala and Koraidon team, or how did you approach this?
Well, my lines into it were just lead Miraidon and Whimsicott. Since his team had a Trick Room mode and a Fast mode, I was able to cover with both. So if he led his Trick Room mode like Lunala and Didi, I set up Light Screen Volt Switch into Urshifu Dark since it resists Lunala's attacks. And I was able to do that game 1 and pull it off for the win since I had more control, since I was able to get out his Indeedee so he couldn't set up Trick Room. And I basically did the same thing game 2, but I Draco Meteored his Indeedee turn 1, and he wasn't able to set up Trick Room since the Lunala didn't have Trick Room on his team.
Wow, fantastic. And now looking ahead to the end of the season, you've got the World Championships coming up, so how excited are you?
I'm really excited for it because it's my last seniors event, and I get to see all my friends again.
All right, so what shout outs? Any friends that you want to kind of give a little shout out to?
Huge shout outs to Kuhn for the team and the matchups. Then the Spaghetti Comoos, my building and friend group. Then specifically Hudson, Stuart, Ark, Jackson, Charlie, and Leland for being great friends to hang out with at this event.
Oh, I love that. Well, Liam, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations again. We'll see you at Worlds.
Thank you.
All right, I am here with the junior winner at the Portland Regional Championships, Theo Cry. You just won your first regional championship. How you feeling?
Great.
And you've only been playing for how long?
Like, this is my first season competing.
Wow, which is so incredible. What got you into VGC?
My friend Declan, who just introduced us to Pokemon and VGC.
Well, that's great. And now you're here, you won your first regional championship. And I think what was so exciting is that you had played Luke previously in this tournament, right?
Yeah, he had won against me 2-0, but then I was able to make the adjustments and come back to get him.
Can you tell me a little bit about what adjustments you made?
I switched from using Tornadus and Chiyu lead because I was trying to taunt the Terapagos, but my Pokemon just died too quickly. So I tried to just preserve the Chiyu in the back and just get as much damage on the Terapagos as possible when it first started so that I could actually deal with it. And the Chiyu in the back was to deal with the Shadow Rider that he also had on the team because the Chiyu can outspeed and OHKO it.
Wow, well, that's amazing. And on your team, it felt like you brought such a strong team of Pokemon. You had Koraidon and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And how did you come up with this team?
My friend Liam just built it and I just stole it because for the Vancouver regionals, that's also what we did. So I just usually just steal his teams for regionals.
Well, that's a good friend right there, isn't it? And you have a team supporting you. So tell me a little bit about the friend group that you come here with.
They drive me crazy a lot, but they help me practice all the time. They're just really good friends.
Well, that's great. And now, not only are you here competing with your friends, but in your first season, you get to play your first World Championships. So how excited are you for that?
Very.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. You think you can win?
No.
All right, well, if it's not this year, maybe next year. Theo, congratulations, and so excited to see you at Worlds.
Thank you.
Oh, and any shout outs you'd like to make before I let you go?
My family, my group of friends, just everyone who's helped me.
Well, that's great. Theo, thank you again. Congratulations. And now back to more Pokemon action.
Thank you very much. So great to hear from our brand new champions. And that was such an exhilarating set. I'm still like thinking about all the 2 HP survival, of course, from the Kyogre. Oh, so intense. And the intensity, of course, between Amoonguss and Brute Bonnet as well. But you've heard from our senior division champion. You've heard from our junior division champion. I think it's time to hear from our master division champion and crown, of course, our brand new regional champion from this tournament. So let's go throw it to Rose real quick, down at the floor.
465 Masters Division trainers entered into the Portland Convention Center, and only 2 made it to the grand finals of our final regional championship here in 2025 competitive season. So please join me in celebrating those 2 finalists. First up, we've got Jae Chong. Jae, you had the whole New England community cheering for you throughout this grand finals. How do you feel with their support?
Well, it's a big honor for me to get my all the support from my community, and for me, actually, I have some pity right now. Yeah, I think my heart is a little complex right now, but the only thing that I learned from this road is how to accept your failure. It's the attitude to which form you to become what kinds of player. So yeah, I think I will send it back next time.
Well, I think the amazing thing, Jae, is that you have won a regional championship before, 2022 Milwaukee, and now you find yourself still back in another finals. And so, how are you feeling about Worlds coming up?
Well, for this thing, I think I'm quite lucky because I just got a different color of the metal this time. Yeah, I got a golden one last time, and I got a silver one this time. So yeah, it's not bad.
Pretty good. Now you get the bronze one soon too, but no bronze. Okay, no bronze, only gold next, that's for sure. But Jae, before we go ahead and give you your medal, any final shout outs that you would like to make for your Portland run?
Yeah, firstly, I want to shout out to the whole New England VGC community. Everyone is very kind there, and everyone supports each other, and we just become better and better together. And I want to say thank you all. And also I want to shout out to the Chinese VGC community as well. And there are so many people supporting me this weekend to reach here. And although the result is not perfect, but yeah, that's life.
Well, Jae, congratulations again. Please give it up one more time for your Portland regional finalists. And now, please join me in giving the biggest congratulations to our final North America regional champion for this year. We've got Gavin Michaels. Gavin, this is your 4th regional championship title in the Masters division. How are you feeling with that next title?
I'm feeling awesome. This whole weekend was a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to do it with a team that's all mine, kind of insane, and just play some fun Pokemon, honestly. Yeah.
I know we were talking in the lounge after your Top Cut winners interview, and you were saying, I think I'm the best rain player in the entire world right now. I think this regional championship improves that, don't you?
I think it proves that I'm the best rain player in North America. People are going to be like, but this, I don't care. Well, I'll play him. use Reina into me. Come on, let's give it a shot. I don't know. I'm confident, at least. Cocky, maybe, but definitely confident.
I love that confidence because with this first place finish here at the Portland Regional Championships, you're going to Worlds. So how are you feeling about that now?
I really didn't think that I was going to be able to play in Worlds this year. So it's very special to be able to, especially with it being so close to me in Anaheim, not Los Angeles. Don't believe the lies they're telling you. Anaheim is not Los Angeles. I don't know. It's very special to me.
Well, let's talk about that set a little bit. You won in 2 games, and it felt like you had such a great handle on how to play those board states. So when you saw the matchup, what was going through your head about how you wanted to play these matches out?
So with the Weezing Koraidon, a big deal comes down to the taunt on Weezing. I think you can see my top 8 set without taunt on Weezing. I was able to lead Amoonguss Ice Rider because I'm able to sacrifice Amoonguss, get up Trick Room, everything's hunky-dory. With taunt, that's not really an option. So I decided that I needed to play really aggressive from the get-go and call leads. I called the leads basically correctly both games, and it's still really close for comfort. It's not a matchup I feel particularly comfortable in, but I think that in bad matchups, you learn that you have to play super aggressively and make it chaotic in order to make up for it. If we both played super conservatively, Jay would have won, right? So I couldn't. I had to go crazy, and I'm glad I did.
I saw how much your Kyogre loved you also, being able to have that critical survival from the Sucker Punch to seal the deal in that finals. Were you expecting your Kyogre to survive there?
I mean, I was certainly banking on it, yeah. I was like trying to do the math in my head of like, oh, is it a roll? Is that worth going for like the extra sleep turns or whatever? Then I just said screw it and click the button. I don't know. Like, I'm sure someone out there can show me that like, oh, I only had an 18% chance of survival. Okay, it did it. I'm gonna say I predicted the roll. I don't know. But yeah, no, I was banking on it for sure.
I love that. Well, you know how Joe Brown likes to say, it's a 50-50. It either works or it doesn't.
Exactly. Yeah, no, those are the only 2 options.
Well, Gavin, we're going to go ahead and let you celebrate before that. Final shout-outs that you would like to make.
Yeah, I really want to give a shout out to my beautiful fiance, Madhu. This is her first time going to a Pokemon event, and I've given her aggressively unrealistic expectations, so I'm very happy about that. And as always, shout outs to Angel Miranda. May his memory be a blessing.
Absolutely. Gavin, thank you so much again. Congratulations. And let's give it up one more time for your Portland Regional Champion. Thank you so much to Gavin, to Jay, to all of our competitors that attended the Portland Regional Championships to close out the 2025 competitive circuit so strong. We appreciate every single competitor that has participated in our 2025 season, and we're really looking forward to seeing what competition is going to unfold at the North America International Championships later. Thank you so much to all of our viewers watching, to all of the staff that have worked so hard to put these events together, and of course to our production team for making sure that these have been the most memorable viewing experiences for everybody. Now, let's go ahead and send things over to our lounge to close out our final regional of the season.
Thanks, Rose, and congratulations once more to our Portland Regional Champion, Gavin Michaels, headed off stage to meet his adoring populace out in the crowd. Incredibly well-deserved. Welcome back to the circuit, Gavin. 4th regional championship to his name. I'm Evan Lattin. I am joined in the lounge by Scott Glaza and Yuki. And wait, where have you been all week?
You know, I'm just hanging out. I was doing some talking, but they sent me over here now.
Okay.
To do more talking, even if you can believe it.
It's all right. We got it. We're getting the most we can out of Wolf right now. That's the good
ringing
stuff.
me like a towel.
Congratulations, Gavin, and congratulations, Jay, on an incredible final set and incredible finishes for both of you. Gavin, of course, now has locked an invite to the World Championships despite starting the tournament well out of contention for the top 75. So an incredibly well-played tournament, an incredible story for him. And of course, Jay proving that he deserved to be in that finals as well. What was everyone's favorite moment of day 2 here and of the tournament in general? Yuki, let's start with you.
Rockside flinch, paralysis, paralysis.
Yeah, VGC classic. I love it. Wolf?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I really enjoyed Len's set that I was able to cast. Len versus Olivia. Yeah, I thought there were a lot of really, really cool moments in there. Especially, I think that the Ogre Pun adjustment game 3, I thought was really hype. I think it was a really cool moment where a Pokemon came out, didn't attack, really, protected itself once, but it still was so impactful even still.
Absolutely. And Scott?
I mean, Turner will definitely agree it was the Solgaleo game, but I think for today in particular, I really enjoyed the semifinal we did actually, where like, even though we didn't get much of a game 3, I just thought the way that teams play differently in mirrors and kind of the players had to kind of like play through the differences between their teams was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed that part of Pokemon, right? You know, it's an optimization game, and I thought it was easy to see why both trainers had made it to the semifinals.
Absolutely, and for me, my favorite thing was seeing Brute Bonnet put up some great results. Even though we didn't see Brute Bonnet do a whole heck of a lot in most of these games, was 2 HP away from forcing a game 3 in that final set though. So shout outs to Brute Bonnet. I always knew you had it in you. You are just as cool as Amoonguss. Maybe not quite as successful, but still just as cool.
It's the new kid on the block, right? They have a little time. Amoonguss didn't need much time before popping off.
Yeah, immediately.
We can give his cousin a little bit more.
Well, we also did our own little competition in-house here and did a fantasy draft. As you can see, we had the following Pokemon to choose from with a 10-point budget. And it was restricteds were a little bit wonky for us. I don't think anyone chose any of the restricteds that actually made it to finals.
Where's the fish?
No fish. No fish even here.
We couldn't have picked it. It wasn't our fault.
We all wanted to pick the fish.
I think if we picked Pelipper, we should have gotten half the points for Kyogre. But that wasn't an option.
Well, let's take a look at our final results of the fantasy draft. We will start with myself. Of course, we have to start with, the leader of our group here. I'll set the stage for you. How did I do at the fantasy draft? I did not very well. I think I saw 1 Ursaluna today, very few Miraidon, and I have 431 points. Hooray for me.
That's respectable, Evan. Don't sell yourself too short.
Yeah, congrats, Evan. I think you got almost as many points as we had yesterday.
I think I gained like 40. Let's take a look at how you did, Scott, if you're going to be so smug. How did you do in our fantasy draft, Scott? Oh.
It seems like that's more.
Well... Hey Yuki, how did you do in the fantasy draft? Let's take a look at Yuki's points for our fantasy draft. Couldn't be more than 400.
Scott's in the lead.
Scott in the lead.
I think Miraidon might have hurt you there.
Yeah, it did.
All right, and let's take a look at Aaron before we reveal our special guest's final score for fantasy. I believe it'll be very similar. Yep. Aaron and Scott both tied at 807 points total with the most boring picks possible.
Yeah, although I will admit, I was expecting a little bit more. Hey, this was a unsuccessful, boring prediction in a lot of ways.
And finally, Wolf, how did you think you did at the fantasy draft?
What's the number to beat? 807?
807.
I'm going to say 812.
812 points. Put it on the board. 838.
Okay, and I almost picked Iron Hands over Ogerpon, but I was like, there's 4 of them. Surely they're going to add up to more than Iron Hands, and it just barely did.
Well, congratulations, Wolf. You have won our fantasy draft.
What's my prize?
That's bragging rights.
I want to keep this chair. Send it home with me. I'll talk to Katie. Katie, I'm keeping this chair.
You can now do merch for Fantasy Draft Champ Difference.
Incineroar is my recommendation. If you're not betting on Incineroar, I think you are throwing.
So that's your 22nd major win over in this. Just keep adding to the title.
I guess I wasn't able to win the tournament this time, but I was able to win the fantasy draft. So
you won the fantasy draft. So you're still a winner at the Portland Regional
Championships.
Championships.
With co-casters like y'all, I was going to be a winner anyway.
Yeah, especially in this competition. And Evan gets to be that person who puts in his social media profile, top X.
I made top 5.
Top 5? That's not so bad.
It's good when you put an odd number,
Yeah, the odd number is really the key there. All right, well, let's take a look at what the people who are actually competing used here in the tournament. Our top restricted pairs. Look, Miraidon's there, but it just didn't convert.
That's not great. That's not great for bike believers.
Nope. Not great for the bike believers, unless you're a Koraidon bike believer. Did make it into the finals on Jay's side. Of course, no fish. No fish here for the top pairs, but probably will be looking a little bit different when we go into Bologna and North American International Championships after this. Let's take a look at the individual restricteds as well, not just the pairs here. Of course, Calyrex Shadow Rider galloped out into the front with 40.3% usage. A huge switch from
Where's
the
Lunala?
Miraidon.
Wait, this has got to be wrong. Wait, Lunala below Zacian?
Yeah, Lunala is, it's a new moon.
I
Wolf.
guess so.
It's gone. It'll be back. Give it a few days.
Oh my God, it's a turtle eclipse. What is going on here? That's
let's
really
take a look
surprising.
let's take a look at the friends of all of our restricted Pokemon, the friendly friends that came along with us. 47.8% of you are already using Incineroar. And you know what that tells me? 52.2% of our audience
Is
did
wrong.
not use Incineroar.
52.2% of you are wrong.
I think some people may be struggling to get their own Incineroar, and maybe that's why Incineroar is such low usage right now.
Yeah, Evan, is there any way for these good people to maybe get an Incineroar that already is trained, that maybe has some good moves on it? Can you think of anything at all?
Maybe has like a championship pedigree behind it?
Or like a nice, I don't know, ribbon attached to it? Anything?
I mean, not like a nice one, but I feel like, if I'll just take like any old trainer's Incineroar, I feel like, perhaps if they tune into the stream at the North American International Championships, they'll be able to get Incineroar of their very own.
Yeah, Bob's Incineroar.
That's also your
That's also your very own Incineroar. Let's take a look at the schedule coming up here. We have completed our regional championships in North America. We are all done here in NA. All we have left is the international championships in New Orleans in just a couple weeks coming up. And then, of course, the world championships in August in Anaheim. That being said, it's not just about North America. We do also have an event next week in Europe, in beautiful Bologna. The special championship will happen May 31st to June 1st. I believe that's the last opportunity in Europe to receive championship points before the North American International Championships. So for anyone who wants to follow all of our European competitors, many of whom are going to be incredible threats at the International Championships and the World Championships, you want to tune in for that.
City looks kind of beautiful too, right? And definitely check it out if you can.
Yeah, it looks absolutely gorgeous. But we're also going to be broadcasting the Pokemon GO Fest in Jersey City here. So make sure that you are tuning in on June 8th at 10 a.m. Eastern Time to begin the Pokemon GO Fest broadcast with some familiar and friendly faces from our broadcast here. We'll be, not here, but that you have seen on our broadcast. We'll be there to help host for Pokemon GO Fest with all kinds of fun activities for anyone who is attending and those who are watching at home. Again, lastly, in North America, before the World Championships, it is all about going down south to New Orleans here for the International Championships, our final International Championships of the season, the capstone event of the regular season before we enter the World Championships. This is a big one. It's the last opportunity to qualify for Worlds. It's the last opportunity to get championship points. It's the last opportunity to win a tournament before the World Championships. And I really feel like there's a lot of momentum that comes from being in the International Championships and doing well at them. Now, for those of you at home who won't be able to attend but still want to follow along, you can follow the channels right here. Wherever you're watching me right now, there's a little button you can click and follow along and make sure you're seeing all of the action. Of course, you can also use those information on your screen. And of course, you can also go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. My crush sent me this earlier and said, hey, you should check this out. Look at how lovely it is.
You can send this to your crush if you go to Pokemon.com/broadcast, and maybe you too will be successful and beautiful like Evan.
Print it off, put it in the mail. Thank you, Wolf. I'm clipping that. Clip that
trying
for
to
me.
get hired back.
All right. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, Yuki. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Rose. Thank you to all of our competitors, all of our staff, all of our judges, and everyone who helps make these events happen. This has been an absolute blast.
And thank you to Aaron Zhang as well, the one cast.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
There he is.
Take us home.
You good?
Evan.
You good, Aaron?
Yes. I am very, very grateful.
Hey, you're not just good.
Hey,
you're great.
No, yes.
okay.
Thank you, Evan.
Oh, I forgot about Aaron. Wow.
We would never.
I was so excited about Brendan's tournament run, I completely forgot about Aaron.
You only had space for one Zhang brother in your head at the time. Brutal.
Thank you so much, everybody. We will be back with the Bologna special event and then the North American International Championships. So if you're following the channel, stay tuned to those, and we will see you there. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.